Neither of them knew about the other's true heritage until they were already married with a son. Their son, Gwang-ik, was just an ordinary college student, but 2 years ago, his mother suddenly told him she could shapeshift. Gwang-ik was completely stunned and couldn't help but ask, "What? Are you going to turn into Sailor Moon or a magical girl?" However, after she demonstrated it right in front of him, Gwang-ik became a believer. He also learned that his own shape-shifting bloodline would awaken that very night. Gwang-ik couldn't believe his mom had waited until now to tell him something so huge. As he was trying to process this mentally, his mother looked at him with a serious expression and said, "Don't you dare tell your father about this." He blankly nodded in agreement. A whole 2 years later, while Gwang-ik was out buying groceries with his dad, his father suddenly said he had something to discuss. Gwang-ik thought it was about his studies, but to his absolute shock, his father solemnly revealed that he was an immortal. Are they playing some kind of twisted game with him? Why are both of his parents so casual about dropping these huge bombshells? Even though his dad warned him, "Don't tell your mom," Gwang-ik didn't fully believe it. After all, immortals are known for their incredibly good looks, and he didn't see those traits in himself at all. His dad comforted him, saying, "Today is your 24th birthday. Your immortal bloodline will awaken at 11 o'clock tonight. You'll understand everything then." Then, he once again warned Gwang-ik not to tell his mother. He just blankly agreed, even though he couldn't understand why they had to hide their true identities from each other. Gwang-ik had already accepted his parents for who they were. But thinking back to when he awakened 2 years ago, he had asked his dad if it was painful. His dad had casually replied that it didn't hurt much, that his blood just felt very hot, and that it would cool down after a while, telling Gwang-ik not to worry. Back home, his mother had meticulously prepared a cozy birthday dinner. Lying in his bedroom, watching the clock approach 11, he wondered, could he really awaken as an immortal after already awakening as a shapeshifter? If he didn't awaken successfully, how would he explain it to his dad? Gwang-ik's little heart was filled with massive uncertainty. Then, 11 o'clock struck, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire body. The intense agony left Gwang-ik unable to let out a single sound. He remembered what his dad had told him on the way home, and he was just mad that his father had lied. His father was an immortal with powerful healing abilities, and his mother was a shapeshifter who could turn into various animals. Gwang-ik inherited the gifts from the world's most powerful bloodlines, but to awaken these talents, every hair on his body fell out, every drop of blood in his veins was completely drained, and his bones snapped one by one. But after enduring the brutal side effects of this awakening, Gwang-ik would emerge as a completely new person. Not only would his hair grow back, but he would also gain a muscular, toned physique and glowing fair skin. Even his 5 senses became unusually sharp. The most painful part for him was hearing strange noises every single night. Just as Gwang-ik was stressing over this, his mother suddenly called him out for breakfast. His breakfast was even more lavish than usual, featuring 4 meat dishes, 1 soup, and huge portions of everything. While they were eating, his dad suddenly told him to prepare for the civil service exam, which shocked both Gwang-ik and his mother. His father did this because, in peacetime, immortals are heavily regulated by the government. But his mother didn't want their son to take the exam. 2 years ago, after his first awakening, she had decided that after Gwang-ik finished college, she would get him a job at a major company connected to the shapeshifter tribe. But since she didn't want his father to know she was a shapeshifter, she could only use the excuse that Gwang-ik still had to finish school to turn down his father's suggestion, leaving the boy completely confused. Although Gwang-ik knew his parents both wanted to find him an easy job, this was the first time he'd seen them openly disagree, so he happily watched them argue while he finished his meal. Just then, they both turned their gaze toward Gwang-ik. It turned out they wanted him to decide, continue his education or take the civil service exam. Gwang-ik didn't want either option and declared he wanted to join the Navy instead. This statement made his parents go deathly silent. His mother looked at him with murderous intent, clearly unhappy with his choice. But after thinking it over for a moment, his father supported Gwang-ik's decision, which made him very happy. Just when he thought he was one step closer to his dream, his father changed his tune. "You can join the Marines, but you have to take the civil service exam first." He said that if he passed, he could help him defer his official appointment to join the Marines, and he could even get extra points for it. Gwang-ik thought about it and agreed. Not for any other reason than the fact that his dad had been a civil servant for years. He figured his old man must know what he was doing. Besides, he could still join the Marines later, just a little bit behind schedule. Once his father heard Gwang-ik agreed to take the exam, he said he could find a tutor to help him pass quickly. The only catch was that Gwang-ik had to go to the Transformation City for special training every Saturday. His instructor was one of his father's subordinates, This so-called training was actually meant to polish Du Gwang-ik's immortal body. The instructor looked at his muscular frame, full of suspicion. Usually, the physical strength of immortals is weaker than average. Only Du Gwang-ik knew this was thanks to his mother's shape-shifting bloodline, but the instructor didn't know that and assumed it was the result of him hitting the gym. They quickly headed to the training grounds, and Du Gwang-ik was taken aback to see the ground covered in sharp knives. He had no idea what kind of training his father had planned for him. Before starting the session, the instructor began explaining why immortals have such powerful healing abilities. The first factor is physical fitness. The better an immortal's condition, the stronger their healing. The second factor is sensory perception. The more sensitive you are, the better you can perceive pain levels, which helps in pinpointing the location of an injury. Therefore, their training would focus on these two areas. Even though Du Gwang-ik understood what the instructor was saying, he still couldn't figure out what the bed of knives behind him was for. The instructor wore a devilish grin and said it was to train his body and teach him how to become a true immortal. Du Gwang-ik looked confused. Wait, I'm supposed to be studying for the civil service exam. Shouldn't I be covering the test material? The instructor looked equally confused. Your dad told me you were here to join the Immortal Special Forces unit. Du Gwang-ik was completely clueless. He'd never heard of this before, but he knew completing this test was the only way to become a Marine. So, he had no choice but to agree. You'd never imagine that Du Gwang-ik, wearing purple polka dot shorts, would have to walk barefoot over this mountain of blades. The instructor even told him to hurry up, and then, heart-wrenching screams reached his ears. Du Gwang-ik's feet were already covered in blood, but the instructor could still tell from the blood on the blades that he had intentionally skipped some in the middle. Still, he couldn't criticize Du Gwang-ik. Instead, he praised his motor skills. Du Gwang-ik's healing ability also surprised the instructor. Usually, a newly awakened immortal wouldn't have such strong healing powers. Just as Du Gwang-ik was about to take a breather, the instructor unexpectedly told him to run a few more laps while injured. He also forbade Du Gwang-ik from dodging the blades anymore, even suggesting that he should step harder to actually break a bone, which left him completely stunned. Du Gwang-ik didn't expect that the person his father found would be so ruthless, so he kept on running. Du Gwang-ik's incredibly fast healing shocked the instructor even more. He hadn't expected someone sent by his superiors to have such natural talent, but Du Gwang-ik was starting to reach his limit with this self-torture and asked how much longer they had to train. The instructor replied that he had to train until he passed out, as each time he blacked out, his pain threshold would increase. Running on blades was meant to keep Du Gwang-ik from panicking or losing consciousness on the battlefield. Then he asked, "Still haven't blacked out yet?" But he knew that with this kind of training, Du Gwang-ik might never black out, because the blood of a shifter is just too powerful. Du Gwang-ik then asked if there was any other way to pass this round. The instructor thought for a moment and said, "If you can run across the mountain of blades in under 6 seconds, you pass." Du Gwang-ik smiled when he heard that. Even though he could run it in 6 seconds before, he hadn't even used his full strength yet. Running like that would be agonizing, but Du Gwang-ik decided to push that feeling aside. If he went all out, he'd definitely finish in under 6 seconds. Watching Du Gwang-ik run like a madman, the instructor's eyes widened, but seeing him panting heavily after finishing, he shouted at Du Gwang-ik to run it again. But this wasn't because Du Gwang-ik failed to beat the 6-second mark, it was because he'd forgotten to time it. Compared to the first round of blades, the second round was even more absurd. "Here, take this." Du Gwang-ik quickly grabbed the rope and held it up, looking confused. "What's this? A dog leash?" Gwang-ik quickly spoke up. "You'll need it for the second part of the training. Put it around your neck." Du Gwang-ik complied, though he muttered, "I don't like this." "What are we actually doing?" Gwang-ik replied, "Breath-holding training." The words left Du Gwang-ik stunned, and his body began to tremble. "So, is this his mentor?" Interrupted. "That's right." Gwang-ik held up a remote control. He explained, "When I press this button, your neck will be tightened. Don't take it off. Tie it up. You've already run the path of blades. You aren't just going to give up and go home, are you?" Hearing that, Du Gwang-ik slumped to the ground in frustration. He groaned. "Couldn't you just make me dive underwater to practice holding my breath?" Gwang-ik replied, "You think that's enough? This training is also about learning to endure being strangled. If you pass out in the middle of a fight, you're done for." Gwang-ik continued to explain. "Just like the blade exercise, you're focusing too much on passing out. After all those years of horrific wars against special species, regular humans have learned how to deal with us. So shouldn't it work the other way around too?" He sighed and added, "We used to train by hanging ourselves from the world tree to make things better." Du Gwang-ik grumbled to himself. "Don't call things like that better." He chuckled and asked, "What are the passing conditions?" Gwang-ik replied, "There aren't any. You'll pass out. But you should at least hold on for 5 minutes. Hearing that, he calmly replied, 5 minutes, got it. The mentor added, also, I highly advise against trying to force the collar off or stealing the remote, unless you want a hole in your chest. However, he added that it could be a form of training. Gwang-ik nodded firmly. Understood. Gyeonggi asked him, so, are you ready? Gwang-ik answered, yes. Gyeonggi pressed the remote. All right, let's begin. Sounds of his moaning echoed continuously. Gwang-ik gripped the ground in agony. The collar around his neck slowly tightened, and his face turned pale as he struggled to breathe. Gwang-ik writhed on the ground in pain. His hand trembled as he reached for the collar. Gyeonggi stepped forward and struck his hand hard with a stick. He warned him, I can see you can still hold on. Gyeonggi stepped back, saying that otherwise he should just collapse there. At this point, he was in extreme pain, his whole body shaking, cursing to himself. Damn it. In this state, Gwang-ik anxiously wondered when it would ever end. It's definitely been over 5 minutes by now. His vision blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. He looked utterly exhausted. He finally collapsed to the ground, reaching his limit. The collar loosened immediately. Gwang-ik jolted awake. Gyeonggi was fiddling with the remote in his hand, muttering to himself. What's wrong? Why did it turn off? His eyes looked dangerous. Did it run out of battery? The collar was quickly removed. Gwang-ik breathed heavily, cursing Gyeonggi under his breath. I almost died. The mentor replied, you won't die. He struggled to catch his breath, his face pale and weary. It's not just because I didn't pass out, but we aren't going to do this again, right? I've definitely passed the 5-minute mark. Hearing that, Gyeonggi held up the stopwatch and said, that's true. To be more precise, his words startled him. 12 minutes and 41 seconds. Hearing this, Gwang-ik was stunned, thinking to himself, didn't he say the previous record was 8 minutes? Should I be proud or something? He muttered, yeah. Gyeonggi looked at him with such pride. Seeing this, Gwang-ik pleaded, please, don't look at me like a child who just got a new toy. By the afternoon, Gyeonggi's voice echoed from inside the house. Time to rest. You need to eat. Gwang-ik replied, are you going to cook for me? He quickly answered, you can't function when you're hungry. Your brain needs fuel to work too. Gwang-ik peeked out from behind the door and asked, do you need any help? The master replied, just sit still. That's all you need to do. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, well, I don't know how to cook anyway, so sitting still is fine. A nightmarish dish was quickly served. The master said with a knowing look, go ahead, eat. Gwang-ik's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, what's inside this? Gyeonggi asked back, do you really want to know? He replied, not really. Evening arrived, and Gwang-ik was outside in the yard drying the laundry. He stood by the stream, deep in thought. He couldn't help but think, next time I should probably cook. When I get back home, I really need to learn how to cook for Mom. Gwang-ik mused. No, first I need to ask Dad about this. I should just call him, but I'm not allowed to use my phone, they already confiscated it. He grabbed onto a rock and climbed onto the bank, his voice sounding exhausted. I'm so tired, I just want to get a good night's sleep for once. A primitive scene met his eyes. Gwang-ik froze as a mosquito buzzed past his face. He quickly caught it and asked, master? He asked, is there no light at all here? The master replied, if there were lights, the insects would come in. They wouldn't be able to stand it. Gwang-ik could only respond helplessly. Yeah, Gyeonggi quickly laid down, and he let out an exhausted sigh. Gwang-ik also laid down in the designated spot. The master explained, this is to train your tactile senses. Having heightened senses will make you much more aware of things than others. You definitely won't be able to close your eyes the first time because it's very uncomfortable. Gyeonggi turned his gaze toward the master, then sat up abruptly. Seeing Gwang-ik sleeping soundly, he blurted out, oh, come on. The master's voice rang out. Hey, wake up. It's time for breakfast. The mystery meal appeared before him. Gwang-ik sighed wearily and said, thanks for the food. The master grabbed a chicken leg, devoured it, and explained to him, an immortal needs a lot of energy. Eat up, he replied. All right. Then he asked, what are we training today? The master replied, conditioning. Gwang-ik asked further, is it something difficult again? Gyeonggi quickly explained, hold your breath in midair, control your senses for the upcoming impacts. As he ate, he asked, based on today's training and yesterday's, the things an immortal should be most careful of in combat are being shocked and being crushed by heavy impacts, right? The master glanced at him and replied, exactly. And one more thing, you must be careful about your mobility decreasing when your legs are severed. That is why your arms are a shield for an immortal. The master continued, use your arms to block attacks from someone before you can even react. For instance, if they target your head or your legs. Gyeonggi's tone turned serious. Besides that, You should be more wary of knives than guns, and you also need to watch out for claymores and landmines. Hearing that, he sighed wearily and replied, All right, I get it. Those examples are outdated. Enemies are already coming from other worlds. The master, annoyed by how he was eating, shouted, Why are you picking at your food? Eat faster so we can get to training. His days of grueling, nightmarish training began. Gwang-ik was pushed off a cliff. Just like that. Jump. He was forced to run for training. Soon, the time was up. I've completed all the training sessions. The next day, he took the bus back home. Gwang-ik quickly made a call, and the person on the other end picked up immediately. A voice spoke. Hey son, he quickly replied. Dad, did I really go to the right place? The voice replied. Why? Did something happen? Gwang-ik sighed exhaustedly. He made me jump off a mountain. Yunho quickly replied, Son, it's all right. You're an immortal. You won't die that easily. So, you can afford to be harsh on your body. He continued to explain. That is how you find your limits. Hearing his father's words, he thought to himself, All I've found out is that my body is really sturdy. After all, I haven't passed out there even once. Yunho comforted him. Anyway, you've done well. Go home and get some rest. He asked a question. So, what will the exam be like? Yunho let out a small noise. About that suddenly, his mother's voice cut in. Yunho, help me with something. We'll talk later. Saying that, he hung up. Seeing this, Gwang-ik thought to himself, well, even if I heard it, what would change? Just get some rest, like Dad said. Relaxing images flashed through his mind. When I get home, I'll take a bath, play games happily, play on the PS5, enjoy a refreshing meal, eat the delicious food Mom makes, have a good sleep, and sleep in my room without a single mosquito for 20 hours. A look of pure bliss covered his face as he thought, yes, a perfect place to rest. Gwang-ik's mother spoke up. You can bathe later. Let's go somewhere with Mom. The blissful moments vanished into thin air. He stood frozen on the spot. Son-hee grabbed a suitcase and pushed him out of the house. She urged him, I told your father, you still need to go to university. I've already packed your things. He panicked and shouted, I can study on my own. Wait. The next thing made him freeze again. Mom had found a tutor not too far from their home, right in the neighborhood. He was dazed by what his mother was explaining. You are going there to spend the night for 2 days. I'm just letting you know in advance. Gwang-ik panicked, thinking to himself, what? I have a bad feeling about this. Seon-hee quickly pressed the elevator button. She said, I'll come to pick you up in 2 days. Seeing he was going alone, he asked, Aren't you going to introduce me? Aren't we here to meet the teacher? Hearing that, she replied, It'll be fine. He was confused by her words and asked, Huh? What do you mean? Seon-hee looked at him with a scheming gaze and said, Being smart alone isn't enough. The elevator doors started closing. She smiled brightly. You also need to have a strong body. The door slammed shut. At that moment, I realized everything that was waiting for me. Gwang-ik stood stunned by the situation unfolding. It was never going to be about university studies. He laughed bitterly, cursing under his breath. This hellish family. The elevator display indicated floor B1. The elevator reached the final floor. The doors slid open. Gwang-ik stood inside, his eyes darting around the room with a look of deep unease. He gazed at the items scattered across the room in amazement. There were dozens of weights neatly stacked. A gym? Gwang-ik exclaimed in surprise. Did they remodel the underground parking lot? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. So, it's you. He looked at her, stunned by her sudden appearance. Joo-hee gripped her wrist and asked, You're Seon-hee's son, aren't you? He stammered in response. Yes, that's me. But I don't know why my mother sent me here. Joo-hee replied. She said you've been studying for 2 days straight, right? She added, Your body will go to waste if you don't use your brain. Gwang-ik reflected on what had happened, his expression filled with dread. I can't even tell her the truth, this is so unfair. Memories of being terrified of his mother as a child flashed through his mind. His mother's parenting philosophy was incredibly simple. If you don't listen, you get a beating. You must take responsibility for your mistakes. The image of his mother's familiar face, wearing a gentle smile, looked down at him. Naturally, one would start to absorb her teachings. They stood on the mat facing each other. If he resisted, his mother would beat him black and blue. Back in reality, he sighed and thought to himself, refusing this is pointless, isn't it? Just looking at this instructor's physique, I can already tell. Suddenly, she held out a watch for him to take. Gwang-ik looked confused and said, I have trauma from receiving things like this. What is it? Joo-hee replied, It's just a device with a bunch of measurement tools inside. Put one on your wrist and your ankle. Gwang-ik obeyed and quickly strapped them on. He asked, Are you planning on training me? She cut him off. You'll have to pass a test first. Confused, he asked, What kind of test? Seeing this, Juhi pointed behind her. She gestured toward the treadmill and gave an order. Start running. He climbed onto the treadmill. Gwang-ik began to run as Juhi instructed. She held her phone, her tone dripping with disdain. I heard you don't train on your own. Juhi landed a lethal blow. Truly trash. Your heart rate is stable, so your hardware is decent. But until now, is this really all you've been capable of? Gwang-ik felt uncomfortable with the situation and thought to himself, why am I being bullied like this? Where did my PS5 time and my rest go? She sighed and quickly mocked him. So lazy, so lazy. Is it because the modern world has everything you want already? Hearing those words, Gwang-ik pondered. Aren't we about the same age? He began to calculate in his head. No, immortals and shapeshifters age slowly. So is she older than she looks? Gwang-ik asked. How much longer do I have to run? Hearing this, Juhi snapped. Don't stop. Yeah, keep running. She began to stretch her shoulders and explained. First is CIO. Let's slowly upgrade that body of yours. She said with a confident look. I will make you be reborn from head to toe. Gwang-ik seemed not to understand, staying silent for a long moment. He dejectedly said, I don't want another mother. Hearing that, Juhi laughed and said, because you're Seon-hee's son? You seem to like joking. Hearing that, he thought, it's not a joke. Dusk had fallen, and the clock in the room ticked incessantly. Gwang-ik still had to run on the machine. Juhi sighed and said, don't stop. Even my grandmother wouldn't be this tired after running for such a short time. She asked for the time, and he responded with difficulty, his body drenched in sweat. 10. Gwang-ik answered while running. 14 hours, 4 minutes, 30 seconds. He was horrified by the situation, that he had to run all night without a break. Even training for immortals had time for rest. Juhi walked around behind him to explain. Do you fight relying only on the body your parents gave you? Without training, you're just at an amateur level. She told him to look and listen. Here, this is flexibility training. We'll practice the notes later. Gwang-ik didn't understand what was happening and thought, what the hell is this? How can a human body bend like that? She continued, you must train your flexibility. A rigid body has many disadvantages. Hearing that, he pondered, what disadvantages could there be? He thought while running. I wanted to ask that, but I'm completely out of breath. Even with the body of a shapeshifter, running for 14 hours straight leaves me winded. He asked. He quickly answered the time, 14 hours and 10 minutes, and he had to keep counting the time in case she asked. A video appeared on the screen, and furthermore, he had to memorize the video in front of him. Juhi kept talking about theories. Gwang-ik, feeling overwhelmed, listened to his teacher's instructions. This training is too brutal. His eyes were full of determination, but he could absorb it. His panicked voice rang out. Senses? What do you mean? Juhi explained it clearly. It seems you are very skilled at locking your senses. But that's not enough. If too many senses are disabled, your movements will become chaotic. She pointed at herself and said, clear your mind. Think about the sense you want to lock, and at the same time, make your other senses more precise. In other words, you need to learn how to use multisensory perception. Gwang-ik ran, breathing heavily, and kept track of the time. His eyes were filled with resolve, memorizing the movements in the video, his ears wide open to the teacher's lecture. While running, Gwang-ik calculated in his mind. Divided up, these are 4 different tasks, but my body is running, and the lecture along with the video don't arrive at the same time. If I set the sense for timing aside, performing the other tasks isn't too difficult. The clock ticked. Gwang-ik counted every last beat. 54, 55. In the quiet room, only his voice could be heard. 56, 57. Time on the clock quickly passed. 58, 59. Exhausted, he exclaimed. The 24-hour treadmill session ended. It was finally over. Juhi held the phone in her hand, her expression somewhat proud. Your brain is quite decent, she ordered. Stretch? Your body must be flexible. Yes, Juhi asked. Do you remember the video you just watched? I will demonstrate, so follow me. Saying that, she quickly knelt down, her body twisting backward. He stood and watched with a look of astonishment. Cheating, are you? How is this body so flexible? She commanded. All right, your turn. Yes. Gwang-ik quickly followed instructions. His body trembled because he couldn't bend over. Juhi said, don't push yourself too hard. It takes time to become flexible. She continued. We will increase your range of motion little by little by repeating the same pose every day. Simply put, we're going to slowly tear your muscle fibers. Hearing that, he thought to himself, so healing after tearing the muscle fibers increases flexibility. Gwang-ik took a deep, steady breath. So I don't have to go little by little, do I? Because an immortal heals very quickly after an injury. Then, Gwang-ik quickly bent backward with great force. I only have to endure the pain temporarily. Juhi was startled by his actions. She asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "Yes." Juhi scolded him. "I told you not to push yourself. Who taught you to be so stubborn?" He suddenly smiled, his gaze looking at her with confidence. "But I did it, didn't I?" Hearing that, she sighed and replied, "Umph. You really are an interesting guy." She ordered, "That's enough for today. Now let's eat." A huge pig trotter appeared in front of him. Gwang-ik was shocked and asked, "We're eating a whole pig?" She cheerfully pointed at it and replied, "Nope, that one is mine." Another pig trotter appeared, "And this one is yours." He was surprised by the situation. Were they each eating a whole pig? Juhi put on her gloves skillfully and said confidently, "Eating is also part of training. Get used to accumulating enough energy for training every time you eat." Hearing her say that, he said helplessly, "Are you a bear that just woke up from hibernation?" The two of them started devouring the two large pig trotters. She warned him, "Don't leave the mess for me to clean up after eating. 2 days a week is too short, not even enough to get to the main point." He replied, "Yes." He thought happily, "It's delicious. How is just roasted pork with a little seasoning so good?" He pondered, "Maybe it's because I've been running all day without eating anything, but it really is delicious." She said, "Eat it all. If you leave any behind, you're dead." He quickly replied, "I've been taught since I was little not to waste food." Then, a moment later, Juhi left, instructing him, "I'm heading in now. After you're done eating, remember to bathe and go to sleep." He sat in the empty room, looking discouraged. "Well, this is much better than sleeping in the woods and getting bitten by mosquitoes everywhere." He picked up his phone. "Besides, unlike Master Gyeonggi, I'm allowed to use my phone here. Should I call my mom?" After thinking it over, Gwang-ik quickly dialed, and the other end picked up. "Mom?" Seon-hee's voice rang out. "My son, how are you? Are you doing well?" Hearing those words, he thought helplessly, "You sent me away like this and you're still worried about me?" Gwang-ik replied, "There's no way I'm doing well, Mom. I've told her many times not to go easy on me just because you know each other." She expressed her concern, but he still didn't understand why, so he asked, "Why?" Seon-hee replied, "If she's being too gentle, tell her to be tougher, okay? Your dad is here. I'm busy now." He stood frozen at their reaction. "But Mom, aren't you worried about your own son?" After the second day of training, I realized a few things. If an Immortal's training involves insane acts, then a shifter's training must be plain, stupid. How much weight can a human actually lift? What is the maximum number of times one can lift it? The arduous training journey of Gwang-ik and Juhi began. "No, you can do it one more time. Just one more time. I'm about to die." Understanding and finding ways to overcome one's own limits is the core of training, and science is added to the shifter's training, which uses a lot of devices and electronics. The Immortal's training also uses equipment to crush oneself. Anyway, the conclusion I reached during that training session was, Juhi said dismissively, "Your reflexes are terrible." She held a weight out to him and said, "Lift this." Seeing it, Gwang-ik thought to himself, 20 kilograms, plus the plates on each side, that's 60 kilograms in total. Gwang-ik quickly picked up the barbell, and he lifted it easily, having no trouble at all. A shifter's strength is 3 times that of an average man. Juhi ordered, "Carry it and follow me." The two of them walked up the stairs, and she pointed forward and said, "Now, carry it and run." He exclaimed in surprise. "Ugh!" She sternly commanded, "Run." Gwang-ik was stunned by the sight before him. "Run?" he said. "Here? Is this the second crazy thing after those sword blades?" She continued to explain for him to understand. "Balance your body. Always feel your center of gravity, and use your reflexes to handle the rest." Gwang-ik was hesitant and asked, "Are you sure?" Juhi insisted on doing it until it worked. He looked around and thought to himself, "Are they using the basement wall corner? It's narrow and only half the width of my foot." He continued to ask, "Is it okay if I fall?" Hearing that, she looked at her tablet and replied, "The risk of injury from falling 3 meters is low, but don't think that it's okay to fall while running. A shifter's top priority is to protect their body." Sounds from the tablet echoed outward. "Damn it, Lucas?" "No, damn it, Mike. Are you blind?" He was curious and thought, what is she watching? I thought she was looking at my results or something." Juhi continued, "If you get injured on the battlefield, it's a huge disadvantage because your body doesn't recover as fast as an Immortal's." Hearing that, Gwang-ik sighed and thought to himself, "What else can I do? Just get it over with." The teacher behind him was watching Netflix and said, "Protect your body. Immortals like us, even if our bones break, we recover quickly." Then Gwang-ik picked up the barbell and stepped onto the wooden plank. "So I'll run with the mindset that it's fine if I fall." He suddenly felt something. His eyes widened, and a light, floating sensation broke out. His 5 senses were heightened, and his keen sense could feel the pressure on his shoes and find the center of gravity to balance. Gwang-ik, covered in sweat, walked along the plank. Although most shifters have extremely good reflexes, they cannot compare to immortals who can clearly perceive their senses. He walked with his body upright. I can do it. This is actually kind of fun. Plus, his feet hadn't been stabbed by a sword yet. Gwang-ik quickly walked back to announce, I finished safely. She then ordered me to go and return 2 more times. Hearing that, he replied, all right. Du's gaze turned toward him, and she thought to herself, it's 4 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters long, but can he really complete it without falling even once? Du announced, I'm raising the difficulty level. Seeing what was in front of him, Du Gwang-ik turned deathly pale. A tightrope? He asked anxiously. Am I supposed to run on that rope? Hearing that, Du quickly replied, exactly. This is a real rope. The name of this training exercise is the tightrope walk. She stood up and explained further. The wooden plank from before was just the warm-up. Looking at your physique, I thought you wouldn't be able to do it. But you must have been born with good instincts. Your balance is excellent. Seeing what Du was doing, he asked, is there a mat this time? She replied, it's very hard, and you won't crack your head open. So, be careful when you fall to the ground. If you grab the rope, you'll get rope burn. So just fall. He then asked, I have to run while carrying weights, right? Du, he replied. Start with empty hands first. Hearing those words, he sank into thought. After getting used to the warm-up, I'll have to carry weights and run on it, but I'm not afraid. Compared to the Immortal's training, this is still a piece of cake. His gaze became determined, but in terms of difficulty, this part was at a hellish level, much more complex. Du Gwang-ik began to walk on the rope. He felt a bit tense, but the rope was firm and didn't sway much. It wasn't like falling off a cliff, and there were no strong winds blowing. There were mats lined up underneath, which put him at ease. There were even mats on the floor. Du Gwang-ik's eyes were filled with confidence. A task like this wasn't scary at all. Thinking that, Du Gwang-ik quickly started running. He just kept running, but the more he moved, the wobblier he became. He steadied his mind and thought, I should probably slow down. He inched along the rope, his footsteps light. He gradually picked up speed, as if he were bounding. Du Gwang-ik moved nimbly across the rope, and Du watched him with excitement. That day, the teacher looked at me as if I were much more interesting than the video she was watching, and it made me run on that tightrope all day with dumbbells. Time passed, and the next day arrived. Du said her goodbyes, telling him, see you next week. Du Gwang-ik bowed respectfully to her. Yes. The car started to roll away. Seon-hee's voice rang out. Du Gwang-ik, she asked, are you curious why mom is making you do these things? He quickly replied, of course I am. Her tone became cold, because she couldn't stand seeing her son get beaten up like that. Her next words left him stunned. You need to know how to use your body properly. You're too weak right now, Du Gwang-ik muttered to himself. Who's weak, Mom? If my friends heard that, they'd faint from shock. My nickname at Joe School is the One Punch Man. Du Gwang-ik sank into thought. Sheesh, since it's come to this, I'll train a bit more so that when I get into LDT, at least I'll be useful and not a burden. Even though the special power of the Immortal that Gyeong-gi mentioned made him think a lot, he made up his mind. I can definitely get into LDT, right? Dozens of bowls were eaten clean and left on the table. Thanks for the meal, Mom. Seon-hee approached, worriedly asking her son, have you been that hungry the last few days? Oh, yeah. Hearing that, he replied, after the last 4 days, I've realized just how precious your cooking is. Mom, Du Gwang-ik added, oh, by the way, Mom, I want to learn how to cook. Seon-hee, confused, asked, cook? He quickly came up with an excuse. Lately, sexy men who can cook are all the rage, so please teach me how to cook for my future wife. Hearing his reasoning, Seon-hee didn't suspect a thing and turned to answer, a sexy man who knows how to cook? Not bad, but don't you need to be sexy first? Looking at his body, she judged him, saying, with your current body, you'd just be a chubby guy who knows how to cook. Hearing that, Du Gwang-ik whispered that his mom was always so funny. No. Seon-hee's tone suddenly turned serious. I'm serious. So stop relying on your shapeshifter body and just eating all day. Seeing that, he quickly tried to change the subject. But keep cooking for me, Mom. His mind drifted to the image of Gyeong-gi. If I take that food to him, the nature lover Gyeong-gi's eyes began to light up. She replied, all right. Hearing that, he cheered with joy, thinking to himself, yes. Now that the food issue is settled, Du Gwang-ik looked up, deep in thought. Training, I can't do anything about that. What are we going to do next week? Like this week? He wondered if there would be new training exercises. Meanwhile, Gyeong-gi was sharpening his blade, deep in thought. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Gyeong-gi's face was filled with excitement. Will it be harder than what we did this week? His screams echoed throughout the mountains. Birds flew away at the sound. His hands were covered in blood. After resting for 4 days, he said that the previous training session was just covering the basics, which were separate from the standard entry requirements. Gwang-ik clenched his fists, thinking, in other words, enduring hardships. Stamina was lacking, and now I need to train my body. These are mandatory courses. He immediately sat up, scratching his head, and thought, I concluded that from the previous courses. Gwang-ik held up his hands and looked at them, deep in thought. This might be training for a shapeshifter, but aside from the extreme pain, this course is still better because it ends quite quickly. Of course, Gyeonggi's voice echoed from afar. Hey, if you're done, hurry up and get over here. The thing is, these were just the basics. He picked up the blade in his hand and said, a characteristic of an immortal is regeneration. Getting shot doesn't matter. Even if a bullet goes through you, you just need to regenerate the flesh, and you're done. But for weapons that don't use firepower like this, it's very troublesome. It takes time to regenerate a limb that's been severed. Hearing that, he replied, is that why you told us to be careful? Gyeonggi had a smug look on his face as he swung the knife through the air repeatedly. You can endure attacks that cause minor damage, but you have to dodge attacks like these. Seeing that, he felt a bit anxious. Oh my god, he's swinging that thing like a serial killer. Staring at the knife, he was terrified and asked, then the reason you brought that blade out is Gyeonggi asked in return, what do you think? I thought you were smart. That's right. This training session is the next part of using a blade, so try to dodge this. What are you thinking about? I thought you were supposed to be smart. Right. This training is a follow-up to the sword work, so you'd better dodge this blade. His tone was dangerous, focused on forcing me off balance or snatching it from my hand. He swung his blade in a relentless flurry. Gwang-ik dodged left and right to evade the strikes. He leaped backward. Gyeonggi's gaze was firm as he began to instruct him. Your goal here is to dodge the heavy damage, kid. If you can't dodge it, minimize the damage you take. You can't dodge everything, so get used to it. You look a bit too relaxed, don't you? Let me start over. Hearing those words, he frowned, thinking, how am I supposed to dodge these things? Then, he replied, fine by me. He stomped his feet into the ground and lunged forward. Slash! He swung his blade straight into his body, and blood spurted out. He immediately struck his other vitals and said, if I aim for your thighs or calves, use your shin bone to take the hit. Gyeonggi slashed hard at his wrist, knocking it aside. Gwang-ik, with this body, stepped back, his mind racing to find a way out of this match. No matter what he tried, he was still going to get cut by that blade. At least I've gone through these blade training sessions before. His regenerative energy immediately began healing the wounds on his body. Seeing this, Gyeonggi's eyes showed determination. Your regeneration is quite good. Let's keep going. With that, he charged forward at full speed. Slash! Blood sprayed everywhere. Gwang-ik collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Seeing this, he remarked, anemia, it's one of the weaknesses of immortals. Hearing that, he replied with difficulty, is that why you brought those blood bags for transfusions? Gyeonggi answered calmly, yeah, it hurts like hell, so it's best to stop the bleeding first. Gwang-ik thought in a panic, wait, you're actually doing that? You're kidding, right? Then, he turned to leave. Let's take a break and eat something. Hearing that, he asked, what are we having today? Gyeonggi replied, what do you think? Instant noodles? No. The backpack hit the ground, and ingredients were carefully chopped on a cutting board. A delicious-looking pasta dish was served. It was Gwang-ik's favorite meat sauce pasta. My mother's secret recipe, if you want to make a delicious meal, cook something with plenty of sauce. Gyeonggi tasted it with a fork and offered praise. Not bad. Hearing that, he replied, at least your taste buds are still normal, huh? He barked. What was that? Gwang-ik hesitated and explained. No, I just thought because immortals have enhanced senses, even if your sense of taste is sensitive, you can still enjoy food like this. Hearing that, he devoured the food and said, cooking is a form of training too. He replied helplessly. That counts as training? Gyeonggi ate faster, as it helped him restore his stamina. Hearing that, he could only reply, yeah, I get it. Just eat slowly. Back at the training spot, he told him, let's add one more thing. He asked, confused. Add one more thing? Gyeonggi slowly approached him. You're already used to taking hits on your forearms, so slash. Gyeonggi immediately lunged at him, Gwang-ik's eyes wide with surprise. He said, it's time to train your internal organ regeneration. He screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees. Gyeonggi gripped his knife tightly and said calmly, hold on. Internal organ regeneration takes more time, so basic training is mandatory. Gwang-ik was stunned by the sight, lost in a panic. I couldn't dodge it. It happened too fast. He asked. How did you do that just now? Gyeonggi answered smugly. You have to hide your traces. If your opponent's senses are sharp, you must know how to mask your breathing. He shouted. How do I hide it? Well, Gwang-ik trembled from the pain and muttered, Damn it. If you're going to stab a hole in my stomach, at least give me a heads up. Hearing Gyeonggi's dismissive reply, I know. You know how it is. Looking at the wound, he muttered, it's healing already. He replied, annoyed. Isn't it because you stabbed me that I have to regenerate? Gyeonggi replied, Yeah, that's true. But, do you want to learn how to mask your presence? He answered immediately, Yes. Time passed. 2 days later, the elevator descended to B2. Gwang-ik stepped out and greeted, Teacher, I'm here. A mechanical click echoed as a handgun pointed at him. Seeing this, Gwang-ik asked, Is it survival game day? She replied, Something like that. Bang! A shot rang out, whizzing past him. The bullet lodged into the wall. Juhi explained. It's a gas-modified gun using specialized ammunition. Then, she aimed and said, Dodge it. He was stunned by the situation, freezing in place. Juhi fired continuously as he ran. While shooting, she said, Guns are dangerous. Getting hit causes real damage. Keep moving while I aim. Juhi suggested, Find cover, and if you can't find anything good, just run so fast that I can't hit you. She instructed him on dodging. Don't run in a straight line. Run in a zigzag. Don't let others predict your movements. If you're caught, put all your strength into your muscles and shift your momentum to launch yourself away. A bullet grazed his shoulder. Seeing that, she shouted, Don't get hit. Just one bullet is enough to make you feel helpless. If you're about to get hit, take the blow in a body part that won't cripple you. Hearing those words, Gwang-ik thought while running, preventing loss of mobility, just like the immortals. His mind quickly visualized it. Learning from both sides taught him that the combat styles of immortals and shifters are based on their unique traits. Memories of past training surfaced. Instead of just teaching him how to fight, they were teaching him images of his past struggles and failures flashed by the relentless effort to survive. The grueling training for any situation he might face. He quickly recalled the lessons. Immortals must be careful of bladed weapons, as they can cause massive damage. With firearms, a handgun is even more dangerous than a rifle. On the other hand, shifters are well prepared to fight against knife users. All you need to do is dodge and counter. The reflexes and strength of a shifter allow for that kind of combat. For them, a handgun is easy to control since its effective range is wide. You have to get close to them to end the game. They just need to keep as much distance as possible to make it impossible to get hit. Shapeshifters can't regenerate, so their movements are calculated to avoid taking any damage. His heavy panting echoed as bullet casings lay scattered across the floor. Juhi spoke up. All right, training's over. He looked around and wondered, how are we supposed to clean all this up? Yi quickly gave an order, standing up and running past the tree. He replied, Sure thing. Gwang-ik lifted weights while reflecting that, at the very least, physical training like this was better than hurting himself like an idiot. He started walking on the tightrope when suddenly, the silhouette of a hideous creature appeared behind him. Gwang-ik felt it and grew anxious, causing the rope to tremble slightly. He fell down hard, and Gwang-ik turned back with a panicked look. Only Yi was standing there. She opened her eyes in surprise and blurted out. The next thing she said terrified him. You felt it, didn't you? Gwang-ik asked, bewildered. What was that? Juhi walked toward him while explaining, That's bloodlust. I can see you're able to sense it. The boy looked disgusted. Stop doing that. It feels like my heart is about to explode. I don't like it one bit. Even so, she unleashed her bloodlust once more. You'll be fine once you get used to it, and if you have something similar, everything becomes much easier. Gwang-ik's face darkened with fear. Let's keep training. The rest followed. The hellish shapeshifter training began. But the funny thing was, after 2 days, I stopped falling off the rope while running. I also figured out how to withstand her bloodlust. Juhi's serious expression scared the boy. Man, she kept doing that constantly. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself to train, thanks to his enhanced immortal senses. I was finally able to grasp the feeling of bloodlust through my 5 senses and use my 6th sense to channel it. His feet stepped along the rope, while his hands lifted weights, tensing his core and holding steady, and eventually, parts of it started to work. Yi stood below, watching very meticulously. She suddenly let out a sound of satisfaction. He did it. His hand tightened around a small sword. My training alternated between immortal and shapeshifter drills, and the immortal training felt like punishment from hell. The tools, stained with red blood, were used to develop my self-healing abilities. His instructor constantly fired arrows that I had to dodge while practicing with daggers and bows. Even bear traps were used. You had to be extremely careful with those traps. Gihi pointed to his own head to explain. Once you get caught in a trap, It's incredibly painful. And when the pain is too much, it's hard for your brain to stay sharp. The other guy asked curiously, "So, things that cause constant pain instead of instant pain are more dangerous?" The man walked toward him and calmly said, "Generally, yes. Immortals fight while taking damage, which is why you must get used to pain. Because when it hurts, it's hard to think clearly." Gwang-ik's training continued with grueling sessions. Like that, the next thing I had to do was drink poison. The shapeshifter training was much easier. I had to train while wearing weights and iron armor. He breathed heavily while lifting weights with just one hand, then had to add weights to his ankles and wrists. The boy trembled as he tried to keep his arms balanced. I also have to practice dodging bullets and walking across a bed of fire. Other times, I train with the barbell. Of course, there's always a change. While he was in training, his father went on a 10-day business trip. His parents hugged each other affectionately in front of their son. "What if you miss me while I'm away?" Yoonho replied flirtatiously, "It's fine, honey. We'll video call every day." The poor son nearby could only sigh. "Mom, did you think Dad was going away for years?" During this training, he even used a wooden sword. When she wasn't poking holes all over him, she would teach him how to use weapons and martial arts. Suddenly, she made a comment. "You learn to shoot pretty fast, don't you?" Inside, Gwang-ik thought to himself that it felt quite difficult. He sparred with his uncle using swords intensely, but that didn't mean it couldn't be done. Perhaps because I have the strength and reflexes of a shapeshifter, I learn quite quickly. Du took turns supervising him. Even though it's a model gun, it feels a lot like a real one. The boy focused intently as he raised the gun. Other times, she would let him practice shooting. She strictly reminded him, "Martial arts are good, but you can practice that at home. You can do it just by watching some clips. But target practice is hard because it requires you to be very focused." Countless shell casings flew out as he opened fire, that's what she said. But I have the hybrid bloodline with the 5 special senses of an immortal, so this was also quite easy. Night quickly fell over everything. 2 months passed, just like that. His father sat leisurely on the couch with his wife. "Son, are you just getting back from the training room?" Gwang-ik replied politely, "Yes, I got leave after a week of hard training, which actually makes me feel restless. Does my body not want to experience pain? I hope not." Both of them looked at him with anticipation. "You seem much stronger now. Well done, son." After that, they started being affectionate again. "He's like you, because he's as smart as you." He could only chuckle to himself, as he was used to it. Their love is so intense. "And why don't I have a little sister?" Gwang-ik threw his clothes into the laundry basket nearby. The boy looked at himself in the mirror. He propped his hands against the sink. A few jealous thoughts suddenly popped into his head. "Why can't I have a girlfriend? My standards aren't that high. Why don't I have one? I don't want anyone too hot and sexy like my mom. Just someone cute and mature, but also a little bit alluring. And it would be great if she knew how to cook. Having a few common interests would be nice, but if possible, I want her to look really good in jeans. And if I could add one more thing, I'd want her to be smart and sensible." Just then, Seon-hee's phone suddenly rang. She stood up and told her husband, "I'm going to see Kang Hee-min's mom for a bit." He was surprised. "At this hour?" She explained immediately. "Her kid is going through puberty, so she must be really stressed." Yoonho quickly understood the situation. "Ah, the stressful phase, huh?" The front door closed gently as Seon-hee left. Yoonho glanced at the phone nearby with a knowing look. Gwang-ik finished showering and went downstairs with a wet towel. "Mom, I can't find the hairdryer." However, the living room was empty. "Huh. Why is no one here?" The boy sat in a chair and picked up his phone. A message from his dad had already been sent earlier. "There's an exam tomorrow. It's been a while since I took an exam. It feels so weird." He also suddenly remembered some old things. My friend's also wondering why he didn't go to college after finishing the aptitude test. They took turns questioning him. "You really didn't apply?" "Lee, be a dear and show me your scores." Gwang-ik didn't really care. "I don't think I'd be embarrassed if I didn't use high scores for everything. I don't really want to go to college either. I've already mapped out my own path." Turning back time 9 years, to the day the gates began to open. The boy was so small and weak back then, hiding under the rubble of collapsed buildings. Tears were still welling up in his eyes, even as he showed his amazement. But from the moment he saw that man, that tall, imposing back he could never forget, fighting off countless invaders, he decided he had to be just like him. He leaned back with a faint smile. "Mom would be so sad if she knew. She says she wants me to have a normal life, like before I awakened. But where did Mom go, anyway?" Just then, in front of the convenience store, someone's voice called out under the glowing lights. Du walked over, waving. "Juhee." She opened the conversation. "What excuse did you use to get out of the house?" She looked at her friend. "I said I had to go to a parent's house nearby." The two stepped into a convenient spot to talk. "Aren't you curious about anything?" Seon-hee mentioned her son specifically. The other woman took a sip of water and replied, "You haven't asked a thing about what your kid is doing." She clicked her tongue. TSK. I just want my child to do well with that hybrid blood. No. Hybrids between shapeshifters usually lose half of the shifter's abilities. Damchu looked ahead. So, I won't ask, because I'm quite worried. Elsewhere, a voice blared from a phone, filled with shock. Huh? Are you being serious right now? Yunho was on the upper floor, threatening the person on the other end. Do you want me to cut off your limbs and toss you into the ocean? The voice on the other end retorted immediately. You really don't know? I thought you weren't calling me because you already knew? Gwang-ik's father answered, confused. What are you talking about? But the person cut him off with a firm declaration. He's an anomaly. Yunho's gaze shifted toward the phone. What? Seon-hee was still pouring her heart out to her friend. He doesn't need to be super talented or exceptional. I just want my child to be able to protect himself from those crazy science groups or things like that. Joo-hee suddenly slammed his soda can down. Those crazy science groups, there was one like that a long time ago. Those bastards were always trying to create special breeds by mixing others with pure blood genes. The words were laced with hatred. An anomaly, Seon-hee, who was nearby, agreed. Yeah. And they failed. They ended up creating monsters with the powers of both species. She looked a bit annoyed mentioning it. There's only one conclusion to what they did. Whether you're an immortal, a shapeshifter, a superhuman, or whatever, if you try to create a different species from humans, it just ends up weakening the power of the original species. Joo-hee laughed when he heard that. You're lucky, aren't you? The person beside her looked surprised. What? She looked the woman straight in the eyes to insist. Your son is much more special than that. Yunho heard the news and was stunned. An anomaly? Is my son actually half weaker? I thought my son would be at least above half since my blood is dominant. Gwang-ik's trainer countered, no, on the contrary, he has immense potential. He is a prodigy with potential I've never seen before. I even taught him how to hide his abilities. His father froze, completely shocked. Really? Joo-hee, on this side, was coming to her own conclusion. His body should be called perfect, but even more than that, she seemed interested in what came next. Furthermore, she continued immediately, he has a wonderful brain. Seon-hee was a bit angry. Don't use that word. But she shifted to a look of astonishment upon hearing everything the woman had to say. He's smart and incredibly talented. He even learned bloodlust. Yunho was feeling the same way. If you're lying to me just to butter me up, I'll have you smelling dirt within 2 weeks. She was wary of Joo-hee. You're not being funny. Yet, responding to the threat was Gyeonggi's firm answer. I'm telling you the truth, your son is incredibly talented. The female trainer smiled sincerely. Your son is a genius. Gwang-ik's father's lips curled up slightly in silence. His mother showed the same expression. Both were relieved and happy, silently telling themselves, that's my son. Gwang-ik woke up from a good sleep and let out a long yawn. Good morning? The boy's mother rubbed her eyes and asked, where's Dad? Seon-hee was busy preparing breakfast. He went out to work early. You should wash your face and eat soon. He was a bit surprised to see the elaborate meal. Oh? Wow. Is today a special day? His mother brought the food out and replied, of course, today is a very important day. Her son suddenly remembered. That's right. He immediately thought of it. Today is the civil service exam. Seon-hee spoke enthusiastically. To maximize brain potential, you need to ensure the brain has enough glucose, so most people just think of mixing something into their water. Basically, you just need to eat something sweet in the morning, so you don't need to eat a massive feast. But instead of easily digestible food, just like during the aptitude test, you'll get sleepy from eating too much, or suddenly have to run to the bathroom. Gwang-ik replied calmly. Yes, even though the training I've experienced has nothing to do with using my brain, but rather training to survive. In his mind, he could only picture a gruesome scene, a reality where blood flowed like a river, during that special immortal exam. The dishes on the table were wiped clean after he thanked his mother for the meal. Seon-hee followed him to the door to ask, are you ready? The boy prepared himself and reassured her. Yes, I've studied so hard that the material is pouring out even in my dreams. I dreamed about getting my legs cut off and my organs punctured. She muttered sadly. If you fail, your father will be so disappointed. Her words surprised him. Gwang-ik looked back at her with understanding. I get it. She didn't want him to be a civil servant, but she didn't want him to fail either. She wanted to cheer for him, but was worried about the shifter part inside him. He confidently assured her, Mom, don't worry, I'm an immortal too. His mother suggested quite nonchalantly. Really? All right then, if you fail, we'll see each other in the boxing ring. Remembering her power sends a chill down his spine. Ugh, that's a bit much. I shouldn't have thought about that. Seon-hee switches back to her usual gentle demeanor and smiles. If you don't want that, you have to pass. Gwang-ik happily promises, "Yeah, I guarantee I'll pass." He walks out and presses the button for the first floor in the elevator. He hums a few tunes to himself while waiting. Music is the best thing when you're stressed. Suddenly he startles. "Wait!" With the razor-sharp senses of an immortal, Gwang-ik's throat twitches in response. The elevator reaches the 13th floor as he continues humming his melodic tune. For some reason, he keeps saying things that are the opposite of what he actually feels. Looking back, he feels so much regret. From now on, he will express that he has loved her since the very first moment. Kang Hee-min accidentally has her phone on and hears everything. "So that's how much you've loved me." He realizes something isn't right and stops immediately. She sighs and sets the phone aside. "If you want to confess to me, don't sing. You've already got that face, so you don't need to sing." His attitude changes instantly. "Kang Hee-min, why do you care about stuff like that?" She giggles, teasing him. "Aren't you going to confess to me?" Gwang-ik's answer is firm. "Nope." She keeps pressing him. "Why?" He sighs in annoyance. "Haven't I told you about my ideal type plenty of times already?" Suddenly, she grabs his hand. Kang Hee-min smiles brightly to charm him. "Do you think a smart, beautiful girl with a body like mine is easy to find?" Just then, the elevator reaches the first floor, and it chimes. He pulls his hand away from Kang Hee-min. "Don't say things like that out in public. Society is scary these days. So, do you want handcuffs on your wrists? And smart? Do you even have a conscience?" She keeps chasing after him. "Wait for me." He brushes her off coldly. "Stop following me." Kang Hee-min asks out of curiosity, "Oppa, where are you going?" He replies briefly and concisely, "To take the civil service exam." Hearing that, she blurts out, "Edu win?" Gwang-ik's voice turns even more annoyed. They really know how to advertise. It's like brainwashing. The two stop in front of the bus stop. "Anyway, I'm busy. Go to class." She continues to beg. "Oppa, I'm a senior in high school now. I'll be in college next year." He replies dismissively, "Congrats. When you get your ID, don't waste your life on booze." She retorts, "You know you're only 1 year older than me, right?" He immediately fires back. "See the age gap now?" Kang Hee-min fumbles. "No, that's not what I meant." She tries to radiate a sparkling aura to show off. "I'm at a girls' high school now, but I don't want to go to an all-girls college next year. Next year, this hot, charming girl will be attracting all the hungry guys." He cuts her off sharply. "You should focus on your studies first. Your mom is worried about you." Kang Hee-min tries to persuade him. "We're dating, aren't we? Help me study too. Having a smart boyfriend is meant for things like this." Gwang-ik walks straight onto the bus with a wave. "Who said you were my girlfriend?" Poor guy, he just pressed the self-destruct button. She is left behind, feeling bitter. Get lost. He boards the bus, feeling a bit uneasy. Kang Hee-min's specialty is being a pain. Damn it. That stubborn lady is a high school senior and still hasn't changed a bit. The bus wheels spin, moving quickly down the road. It stops at a red light. The peaceful scenery around here is the same as always. Before long, he arrives in front of a tall, multi-story building. Gwang-ik stands outside the entrance, deep in thought. 7:50. The test doesn't start until 9, so I'm a bit early. Where do I go now? Eventually, he decides to head inside. "Hello." The staff member stands up and greets him warmly. "Yes. What brings you here today?" He quickly explains the situation. "I heard there's a special exam being held today." The man standing by the side speaks up. "Are you a candidate?" Gwang-ik turns to answer. "Yes." The man glares at him with intense, murderous intent. An undisguised suspicion shows in his words. "Can I see your exam documents?" This makes him nervous. Why is he staring at me like I'm a terrorist? They check very quickly to direct him. "Your ID, do Gwang-ik." "Yes." Confirmed. "Take the elevator to the 9th floor." Gwang-ik steps out of the elevator, feeling puzzled. Here it is. The next guide is already there. "Are you a candidate?" He answers naturally, as expected. "Yes." The woman makes a request. "Let me see your papers." She holds 2 different pieces of paper and stares at them pensively. "Yes." Confirmed. She presses the button to open the door. "Go into the last room at the end." Gwang-ik politely complies but feels a bit annoyed. What a hassle. Is every exam for immortals like this? The sound of his footsteps echoes through the empty hallway. The place is designed in a minimalist style with many rooms. When he arrives at what is called the Special Exam Center, he stops. This room? He stands still for a moment to assess the situation. Could it be? Maybe there's blood splattered all over the place inside. But it's in the middle of the city. The old force. Is this the power of the world government? His thoughts harden even further. All right, focus. When I open the door, a knife might fly out. Dodging it might be the condition for entering the test center. He slowly cracks the door open with extreme caution. But what I'm sure of is that horrific things, just like the training I've gone through, are waiting. To his surprise, it is very neat and tidy inside, isn't it? The only person in the room speaks up. You're the first one to arrive. Gwang-ik is startled by the unexpected voice. Wait, this person. The first thing he notices is that shiny head. No hair? The staff member is focused. Come here and show me your papers. Meanwhile, he is lost in his own speculations. We developed anti-hair loss medicine with ingredients from the White Palace ages ago. There are even cheaper drugs with side effects. That means he is shocked to reach the conclusion that the guy is bald for fashion. The man raises his eyebrows, looking up with curiosity. Candidate Gwang-ik hurries over and hands over the necessary items. Here are my papers and ID. Why is the check so thorough? Can't you tell just by looking at this handsome face? The man quickly points to his seat, number 48 over there. He thinks suspiciously. This competition is different from what I imagined. Why are there desks and chairs? I've never seen them in all my training. Still, he obediently sits at his desk. No. Once the test actually starts, who knows what might happen? That bald guy might suddenly pull out a knife and charge at me. He clasped his hands together and stared intently. All right, focus until the very end. The murderous intent radiating from Gwang-ik's desk began to flare up like fire, so I won't be caught off guard by anything. Time passed quickly, and the other candidates around him had arrived at their seats. Some were holding books and muttering something, while others were using notebooks to double-check everything. Sweat began to pour down his face. 20-year-old Gwang-ik was currently experiencing the biggest surprise of his life. The man stood up, holding a pen. I'm sure everyone brought one. But is there anyone here without a pen? He paused to look around the room for a moment. Gwang-ik hesitated for a long time before daring to raise a hand. The man immediately judged him. What kind of loser are you? Even he was speechless. I knew it. Gwang-ik sensed something wasn't right, but couldn't say anything. He suddenly remembered the past, wondering when he had even started preparing for this exam. Not just his mother, but his father kept reminding him as well. Those extra tutoring sessions for the exam were just one continuous, agonizing series of days. The boy would run until he trembled from the pain, but he still poured his heart and soul into it. The trainer even stabbed and slashed at him mercilessly to help him pass the test. Gwang-ik's face darkened visibly. However, the proctor's announcement rang out. The test would begin in 10 minutes. He was the first to arrive and spent 50 minutes just staring into space, so he was panicking. I've come to the wrong place, he thought. He couldn't stop sweating bullets at the man's words. I'm sure everyone has a pen. But is there anyone who doesn't? He could only think to himself in agony. His last hope had vanished. The man handed him a pen, acting very nonchalant. Take it. He stared at the pen to check it one last time. A normal writing pen. I guess I'm really taking a written test. Gwang-ik curiously observed the exam room. The atmosphere here felt just like any other testing center. But what are they studying? If I ask them to let me see what they're looking at, will I get yelled at? Their faces seemed to glow with brilliance in his mind. I noticed it earlier, but everyone here is so good-looking. Even the men had a tough, attractive edge to them. Some of them could even be idols. The boy turned back to his seat, but his eyes were still glued to someone. Among them, the most attractive one was the tall, broad-shouldered young man next to him, making him feel incredibly jealous. That jerk, oh my god, even his hands are beautiful. It's like he's starring in his own commercial. What's with that aura behind him? The guy accidentally looked up and locked eyes with Gwang-ik, but then immediately turned away as if avoiding interaction. He felt a bit awkward about the situation. He hoped the guy didn't misunderstand him. People outside were also rushing in. Staff members carrying props pushed through the doors. The blackboard was moved around the desks, surprising him. The wheels under the blackboard creaked as it was moved. Something appeared outside and was pulled away professionally. Soon, the blackboard obscured Gwang-ik's entire view. The proctor spoke up again. We will now begin distributing the test. The boy still rested his chin on his hand, unbothered. Are these partitions for immortals with heightened senses? No wonder the desks are so far apart. Outside the entrance, the sound of people rushing could still be heard. Did I arrive just in time? The instructor quickly signaled the latecomer. I'm candidate number 50. The other guy stuttered as he explained. I overslept. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was focused on the stack of papers being handed out. If this were any other type of test, they would have rejected someone arriving late like this immediately. He glanced over with a few thoughts in mind. The test for immortals looked easy, but looking closer, the inside was full of warnings. Special employment test for immortals. If you tell anyone outside or post anything online, spreading information about the test, these are the rules specifically for special types. He immediately thought, okay, I take back what I said. Whispering started to break out around him. It's too hard. Quietly, the boy held his head and lamented, honestly, I'd rather run through blade traps than take a test like this, so I could at least show them my talent for dodging knives. Gwang-ik's eyes turned back to the paper in surprise. The question was a multiple-choice format. Your leg has a hole the size of a coin. Which of the following actions should you take first? 1. Use a mobile blood transfusion pack. 2. Identify the source of the wound. Gunshot wound, burn wound. Find something to do. 4. Apply pressure to the wound. 5. Pray to the heavens and deny the truth. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this?" Gwang-ik rubbed the back of his neck as he marked the answer. Did someone just say this was hard? Option 4. The boy calculated the possibilities very carefully. If this weren't a special type of test, options 2 and 3 would be more important. But a hole the size of a coin isn't that big. Assuming the wound is from a gunshot, the first thing to do is apply pressure. Gyeonggi's words echoed in his mind. Do whatever you have to, but always prioritize stopping the bleeding first. Bleeding continuously will lead to shock. Apply pressure, then find something to stop the bleeding. The boy became even more confident in his deduction. The teacher said that back then, but if you've run through blade traps a few times, you learn that on your own. Just stop the bleeding and nothing else will happen. He continued to the next line. The second question. When losing blood at a high rate, what percentage of blood loss leads to shock? 1. 5 to 10%. 2. 10 to 15%. 3. 15 to 20%. 4. 20 to 25%. 5. 25 to 30%. Why are all the questions like this? This ties back to a lesson he had experienced before. He had never been in shock, so he used to get scolded for it back then. Gyeonggi kept chasing him to attack. Why aren't you in shock yet? How many more stabs does it take? Gwang-ik had been very panicked back then. How many more do you intend to stab? He said that he was probably an immortal, but if he wasn't, he would just be a normal human. If he went into shock like a normal person, that's how he solved the rest of the problems on the test. The next question. You cannot dodge your opponent's blade attack. What will you do? The answer is, give them your arm. I've heard about how important mobility is, countless times. The pen in the boy's hand didn't stop moving. The next question reminded him of a movie he had watched back then. He pondered aimlessly while working, feeling quite relaxed. Our protagonist was born into a poor family and decided to take part in a quiz with a massive reward. He answered the questions based on his own life experiences. This particular question was about poisons. He knew quite a bit about those. Meanwhile, the others were pulling their hair out. The test was trying to see how much the candidates knew about immortal bodies and whether they used them often. Those questions made him remind himself that he had used this very body to endure some truly hellish training. Or, to put it simply, he had returned from hell. Fragments of memories surfaced, helping him solve the problems, the basics he learned from his master, along with the knowledge gained from countless grueling training sessions. He set his pen down once he was finished. All of that gave him the answers. Gwang-ik kept his hands on the desk, looking completely calm. Training is learning, but he suddenly realized something on the back of the page. Oh, there's another question on the back. Is this an essay question? Even that didn't stump him. How do you kill an immortal? Well, obviously, I just need to finish this last part. Gwang-ik curiously looked around the room. All done. I wonder how long I've been at this. The bald man noticed him too. He still had an hour left. Had he given up? Anyone who finished early could leave. They just had to flip their paper over and walk out. The young man did just that, and gently pushed the door open to leave. He was quite surprised to see a familiar face. A woman with a bob cut was standing by the entrance, holding a clipboard. Have you read the details of the agreement on the paper? Gwang-ik quickly replied that he had. The staff member continued to hold out the electronic tablet. This part was about the agreement, so he reached out to scroll through the data privacy laws. If I break this agreement, Fox will come after me, regardless of whether I'm immortal or not. Man, that sounds scary. I agree. She suddenly asked, You're a half-breed, right? Although a bit surprised, he politely replied, Yeah, that's right. A half-breed, between a shapeshifter and an immortal. The woman smiled. Good luck. Gwang-ik's cheeks turned bright red. Thank you. Is this my chance? Then again, she's not really my type. That night, the lights were still on in a few rooms where the immortal exam was held. The bald man was clutching his head and sighing. In his hands was Gwang-ik's test paper. Who is this kid? Explain how to kill an immortal? Excluding burial, underground, or underwater. The answer was written very concisely. Suffocation, freezing, burning, grinding into powder. All are dangerous to an immortal. Suffocation causes unconsciousness. Freezing with liquid nitrogen, those burned by fire cannot function normally, and they cannot regenerate if ground into powder. If one were to think of a way to kill an immortal, there's no single, specific answer. He sat there, lost in thought. From the start, this question didn't have a specific answer. Most immortals have a serious lack of knowledge about their own safety. So, we had to create questions about terrifying weapons and situations. Do they really know what can harm an immortal's body? He focused on that essay question. The final question was about that very issue. Our bodies can regenerate, but that doesn't mean we can't die. Once we understand that, we can minimize the risk of death without having to memorize every single way to kill an immortal. Gwang-ik's information was laid out before him. I heard he's a half-breed, part immortal, part human. His physical abilities must be weak, but his intelligence might be very useful. The bald man tried to recall the guy who didn't look like an immortal, the first one to arrive and sit silently for an hour, leaving the room first, not even carrying a pen. The grading is done, now it's about the impression. His impression. 15 days passed in a flash, and his phone rang. Gwang-ik picked it up. Mom? Seon-hee, who was in the kitchen, answered, and he immediately told her the news. I passed the civil service exam. She was very pleased and praised him. Really? That's great. However, the young man held up his phone. That wasn't all. Mom, Seon-hee turned around, confused. What else? A message from the website popped up. Special employment test for immortals. We would like to inform you that you passed the first written exam with the highest score. She immediately noticed the last line. I got the highest score? Seon-hee's hand grabbed the knife on the counter, while the other quickly picked up the phone. She joyfully broke the news to his father. Honey, the boy passed the exam with the top score. Yeah, really? Of course he did. Me too. Yeah. Let's have premium Korean beef, he suggested to her. Can I unbuckle my belt today? However, his mother coldly refused. Just wear something with a looser waistband. Night fell quickly over the warm home of Gwang-ik's family. Dad's home. He immediately ran out to greet him. Dad, welcome back. His father was surprised. Son, the boy's attitude made him feel a bit sad. You could at least greet your father properly. He was just muttering to himself. Premium beef. The meat was being prepared and grilled by his mother, smelling delicious. The three of them clinked their beers together happily. Yoon-ho and Seon-hee kept praising him. I knew you'd pass. Of course. Whose son is he anyway? Our son. He talked comfortably about his feelings. The questions were easier than I imagined. My master was more impressive than I thought, too. His father put a piece of meat on his plate, making him excited. Now that you know the results, you're almost ready for the interview, right? Just the interview left and you're done, the son replied while looking forward to eating. Yeah. Gwang-ik's mother suddenly wondered, which department will he be joining first? Yoon-ho had the same question. He'll surely start at a company under the Ministry of Public Administration and Security. He wasn't sure either. Gwang-ik stopped eating to observe them. Really? His father was still smiling happily, but he noticed something. His mother liked his father's normal behavior, but in his eyes, it looked like his father was avoiding the question. At that moment, he was curious too. What exactly does the government and the ODX select immortals for? What does an immortal civil servant actually do? He chewed with his mouth full, but couldn't stop staring at his father. I have so many questions, but Gwang-ik paused mid-bite to watch them. Really? His father was still smiling, but Gwang-ik could see through it. His mother liked the act, but to him, it looked like his father was dodging the question. He was genuinely curious now. What did the government and ODX want with an immortal, anyway? What kind of job does an immortal civil servant even do? He chewed, mouth full, but couldn't take his eyes off his father. He had so many questions, but Kim Dong-ahung-bong replied without a hint of fear, I don't know what you're talking about. His superior wasn't surprised by the attitude. Don't make this more complicated. I bet Dad won't give me a straight answer. Gwang-ik noticed the look in his eyes and asked, what was that? Trying to pry something out of him. Dad, give me some tips for the upcoming interview, will you? But he immediately brushed it off. I have no idea. Gwang-ik put on his vest and adjusted his tie until it was perfect. A short while after celebrating passing the written exam with top marks, I received a message with the date for my interview. The interview would be held in the same building as the written test. In the end, Dad still wouldn't give me any information. Yoon-ho smiled brightly and said, I told you, I don't know. Besides, interviews like that usually focus on personality, so I've already prepared my answers. Recalling those words, he thought to himself, whatever, this is the real test. Seon-hee appeared from behind and began giving her son some advice. Looking at him with pride, she said, good luck, honey. Gwang-ik answered calmly, I will. The apartment elevator reached the first floor. As Gwang-ik stepped out, he looked around and leaned against the door, thinking to himself, looking at myself like this, I could probably debut as a celebrity, right? Kang Hee-min appeared behind him and teased, oh my, you're so narcissistic. Are you talking to yourself in the mirror again? Seeing her, he turned and said, we keep bumping into each other lately, don't we? Are you stalking me? She laughed and replied, stalking? Since when? I was just passing by. He lectured her. Instead of hanging out on the weekend, you should be studying. You're a senior after all. Hearing that, she retorted, Why don't you worry about your own tutoring once you actually get a job? Gwang-ik sighed wearily and replied, I don't have the time. Kang Heeman looked at him with an embarrassed smile and complimented, that outfit looks really good on you. Gwang-ik gave a faint smile and replied, I know. At the interview company, the sky was clear and blue. Gwang-ik entered the special personnel interview waiting room. He scanned the room, seeing all the other candidates glued to their phones. Everyone is so diligent, he thought. Should I read up on some interview tips from a big company too? Suddenly, he noticed a man nearby, the same rich kid who sat next to him during the written test. The guy's eyes widened. Then he turned away with an expression of pure disgust. Seeing that, Gwang-ik got annoyed and grumbled, What's his problem? I'm not even sitting next to him this time, and it's definitely not because I'm afraid of being compared to him. A heavy silence filled the hallway. Click. The door opened, and a male employee called out, Candidate number 48, Do Gwang-ik. He quickly answered, Here. Gwang-ik slowly walked inside. He assessed the man in front of him, pale skin and fiery red hair. He looks like a candle, he thought. He shifted his gaze to the woman next to him and the person sitting beside her. She asked softly, We've met before, haven't we? Surprised by her presence, he thought, Wait, the lady from the testing center? Is she an interviewer now? Daram asked him. First, may I ask what motivated you to apply here? Gwang-ik thought for a moment and answered, If I say it's because my dad told me to, I'll definitely get rejected, right? First of all, I wanted to challenge myself with a difficult exam like this to see how far I can go. He continued to explain his thoughts. And also, I want to make my dream come true. Hearing those words, Kim Han asked, Your dream? Gwang-ik answered promptly, I want to fight for my country and its people. Kim Han pressed further. Then, how much would you be willing to sacrifice for your allies? He replied, I don't know. It would depend on the situation. Hearing that, the interviewer's voice turned cold. Are you saying you're not willing to sacrifice anything? Gwang-ik quickly provided a persuasive answer. No, instead, I would look for a practical solution. He thought worriedly, yeah, that sounded a bit provocative. And then came many more obvious questions and answers. Shortly after, Daram asked him, If your mother and your lover were both drowning, who would you save first? Gwang-ik didn't hesitate and replied, I think I would save both at the same time. I'm a very good swimmer. Kim Han asked again, What if you only had one bullet left, but there were two targets you needed to hit? With a blank expression, he answered, I would shoot one and throw the gun at the other. Hearing his response, Daram imagined the situation in her head. She covered her face and let out an ah. Maybe my answers didn't sound convincing enough. Well, that's what happened during my interview. A few days later, while he was playing games, Gwang-ik's laughter filled the room. Seeing this, Seon-hee asked, Son, are you just going to lie around now that the interview is over? You don't have any plans for today, right? Go out and have some fun. He replied, I do have plans. She asked, Really? He said, Yes. Then Seon-hee threatened, You know what happens if you fail, right? Hearing that, Gwang-ik's expression changed. A date with mom on the training mat, ending with a bloody lesson. Seon-hee asked, Plans with whom? He quickly answered, I have plans with myself. I'm going to do nothing today. Doing nothing involves eating and sleeping. Seon-hee was speechless. She suddenly clenched her fists and said with an excited tone, Suddenly, I feel like doing something. I want to do something active. Where should we go? Do you want to go hiking? It's been a while. Let's go out and talk. Feeling defeated, he answered, Okay. Seon-hee warned, You have to be careful out there. She continued to advise, Poisonous insects are very dangerous for shapeshifters. If they control you, a lot of bad things could happen. Confused, he asked, Like what? Seon-hee replied, Usually, you get attacked. He asked, What's the second danger? She answered, Being poisoned weakens your recovery ability. Seon-hee continued to quiz him. Do you know why we tell the story about the wolf howling at the full moon to children who are shapeshifters? They can't control their instincts and cry out at the moon one night. And just then, the full moon appeared. She spoke with a sad tone. If you can't control your emotions, why don't you go outside to Mala and scream your heart out? Hearing those words, he spoke up to reply. But we usually hear in the news that the most shocking disturbances are caused by the superhumans and the lawbreakers, aren't they? I've never heard anyone howling in the middle of the night either. Hearing that, Seon-hee offered a solution. There is a way to suppress your emotions. He asked, surprised, What is it? She immediately replied, Self-control. Hearing that, his mind. Du Gwang-ik recalled the days during his training. After he awakened, his mother would often take him mountain climbing. Perhaps that was to train his self-control through hiking. Seon-hee pointed at him and explained seriously. And it also helps clear your mind. You can use your energy to focus on your training and self-control. That's the issue. The next thing she said left Du Gwang-ik speechless, not knowing how to respond. That is why I told you to go find a girlfriend. If you don't, sooner or later, you'll end up becoming completely moldy, believe me. She continued to lecture him. Well, if that happens, it'd be better to just let it mold, wouldn't it? Genetically speaking, you're prone to trouble. Seon-hee asked, Wait, are you being a brat? He quickly interrupted her. No. Hearing him say that, Seon-hee sighed, headache throbbing. If you keep acting like this, I'm so worried. Maybe you should go out instead of staying home all the time. She continued, Since you passed, why not go out and enjoy yourself a little? What do you want to do now? Hearing this, Du Gwang-ik stammered. That takes us back to the interview when Da-ram congratulated him. Congratulations on getting accepted. She handed a folder to Du Gwang-ik and explained, Please read through this, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Du Gwang-ik took the file, read the information, and pondered silently. 5 weeks of orientation training? What could they possibly teach that takes over a month? Living in a dorm during the probationary period, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. The information in the document shocked him deeply. The annual salary for entry-level employees is 60,500 G. Physical training fees are covered, bonuses are paid separately. Cultural and entertainment activity fees are covered after the probation period, and office space and apartments are provided if needed. Fees for other activities are covered by various benefits. Everything is covered, extensively and thoroughly. If you work for more than 1 year, you are exempt from military service. Du Gwang-ik blurted out, My dream was to become a soldier. He cursed under his breath, feeling embarrassed. What the hell is wrong with this company? Are they all crazy? They're disrupting the entire labor ecosystem in Korea. Da-ram asked him, Do you have any questions? Hearing that, he asked back, Can I show this document to my parents? She asked, Your father is an immortal, right? He replied, Yeah. Da-ram's face lit up with excitement as she rested her chin on her hand and said, If you want your mother to be sentenced to life in prison, then by all means, go ahead and show her. It would certainly be a beautiful memory, don't you think? Hearing those words, he was terrified. She said such insane things in such a cute way. Returning to the present, Du Gwang-ik felt anxious. I definitely can't tell Mom. He spoke up. Mom, about these conditions and benefits. His eyes were filled with determination. I intend to become the head of the Ministry of Administration and Security. Hearing that, she sighed, disappointed, and said, Oh, really? As a young man with a desire to be a contributor to society, I think contributing this much is very necessary. He thought calmly, I just want to work at a company that recognizes my value. It's definitely not because of the money or the free housing. Definitely not. Seon-hee stood up. That's enough. He continued, It's all thanks to my brilliant father and beautiful mother. Of course, it's all thanks to the bloodline I inherited from you. Suddenly she exclaimed, Mom is so happy. He was quite surprised by that statement. Seeing his reaction, Seon-hee continued, Mom is happy to have you as my son. Consider it as me still loving you, despite all your jokes. She spoke in a gentle tone. If there were a kid like you among the shapeshifters, he quickly replied to reassure her. I'm really okay. Mom. His mind was full of anxious thoughts. Mom, I feel very lucky to have been born a half-breed. Shapeshifters have to face their instincts. Immortals have to face incredibly dangerous things. The number of special species criminals is increasing every year. What's the solution? He thought about it. I heard that many shapeshifters have incredibly violent instincts, and immortals are extremely sensitive, but I am neither of those. Looking at the surroundings, Du Gwang-ik sank into thought. My instincts are at a level I can control, just by using the internet like a normal 20-year-old. Thinking about happy things, and my immortal sensitivity is easy to calm down. I'm confident I can do well anywhere. He left a message to reassure her. Du Gwang-ik held his phone in his hand. I'm confident I'll do well. On the bus, the faces of the others were gradually revealed, people who had been carefully selected. He stood there, waiting for the bus to take him to the training site. No matter where he was or who he was with, under the scorching heat of the sun, everyone around him was drenched in sweat and blood. By now, Du Gwang-ik was already on the bus. He looked outside, pondering happily. Summer is here. I finally escaped the harsh sun and can enjoy the air conditioning in this huge bus rented by the company. Half the bus is filled with immortals. They were heading to the area for new employee orientation. He walked down the aisle to his seat. I didn't do well at the testing center, but on a bus like this, I can actually tell who possesses a pure bloodline or not. Du Gwang-ik was filled with anxious thoughts. Their distinct appearance and the strange aura around them will reveal if they have a pure bloodline. I can sense it through my enhanced 5 senses and my intuition as an immortal. He turned his face toward Kim Hae-mo. That's right. Du Gwang-ik looked at the man sitting right next to him, just like the prince who sat next to him last time. I can't believe I'm sitting next to him again. It was the only seat left. Whispered conversations from those behind him drifted over. A half-breed? What about you? On my father's side. They kept gossiping loudly. I bought some snacks. Do you want some? Yes, thanks. Listening to everyone chatting behind him. Gwang-ik pondered to himself. It seemed like everyone had already made friends. He recalled Yoon-ho's advice earlier. Make as many friends as possible, and don't judge people solely by their first impression. He continued, saying that sometimes people make a bad first impression, but are actually good people, and vice versa. Hearing this, Gwang-ik replied, I understand. Yoon-ho walked over, patted Gwang-ik on the head, and praised him. My son has grown up so much. Gwang-ik happily replied, I'm even taller than you now, Dad. Yoon-ho leaned against the railing and cautioned him. Don't act like a big kid. Have you been able to sleep lately? Gwang-ik quickly answered, Yes, I have. Hearing this, Yoon-ho said, You're doing very well. I couldn't even do that when I was your age. Hearing him bring up the past, Gwang-ik asked, How did you get through it back then, Dad? Yoon-ho quickly explained it to him. I had sleeping problems. Everything was fine, except for the fact that I could hear every single sound from the neighbor's house. Gwang-ik quickly asked, Then how did you solve it? You couldn't just stay awake forever, right? He thought to himself. Shapeshifters use self-restraint to control their instincts. So how do immortals suppress their hypersensitivity? Seeing him curious, Yoon-ho stood with his arms crossed and told him, I used earplugs and a sleep mask. I avoided anything that wasn't microfiber bedding, but it didn't work. So I bought a one-story house and built a soundproof room right in the middle of it. Gwang-ik was dumbfounded by his father's solution. He whispered to himself, Great, a solution a broke immortal could never afford. He laughed and explained, If you keep enduring insomnia while participating in adult society, you'll eventually find a way to deal with it. Or you could go to the mountains and train for 3 years. That works too. After hearing those words, he fell into deep thought. Controlling the senses sounded difficult, but it came to him as easily as breathing. He calculated in his head that shapeshifters could control every muscle in their bodies. And controlling the senses was just like folding your ears or moving any muscle on your back. Thanks, Mom, he thought silently. Yoon-ho prepared to leave and said, Everyone is sensitive to some degree, so try to find a way to control it. Let's go home. Your mother is waiting. Gwang-ik called out. Tell me the method. Yoon-ho kept it secret. Where's the fun in that? Gwang-ik kept pleading. It would be fun, he said. Stop it, son. Have a little shame. Gwang-ik spoke up. Hi. He reached out to greet him and said, This is the 3rd time, right? Kim Hae-mo saw him, but remained silent, not saying a word. Gwang-ik continued, explaining, The 3rd time we've met. Suddenly, the other guy said, Do I know you? Gwang-ik was stunned by that answer and cursed under his breath. Ugh, what a jerk. He quickly thought back to the past. They had made eye contact twice, and he had clicked his tongue at him both times. Seeing that, he explained, At the testing center, during the interview, and here. Hearing this, Kim Hae-mo looked annoyed and replied, This is my first time seeing you. That answer made Gwang-ik's blood boil. Dad, I could tell what kind of person he was in just one sentence. He cursed Hae-mo in his head. This prince must have the memory of a goldfish. That jerk was rude to me first, so I can definitely call him trash now. He turned his head away, ignoring the rude prince. Should I greet the person sitting behind him? She has wavy hair, but I don't think she's pure-blooded. Gwang-ik spoke up to greet her. Hello, Yumi-ho quickly asked. Are you a half-blood? Hearing that, he replied, How did you know? Yumi-ho answered in a cold tone. Your father is an immortal. Your senses are slow, and your family seems well off. I bet you accepted this job because of some conditions, and you don't even know where we're going, right? Hearing those words, he denied it in his head. No, I took this job because of my big dream for the company. The next sentence really annoyed him. You child, he cursed internally. Wow, I've met another rude girl. And this girl thinks she's Sherlock Holmes. What amazing investigative skills, Gwang-ik retorted. What about you? Yumi-ho immediately insulted him. And you have 0 observational skills. She crossed her arms, looking smug. Immortals are very sensitive. That's why everyone sits at the back instead of near the window, because the sunlight through the curtains is very annoying. Even talking like this is a hassle. I know, because I'm sensitive. Her words quickly offended those in the back, the kids sitting behind them who were snacking and chatting. They're half-bloods. Yumi-ho continued to look down on him. So shut your mouth, you oblivious, stupid bear. Kim Yo-han and Bang Ji-tae sitting in front whispered to each other. We should keep it down, right? Yeah. Gwang-ik was furious, his face red with anger, mentally cursing. I really want to punch her face. I just want to ignore all of Mom and Dad's advice and punch that girl who thinks she's Sherlock Holmes. Gwang-ik turned back and pondered. But basically, she was right. His father once said his nickname while dating was the Prince of Sensitivity. If he was like that after adjusting his senses, those people would have to endure even more. Gwang-ik's mood was full of frustration, but at least respect others, right? A quiet atmosphere surrounded the vehicle, and then the bus fell silent as a grave. He leaned his head against the seat and thought to himself, even opening a bag of snacks makes me feel like their sworn enemy. Good thing I ate breakfast. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, this feeling. Something emerged. Hello, Gwang-ik. I am your friend, made of nitrogen, methane, carbon, hydrogen, and many other things. Can I come out? He thought, annoyed. Oh, damn it. Why did I time it like this? The morning soy milk was too much. Gwang-ik's gaze shifted to the back. All right, if you want to come out, then go attack the little girl sitting behind me for me. Yu Miho suddenly smelled something. She immediately covered her nose. A scent passed by that nearly choked her. That smell started to spread throughout the bus. Everyone was annoyed by the smell of his gas. Yu Miho trembled with rage and blurted out, You're so rude and uncivilized." A look of pure joy covered his face. Revenge was successful. A few hours after the biological accident, the bus finally reached its destination. Clack. The suitcase was set on the ground. He and the others started moving outside. Gwang-ik looked around, thinking to himself, where is this? What is this place? Did they rent an apartment nearby? A young man approached him and called out, Hey, musclehead. Then he asked, What did you have for breakfast? The young man next to him chimed in, Constipated? Hearing that, he turned his head. Looking at the two of them, he thought, These must be those half-bloods sitting at the back. He replied, It's just a normal physiological phenomenon. The blue-haired young man introduced himself, Kim Yo-han, 21. The guy next to him also introduced himself, Bang Jiante, 23. Hearing that name, he teased, I should be the one bombing right now. Hi Young, 20, are you really Gwang-ik? The three of them moved along, laughing and joking. Why fight against someone older? Once you get there, it won't mean anything anyway. He spoke up, but this is our company orientation. At least we should be a bit polite to others, like to GTC or Gwang-ik. Hearing that, Bang Jiante replied, Did you come here without knowing anything? He turned his attention forward. A row of buildings appeared before his eyes. It was a training camp. A man barked an order to line up in 5 rows. Everyone around him heard this and immediately scrambled to move. Seeing everyone running for their lives, he stood there, confused. How many people are here? Must be at least 100. This is quite a selection, huh? He walked up to the starting line and looked at everyone around him, scoffing. Why do they look so pathetic? Li Gangmo's voice boomed out. Just running this much and already out of breath? Are you even serious? Hearing that voice, Gwang-ik immediately took note of the man. Li Gangmo appeared with a cool demeanor. The bald supervisor stood at the center of the inspection, turning to the left at a redhead, then turning to the right at a girl with a ponytail. Li Gangmo announced, For the next month, you all need to grow up. We've only just started, and already I am extremely disappointed. What are you planning to do with that pathetic stamina? When I was your age, I wasn't even this bad. He shouted an order. Everyone turned around. He pointed to the opposite side. Do you see those 3 trees? Li Gangmo commanded. The first 15 people there, run! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed toward those 3 trees. Gwang-ik turned his face to look at his companion, Kim Yo-han. Up ahead were those 2 rude bastards too. Everyone is trying so hard. Gwang-ik ran leisurely. He calculated to himself, I'm not exaggerating. I could get halfway there with just 1 jump. Maybe it's because I've been through so much that a situation like this feels strangely peaceful. He decided, I'll just aim for 14th place. I judged this too soon. Who would have thought the orientation would turn into a boot camp? He remembered talking to his mother, and she warned him, You are not allowed to let anyone know you are a shapeshifter. Hearing that, he asked, What if I get found out? Seon-hee replied that it would be very troublesome. He asked again, Is there no better explanation? Seon-hee's eyes were full of sorrow as she asked, How do you think people look at shapeshifters? He replied, Just thoughts about their lives pop up, like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, a potential criminal, a crazy lunatic crying under the full moon. In short, a dangerous person. I will definitely keep this a secret. Gwang-ik ran quickly to the finish line, reached his desired position, and thought happily to himself. All right, I finished in 14th place. Gwang-ik added perfect acting. I'm so tired. Li Gangmo looked down at the group. He shouted, All of you, go home right now. You have absolutely no basic foundation. Li Gangmo's gaze was dangerous and unforgiving. He ordered, Fine. Get down and start doing push-ups. He began to direct them. On count 1, say I am, and on count 2, say a fool. A fool. Hearing those words, he thought, These large organizations have such strange training methods. Everyone around quickly followed his lead. 1, I am, while he mused in his head. When I was searching for posts about orientations at these large organizations, they all said they played games and built relationships to start office romances. I was so excited. 2. A fool. 1. I am. 2. A fool. He counted slowly, following the group's rhythm. 1. A fool, he panicked in his head. Oh crap. I got distracted. Daram glanced at him with a threatening look. Are you stupid? You can't even count to the right rhythm? Hearing that, he thanked her. Thank you for comforting me and keeping me calm. Everyone continued doing push-ups together, chanting in unison. 1. I am. 2. A fool. A black-haired guy cursed. Oh, damn it. Hearing that, Lee Gang-mo ordered, Everyone stop. He slowly approached with a cold, piercing tone. In my day, things like this didn't happen. He stepped right in front of that young man and shouted, But nowadays, it seems like you young people are swearing in the faces of your instructors. Hearing that, the guy stammered in fear. No, not me. Hearing him yell like that, Lee Gang-mo leaned down and warned, Don't scream, you half-blood. Do you want to burst the eardrums of the purebloods here? Or is your character just naturally problematic, always wanting to annoy your friends? He barked, No more swearing. Here, we speak gently, that is the rule. Everyone answered in unison. Understood. Keep your posture up. He turned to look at him, cursing internally. These immortals are truly weak. I'll pretend to struggle a bit more. Lee Gang-mo lectured, If this were my time, you would have been kicked out already. Now that things are much easier, I'll give you 2 choices. He leaned down to ask the young man, Do you want to leave or do you want to be punished? Hearing that, the guy immediately replied, I will take the punishment. He asked back, Don't regret it. The guy answered firmly, I won't. Hearing that, he praised him. Good. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Hearing that sound, he was startled and glanced to the side. What was that? The sound of someone's arm being broken. Gwang-ik crouched down. Damn it, I'm too curious, just a little bit. At that moment, someone stepped forward to cover that young man's mouth. Lee Gang-mo reminded him, I told you not to scream. You didn't listen to what I said, did you? In my time, this would not be allowed. Gwang-ik was horrified by the situation. Is he crazy? How can he order him not to scream after breaking his arm? The pain of a broken arm might be controllable, but it still hurts like hell. Lee Gang-mo stepped forward to announce to everyone, Now I will state this. If you break the rules here, the punishment begins with breaking bones. So, if anyone wants to break the rules, feel free. Swearing means -2 points, and screaming means -1 point. He walked closer to him. Keep walking while you read the rules. Fighting will cost you 5 points. Look at how things turned out for others and use them as a warning. He stepped forward and whispered to him, asking if he was having fun watching. Hey trainee. That startled him, and he wasn't happy at all. He hadn't realized the man was paying attention to him. Lee Gang-mo slowly approached the steps. The man kept rambling about the good old days. When I was a trainee, it wasn't like this. You kids today are so useless. He then ordered them to stand up. The first 15 people all looked just as pathetic as the rest. He introduced himself. My name is Lee Gang-mo. From today on, you will address me as Instructor Lee Gang-mo. He nodded toward the 2 people beside him. Daram stepped forward to introduce them one by one. Instructor Lee Gang-mo will be in charge of your physical training. An immortal's recovery rate depends on how healthy you are, she explained further. Everyone here is just a rookie for now, but you need to reach a minimum base level to carry out your missions. The goal of this orientation is to help you reach that level. Hearing this, he thought to himself, if the instructors are split into good and bad factions, I bet this lady is one of the good ones. She had a lovely, calm voice. She began to introduce herself. My name is Daram, and I will be your technical instructor. Upon hearing that, Gwang-ik didn't understand and pondered. Technical? What kind of technique? As she returned to her spot, the red-haired guy stepped forward. My name is Kim Han. His tone was somewhat threatening. I'm going to kill every single one of you. A heavy silence filled the room. Daram quickly stepped in to explain that he didn't mean it literally. Instructor Kim Han will teach you how to manage your immortal bodies. Hearing that, he thought dejectedly, I'm not so sure about that. He looks like he really wants to kill me. Does this company hire serial killers as instructors? Lee Gang-mo stepped up to announce. If anyone wants to quit, say it now. I'd be thrilled if all of you just left. Gwang-ik listened intently, thinking to himself, if I can just endure this for a month, a dream job with great benefits awaits me. As long as I don't catch a lead bullet, I should be fine. I'm an immortal after all. Who would want to quit? By now, everyone below was lined up neatly. Lee Gang-mo continued. All right, listen up. Recruits. Welcome to hell. Lee Gang-mo started splitting them up, 10 people per room. An officer led Gwang-ik's group inside. He told them to change into their uniforms and wait quietly. Gwang-ik felt drained. Damn it, this dormitory looks as creepy as something out of a horror movie. Kim Yo-han sighed. I'm drenched in sweat. I'm going to take a shower. Looking at them, he felt a bit relieved that he was rooming with Kim Yo-han and Bang Ji-tae. He glared at he and Yu Mi-ho with hatred. I wish I hadn't run into you rude little brats. He turned to the man beside him. The guy next to me asked, Hey, are you okay? The chubby guy felt tired and replied, I'm fine. He began to size the guy up. I guess not all immortals are lean. His mind went back to his ideal type. She looked like Mang So. He looked at the opposite side. Are those two siblings? They look so similar. It felt like their nicknames would be Gem and Cotton. Gwang-ik noticed the girl opposite him and that other cute girl too. There are 7 guys relying on 3 girls. Gwang-ik calculated in his head. They should at least separate the rooms by gender. Where am I supposed to change? A rundown room appeared before his eyes. Found it. Such a nice view. Not. A room full of junk. Yu Mi-ho spoke up. Try to take a look inside. Hearing that, he replied irritably. As if I want to. Yu Mi-ho replied with a tone of disdain. Right. 0 credibility. You're currently suspected of being a criminal, even though you've hidden the truth that you're a shapeshifter. Oh mom, what should I do? Minam shyly said. We'll have to follow a lot of rules. Hearing her voice, he couldn't help but admire it. Her voice was so lovely. Maybe she's a singer? Kim Hae-mo spoke up in a cold tone. From now on, you must keep a close eye on your body's abilities. If any of you break the rules, I will kill you. Hearing that, Gwang-ik was terrified, thinking he was actually going to be killed. Don't be like that, little prince. Yu Mi-ho raised her hand in agreement. I agree. Can you just keep your mouth shut for a second, Sherlock? Kim Yo-han also raised his hand. I agree too. Bang Ji-tae quickly followed. Me too. Hearing that, he panicked. Where did all that camaraderie from 2 hours ago go? Everyone quickly raised their hands in agreement. I agree, I agree. Hearing that, he froze. Why is everyone looking at me? Himo continued to list demands. No breaking rules, and don't forget to brush your teeth. Personal hygiene is the bare minimum. Everyone immediately shouted, I agree, I agree. He felt annoyed and cursed to himself. Look, I'm clean, but regardless of whether I hate them or not, these are the people I have to live with for the next month. He raised his hand and said, I agree. He calculated in his head. As long as we're here, I have to try to fit in. Everyone gathered in the cafeteria. The instructor chimed in. Eat and listen at the same time. Each dormitory room has 10 people. We'll start in order from 1 to 10. Gwang-ik tasted a piece. It was bland and had no appeal at all. He chewed it like it was air. The rice was just as bad. The instructor walked around with a calm tone. After eating, every group needs to choose a leader. Gwang-ik took note of the title. A leader? I should pay attention to how people look at each other. Before he could say anything, the girl next to him spoke up. Let me do it. All eyes fell on her. Why? Gwang-ik's question was drowned out by people agreeing. You have the bloodline from that side, after all. Everyone nodded. I agree. Only Gwang-ik, as if nothing happened, raised his hand to object. She looks kind of mean. A leader should be someone who can bring everyone together. So shouldn't we choose someone more open-minded? She looked at him with a cold gaze. If you think it's you, that's a big mistake. Nothing is more important than bloodlines here. She warned him coldly. That should be enough for you to understand, right? So ignore his opinion. The leader must be someone from this side. Gwang-ik mentally nicknamed her Hold Your Fist. Sherlock Holmes organized information so well, he wanted to take it to the center of Gangnam, where there are 8 lanes of traffic. Kim Yo-han whispered beside him, Why are you just standing there like a statue? Gwang-ik gave up and stopped caring. Fine, do whatever you want. After lunch, I thought training would start immediately, but that wasn't the case. We were handed some items, like shirts and some cheap shoes. Time passed quickly as they gathered the 100 recruits to distribute their daily supplies. After showering and resting for a bit, it was already time for dinner. Everyone gathered back in the dormitory, and after some basic study, it was time for bed. They all stared at the screen. As the video started, an instructor walked in. Surely, no one came here without knowing the name of our company, right? He couldn't believe there were actually people who didn't know. Gwang-ik turned to his friend and asked, What's the company's name again? They looked at each other, dazed. You don't know the name? Do I look like I know? You didn't think I'd know, did you? Everyone was supposed to know. Just as the question was asked, the screen mentioned the company name, saving them the trouble of asking around. Warim Information and Communications. So that's it, Gwang-ik thought. The instructor explained, This training is essentially a selection process for full-time employees at Warim. Warim Information and Communications is a government-funded company. Even though we aren't civil servants, the work we do for the nation is quite similar. Gwang-ik focused on the screen. Dad said he took the civil service exam for Mom, didn't he? With that in mind, the recruitment standards had been a bit loose lately. Back in my day, if you couldn't walk on a blade's edge, you couldn't even dream of stepping foot into this company. Hearing the repetitive, nagging push, he felt a bit dazed. How many times do I have to hear this every day? The instructor's tone on the screen remained steady and cold. Anyway, since you've made it into the company, even if you don't like it, you'd better do your best to learn. Cut. A woman's voice rang out. That's it? The instructor in front of the screen crossed his arms. What else am I supposed to say to these kids? They already know everything. The other person looked flustered. Well, that's not what I meant. She leaned into the camera. Let's clarify that Warum's goal is to help everyone learn to use their power correctly. And that was the closing statement. Gwang-ik pondered those last words. Use their power correctly, huh? The video ended as night fell. The instructor shouted, Everyone, get ready for bed. Gwang-ik lay down on his bed, which wasn't exactly comfortable, but he still felt relaxed. After a shower and all this, he felt much more at ease. It wasn't hard for him to fall asleep. He was the only one like that. Rustling sounds and whispers filled the air. Keep it down. Why do you keep moving your arms? I told you to lie still, so why are you making so much noise? Stop dreaming. Gwang-ik couldn't sleep. These sensitive idiots. Kim Yo-han, lying next to him, was also annoyed. Hey, please be quiet for a second. You want to die? Yeah, get out of here and go die. Gwang-ik remembered his father's words. If his father was right, it took at least 3 years to overcome insomnia. But the oldest person in this room was Bang Jian-tae, who was 23. Everyone must be at the peak of their sensitivity. Isn't this place just like hell? Kim Yo-han muttered dejectedly. Can't you sleep tonight either? Gwang-ik asked tiredly. If we can't sleep, how are we supposed to keep going? Suddenly, his friend had an idea. Then there's only one last resort. The neck? He tapped his own neck. Yeah, passing out is one way. We're immortal, so there shouldn't be any side effects, right? Gwang-ik spoke up. We're just trying to sleep. Johan turned around, sounding skeptical. Hey, it's not like everyone can just pass out and fall asleep. He grumbled. If you can't control your strength, you might stay unconscious until the next day. And if you're too rough, what if you don't wake up for 2 days? A crack sound echoed, followed by Dee's sweet voice. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Jian-tae, in the bed next to them, witnessed the whole thing and nearly lost his mind. With one strike, Kim Yo-han was out like a light. Jian-tae stared in awe, his voice hopeful. Hey, are you someone's sleeping pill? He asked softly. Bang Jian-tae, will you try it too? He hesitated, not wanting to accept. Huh? Wait, my dreams are all… Before he could finish, Gwang-ik snapped his neck. Another one down. Everyone in the room sat up, staring at him. Anyone else want to sleep? As soon as the words left his lips, almost every hand in the room went up. More cracking sounds echoed through the dark, right there in his team's small dormitory. After putting the last person to sleep, he exhaled a thin breath. Now that everyone was asleep, only 2 were left. He turned to the 2 people still sitting up. The 2 blonde girls glared at him. Despite the disdain in her tone, she said, You slowpoke, you've actually got talent. Do me a favor, would you? Gwang-ik retorted sarcastically. You think I'll just do it for you? But she remained insistent. Why not? It's only natural. You and I are roommates. If you help me sleep well, one day I'll help you back. That's a fair trade, right? Her logic was surprisingly persuasive. Gwang-ik couldn't deny it. It did sound beneficial, and since they could only sleep well in this atmosphere, he couldn't refuse. Fine. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He shrugged and stepped forward, his tone conceding. All right, I'll try. Gwang-ik raised his hand. First, a blow to the neck called next lie, a technique from his repertoire. As he struck the back of her neck, he happily told himself, This definitely isn't violence. It's the principle of sleep induction. He glanced at the other person, who was watching him. Gwang-ik raised his hand provocatively. Next, Ki-nam stared at him for a long time, then, without a word, turned around and lay down. Gwang-ik didn't force the issue. That works too. Time for me to sleep. The next evening, the entire Team 3 slept very well. Of course, except for one person. Ki-nam had dark circles clearly visible under his eyes, and he was even more irritable than usual. Gwang-ik was excited. I've been waiting for tonight. From early morning on the second day, he had no energy left. The first period was with the instructor, and early in the morning, he only gave one order. Run. Forcing the whole group to run long distances, everyone groaned. Am I in hell? This is just the warm-up? Gwang-ik complained, though his face remained blank. I'm so tired. Basic physical training included weightlifting and running. The second period was with the short-haired instructor. They had to pair up to spar. The goal wasn't just to rely on their immortal bodies. Humans have many weak points, so pay attention. The chin is the first weak point. His sparring partner looked arrogant. I've studied wrestling, you know? Gwang-ik's attitude was the same as usual. Oh, really? The guy continued to act cocky. So, no matter how badly you get beaten, don't blame me. He suddenly charged. Gwang-ik noticed the opponent's move. A tackle? This is a side-hugging technique. Gwang-ik was caught off guard for a moment. I think I moved a bit too fast before he even touched me. The instructor exclaimed. Do it again. While Gwang-ik played dumb, thinking, I'm so lucky, they were forced to train various skills, including close-quarters combat. By the third period, the tradition of the immortal training was to walk on blades. Everyone's face turned pale at the sight of the sharp edges. The instructor urged them coldly, Run! But everyone just shrank back. We have to run on this? This was probably the first real shock of their lives. Just looking at them, the blades were already 3 centimeters long. Some of the instructor's blades were probably 15 centimeters long. Even though it was a bit of an exaggeration to put pressure on the trainees, I still had to act like I was in immense pain. A week later, on an evening after a harsh, long day, Gwang-ik walked in with a small smile as he pulled the door open. I bet he's going to reject a handsome guy like me today, too, right? Then I'll have to ask twice before I can sleep. The way he just stood there silently before turning away made me so excited. Suddenly, he noticed everyone was quiet. What's going on? What's with this atmosphere? Gwang-ik rushed in and whispered to his friend, Kim Yo-han. Why is the mood like this? Our sensitive Sherlock Holmes is here again, huh? The blonde girl glared at him immediately. What are you talking about? Kim Yo-han hesitated. Well, last night, while we were sleeping, he glanced over at Nam, the team leader. Our leader couldn't sleep, so he went outside. There were others in the next room who couldn't sleep either, and they got into an argument. The team leader beat those guys up. He seemed to know everything. That's why some of them were looking at us with such strange expressions today. Gwang-ik understood immediately. Our leader only needs a single glance to know everything he needs to say, right? A loud noise caught Dee's sharp ears. Footsteps were heading this way, and not just from one person. Donkey Nam hadn't slept in days, and his temper wasn't exactly gentle. This is my problem. A young man with red hair and dark circles under his eyes shoved their bedroom door open, dragging others with him who looked just as exhausted. Everyone in the room looked toward the door in unison. The red-haired man spoke in a cold, frustrated voice, his eyes vacant and irritable. Which one of you is Gwang-ik? The red-haired man pointed and called him out by name, his energy intense. Which one of you is Gwang-ik? Gwang-ik didn't know why he was being called, but he still had to raise his hand. It's me. You didn't expect this guy to sell you out, did you? He furrowed his brows and asked again. You? Are you Gwang-ik? Gwang-ik was upright and had nothing to fear, so he said straight out, Yes, that's me. Suddenly, the other guy changed his tone. His face flushed red, and he stammered like a young girl confessing her feelings. I want your sleep too. Gwang-ik froze, and the room fell into a heavy silence, save for Kim Yo-han, who covered his face and burst out laughing. He replied with a deadpan expression, I like girls. The red-haired guy realized he misspoke and hurriedly explained, No, that's not it. I meant help me fall asleep in your room. Doesn't everyone sleep really well? He begged and pleaded. If this keeps up, I'm going to die, and the others in my room too. The people following him nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Gwang-ik couldn't easily refuse. All right, I've got it, let's go. As they walked, Gwang-ik asked, But how did you know to find me? The red-haired guy replied as if it were obvious. How could I not know? The rumors have been spread everywhere. Rumors? He smiled and waved his hand. You didn't know? Kim Yo-han told me. Gwang-ik was speechless. So that's why you said you wanted my sleep? You had to say it like that so you'd help me sleep, right? Now he knew who was behind this joke. So, Kim Yo-han, the culprit of this whole thing, is just sitting there giggling? He raised an eyebrow. What? Are there too many words and it's too difficult? Not at all. He raised his hand and spoke softly. Either way, it won't take much time. That night, all the members of the first team were knocked out by me, just as they had wished. Gwang-ik knocked them out in a row. The next morning, Donkey Nam, the leader of the first team, had become much friendlier. They met in the cafeteria. His face was beaming. He smiled and said, Your hands are really something. Last night, I felt like I was in heaven. It made Gwang-ik feel more uncomfortable than ever. If this guy says things like that, everyone is going to misunderstand. The daily training continued. The instructor was still spewing stinging remarks. How long do you guys plan to just live during the warm-up? Don't you guys know how to improve? Lee Gang-mo noticed the person running last and didn't hold back his criticism. I wasn't saying that back then. The immortals lately seem unable to control their weight. Is it because you're lazy, or are you rebelling against me? Those who didn't arrive on time, get ready. Saying that, he dashed ahead. The chubby guy stumbled, his legs shaky, unable to take it anymore. He hugged a tree and started vomiting. Gwang-ik approached, worried. Are you okay? The chubby guy waved him off. Don't worry about me. Just go. Gwang-ik stopped. He didn't care if he would be punished later. Not running anymore? The chubby guy collapsed, drenched in sweat. I can't finish it anyway. Suddenly, Gwang-ik brought up a topic. Have you seen Slam Dunk? There's no one who hasn't seen that. His expression was full of integrity. Become a man who doesn't know how to give up. My friend, the chubby guy, thought he was joking. He didn't have much hope left. I'm finished. If you give up here, Gwang-ik suddenly grabbed his shirt. Then you shouldn't have started in the first place. His demeanor was filled with a strength that could be relied upon. I will help you. Let's finish this today. The clear blue sky held the most peaceful things. Gwang-ik held the chubby guy's hand and pulled him along. Control your breathing. Just keep your breath, and don't drag your feet. That just makes you more tired. If you're tired, it's better to just try and walk fast to reach the finish line. The instructor had to wait a long time before he saw the two of them appear. Everyone else was already there, except for those two. He crossed his arms. Are you two dating? When time was up, Gwang-ik was flustered and tried to explain. As a result, both were penalized 5 points, and the chubby guy couldn't even catch his breath. I'm going crazy. Gwang-ik just said, It's fine, you don't need to apologize, and you don't need to question my mental state either. He comforted him and left. I'm fine, don't worry about it. Let's finish it tomorrow, the chubby guy promised. Definitely. But there was still a question. Why definitely? Gwang-ik simply asked back. Do you need a reason? He shrugged and walked away. If I didn't have any ties, I'd just be a corpse. In his memories, that mysterious person appeared again. Helping someone who is collapsing and saving someone who has fallen into the water doesn't need a reason. That person was probably the same, so I don't need a reason either. Time quickly reached the evening. Are we going to help the first group sleep again today? Of course. They were getting changed. Kim Yo-han mentioned Dong Ki-nam. Our team leader needs help sleeping too. The dark circles are probably reaching his chin by now. Hearing that, Gwang-ik was truly exhausted. I ask him every night. You know how he glances at me and then turns his back? It's so moving, isn't it? Kim Yo-han exclaimed. You and him are both amazing. At this moment, Gwang-ik noticed the silent attitude of Bang Jian-tae beside him. I curiously asked my friend, but why does Bang Jian-tae look so completely drained all of a sudden? That. Kim Yo-han explained that earlier at the cafeteria, Bang Jian-tae had bumped into that blonde girl. When he went to apologize, her wallet accidentally fell out, along with her ID card. Oh man. Bang Jian-tae picked it up and gave her a genuine compliment. Is your name Yu Mi-ho? We've been in the dorms for a week now, but we still don't even know each other's names. I'm Bang Jian-tae. He was met with Yu Mi-ho's cold attitude. She snatched her wallet back and walked away without looking back. I'm not interested. After that, he's been like this ever since. After hearing the whole story, Gwang-ik didn't know what to say. Gwang-ik stepped forward and patted Bang Jian-tae on the shoulder. Don't act like you're dying just because of something like that, okay? Do we not already know what she's like? Suddenly, Bang Jian-tae spoke up. Her name is Yu Mi-ho? Yu Mi-ho. Bang Jian-tae's face lit up, completely lost in thought. How can someone have a name as beautiful as her face? It made Gwang-ik question his friend's sanity. Did you hit your head during training or something? He even shyly confessed. Honestly, from the very first time I saw her, I knew she was my type. I was stunned. That's not true. It's really not like that. Bang Jian-tae kept insisting. What do you even know about Mi-ho? He retorted. Well, what do you know about her? Gun was stumped and started arguing stubbornly. It's too noisy. Anyway, I'm being sincere here. While Gwang-ik was talking, he warned them. The three of them had reached the bedroom, but something felt strange. Everyone spoke up at once. Huh? Gwang-ik is here. Is he the tall guy? He's the one who farted on the bus, right? If what I heard is true, after he knocks you out, you wake up feeling totally refreshed in the morning. There are no side effects at all. They all started clamoring. Are you really that good at controlling your strength? I'm the team leader of Team 5. We're counting on you. Our team wants your gift too. This is Team 4. Gwang-ik and Bang Jian-tae quietly glanced over at Kim Yo-han. He just kept a straight face. What? I'm just praising you. Gwang-ik was miserable. Confess, you sinner. He felt dazed looking at the crowd. With this many people, when would it ever end? Gwang-ik knew from experience that to knock someone out perfectly, he had to adjust the force of his hand to match each person's physical condition. His eyes were filled with panic. The faster I do it, the less time it takes. That's why he was so busy at night, having to go from room to room to spread the love. At one point, just as he was about to give his usual command, the girl he was about to put to sleep spoke up. She asked, Do you really have to say it like that? Gwang-ik didn't change his expression. This is your dream, Kang Dong-win, he said, swinging his hand down. I went around blessing the kids who couldn't sleep. By the time I got back to my room, it was very late, and my whole body was aching. Tonight's work was finally finished. Well, his eyes, 7 parts interested and 3 parts pensive, glanced at someone. Even so, I still can't forget the last thing I need to do. He excitedly waved at Dong Kinam. The same thing today? Get lost. The dark circles under his eyes were pitch black. He silently turned his face away, refusing to look at him. But that just made him more amused. Ah, still reacting the same way. That's why I just can't hate you. This is so fun, so exciting. The more he did this, the more secrets he discovered. A sneaky blow to the nape of the neck, and the result is a line of people waiting, then being dragged back by their teammates. Everyone queued up to be knocked out, and then someone would carry them to bed. That was the origin of their immortal cooperation. Even the drill instructor couldn't stop it because most of the trainees had to rely on my hand to reach the world of dreams, and I became famous. They gave me many nicknames like the Sleeping Pill, my Dream, the Magic Hand, and so on. But at some point, my nickname became the Pecking Bird. Please call him that, they said with radiant smiles. This change made Gwang-ik feel absolutely ridiculous. They've completely changed the name our parents gave us. Would you like a piece of chocolate? Seeing that, Gwang-ik didn't mind accepting it. Of course, even he was confused. I don't even know when this orientation training started. Everything was coming to an end. On the screen were disgusting images of strange, invasive species. That's what we call those who come from the black holes to invade this place. This is what they had to learn in today's lecture. It's been 20 years since the first black hole appeared. During that time, many new invasive species have emerged. We use a numbering system to classify them. The instructor explained. The first species were given numbers, and the higher the number, the more frequently those creatures appear. You can check their shapes and how to fight them on your tablets. The species on there are the ones that appear the most. You'll be fine fighting them, as long as you're careful. But even the immortal can die if they let their guard down. However, there are some invasive species you must retreat from as soon as you see them. He warned that the first numbers represent the species. After them, there are many variants of the same species. The instructor pointed to the projection screen. This is the Blue Knight. When the large black hole appeared during the Great Gate incident, it killed about 500 armed warriors. Then came a bunch of information they were forced to cram and memorize. It has air cushions on both feet and 2 metal wings, and its speed can reach 150 kilometers per hour. The blue energy blade that comes out from its wings is Gwang-ik, stared intently at the tablet. Education about the invaders and the training that led to this moment. I see. Now I understand the purpose of this company. Warum Telecommunications, an administrative department under the government security agency, is a company that enters white holes and monitors the invaders coming from black holes. People say that our security agency has reached a high level, but the invaders are still a threat to this society. Therefore, people in society still need someone to keep an eye on them, and Warum Telecommunications is just one of the companies doing that job. I guess working as an employee there comes with a pretty high salary, honestly. Gwang-ik smiled slightly, his eyes filled with joy. I'm happy to know this. Now I don't need the UN or the military anymore. Just run immediately if you see them. They are nightmares. While the instructor was still lecturing, his mind wandered elsewhere. Also, why did my father bring me here? To put his own son in such great danger? The last lesson is about to end. There will be a test on this, so memorize everything you see on the tablet. He had to set a goal. Why should I ask him that? After reaching the halfway point of the orientation, new training courses were added. The lecture on invasive species by the instructor was one of them. Second, we had lectures from the purple-haired woman on combat support items. The short-haired girl introduced the tools, starting with something called a blood pack. Whenever you're in danger, just open this and inject it into your arm. It automatically finds a vein and delivers blood to you. She explained it very thoroughly. It's made by mixing a specific ratio of an awakening agent, a sedative, and crushed enter leaves. If you jab it into your arm, the air pressure forces the medicine into your body. It enters the bloodstream to boost your physical abilities. We usually call it combat stims, but its official name is BB-8. Gwang-ik was totally lost hearing all this. Awakening agent, sedative, combat stims, the short-haired woman laughed cheerfully. If you use the right amount, you won't get addicted. But if you overdo it, that becomes a problem. Even if you're immortal, you'll be dependent on these for the rest of your life. Please don't say scary things with a smile like that. It's terrifying. The instructor added, this was developed in Germany and is known as Botan's Blessing, or Odin's Blessing. It's one of the most advanced spiritual cocktails. She leaned down to rummage through the medical crate. Besides these, we have other cocktails here. Their main effect is stamina recovery. Gwang-ik couldn't help but exclaim, This place is a paradise for performance enhancers. Finally, the guidance counselor, C-Do, had us practice with firearms. Everyone was issued a gun. There's a big difference between practice and actual combat. So, you guys better pay close attention and learn properly. After that, we repeated running, weight training, technical drills, and body conditioning. I kept helping Kang Puriam, and the others joined in too. I'll push you from behind. I've got you from this side. Once we adapted to this chaotic environment, the number of people I had to drag to bed at night decreased. Finally, everyone became strong enough to pass the running test. Even Kang Puriam could do it on her own. It was a moment of pride, seeing all that hard work pay off. Just like that, a month passed, and all training was completed. The instructor spoke one evening. No one gave up despite the hardships, and everyone instructor Lee Gang-mo wore a rare smile. Congratulations on becoming the newest employees of the Warem Corporation. You guys are awesome. Everyone cheered in unison. Wow, we're done. It's over. This is amazing. Hey Hubie, we're new employees now. Kim Han stepped up. All right, listen up everyone. Now, I will announce the results of your training period. It was calculated based on everyone's performance during training and the tests. You will be assigned to different departments based on your ranking. There are also rewards for the top 3. Amidst the cheers, Gwang-ik felt satisfied. There's nothing better in life than money. Gwang-ik listened quietly. Next, we will announce 3rd place. He tried to guess who would take 1st and 2nd, but who was 3rd? Could it be me? A person was immediately named Kyomin. He cheered. Oh, but his face was completely unfamiliar. Who was that? He hadn't even appeared in the story before. He immediately went up on stage to shake the instructor's hand. Great job. Thank you, instructor. If you apply to any department you want to join, they will consider it. He was so excited. Well then, the security team not right now. We'll talk about that later. Gwang-ik looked on, deeply suspicious. He seemed a bit foolish, yet somehow, he made it to 3rd place. Instructor Kim Han spoke again. Next, for 2nd place, a name that couldn't be more familiar. Dong Ki-nam. Whispers echoed. I know him. He belongs to that bloodline. Gwang-ik watched him, remembering back when he didn't even know what people meant when they talked about that bloodline. Kim Yo-han had even doubted his identity before. Are you sure you're really immortal? I know, right? Looking at you just makes me more unsure. He tipped his head back and downed his drink. Dong Ki-nam belonged to the main branch with pure blood lineage. Gwang-ik was even more confused. I don't see how that matters. Is he just the son of a rich family? That's only part of it, Bang Jiante added. It depends on the blood type they possess, but high-class purebloods usually recover faster and are more sensitive than mixed bloods. That's why they're better at controlling their immortal bodies than others. But that rude little prince is the purest among the purebloods. Among the immortals in this country, he belongs to one of the top 3 pureblood lineages. That was the truth about Ki-nam. He never slacked off and always ranked high during training. He could truly be called a natural-born genius. Gwang-ik understood that type of person. He was certainly talented, but his determination to succeed was even greater. He was a perfect example of such a person. Even though he didn't like him, that position was well-deserved. Bang Jiante suddenly started acting up. Wait, if that talented Dong Ki-nam isn't first, then I could be the one in first place, right? The other 2 turned away as if they hadn't heard him. My poor, pathetic friend. You've lost your mind. Exactly. Even if he isn't my brother. Bang Jiante got annoyed. Is that how you treat your friends? Instructor Kim Han started being vague, but Gwang-ik had already predicted it. If Ki-nam was 2nd, she was likely 1st. Sure enough, the name that followed was Yumi Ho. She walked up with a cold expression. In Gwang-ik's mind, he had already evaluated her, a rude little Sherlock Holmes. She lacked empathy and was rude. Meanwhile, Bang Jiante was already a total simp. Oh, obviously, Yumi Ho, but she's super smart. During team training, she would abandon her teammates if it affected her score. In just a few months of being together, his assessment of Yumi Ho was complete enough to know what kind of person she was, and would tell anyone pestering her that she was only focused on training and had no time to chat. She was a total bookworm and prickly, but that's exactly why she achieved such results. Truly an annoying person. Everyone, let's have a round of applause. Their gazes were fixed on them. The 3 stood together on the platform. Now, I feel like I'm somehow connected to them. But what was that 3rd guy's name again? Gwang-ik's face was stunned. The accolades were brief. Now, you have free time until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Everyone asked, what do we do now? Party? Do they sell alcohol here? Suddenly, someone called out, Trainee number 48. The 2 exchanged a few brief words. Do you have time? Yes, sir. Then let's talk. Meet me in the smoking room later. He didn't refuse. Yes, sir. His 2 friends were still hovering around. Hey, what's wrong? Did you do something wrong? Here is my number. Contact me when you're out. Gwang-ik took it. Okay. The other two immediately crowded around. Hey, what happened? Did you do something wrong? He shrugged. Why would you reach that conclusion? Gwang-ik looked down at the paper in his hand. I see. Maybe he wants me to come and meet him. There are a few things I've been curious about from the start. You've had this on your mind since the first day you arrived. This orientation is meant to assess the trainee's potential to create the best immortals. But is that really all there is to it? Could the person who planned this orientation have other motives? Shin Nam cheerfully slapped his shoulder. I've been able to sleep soundly lately, all thanks to you. A purple-haired girl gently handed him a note, telling him to meet up when they got out. Keep in touch with the rest of the bunch, too. Let's meet at our workplace. In just a moment, he had run into almost everyone from the teams. There were so many. Still, Gwang-ik was quite satisfied. It would be crazy if I wanted the top spot. But I don't need something like that. There are more important things. Kim Yo-han wondered. Did you run into trouble on the way to the store or something? What kept you so long? Gwang-ik puffed out his chest, emboldened. That's just because I'm so popular. The other two rummaged through the bags and complained. I don't like these chips. Didn't you get the mint chocolate? Gwang-ik got annoyed. You brat. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Everyone turned, only to see a man in a suit and glasses standing by the door they hadn't even noticed when he arrived. Even Gwang-ik didn't notice him. Even when he walked up close, we didn't sense him until he spoke. This must be a stealth ability. The man called out to the hallway. This is... The man who had walked in spoke up. I heard there were many talented individuals in this training batch. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. A middle-aged man with a composed demeanor appeared before them. I am the CEO of Warim Telecom, Nam Jae-in. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Everyone stood up straight. They all saluted in unison. Nam Jae-in. I remember seeing his name on the board. Gwang-ik had read up on him. Born in 1973, he had 5 years of military experience in the emergency response team. He's a first-generation immortal who has lived through history, from the terrifying years right up to the present. Now, he is one of the top 10 immortals in the former forces of the Korean branch office. That was the summary of this man. His power is undeniable. Why don't you all have a seat? I didn't come here to punish anyone. He walked in. Is the training fun? Someone shouted, Yes, sir. He just chuckled and rambled on. What's so fun about it? You get yourselves hurt and then have to heal. That sounds painful as hell. Gwang-ik felt Bang Jian-tae behind him nodding like crazy, and he held back a laugh. Poor little Bang Jian-tae, his office life is going to be rough. Nam Jae-in smiled brightly again. I like your honesty, but you should learn to work hard. It might just save your life. Believe me, this is hard-won wisdom from someone who's been there. He turned serious toward Dong Ki-nam, who immediately stood up. Yes, I'm here, sir. He walked up to shake the CEO's hand, and the man cheered him on for doing a good job. Dong Ki-nam replied coldly. Thank you, sir. He called for the next person. You, Mi-ho. She stood up immediately. Yes. And again the same polite pleasantries. I have high expectations for you. Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was completely confused. Why is he here? Just to say hello? To check out the top-ranked people? He felt his mind drifting to the clouds. Surely he didn't have nothing better to do. Suddenly, he couldn't believe it when CEO Nam Jae-in called his name. Employee Gwang-ik. He was bewildered. Do ye? He asked. Do you carry the blood of a soul blood? Yes. Those cold blue eyes scanned him from head to toe. Not bad. Then, he asked questions completely unrelated to the training, and Gwang-ik just answered honestly. Finally, he concluded with, How nice. You're at the perfect age for working. Gwang-ik cursed internally. Nice? What the hell? I want a girlfriend. And why do you keep staring at me like that? It's so much pressure. Then he winked at him, leaving him with a final word. I'll see you at the office. Well, I'm off. I'll leave some gifts behind, but don't get too drunk. He left Gwang-ik with a bewildered expression. Kim Yo-han bombarded him with questions. Who are you? The CEO's secret son? Why did he talk to you and even wink at you? Even Gwang-ik didn't understand. He had never met the man before. Could it be that I'm his favorite? Isn't he married? He added, shifting the topic. I heard he has a daughter. Where did you get that information, huh? It's not even on the information board. Then, a crate was pushed in. The instructor sighed. You group is really lucky. If you all drop dead by tomorrow morning, I wouldn't even care. So don't overdo it. Gwang-ik was ecstatic. Oh, is it alcohol? I was disappointed that we were having a party without any booze. Bang Jian-tae shyly scurried over to Brown Nose. Hey, but he was immediately rejected flat out. No. He still stubbornly tried to invite her. Since it's the last day, would you like to have a drink with me? She didn't even bother looking at him. Alcohol makes people stupid. I don't want to drink. The two of them watched his dejected form and sighed. Again? Counting this time, that's 16, and he's been knocked down every time. The chubby guy opened the crate and exclaimed, "This isn't alcohol. Blant is a mental cocktail that immortals love the most. It neutralizes the senses and makes the drinker dizzy. So even immortals suffering from insomnia can finally sleep. The utility of this drink is truly worth it." Bang Jiante distributed exactly 10 cans. I guess it's one per person. Each of these costs 3 million, you know. Taking it, he actually gave away a gift worth 3 million. He's so cool, isn't he? A can clattered to the floor. Dong Ki Nam had just finished a can, his face flushed red as he glanced at someone. Specifically, that lowlife Dai. He was still confused. Was he talking to me? Then he laid down to sleep, oblivious to the world, and everyone marveled. Even though the slightest noise someone else made would usually wake him up. It works like a charm. The petty bastard asked him, "Did you bully him or something? Did you intentionally walk with your slippers shuffling to the bathroom in the middle of the night?" Gwang-ik replied nonchalantly, "No, it's just a habit I picked up from Dong Ki Nam." Bang Jiante couldn't believe it. And suddenly, Yumiho appeared in front of him, her voice quiet. "Thanks for these past few days." Gwang-ik wasn't surprised. "Oh, really?" Suddenly, Yumiho handed him a piece of paper, a reward for him only he was allowed to read it. Bang. Jiante was startled, his voice trembling. "It can't be right?" Gwang-ik replied. "What did I tell you?" He smoothed his hair, feeling smug. "I told you to give up, didn't I? I'm just too popular." "No way. How could I give up when you're looking at me like that?" He left him with one final remark. "Go look in a mirror first." Bang Jiante couldn't accept it and tilted his head back to finish his drink. "I couldn't even stay clear-headed," Kim Yo-han chuckled. "Both of you are just as bad as each other." Finding a secluded spot, Gwang-ik unfolded the paper. Inside were the details Mio had provided. Namjae-in has a habit of handpicking a few new recruits to keep a very close eye on. If you pass her tests, your office life will be smooth sailing. But if you don't, you're obviously going to face a lot of obstacles. You should be careful and not mention this to anyone else. That was the information. At the same time, he was surprised. How did she even know about this? He realized there was more to her than he had assumed. Her attitude wasn't exactly what he had labeled it to be. The way she wrote about him, combined with her habits, made him feel she knew much more than this. She must have had her own reasons for being difficult to approach. Thinking about it, she wasn't as unapproachable as he'd thought. He turned back to congratulate him. "This isn't a love letter," Bang Jiante demanded. "Then let me see it, you stingy jerk." "No, I meant thanks. Thanks for being thoughtful." "That's not what I meant, you idiot." Afterward, both of them ate until they were stuffed and collapsed on the bed. "This feels so good." "You jerk." Gwang-ik also downed a can of blunt and fell into a dead sleep. On his first day of work, Gwang-ik arrived in front of a high-rise building. He had been assigned to the 3rd security team. He stepped inside and looked around. The 3rd security team must be here. His eyes were immediately met by a man with a scowling face, staring coldly at him, the newcomer. Was he the manager? I should probably introduce myself, right? Then, a string of profanities made him freeze. His gaze shifted to the person who had just made the noise. It was a man with dark circles under his eyes, smiling at him. Then, the man picked up the phone receiver, and his attitude changed completely. He shouted in anger, "Are you kidding me? A new hire? Are you serious?" For a moment, the room was filled with nothing but his cursing. "You know what the situation in our department is like, yet you still send a new guy? You can't do this. How many times have I told you to send someone with experience, or at least someone ranked 1st or 2nd? No, manager, it's not like that. No, the hell it isn't. I'm not cursing." "I'm not." The situation was very awkward. Someone spoke up. "Sit down." It was a woman with short red hair, her eyes still glued to her monitor. After he sat down in a state of confusion, she stood up and walked to the manager's desk. "What should I do?" The manager had spun his chair around, swearing at everything under the sun. "I don't know." The woman turned back to ask the guy who had just been screaming into the phone. "Senior?" He sighed in frustration. "I don't know what you want either. They decided on their own, so I'll just train him." Gwang-ik was deep in thought. It seemed he had been assigned to the wrong place when someone called his name. Regardless, he immediately snapped back to attention. "Yes, the new hire, Gwang-ik." The red-haired woman approached him. "I'll tell you what you need to do." She tossed a stack of documents at him. "This is the personnel registration book for Warim. Memorize all of it by tomorrow, and then burn it." "By tomorrow?" She warned, "Unless you're going to the bathroom or eating, don't lift your butt off that chair." Then she pointed directly. "This is the secure phone, and this is the regular phone. When you pick up the secure phone, say something like, 'This is the new hire,' and then transfer the call to the person they want to speak with. The transfer instructions are recorded on the phone. When you answer the regular phone, You aren't even allowed to mention the immortals, the transformed, or company business. Understand? Gwang-ik vaguely understood what he had to do. Yes, I understand. Finished with her instructions, the woman grabbed her coat and left. All right, I'm off to investigate. Gwang-ik silently did what he had to do. In his ear, he could hear some friendly chatter from his colleagues. I heard you got a new hire. Are you Dong Ki-nam? Nice to meet you. The whole day has been like torture. If there's anything you want to know, just ask me. I'm the secretary to the manager. What about lunch? A cup slammed down on the desk, and the three of them gathered together. Gwang-ik looked gloomy. Let me ask you something. Do you guys get screamed at? The other two looked indifferent. Yeah, of course. There was one thing Gwang-ik just couldn't understand. But why? Kim Yo-han hummed. Yeah, I heard something. Bang Jian-tae chuckled, joking. It's time for the new hires welcome podcast. It's clear that Nam Jae-in was the one who decided which department you'd be assigned to. Gwang-ik was puzzled. She's the one who put me there? Kim Yo-han continued. That's right. She often listens to employees' preferences regarding department transfers. So, this isn't the first time she's gotten involved in things like this. But the problem is your department. It's the most notorious department in the company. The third external security team at the headquarters. Operations work is already quite dangerous, but external security is reserved only for the elite among the elite. Kim Yo-han's tone slowed. That's how difficult the work is. And you need a lot of skills to meet the job requirements. And the third external security team is infamous for Gwang-ik thought this was just an old trick. Bullying the new guy? But no, the truth was even more shocking. It hit him like a bolt of lightning. Kim Yo-han knew quite a few rumors and gossip about the third external security team. That manager is terrifying. He treats the rookies so badly they've nicknamed him the Press. Oh, and I heard there's a senior who looks exactly like a panda. Recently, they've become a big shot in the company. I think they're really talented. Obviously, who in the industry doesn't know them now? Every year, people are lining up to recruit them. Gwang-ik looked surprised. Really? Inside, he silently mused. So, I'm not the only one who thinks he looks like a panda. He probed further. What about that other senior? At this, Kim Yo-han acted mysterious, covering his hand. That senior? Without a doubt, she is that person. Hearing this, Gwang-ik froze. That person referred to the superhumans created by the effects of the special drug. The special drug was a substance created by normal humans to suppress the power of superhuman species. However, it was also a banned substance. The special drug was the product of secret experiments combining magic and alchemy, conducted without government oversight. No one knew if those experiments were tested on humans or what inhumane acts were behind them. Gwang-ik's expression darkened. And yet, the truth was, that senior was still a mutant. Kim Yo-han brought up 1,000 other stories. Her nickname is the Cleaver. Every new hire has to be chopped up by her before being sent to the press. Gwang-ik was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, An Avenger? A panda told me I am CEO Nam's Avenger. Kim Dong-a's footsteps froze. But the press, the Cleaver, and the panda are the real Avengers, not me. His face was cold as stone as he uttered these words. The two friends stared in shock at the deadly aura coming from behind their friend. Gwang-ik also felt something strange and slowly turned his head. It was indeed a death glare and the bone-chilling voice of Dong. Ah, I said no digging into my identity. She walked away while the three boys stood there, frozen. Their jaws dropped in shock. The server placed their food on the table, a piping hot plate fresh from the kitchen. His eyes were full of pity for the poor guy. Oh, the delicious, perfectly roasted peanuts. Gwang-ik began to chant his life's mantra as he watched them. I knew I was done for. People online always say, when you're struggling with work, just tell yourself that labor is joy, labor is glory. That's exactly what Gwang-ik kept telling himself. At times like these, just imagine you're the prince of a kingdom overflowing with mineral wealth, but your royal father is making you experience the commoner's life to temper your character. Whether others like you or not doesn't even matter. The landline phone rang. It was Gwang-ik's turn to pick it up. Yes, this is the new hire, Gwang-ik speaking. The person on the other end began to talk. Right, I'm Park Wang-soo from Support Team 1. Put me through to Kim Dong-ah, would you? He was still tripping over his words, being new and all. Manager Park Wang-soo of Support Team 1 here. Dong-ah, fix that. Not Manager Park Wang-soo, it's Director, not Manager. Yes, sir. Immediately, he could hear the two familiar insults from the others, hopeless and trash. He laughed maniacally in his head. You commoners, do you know who I am? I'm a prince, a real prince. It took me a few days to memorize the files and handle the calls. When my team members were away, the other seniors taught me a lot. His reputation spread far and wide, known as the woodpecker for his typing, but he was used to it now and didn't feel embarrassed anymore. Thanks to them, I finally understood what a real team was like. Just like the intel I gathered from observing the team members. Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong, the manager and a pureblood. But to Gwang-ik, the pureblood didn't look like a superior at all. He was only good at being the best close-quarters fighter in Warem. He was SSS tier in every aspect, naturally becoming the most elite warrior in Warem. Gwang-ik cursed under his breath, but aloud, he only ever used the word trash, just like some jerk. Oh, wait, he corrected himself, a cockroach that won't die. Quite a ruthless way to put it. The second person, nicknamed Panda, Lee Dong-hoon, was the assistant manager and a half-breed. He was always mocking Gwang-ik, and he was terrible at both fighting and shooting. Gwang-ik was sick of hearing it. So bored? Nothing to do? But he was actually a genius when it came to handling issues in the Human Resources Tower. He couldn't help but admire how, even though he always complained about wanting to quit, he still did his job exceptionally well. Gwang-ik knew he was bad at hand-to-hand combat, so he'd given up on that and poured all his energy into his intellectual work. Whenever he was quietest, I couldn't tell just how skilled he was. Only that he really loved anime. The last one in the trio of Kims was both an employee and a mutant. She was one of the rare, normal humans. In Warem, yet she was incredibly talented. She was the one who handed Gwang-ik documents, saying, "Study this." Gwang-ik also knew she came from a special operations unit, A rank in combat, B rank in sniping. Gwang-ik was quite impressed by her. He even thought she was the pinnacle of humanity. Besides manager Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong, she was one of the most excellent employees here. However, she didn't have a shred of humanity. She was just like a block of ice. That was his conclusion about his new superiors. People say talent comes with flaws, so what if you're good? Gwang-ik felt like he'd realized a truth. When your personality is trash, after the first week of work, the outside world was still peaceful. Today, Gwang-ik was taken somewhere else. The sound of a door opening caught the attention of the two people in the room. They looked familiar. Team 3? Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong led the way coldly. Yes. Gwang-ik looked for identifying features. The one in sunglasses was the manager, Dong Ki-nam. He bowed politely, like a machine. I am a new hire, after all. Dong-hoon started a conversation. Where are the others? Dong Ki-nam's manager kept his eyes glued to the screen. They're out working since early. The person at the control panel spoke into the mic. Is everything ready? Prepare for increased load. Gwang-ik found this test strange. The person on the screen was struggling. I thought this was just a normal office test. What is this? But hearing his inner thoughts, the person in charge explained, this is a gravity control device invented by civilizations from beyond the gate. At this moment, Panda chimed in. We know. Why explain it? The person in charge was speechless. There's a new guy here, but he looks so sleepy. Keep it short. I hate his attitude, but I like hearing the full explanation. The person in charge cleared his throat. Once you go in there, you'll feel the gravity. The record so far is 9 Gs. We'll conduct a few simple tests. He listed what had to be done, like running in place, push-ups, wall sits, and 3 laps. This time, the manager's record was the highest, so he didn't need to participate. Now, who will go? The other 2 immediately refused. Forget it. I did it last week. The responsibility fell on the new hire. Then, let the new guy do it. Afterward, the person in charge focused on the person on the screen. He's pretty good. Turn it up to 4 Gs. Ki-nam's manager bragged. Ki-nam from our team can even hold out at 5 Gs. The person in charge didn't hesitate and increased it to 5 Gs. The gravitational pressure was no joke. Dong Ki-nam's expression immediately turned grim. Gwang-ik struggled to hold back a laugh. Suddenly, Kim Dong-ah spoke up. It's funny, isn't it? It made you choke. She warned him. Keep your mouth shut while watching. Yes, ma'am. The gravity was too intense, and Ki-nam began to foam at the mouth, unable to stand, finally rolling his eyes and passing out. He's out. The manager frowned and nodded. Yeah. Dong-hoon nudged him. It's your turn. Smile brightly. Suddenly, Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong spoke. He should be on my team instead. Gwang-ik froze for a moment. He didn't say a word, his expression unreadable. Dong-hoon suddenly spoke. Manager, honestly, he's a bit pathetic. Isn't this going too far? Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong found it ridiculous. Going too far? How many have already lost it because they couldn't handle reality? Have you forgotten? Dong-ah slightly disagreed. An obedient dog is better than a useless one. Lee Dong-hoon crossed his arms. I know, but he doesn't know our intentions, so he probably hates us. Jung-bong remained expressionless. Hate is fine. This job isn't for greenhorns. The person in charge began the startup sequence. Manager Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong's expression was blank. It's better to let him give up early. In reality, they only wanted what was best for him, which was better than him falling into violent psychosis. Violent psychosis is a disease that only affects immortals. It is a mental illness that causes the sufferer to lose all reason and constantly inflict pain on others to regain their composure. Immortals who contract this disease are no different from those who transform into slaves to their own desires. Kim Dong-ahungbong hoped that after leaving this place, perhaps he would return to the information department. The work there is much safer. For a mixed-blood rookie with no standout traits, that is the most suitable path. He cursed again. Damn it, what is the CEO thinking, throwing a rookie in here? He won't last long before those thoughts are blown away. The supervisor praised, the kid's not bad. The numbers started climbing, hitting 4 Gs. The two behind him still hadn't changed their expressions. 4 Gs is nothing. Not passing out at this level is decent for a rookie, Dion added, but still not exceptional enough. Our team needs people who can fight right away, not some kid who needs to be taught everything. Only Kim Dong-ahungbong noticed something strange. He wasn't wavering at all. He asked, "What's the speed?" The supervisor looked confused. "It's like at 2 Gs, keep increasing it." Maybe they couldn't have anticipated this. He was a hidden master, playing it so cool that he was still jogging at 8 Gs. At that moment, the faces of all three in the security monitoring room changed. The supervisor looked panicked. He warned, "I've maxed it out. It's at 10 Gs. Kim Dong-ahungbong's face went dark, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, deep in thought. Sounds echoed from inside the testing room. Gwang-ik was running with all his might. He didn't know how much time had passed. He just kept going as if he didn't know what fatigue was. In his mind, he heard Kim Dong-ahungbong's earlier remark that Dong Ki-nam should have been on his team instead. "Hey manager, why are you treating me like this? What if I'm stronger than Ki-nam?" Then Lee Dong-hoon, who always smirked, said, "You hold a grudge, huh? Panda, you keep provoking me. You'd better not let me catch you outside. Even that red-haired woman you nicknamed the Ice Princess, Kim Dong-ah? That's right. She's a bit nicer than the others. At least she answered my questions. But can't you stop being so stiff and buy me a drink once in a while? And you guys don't even care if I'm okay?" Gwang-ik screamed in his heart. His eyes burned with intensity. Insulting those people's character was his motivation to keep running. Those bastards aren't any better than trash. The neon lights were bright, but he felt blinded by them. Gwang-ik didn't stop. "I feel the pressure rising. What's the G-force now? It reminds me of the last mutant training course. An untrained immortal body is just like a normal person's. With this kind of pressure, my organs feel like they're being crushed. No wonder Dong Ki-nam passed out." Even though Gwang-ik was distracted by side thoughts, he told himself, if it were Kim Yo-han or Bang Jun-tae, they wouldn't last more than a few seconds. I'll ask them later. But his movements remained steady, though it felt like falling into an endless loop. He wondered, but how long am I going to train for? I'm just trying to do what Dong Ki-nam did. Whatever, I'll show them what I've got. His eyes showed stubborn persistence, unaware that his effort had already been recognized. A crackling voice sounded out. "What's 8 times 9? Gwang-ik was bewildered, drenched in sweat. "Do I look like I don't know how to multiply single digits?" They didn't ask Ki-nam questions like this. Even so, he kept doing push-ups while answering. 72. Lee Dong-hoon nodded. "Too easy, huh? That kid is different from the academy. His test results show it too. Try 2-digit multiplication." The supervisor randomly read out a calculation. 12 times 22. The answer came back instantly. 264. All three froze. Dong-ha spoke up. "He isn't just spouting nonsense, is he?" Lee Dong-hoon was also in disbelief. There's a drug that can boost both mental and physical capacity, but unless he's a billionaire, he couldn't afford it. Manager Kim Dong-ahungbong interrupted. "We'll know if he used drugs after we check his body." Dong-ah suddenly mentioned, "What if it's negative?" Kim Dong-ahungbong stared silently at the screen, vaguely replying, "I don't know." Finally, the notification that the training had ended sounded. Gwang-ik stretched his limbs to feel it out. "Gravity training is interesting. I feel so light now. I've only been here for a bit, but I feel stronger than before." He thought it was probably because he was a mutant that he felt that way. The intercom crackled. "I'm opening the door. Come out." The door automatically slid open. Gwang-ik stepped out. The Ice Princess, Dong-ah, handed him a handkerchief. "Good job," she said. He didn't understand what was going on. Then Lee Dong-hoon smiled brightly at him. Manager Kim Dong-ahungbong glanced over. "What are you doing now? If you're done, get back to your position." Then he turned to the supervisor to check the rookie's records. "I hope I'm not at the bottom." Gwang-ik was still stunned. Why wasn't he cursing anymore? His reaction was so different. He thought he just had to do a little bit better than Ki-nam. The other two urged him. "Let's go." Before leaving, the supervisor called him back. Gwang-ik. He seemed very welcoming. "You're in charge of the equipment here and part of the infrastructure team." Right now, his mood was complicated. His eyes were very confused. Me? And the manager is always pushing me. Show me the records now. He still didn't believe in Gwang-ik's ability and stayed to threaten him. No, I mean, come see me when you're training alone. Lee Dong-hoon pushed him along. Come on, let's go. Stepping out of the testing room, he felt his spirits soar. The senior manager really seemed to like him. And the team manager was behind him checking the records. He felt his future looked a bit brighter. Nice, nice. I'm so proud of myself. He was still beaming. I've been aiming for an opportunity like this. How long have you been underestimating me? Suddenly, Kim Dong-ah spoke up. Do. He replied, yes? He was immediately scolded. Since when do you say yes when you're called? Fix your attitude. This isn't a playground or school. This is work. His joy was instantly extinguished. Of course. I'm sorry. Suddenly, she turned her head slightly. Good work. These words made Gwang-ik stop in his tracks. He repeated the words in his head. Good work. The world looked sunny to him. She just said that, meaning he had finally been recognized as part of the team. So from now on, it was for real. Gwang-ik hurried after the two seniors to the office. Surely he couldn't have expected that for real meant 3 huge stacks of books. Memorize all of this. Gwang-ik was stunned. Damn it, I should have guessed this. Even his voice trembled. What is this? Lee Dong-hoon handed them over himself. The first is the ranking of invaders. The second is types of pharmaceuticals. The third is the structure and usage of equipment. Gwang-ik had guessed it. And you want me to Dong-ah emphasized. Memorize every page. Until which page? She glared. All of them. Gwang-ik had no choice. All right then. If I study this during the 3 months of training, but what she said was even more shocking. I'll give you 4 days. Only one thought crossed his mind at that moment. Is this panda-faced guy acting weird because he's sleep-deprived or what? Gwang-ik was still not feeling like studying. Does memorizing this stuff actually help at all? A familiar scoff echoed in the room. Lee Jung-bong walked in. So, our new recruit thinks things are unfair, huh? He walked over to his seat. Rankings are everything. Lee Dong-hoon chimed in. You're fighting enemies you know nothing about. You need to remember this if you don't want to get digested and reincarnated as poop. Knowing which food suits your body is crucial too. Going to the battlefield without knowing that is no different from fighting empty-handed. It was Kim Dong-ah's turn to mention the third book. You can't use your weapons properly if you don't understand their structure. Knowing how to use them and understanding their structure are 2 different things. Just do as we say. They were so right that Gwang-ik couldn't even argue back. Yeah, you guys are right. He still felt overwhelmed. But 4 days the others' responses were insane. Some took 1 day, management took 2, and Dong-ah took 4. I'm fine. I was just wondering why you guys are here instead of being in the barracks. Still that same smirk on the panda's face. I'll test you again in 4 days. Manager Lee Jung-bong looked disappointed. It'd be boring if it were just a simple test, wouldn't it? He added. 1 mistake equals 1 hour of extra training. Gwang-ik was stunned. That's way too much. Lee Jung-bong noticed his thoughts. Can't do it? Then quit. This hit right at his pride. A spark flickered in his eyes. Gwang-ik grabbed the first heavy book. I'll do it. Everyone there felt the same thing about this newcomer. No one knew how things would turn out. The sound of a keyboard clicking filled the air. The person in charge of the testing room was busy checking the data. He remembered the earlier scene. Lee Jung-bong had been stubborn. The result was a first-place finish, but he still couldn't believe it. Which position did he get? Even the person in charge looked weary. You've asked me 12 times already. Really? The person in charge chuckled. Yeah, you're excited, aren't you? Lee Jung-bong's expression didn't change. He denied it. No, I'm just surprised that a clumsy guy like that is so strong. The person in charge mused. He's a special case. It's like he was born that way. Maybe he was hybridized in a unique way. Immortals are rarely this strong, and there's always a limit to physical training. But if he was born like this, he's good. If you're done with him, send him to my team. But Lee Jung-bong immediately turned and walked away. Have a good day at work. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Manager Lee Jung-bong, is he going to train him? The meat grinder is about to start. Why is an internship called an internship? A question arose, and there was always an answer. Because it's a set period for you to learn what's necessary for the job, and see if you're a good fit for the position. Gwang-ik looked dazed. On the internet, people say it's a process where you learn and need to adapt to your work. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going through. He realized a profound philosophy. To get into Warim, there is still so much to learn. Every so often, Kim Dong-ah would suddenly ask, what material are the bulletproof shields and helmets made of? Gwang-ik calmly replied, G-type, full grain, and Kevlar fibers. Jung-hum let out a hum, while the manager sighed. Try to remember, it's not hard. Kim Dong-ah waited in silence for him to continue. He answered fluently. It's a material even tougher than diamond. It protects against all kinds of cold weapons like knives and swords, as well as bullets, and it also ensures the wearer's body temperature doesn't drop too low if the environment is too cold. Manager Lee Jung-bong suddenly mentioned 64. A hint of confusion flashed in Gwang-ik's eyes. 64? What's that? He reassured himself. Think. Do Gwang-ik, you can do this. Then he replied, steel rims for cars. Are you sure? He insisted firmly. Yes. The manager asked again. Are you really sure? Actually, I'm not sure at all. But whatever. His gaze was determined. Yes, I'm sure. Lee Jung-bong let out a confused sound. And then, naturally, came the reprimand. You're so disappointing. Has no one ever taught you that if you're not sure, don't say anything? Go take your penalty. This guy, Gwang-ik, automatically went out to jog as if he were used to it. The test starts in 4 days. Every day they ask 10 questions, and on average I get about 3 wrong. While jogging, he thought of other things. What's the internship like today? Warren invests heavily in employee welfare facilities. So, there are all sorts of diverse training equipment. Today, Gwang-ik had to go to the physical enhancement room. A short-haired woman looked like she had just finished training. Welcome, Gwang-ik. He greeted her politely. Hello, team manager. She replied kindly. How is it? Training until you forget to eat? He looked a bit pitiful. I just want to do my best. I can't exactly say it's because I keep failing the memory test. The short-haired lady laughed happily. I see. Well, it's nice to meet you anyway. Then he moved on to the endurance training room. Kim Han was inside in the 100 degrees Celsius heat. Enjoy this pain. Gwang-ik stepped inside. Hello. He let out a sigh. So you're still alive? This made Gwang-ik frustrated. You're talking to a closed junior like that? You're too strict, manager. They also had reflex training, the sensitivity of the eyes, where you'd get your face smashed if you didn't dodge the swinging weights. Sensory control training, where he had to be blindfolded and feel where the bullets were coming from. Then there was the 3D holographic combat training and much more, to the point where the manager looked exhausted just seeing his face. You're here again? Gwang-ik waved his hand. Yeah, my muscles are so tight. All right, you know endurance training is limited to once a week, right? The internship directors started to look at me like I was a lunatic. Until one day he froze. There was a thin file on the desk. What is this on my desk? Gwang-ik instinctively looked at his senior. Jung-hum's panda face was as radiant as the Buddha. Gwang-ik knew. Oh, we're screwed. Both of them provoked him. If you find it too hard, you can just quit. Dong-ki-nam and Yumi-ho had already memorized all of it. As expected of the first and second ranks, he sniffled, feeling sad for his own plight. And the next day, I answered 4 questions wrong. I trudged home, exhausted. I'm home. Welcome home, dear. It's time for dinner. A simple yet warm meal was on the table. Where's Dad? Lately, your father has been traveling for business a lot. Gwang-ik was a bit disappointed. I haven't seen his face for a whole month. I wanted to ask him about work. Even so, he couldn't reveal the company's secrets to the old man, because he still had to take a special lie detector test. He suddenly spoke up. Mom, I started working today. He was a bit hesitant. Well, the company treats me quite harshly. Is that so? Are they hitting you or something? He stammered. That's not it. It's just that they're a bit too strict with the trainee drills. Mom, I understand. It means I'm slowly getting recognized. He felt helpless. But Mom, it's just so hard. His mom replied nonchalantly, if it's too hard, just quit. He screamed internally, Mom, that's too reckless. He felt dazed. Good grief. What am I supposed to complain about now? He had to let it slide. It's okay, Mom, don't worry about it. His mom didn't understand what he meant. Are you short on money? That's part of it, I guess. But he looked up at the empty space, thinking, it's because this is the path I chose, and I believe this is the fastest way to reach my goal. Thinking of that heroic back, Gwang-ik felt even more determined to persevere. So, he couldn't give up yet. Every day at work was a constant cycle of answering questions, learning to write reports, plus high-intensity training, memorizing data, and answering calls. Days went by just like that, and 2 weeks passed in a flash. The clock hit 10:30. Gwang-ik slumped back into his chair, dazed. Did I finish everything and memorize everything I needed to? Gwang-ik felt empty. There was no work left to do. He opened his notebook. Warim had 4 main headquarters, and the external security team was responsible for 3 specific roles. First, in case of disaster, they provide rescue in assigned areas. They were sent to the black hole that appeared on Earth. Those were the areas under their jurisdiction. Second, preventing special terrorist elements. However, this duty is usually handled by the VN2 security team. Clearly, the police force also has a team, similar to our special immortal force. Third, support. They provide support to other teams. Usually, purebloods are scattered across different teams, but we have an entire team consisting of a pureblood manager, a mixed blood assistant manager, a veteran mutant, and a mixed blood rookie. This team is a bit of a motley crew, so the external security team 3's main function is support. He looked up at the ceiling, questioning himself, is it really this boring? After thinking for a moment, he concluded, let's go train. Gwang-ik refused to let himself be idle. On the way to the training room, he heard a familiar voice. Is that really true? How strange. Everyone, think about it. Are you sure you guys didn't get scammed? I think so too. Gwang-ik realized it was the team manager, and that jerk, Sherlock. Lee Jung-bong cursed. Damn, it's the rookie. He replied mechanically. Yes, I'm the new recruit, Gwang-ik. He struck up a conversation with him naturally. Are you heading to training? Yes, I was planning to stretch my muscles. Is it fun? It's all right. Then, he suddenly closed with, back when you were in school, did you ever bully anyone? Gwang-ik was taken aback. Why would you ask that all of a sudden? He answered flatly. No, Lee Jung-bong sneered. You didn't go around town bullying kids? From what I've heard, you were quite the troublemaker. His expression didn't change. My school didn't have any bullying. Manager Lee Jung-bong said indifferently. Why? They went back and forth, one after the other. I told them not to. Not to what? Bully others? And they just followed my orders. Yeah, right. Lee Jung-bong mocked him. Are kids these days that stupid? The two of them bickered like they were fighting, under the anxious gazes of colleagues from other departments. Yes, I told them no, and they didn't dare do it. I don't like bullies, like those who scam money from others, for instance. Ah, his eyes turned cold, and he even swore. Lee Jung-bong smirked. Looks like our rookie really was a bully after all, huh? He threw a punch into the air. Are you good at fighting? A little bit. Then he suddenly offered, let's have a spar. The atmosphere plunged to the bottom of the lake, heavy and suffocating. Faced with that proposal, Gwang-ik looked serious. Fine. Manager Lee Jung-bong wasn't too surprised that he accepted the challenge. Ready? He chuckled and turned to his other colleagues. Hey, you guys don't have any work this afternoon, right? Want to come and watch? Yumi-ho? One side didn't stop him. That idiot. He looked excited and instructed, I'll see you at the training center at 3 o'clock. Go get something to eat until then. And don't eat too much, or you'll throw up. Gwang-ik nodded mechanically. Yes, I understand. Lee Jung-bong even assigned a task, Yumi-ho, assist him. She immediately turned away, claiming she was busy, but he had her cornered. Don't you know I decide your performance review? She immediately flipped her attitude. Yes, leave it to me. Facing Dee's glare, Lee Jung-bong said nonchalantly, I'll let Kim Dong-ah be the backup. He warned him kindly. Don't back out because you're scared, rookie. Gwang-ik seemed to get the signal. That won't happen, don't worry. 5 minutes before 3 o'clock, Gwang-ik and Yumi-ho headed to the designated location. She spoke up first. Why did you do that? Do what? Accept the duel. Gwang-ik was simple. There was nothing to hide and nothing profound about it. You have to do what they say, don't do what they forbid, and give your superiors what they want. Yumi-ho was confused. The team leader wants to fight you? Gwang-ik just rubbed the back of his neck. I think he really wants to beat me. She was silent for a long time before concluding, It's no wonder you're annoyed. Gwang-ik protested. I'm not. But she was firm. You say that, but you're clearly upset. I already told you, I'm not. Gwang-ik was lost in thought. He just wanted to test the skills of a rank leader, the one said to be the strongest in Warem. The two soon arrived at the training room. Don't you need to warm up? I already did before coming here. Behind him, Lee Jung-bong warned, Don't leave him disabled. Yumi-ho also advised, Don't overdo it. You just need to hold out as long as you can. Under the bright lights, Lee Jung-bong spoke up. Are you ready? Yes. He spread his arms out. Then come at me. Gwang's eyes flashed with hesitation, his feet shifting. He took a boxer's stance and lunged forward, his gaze calm. The first blow was just a greeting, a jab, then a combo. His striking speed was quite fast, but Lee Jung-bong dodged everything. He provoked him. Can't you even graze me? Deep down, Gwang-ik was surprised. He dodged everything. Gwang-ik stepped back. I just need to land one hit. He lowered his body and swung his arm. I'll purposely leave an opening. Immediately, Lee Jung-bong took the bait, his toes advancing, just as Gwang-ik intended, and they struck at the same time. A collision rang out, and everyone was shocked. Gwang-ik was immediately put in his place. He was still dazed, not understanding anything, his arm hanging limp, with no strength left in his hand. Gwang-ik's vision began to blur. My head is so dizzy. When was the last time I felt this way? He had felt this once before. Gwang-ik seemed to find it in the depths of his distant memories. I remember now. It was the first time Mom took me to the fitness center. His mother's cold, distant gaze from back then was still etched in his mind. Son, hold your stance and stand up straight. The manager outside was worried sick. Goodness, Mom, don't push your son so hard. His mother ignored him. It doesn't matter. I don't raise my son to be weak. If he's careless, he has to take the hit. It would be worse if I went easy on him. I was only 15 back then. I talked back to my mother, and instead of being sent to school, I was dragged to a gym. I felt a bit dazed, reeling from the shock. This was the first time anyone other than my mother had ever landed a hit on me. How is that even possible? Lee Jung-bong didn't change his expression at all. What's wrong? You alright? Need to keep going? Or should we call it rookie? Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was bewildered. Why was I the only one getting hit? He tried to clear his head and focus. Both of them threw a punch at the exact same time. He analyzed the situation, but the captain's image in his mind seemed to play in slow motion as he opened his palm and grabbed his hand. He had twisted his arm and then hit him with an elbow, right? That's all he could remember. His elbow trembled slightly. That move was so swift and clean. Even if his arm was fine, it would have been hard to land a counter. Lee Jung-bong's eyes were cold and provocative. What's wrong? Are you pissed because you're not used to getting hit? Kids these days are so arrogant. Sure enough, Gwang-ik took the bait immediately. He took a deep breath to cool his head. I see. He had thought about testing the guy's skills, but after all, this was a battle between an immortal and a shapeshifter. At the same time, he realized he had been way too overconfident, thinking he'd win this easily. He planted his feet shoulder-width apart and raised his guard again. This time, I'm playing for real. His aura calmed down and steadied. Come on then. Lee Jung-bong smirked, as if that was exactly what he wanted. A gust of wind whistled through the silent room. Everyone's eyes were locked on the match, and a few colleagues had even gathered to watch the drama. One person exclaimed, "This rookie is pretty good." The manager is already on the defensive. Even so, Gwang-ik didn't let those words faze him. His fists swung out again, each blow like a warship, but Lee Jung-bong dodged them all with ease. He chuckled, as if provoking him once more. Gwang-ik tried to stay composed. Stay calm. You have to keep your head in the game. In the heat of the moment, the man suddenly spoke up. Why are you even here? Huh? For the money? Gwang-ik tried to focus, ignoring him. His eyes widened, searching for an opening. Focus. Enhance your senses and predict his movements. Lee Jung-bong suddenly barked. Too naive. In a split second, he vanished right before his eyes. Gwang-ik froze, realizing this was a stealth ability. He threw a punch into thin air. Focus, damn it. He poured every bit of his perception into not letting the man outmaneuver him again. Out of nowhere, Lee Jung-bong launched a kick at close range. Gwang-ik nimbly jumped back. The man was still spewing nonsense to throw him off something about hero complex or other garbage. Gwang-ik quickly put some distance between them, still shocked. He's so fast. I don't know when to counter. But how is he even faster than me? I have the blood of a shapeshifter in my veins. I'm supposed to be the strong and fast one. As if realizing something, he immediately denied it. No, what if this isn't a blessing? Both instructors had told him he had only mastered the basics. He remembered Ju-hee's words. I want to teach you more, but there's no time left. And his opponent was a pureblood who had been training for a very long time. He didn't stop moving. He had to admit it, the team manager had S-rank combat skills. Still, Gwang-ik had his own reason for being so persistent. But that didn't mean he was going to give up easily. He threw another punch. Lee Jung-bong casually tilted his head, his tone mocking. If it's not for money or some hero complex, then why? He grabbed his wrist and hit him with a barrage of sarcasm. Do you want to hear the girls cheering for your name? Still playing the righteous hero? You'd be better off as a businessman. Gwang-ik was truly enraged. Shut up, this is the fastest way. The speed of his strikes increased. To do what I want and become who I want to be. One strike cut through the air. Gwang-ik paused for a split second, realizing too late about the left side. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge in time. A strike from Lee Jung-bong swept across his eye, leaving a gash. In that single second, blood splattered out, but he still refused to stop. Gwang-ik immediately wrapped his arms around the man's body. Only then did he speak. What about you? Why are you here? Lee Jung-bong's expression twisted. You really don't know? His eyes flashed with an eerie light. My sense of duty. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt the grip around his back tighten. That hurts, you bastard. Gwang-ik was acting like he'd lost his mind. I'm stronger than him. I can't lose. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a wave of power slammed down. The spectators were stunned. The sound of the fight ceased. A body slumped to the ground. Lee Jung-bong finally let out a breath. Someone blurted out, Team manager, did you actually use that? Just to fight a rookie? The manager looked annoyed. Bastard, you should have died. The other person sighed. This year's rookie hazing is really interesting. Someone nearby was startled. Wait, So things like this have happened before. Killing the rookies, it was a tradition for the 3rd Foreign Security Team. They had to fight to break the spirits of the new recruits and teach them a few lessons. Lee Jung-bong looked down at Jay with contempt. His arm is broken, and his ribs are cracked. This kid is such an idiot. Kim Dong-ah stepped toward the team manager to ask for a favor. Fine, go take him to the doctor. He probably won't wake up for half a day. Someone volunteered, let me take him. They were immediately met with a fierce glare from Yu Mi-ho. Lee Jung-bong had almost forgotten. Fine, I'll write the report for you, Kim Dong-ah asked. So, what do you think of him? His eyes darted toward the person lying on the ground. What do I think? Well, he dodged my ambush attack when I masked my own energy. He fought back using the very things he knew he was better at than me. His potential, his will, and his fighting spirit are all excellent. He wondered if he'd ever met anyone like him before. He had gained a bit of respect for Jay. The way he fought, it was as if he'd been raised on beatings. And not just any beatings, but the right kind of disciplined thrashings. Even the skill he wanted to use back there had affected his senses. His eyes flickered slightly. To be pushed that far by a rookie, he hadn't heard an answer yet, and Kim Dong-ah looked a bit confused. Team manager? He looked at the few people waiting for an answer. His face was slightly blank as he muttered, this bastard was really desperate to land a hit on me. Then he just went down. Lee Jung-bong waved his hand. Get him to the doctor and then get back to work, he thought. I've heard that even touching our manager was something Dong Ki-nam couldn't even do in a match. Because of the sensory confusing skills, he had to use 3 different abilities just to fight back against this kid. I thought Dong Ki-nam was the best case, but the best one is this guy. This is Jay. The corner of his mouth curled up in excitement. The new recruits were gathered in the meeting room, with a notice posted outside about the new employee training process. Bang Jian-tae sighed with annoyance. There's so much to do, and a mountain of training for the new recruits too. I think I'm going to die. Is the team leader going to teach us today? But Kim Yo-han next to him was dozing off. Bang Jian-tae tried to wake him up, but couldn't. Kim Yo-han. Hey, Kim Yo-han. This guy's ability to control his senses is really something now. He noticed Gwang-ik walking in cautiously. You're early. I thought you wouldn't make it. But Gwang-ik walked in silently and sat down in the very last seat. Gun shrugged, not understanding the looks of appraisal directed at him. His complexion was dark, lost in deep thought. His brows furrowed so tightly they almost touched. After waking up, Gwang-ik had immediately gone to find Kim Dong-ah. What was that? What was it? He asked directly about the final move. That thing that knocked me out, did you hide a stick or something? Kim Dong-ah paused what he was doing, looked up, and smiled with a mocking tone. Do you really want to know? Gwang-ik's expression didn't change. No, I was just asking. Are you happy that you won? At this, Kim Dong-ah replied coldly. I always crave a win. Hearing that, Gwang-ik turned to leave. Fine. I'm going. Crazy. Just then, Kim Dong-ah spoke up. Hey, rookie. He leaned back in his chair. Does this place feel like a school to you? You think just because you ask, I'll answer? Then he said, our little Gwang-ik is so slow, should I tell him? Is that what you think would happen? You know? Manager Kim Dong-ah gave an order. Figure out what it was yourself and write a report for me. Gwang-ik was stunned. A report? Kim Dong-ah just stood up. Find out for yourself what knocked you unconscious and write a report about it. Naturally, you have to do everything yourself. And if you have any intention of asking others for help, get that thought out of your head. His expression was cold, crushing him. And quit if you're wondering why you have to work in this hellhole. I'll transfer you to another team if you want. I don't care about the boss's orders anyway. He looked thrilled. Choose quickly. By now, the team leader had started the meeting. The analysis team has completed several assigned tasks. We have successfully contained the dangerous elements and traced the reasons for unfounded hypotheses and predictions. Regarding observation, a disappearance involving special species has very little time before it causes a stir, so analyzing the situation is crucial. So many things were being explained, but Gwang-ik didn't hear a word. He rested his chin on his hand, wondering about being knocked out by a single blow. The manager of the immortal team is me. A mixed-blood immortal knocked out by a single strike. When I lift my hands, it feels like I'm lifting boulders. Is it because his physique is well-trained? His mood soured. Countless questions flooded his mind. How did he even manage to hit me in the first place? With his head? No. His feet? That's impossible. A hidden weapon? Was it really necessary to go that far? Then came his last sentence. I'll transfer you to another team if you want. I don't care about the boss's orders. These 2 phrases were worth thinking about. Transferring teams? On the projector screen, something appeared. In the past, there was something called the Prophet Project. It doesn't exist anymore. but we once tried to create a system that could predict the future. The result is our current analysis team. Yu Miho raised her hand. What is it? She asked vaguely. As far as I know, prophets actually exist. The team leader replied, That's right, but of course not the kind that appears in fantasy novels. All prophets say that the future is constantly changing, that it never stops shifting, so determining a specific point can also create a derivative future. But Yu Miho clearly had her own perspective. Predicting the future is just a lie, but if only a few people know the future beforehand and say nothing about it, it becomes the truth. Exactly. There was once such a hypothesis. It was the foundation of the Prophet Project. Bang Jiante nodded to himself, smiling truly the woman he fell in love with, but in the end, it still failed. I want to know why. The team leader shrugged. The reason for that failure is very simple. He pointed to his head. The human brain. He went into more detail. Simply put, the thoughts in the brain are not always the truth. So when we looked into the brains of those with the ability to see the future, there were many things they believed to be true, but in reality, they were not. However, there were also many predictions that seemed plausible, which tricked us, leading to massive losses. His words hit the conflict in Gwang-ik's heart. Something one person believes to be real might be completely illogical to another, and that is why people often misunderstand. Gwang-ik froze. Misunderstand? He recalled words from an experienced person. The principle of trace marking is to scramble perception. The senses of an immortal are very special and excellent, so they can prevent information from being exposed to others. Like a light bulb going off in his head. Wait a minute. If the principle of trace marking is the opposite, if I use it in another way, it wouldn't just stop at blocking the senses. Gwang-ik replayed the event in his mind. What if it could give the opponent false information? I gripped his hands tight at that moment. No, he denied it. That was just what he thought he had done. At the time, he hadn't held his hands at all. The team leader concluded, Today's lesson ends here. The next lesson will be with L. A noise echoed. He turned to see only a chair spinning. Gwang-ik wanted to hurry back to write his report. He calculated the possibilities, faking a trace, by using the principle of trace marking. The answer lay in his right hand. His hand paused over the keyboard. The report still had confusing parts, but how did he know how to time it? Wouldn't he need to know the exact moment I attacked to calculate that? Is tricking the senses really that easy? No, impossible. If it were that easy, the immortals would have wiped out all other species already. That team leader must have been prepared. He waited for that exact moment to finish the Maru species in one blow. Kim Dong-ahung was still annoyed by his gaze. Why does that thing keep staring at me? What's wrong with him? Lee Dong-hoon laughed. Maybe he likes you. Finally, Gwang-ik arrived at something clearer, something close to a premonition. Intuition, he could feel the thing possessed only by veterans who had survived countless battles. Right now, I still can't rely on intuition or read the enemy's movements, but using intuition with the senses of an immortal? Gwang-ik felt something shift within his body, his mind drifting, his heart racing with the thrill of learning something new. He was struck by the thought that he too could do the same. The two of you are still messing around? Don't be like that. Hey, are you bad-mouthing the department manager? As Gwang-ik stood up from his chair, he immediately charged at manager Kim Dong-ahung. Lee, startled, that bastard quickly kicked out with his foot under the desk. He pushed his chair back violently. Are you insane? The documents on the desk scattered, fluttering away to reveal Lee's calm face. Quiet now. His transparent turquoise eyes glowed. Gwang-ik had just grasped the technique and put it into practice, maximizing his senses and blocking out all outside noise, focusing solely on the enemy before him. Gwang-ik could feel the manager's neck strike coming from the left. Without a second thought, he leaped forward, his fist aiming for Lee's face. Suddenly, he realized something. The corner of Kim Dong-ahung's mouth twitched upward. He had actually blocked it. Look at this bastard. Then, Gwang-ik's senses felt assaulted, as if Lee's energy were coming from every direction. He took a blow to the chin immediately, staggering backward. The office had descended into chaos. The other two couldn't figure out what had happened or how. Kim Dong-ahung's gaze was cold. What are you doing? Gwang-ik wiped the corner of his mouth. The report, the solution method for the assignment. Kim Dong-ahung was even more bewildered. The report? His expression was nonchalant. This seemed to be the more accurate answer. Gwang-ik had realized it and executed it immediately. This seemed to be the more precise answer. Others nearby heard the commotion and peeked in, exclaiming, "You're crazy!" Lee Dong-hoon and Dong-ah were both frustrated. Are you sure you're normal? Go see a psychiatrist. The man before him suddenly clicked his tongue. Actually, your answer was right. Gwang-ik stared at him blankly. When are we going to clean all this up? His expression was as grumpy as usual. What are you looking at? Clean it up. He shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to Lee Dong-hoon. Do you still have a lot of work? He replied that he didn't. I was planning to leave on time today. He asked again, as if by chance. What about you, Dong-ah? She replied, me neither. With that settled, he walked off. Then let's head home. It's getting late. He left the mess behind. You clean up this disaster first. He even had the kindness to add, my memory is quite good, so put everything back exactly where it was. I'll check tomorrow. Gwang-ik was forced to stay. Yes, sir. Lee Dong-hoon grabbed Kim Dong-ah Hung-bong. What was that he just did? Kim Dong-ah was also puzzled, looking suspicious. Did you teach him that while we weren't looking? Kim Dong-ah Hung-bong smirked. Do I look like the type of person who would do that? He really didn't look like it. But there was something else. Then why did you accept that strike as the report? He chuckled softly. Because it was damn impressive. Kim Dong-ah, how are his physical capabilities? She gave her assessment coldly. If you only consider that, he's one of the strongest people in the entire company. Lee Dong-hoon wondered, but where did he come from? Kim Dong-ah Hung-bong's brows furrowed. He hasn't learned to mask his movements yet. They're still very raw. If he were a pure-blood trained properly, things wouldn't be so clumsy. He just practiced an idea that had just popped into his head on the spot. He seemed to have found an interesting rough gem. He practiced it the moment he realized what it was, and on a team manager, no less. He was thoroughly intrigued. Where did that guy sprout from? Gwang-ik was left to clean up the mess Lee had caused. But he was the one who kicked the table. Dong-ah stood frozen early in the morning. She thought she had misheard. A rookie on a D-rank mission? Kim Dong-ah Hung-bong waved his hand dismissively. We're short on manpower. Honestly, when are we ever not? Take him. Dong-ah hesitated for just a moment. Fine. She then walked to the door and called for him to follow. They took the elevator down to the 6th basement level, which was a vast armory. Grab your gear. Gwang-ik didn't need to be told each item one by one. He quickly put on his protective gear and equipped his weapons. The two stepped outside, fully protected. A warning siren echoed across the area. Something pitch black appeared in the middle of a field of golden flowers. The vehicle came to a stop, the engine cut, and the people inside stepped out, one by one. Dong-ah checked the unit radio. Unit 1 has reached the mission area. A transmission came through from the other side. 1AUC, hotline, contactless warning speakers activated. Gwang-ik set a stern face. The knowledge he had memorized automatically surfaced. 1 meant the first invader. UC meant there was a possibility of more invaders. Hotline meant the speed at which the Black Earth Rift opened. And line meant the invaders would come out in a straight path. The contactless warning was the speaker system currently blaring. He mentally checked off the items on the scene, thankful he had studied beforehand. Gwang-ik took a deep breath and exhaled. The crimson gate before his eyes reminded him of the Gonghu accident that had happened 9 years ago. Back then, there had been a similar rift in front of him. This was still a haunting trauma. Once he found relief within the fear and terror, he had decided that he would live a life where he wiped out every single one of those bastards coming from the Black Rifts. That was what Gwang-ik truly believed. He could feel that today might be a turning point in his life, and he was taking the first step into that life today. But the rift I saw back then was much bigger than this one. How strange. He smiled faintly. Senior, why do I feel so nervous? Kim Dong-ah wasn't bothered by his fear. Handgun checked. Gwang-ik was speechless. Good grief, you're making me feel uneasy. But regardless, this was mandatory. Glock 17. 2 magazines with 17 rounds each were enough. Dong-ah's expression was off. Senior? He was curious too. Are Black Rifts usually this big? Dong-ah immediately turned on the radio. Unit 1 here. There's an anomaly. Requesting emergency support. The other side requested a video feed. The camera turned on, and the 2 remaining members in the department were immediately startled. They issued an order. Turn back. Support has been mobilized. The nearest team is moving there. Damn it. Why does it keep getting bigger? The other side immediately made a judgment, checking the status. CRK waveform hotline has detected danger. Gwang-ik heard it too. Waveform means the whole invading army is going to spill out? Unfortunately, Gwang-ik asked for an opinion. So we're just going to turn back? But Dong-ah didn't answer. Senior? He followed her gaze. Come to think of it, looking at the satellite map on the way here, there's a residential area 4 to 5 kilometers away. Gwang-ik's mood immediately sank. There were surely civilians, and there could be casualties. Hey, both of you get back, the radio urged. Both of you, get back. He switched to another question. How long will it take for the support team to get here? Dong-ah replied coldly. At least 15 minutes. The radio crackled. Unit 2, shut your mouth and follow orders. But the gate had already begun to change. Senior, the first invaders, the blind dogs, have emerged from the gate. The radio chatter won't stop, demanding that Units 1 and 2 get into the vehicle and leave immediately. But the 2 of them stand there, their feet seemingly glued to the ground. Are we really just going to leave like this? You'll become targets if you keep hesitating. Gwang-ik hesitated, thinking, is this really how things are supposed to go down? He remembered an article stating that fewer than 1,000 people died from traffic accidents last year. With improvements in AI and science and technology, thanks to materials from the white hole, the number of traffic deaths had dropped, but the annual death toll from invaders still fluctuated between 5,000 and 10,000. He rested his hand on the car door. Deaths from disease and traffic had decreased, but the number of people dying at the hands of invaders remained the same. Sacrifice is inevitable. It's already been decided. He was still contemplating the meaning of life. Immortal teams are so valuable that corporations wouldn't risk their lives to save civilians, but he noticed Kim Dong-ah standing in front of the gate, protecting the senior. Kim Dong-ah-hungbong's cold voice rang out. Hey, what are you two doing? Just a few seconds of delay and that wolf got completely out. It was taken down immediately. Kim Dong-ah didn't hesitate to open fire. Gwang-ik knew it was obvious that corporations valued the lives of immortals more than those of a few dozen civilians. He seemed to have reached a final conclusion, but didn't he join this line of work because he disliked such obvious things? His hand dropped to the cold gun at his waist. Senior, what? You pull out a gun to aim and shoot? Are you crazy? Then came a barrage of gunfire from the other side. Jungbong gritted his teeth and cursed. These lunatics, they're still faking it. Oh no, the sound cut off. Then another gunshot rang out. While aiming, Dong-ah reminded him she was reloading. The blind wolves were taken down one by one. The two of them coordinated instinctively. You take the right, I'll take the left. Fine. Gwang-ik finally reconsidered the reality of his courage. I mean, yeah, we decided to fight, but since this black hole was only predicted to spawn about a dozen invaders, we didn't bring much ammo and only have 2 handguns. Seeing wolves and devils pouring out, there was a really huge problem. However, because the black hole is now in a wave state, it means the number of invaders coming through will be in the hundreds. The longer this goes on, the more dangerous their situation becomes. What should we do now? Gunshots rang out continuously. The place soon smelled foul. The wolves were shot in the head one by one and fell. Dong-ah was like a robot, constantly reloading and taking out the intruders. They couldn't let their guard down for a single second, as that would only lead to a faster death. The wolves were getting closer, and Gwang-ik knew he only had 1 magazine left. This is the last round of this mag, he muttered while reloading. There's a lot of them. Huh. Dong-ah replied. It's a wave state anyway. Gwang-ik figured as much. The senior has a real plan, right? If not, how could she dare to stay and face something this dangerous head-on? She said calmly, I'll kill them all while they're busy chewing on you. He doubted his hearing. Did he mishear that? Still firing intensely, the last bullet left the chamber. Kim Dong-ah frowned slightly and reached back into her pouch. The wolves saw their chance and swarmed. Gwang-ik prepared to fire another shot, but he was out of ammo. A wolf lunged with sharp fangs, jaws open, ready to tear his head apart. Just then, Kim Dong-ah rushed in with a blow. The wolf tumbled aside. She stabbed it again, and it yelped on the spot. Covering fire, Gwang-ik's mouth twitched. A whole pack of wolves was attacking. Out of ammo, Dong-ah was forced to use her bare hands to push them back. She adjusted her breathing while striking with full force. Gwang-ik couldn't help but marvel. She's amazing. With his immortal senses, he could feel the changes in her body. He didn't know how a mutant was created, but her strength surely far exceeded that of a normal person. Gwang-ik also took the chance to finish off the ones behind her. Suddenly, his gun jammed. He had to put it away. I'm out of ammo. He knew his worth in others' eyes. He guessed that now, she probably just saw him as bait for the monsters, and he felt the same way. But he was an immortal and a shapeshifter. Still, that didn't mean he could just show off his powers. He wondered, but as a deviant, shouldn't I fulfill my duty? Gwang-ik didn't think twice and immediately joined the fray. Grabbing a wolf by the leg, he swung it around, using dog against dog, slamming anyone who dared get close. Kim Dong-ah suddenly stopped. A wolf leapt from above. She quickly ducked, letting it fly over her back. With quick reflexes, she pulled out her dagger and threw it. The dagger landed accurately in the dog's head, making it shriek. Another one lunged. Dong-ah rolled toward the first wolf's carcass. She calmly pulled her dagger out. Gwang-ik observed that the distance between the senior and the enemy changed in the blink of an eye. She was always calculating and choosing the best position for herself. That's why her combat skill is A rank. In a moment of distraction, he didn't notice a wolf strike his arm. He quickly pulled his dagger and jammed it into the wolf's snout. The movement was so fast and violent it broke its teeth, forcing it to let go. Then he kicked it aside. Gwang-ik regained his composure. What a mistake. Focus. Just think about what I need to do. He remembered Dong-ah's words. I'll kill them all while they're busy chewing on you. It sounded insane, he had to admit, but there really was no other way. He took a deep breath, expanded his senses, and spread his presence. blending it with the wild bloodlust he learned from that teacher. With a stomp of his foot, the entire pack's attention turned to him. "Over here, you bastards!" Dong-ah realized his plan. "Nice." He screamed in pain. "Senior, instead of praising me, help me out!" The wolves attacked relentlessly, biting his arms. They tore at any exposed spot. His knees were no exception. Gwang-ik struggled to deal with them one by one, but there were too many. He couldn't handle them all. They saw him as prey to be torn apart. Dong-ah noticed the wolves were swarming in even larger numbers. "Damn it," she shouted. "Move!" He gritted his teeth. "Good thing I'm wearing protective gear. This hurts. It hurts like hell." He tried to keep his mind steady, but he was used to ignoring the pain. "Just forget it for a moment. Calm down, keep a cool head, and calculate." He countered every wolf that came to bite, blocking only the fatal blows. Fists, feet, knees, and elbows, he would use his whole body to fight them. The wolves fell one by one. Gwang-ik had only one thought in his heart: civilians will suffer if I let even one get by. So, he couldn't miss a single one. That was why he had to persevere. An exclamation rings out. "Are they insane?" Then come the gunshots. As the firing echoes, the remaining wolves are all taken care of. They couldn't escape this lesson in equality. Empty shell casings rain down onto the ground, bringing peace back to the field. The rescue team has arrived. No way are they actually going to put up with this. Dong-ah runs over to check on them. Regardless of the situation, her first words are, "Did you kill them all?" Then, right before her eyes, is a shocking scene. The wolves' heads are still stuck to him, yet he stands tall, a satisfied smile on his lips. The rescue team scouts the area. Is it really over? It seems so. The other person looks so relaxed, which they didn't expect. "I brought 2 teams because I heard things were serious. But honestly, all we needed were a few pistols." But the captain is horrified. The bodies of the dogs are scattered everywhere, at least 200 of these fierce hounds. Did they handle all of them with their bare hands? If there were 10 immortals who were great fighters, that might make sense. This is truly hard to believe, but there's only one Esper and one newly joined immortal here. He can't help but blurt out, "What the hell? Kim Dong-ah, are you sure just the 2 of you did all of this?" Dong-ah doesn't answer. She knows did they do it by themselves. She looks at the young man, his eyes closed. He had done all of this on his own. In conference room 3, Kim Dong-ah Hungbong's face is twisted in anger. He frowns and roars. Gwang-ik calmly reports, "The communication line for support was disconnected, sir." Hearing this, Kim Dong-ah Hungbong speaks with a mocking, angry tone. "Oh, I see. Since the line was disconnected, little Gwang-ik here decided to ignore my direct order, huh?" "Yes, sir." His anger rising, Kim Dong-ah Hungbong's face becomes even more terrifying. "Damn it. I wish my logic would just suddenly disconnect too, so I could beat the hell out of you people and claim I don't remember any of it." Seeing him like that, Gwang-ik thinks fearfully. Why does the manager have to say such scary things while smiling so creepily? Even looking at him is hard. Suddenly, Kim Dong-ah calmly speaks up. "It's my fault. I will take responsibility." Hearing this, Kim Dong-ah Hungbong seems surprised, his voice dropping, tinged with dissatisfaction. "Dong-ah, what is your current rank? You're still keeping that calm attitude." Dong-ah softly replies, "Rank 1 employee." Kim Dong-ah Hungbong continues, "So, how do you plan to take responsibility? By quitting?" Her words make her freeze for a moment, unable to speak. Kim Dong-ah Hungbong turns away in frustration. "That's enough. The disciplinary committee will contact you, so just go home, Dong-ah. Oh, and tomorrow morning when you come to the company, head to the investigation team. You know this won't be as simple as just writing an apology letter, right?" "Yes, sir." Suddenly, he turns his head back. He stares straight at Gwang-ik. "Do you think you've fulfilled your duty?" Gwang-ik is remorseful. "No, sir." Kim Dong-ah Hungbong's face is cold as he snaps, "Cut the crap." Kim Dong-ah Hungbong turns his back and walks away. "Starting tomorrow, you have to submit an apology letter every single day, clear?" Gwang-ik hesitates. "Don't I have to meet with the disciplinary committee?" Dong-ah laughs lightly. "What, you really want to? Go ahead and prepare to present your case there then." His voice booms out. "Whatever happens, write that apology letter first." Thoughts cross his mind. The day I returned to work, everyone knew what happened. The chat channel is flooded with notifications. Hey, what happened? Reply as soon as you get this mail. Did you 2 really handle 300 hounds? I heard you blocked an entire swarm of them with just 2 pistols. His thoughts continue, and Kim Yo-han tells him things he didn't know. There's no punishment for trainees. Oh wait, no punishment? It looks like you're resigning. Quietly looking toward the desk, rank 1 employee Kim Dong-ah, Gwang-ik hesitates, thinking of his senior. In his mind, he sees an image of senior Kim Dong-ah having to take all the responsibility. Even though Warim Telecom is linked to the government, it is still a business, an organization looking to make a profit. Gwang-ik slumps in his chair, many thoughts racing through his head. I guess this is the consequence of breaking the rules. His thoughts drift back to when he was fighting alongside Dong-ah. But, thinking back, when we were both tracking the satellite map, a signal from civilians appeared about 4 or 5 kilometers away. We managed to save them. Gwang-ik is troubled. Did I fulfill my duty? Of course he did, he reassures himself. I did, didn't I? I fulfilled it. Walking out of the company, he looks up at the high sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. It's true that I did it, but I'm so exhausted. Suddenly, a hand reaches out toward him. The hand touches his shoulder, making him turn his head. Senior, are you still here? Dong-ah gently rubs his shoulder as if to comfort him. She speaks up. You did a great job today. Her praise touches Gwang-ik's heart, catching him by surprise. Dong-ah smiles, turning to look at him. Excellent work. You did very well, excellent. Gwang-ik freezes. With just those 2 phrases, the thing he was doubting has now become certain. Everything they did today was right. His face lights up. Thank you. Returning home, his mother asks, So, do you have a photo? He slows down his eating, flustered. Of who? Your senior, the one you've been praising the whole time. Gwang-ik calmly replies. No, she doesn't even have a profile picture. What? She is surprised. Is that so? Gwang-ik wonders. Why are you asking, Mom? His mother's expression flashes with a bit of embarrassment, and she rests her chin on her hand, thinking. I was just wondering if that girl could become my daughter-in-law. Gwang-ik quickly tries to pull her out of that line of thought. She's my colleague, Mom. Even so, his mother sticks to her thought. A senior can eventually become a sweetheart and a darling, you know. Gwang-ik's face becomes helpless. He is speechless. Is that so? That sounds just wrong. Suddenly, his mind shifts to another thought. By the way, I wonder how the meeting with the disciplinary committee will go tomorrow. The next day, Dong-ah is present at the meeting. The atmosphere in the room is extremely heavy. Daram begins. Let's start. A voice speaks up. Today's committee meeting is regarding Rank 1 employee Kim Dong-ah. Eyes are directed forward. Kim Dong-ah, during an expedition yesterday afternoon, you ignored the retreat order from the team manager. Is that correct? All eyes turn to Dong-ah. She is calm. Yes, that is correct. Ignoring his angry attitude from yesterday, Kim Dong-ah Hung-bong, who is sitting on the side, speaks up to defend her. Things like that happen every once in a while, but he is immediately reprimanded. Kim Dong-ah Hung-bong, behave yourself. He arrogantly folds his arms and leans back. Screw that. Did I say something wrong? New recruit Du Gwang-ik, come in. Gwang-ik follows the order and calmly steps inside. Du Gwang-ik, answer me. Did Kim Dong-ah force you to stay and fight? He answered bluntly. No, sir. The questions continued. You know what happens when an intern causes trouble, right? Du Gwang-ik replied clearly to the question. I think that was the best action possible in that situation. The leader immediately retorted. What would an intern like, you know? Lee Jung-bong calmly continued. I've been teaching him for months. Naturally, he knew that his words made the leader so furious that he could only clench his fists, unable to say a word. Du Gwang-ik's voice rose, and the light shone directly on his face. We saved the civilians. His words made everyone in the room freeze. Lee Jung-bong spoke up to defend him. Of course, that's what's important when carrying out a mission, don't you know? If saving people isn't important, then what is? Unable to hold back any longer, the leader shouted. Everyone around them felt helpless. Lee Jung-bong told him to step outside. Even so, he remained relaxed. This meeting is about a member of my team. I am required to be here, and I am allowed to be here as the team manager. Losing their composure, they began to argue, as Du Gwang-ik watched on, helpless. Then keep it down. Why does this sound like I'm about to get beat up? Is this a dictatorship? He thought to himself. Please don't go. This crazy bastard. Lee Jung-bong sighed. Situations like this can happen during a mission anyway, so just let it go. Another leader objected. What do you mean, let it go? He replied calmly. Just cutting his salary for a few months should do. The other leader froze, his face darkening at Lee Jung-bong's suggestion. Du Gwang-ik's expression changed, and he spoke up stumblingly. Yes. Outside the room, Lee Jung-bong's relentless voice continued. How are you supposed to work when you all have such long faces all the time, huh? Learn to be flexible, understand? The meeting with the disciplinary committee ended, and the steady sound of footsteps echoed. Munrun slowly started to speak. I don't know if that was okay. Du Gwang-ik wondered, what do you mean? Mun walked leisurely. I admit it's good to protect your subordinates, but he took it a bit too far. If he keeps doing that, his performance review is as good as trash. Gwang wondered thoughtfully. He defended his team regardless of what happened to himself. The foul-mouthed team leader, the two of them stopped in front of the office. Gwang asked, Are you not coming? I have other things to do, so I'll go first. As soon as the words were spoken, Mun-run suddenly turned back in a hurry. Oh, wait! Inside the room, Lee Dong-hoon was sitting deep in thought. He asked softly, "How did it go? Is the manager trying?" Du Gwang-ik continued. Huh? Du Gwang-ik thought. Did he understand what I said? Lee Dong-hoon said calmly. Damn it. Is there anything else? Du Gwang-ik was startled and turned around. He pondered. What else is there? Oh. His thoughts returned to the previous moment. Mun-run hurried back. Oh wait, employee Du Gwang-ik. Yes, I'm here. Mun-run gently offered an invitation. Would you like to join the investigation team? His thoughts returned to the present. A gentle but clear refusal was voiced. No. Time passed, and not long after I returned, the manager and the senior also came back. Lee Jung-bong frowned and complained, I really want to quit. Lee Dong-hoon turned to ask, What's wrong? I'm not allowed to participate in any missions for a month. Dong continued, That's a pity. Deputy Manager Lee Dong-hoon worried. Huh? So what now? Lee Jung-bong waved it off. Forget it. His eyes became determined. Those bastards only know how to target other people's weaknesses. His thoughts appeared. The punishment wasn't too heavy, but the atmosphere was quite bad. Du Gwang-ik glanced silently. They were so angry that they didn't even want to explain it to him. Returning to their daily work, Lee Jung-bong ordered, Let's get back to work. Anyway, back to daily life. I wrote an apology letter as soon as I returned, holding the paper in my hand and reading it aloud. It is true that no one is allowed to go over the limit in the previous case while working, but I didn't follow common sense. Still, there's nothing I can do about it. The incident happened because I didn't try my best. I will be more careful next time. Holding the letter, Lee Jung-bong snapped, Are you crazy? Because I've never written an apology letter before, Du Gwang-ik said calmly. Thoughts raced. The manager was very angry, and the senior. Once again, one-on-one training with me. The training scene was intense. Dong continuously threw strikes forward. Du Gwang-ik, you need to rely on the instincts of an immortal. Du Gwang-ik thought to himself, There is not a single opening in the manager's attack, and if there is, it's just a trap. He even uses openings as traps. He is so smart, she also gave me a few tips on how to fight the manager. And I wrote another apology letter. He recalled Lee Jung-bong's reaction when he read the letter. Hey, come here. The manager began to express his anger beyond just words. Lee Jung-bong threw a powerful punch toward Du Gwang-ik. You crazy bastard. The attack was swift but didn't hit Du Gwang-ik. I followed that. Du Gwang-ik took the initiative to attack forward. He focused intensely, his mind anticipating a rising strike from below. His eyes lit up with a glint of determination. There is definitely no opening in the manager's attack, and if there is, it's just a trap. Defending instinctively, Du Gwang-ik nimbly managed to dodge another attack from Lee Jung-bong. Suddenly, Lee Jung-bong flashed a strange, sinister smile. His hand placed on Du Gwang-ik's shoulder. Lee Jung-bong spun him around. An attack was brought down on Du Gwang-ik's back, making him cry out in pain. Lee Dong-hoon sat to the side and announced calmly, 6 minutes and 1 second. That's your new record. Lee Jung-bong laughed loudly. Great. I did it. Lee Dong-hoon said timidly, I bet on 5 minutes. Lee Jung-bong snapped, Get back to work. Du Gwang-ik was attacked, painfully bracing himself on the floor, his other hand constantly patting his back. My back, he is so good at fighting. This was a daily occurrence for Wam's 3rd Foreign Security Team. But on the screen, an apology letter appeared along with documents about a poem searched for on the internet. A voice pulled him out of what he was focusing on. Gwang. Yes. What is it? New employee Du Gwang-ik? I mean Du Gwang-ik, he replied. Lee Jung-bong stared at Du Gwang-ik, his eyebrows knitting together. What did that bastard Su Mun-yun say to you? Du Gwang-ik wondered. What do you mean? Du Gwang-ik thought back to that moment. Su Mun-yun, deputy manager of the 2nd Foreign Investigation Team. He had said something to me a few days ago. The flashback returned. Su Mun-yun offered an invitation. Would you like to join the investigation team? What do you mean? Immediately after, Su Mun-yun waved his hand, smiled, and left. Oh, never mind, just joking. Have a nice day. That's what he said to me. Gwang recounted. Damn. Du Gwang-ik realized something. How did he know? He answered. He asked if I wanted to join the investigation team, but then he said he was just joking. Lee Jung-bong's expression changed. His face darkened and gradually became sinister. He gritted his teeth. So you have an invitation from the scout team, huh? Damn it. Gwang-ik watched him with anxiety, feeling a bit scared. Why was he reacting like that? Had something gone wrong? Suddenly, Su Mun-yun appeared out of nowhere, flashing a friendly smile. Hello there, Gwang-ik thought to himself. Speak of the devil. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Kim Dong-a-hung-bong, furious, swung a powerful punch directly at Su Mun-yun, creating a massive blast. Lee Dong-hoon and Dong-ah stood behind him, sighing in frustration. They knew it. He should have seen that coming. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was terrified. He stood there frozen, witnessing the scene before him, unable to comprehend what was happening. What the hell was that? Struck by the punch, Soo Mun-yeon lay trembling on the floor, watching Kim Dong-ah-hungbong, who hadn't cooled off yet. What the hell? What's going on? Kim Dong-ah-hungbong snapped. You bastard, I heard you were impersonating my new recruit, right? Soo Mun-yeon replied timidly. It was just a joke. Kim Dong-ah-hungbong slowly approached him, asking furiously. A joke? You call that a joke? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Manager Kim Dong-ah-hungbong. Park Pil-ho appeared with a serious expression, his hands tucked into his pockets. Gwang-ik thought to himself. Him? Kim Dong-ah-hungbong's tone seemed to drop, and the anger he felt just a moment ago slowly began to fade. What? Why? Park Pil-ho asked with an imposing, reproachful tone. What do you think you're doing? This man was the manager of the external investigation team, Park Pil-ho. Kim Dong-ah-hungbong remained calm and nonchalant. Pranking him? It's just a broken arm. Why make such a big deal out of it? Soo Mun-yeon, in pain, clutched his arm and ran to Park Pil-ho's side. Park Pil-ho snapped back, his voice sharp. A glint of anger flashed in his eyes. Make a big deal out of it? Is that right? Park Pil-ho challenged him directly. Isn't that exactly what you're doing over a joke? Kim Dong-ah-hungbong questioned him. A joke? So, you knew about this? Kim Dong-ah-hungbong asked angrily. Did you tell him to do that? Park Pil-ho asked. What do you mean? He replied thoughtfully. What's wrong with checking if my new recruit wants to transfer to your team? You're famous for being cruel to newcomers and have the nickname the Press, aren't you? He became stern and admitted decisively. That's right. I told him to do it. To see if the new guy wanted to come to my team, it would be better for him than working like a slave in Team 3. Kim Dong-ah-hungbong gritted his teeth, his face turning red. No, he stated firmly and confidently. He is mine. Even if I squeeze him into a smoothie or work him to the bone, he still belongs to me. The conversation reached a boiling point, his voice echoing throughout the office, making everyone around them peek over to see what was happening. Don't you dare touch him. I'm warning all the other teams. I know every team. Wants him because of that gravity training incident and what happened recently. If you think you're good enough, try it. You know who I am. Gwang-ik glanced at him, looking exhausted. That's right. I know you're a lunatic. But when did I become yours? Without stopping, Park Pil-ho continued. Is this a dictatorship? Isn't individual freedom more important? Gwang-ik sat on the sidelines, watching them and sighing. Still arguing so intensely, Park Pil-ho's voice turned toward Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik, you don't have to be afraid. You can speak for yourself. Gwang-ik was startled. What? He looked at Park Pil-ho in front of him, speechless. Gwang-ik scratched his head, confused, not knowing how to respond. He thought to himself that it felt like being caught in a love triangle. Well, there was no need to hesitate anymore. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Images of Kim Dong-ah-hungbong, Lee Dong-hoon, and Dong-ah appeared in his head. A psychotic manager, a deputy manager with panda eyes, and a cold senior with a warm heart. A senior who squeezes you both inside and out. But Gwang-ik stood up and answered clearly, I will stay on this team. Hearing that, Park Pil-ho froze, as if he had just been slapped across the face. Manager Park Pil-ho was clearly bloodthirsty for the royal nickname. He was a talented immortal. Park Pil-ho continued to press him. Is it because of the director? I can handle that. Even so, he remained firm. No, thank you. The thoughts ran through his head, but now he understood. Kim Dong-ah-hungbong stood beside him, watching him silently. Gwang-ik bowed his head, staying quiet. Manager Park Pil-ho couldn't compare to manager Kim Dong-ah-hungbong, even if he really was. A crazy, antisocial bastard, he was still a monster in combat. Kim Dong-ah-hungbong was excited, sticking out his tongue to tease him, his tone dragging out. So, he's staying here, right? Gwang-ik sighed. His personality really is problematic. Whispering broke out. Can I ask why? There are still so many things I want to learn, Gwang-ik pouted. So many things to learn from a crazy guy who picks fights and demands apologies? Kim Dong-ah-hungbong went blank. What did you say? Huh? You little bastard? Yes, sir, Gwang-ik replied indifferently. Park Pil-ho went silent, unable to say another word in response to Gwang-ik. He turned around and walked away. Let's go. Deputy Manager Soo Mun-yeon followed behind. Who hath? Yes. On the other side, Kim Dong-ah-hungbong angrily pointed at Park Pil-ho. Hey, you just come and go as you please. Is that so? Lee Dong-hoon tried to stop him. Manager, let it go. Picking a fight with him won't do any good. Suddenly, Kim Dong-ah-hungbong cast a glance toward Gwang-ik. What are you still standing there for? He smirked. Of course. You have to stay. Gwang-ik thought discontentedly. Did I make a mistake? Good grief. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong turned around. Now, get back to work. Lee Dong-hoon whispered, he's proud of you, you know. Gwang-ik wondered, proud? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong returned to his desk, accidentally seeing Gwang-ik's computer screen displaying something. He asked, Hey Gwang, what is this? Gwang-ik replied timidly, It's an apology letter, but I haven't finished it yet. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong turned his head, his complexion changed, and his face became sinister. I don't need you to finish it, ever, a loud voice rang out. You brat, you're dead. On this side, Lee Dong-hoon and Dong-ah were still working leisurely. It seemed this was no longer unusual for them. Lee Dong-hoon sighed. There are two crazy people in one group. Lee Dong-hoon calmly continued working, while the shouting went on. Ah, trying to dodge, are you? The fight was interrupted by Lee Dong-hoon's voice. Manager, I have a task. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong stopped and ran over to Lee Dong-hoon. What is it? Who should we send for this job? Lee Dong-hoon asked softly. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong pondered. Huh? Gwang-ik. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong looked coldly at Gwang-ik. Who else but him? Even though Gwang-ik was still confused. What are you talking about? Lee Dong-hoon said softly. Oh yeah, you're right. Dong-ah can't do it. Gwang-ik thought for a moment, then asked, Where is the new job? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong replied, The airport. Go and pretend to be a human inspector. An image of a red-haired woman appeared on the screen, zoomed in. She is the person we need to catch. Lee Dong-hoon provided the information. She is the one who possesses a special transformation ability. She looks like that in the video, but she probably has a different identity by now, Gwang-ik thought to himself. A shapeshifter with the ability to turn into anyone they remember. Lee Dong-hoon continued, She might be a mercenary transporting secret information. You can think of Nona as a spy, perhaps? You know the PWAT force, right? The police force that has superpowers? They are the ones asking for help on this case. Zurasi is also sending a shapeshifter for this job. Gwang-ik wondered, You want to catch him by his scent, right? No matter who he shapeshifts into, that scent will never change. Lee Dong-hoon pointed to his nose. You know shapeshifters are experts when it comes to sniffing things out, right? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong replied coldly. Are the other squads sending reinforcements? Yes. They're sending Ki-nam and Yu Mi-ho, Lee Dong-hoon replied. Gwang-ik sighed, feeling frustrated. I can't believe they're sending rookies to work with an elite soldier. Do I really need to do this mission? Lee Dong-hoon explained gently. There are at least 3 immortals nominated, and they requested immortals who are on the same level as Ki-nam. But since there aren't enough trainers for this term, they formed a team of 3 rookies like this. Gwang-ik asked, But is it too dangerous to have only 3 rookies on this job? You might be an immortal on the outside, but you're still just a rookie on the inside. Gwang-ik worried, not sure if he should take that as a compliment or not. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong spoke up to remind him, Hey, make sure you protect Ki-nam well. Hearing that, Gwang-ik's face changed. Sure, prepare your apology letter for tomorrow. The type of person who gives their all in everything they do, a voice called out. Nice to meet you all. I am Deputy Manager Kim Hae-mo from the analysis team, and I will be the one commanding this operation. Kim Hae-mo introduced himself. Suddenly, his voice slowed down as he noticed something. Before I brief you on the operation, everyone around turned their eyes toward Gwang-ik, who had a swollen eye. Hae-mo asked, So, what happened to your face? It looks like this because I had to discuss something with manager Kim Dong-a-Hungbong. Hae-mo smiled sympathetically. Ah, I see. You're from the 3rd squad, right? Anyway, let's get started. An image of the airport appeared along with the introduction. As you know, the location for this operation is Incheon Airport. 3 people, looking confident, carefully scanned the airport surroundings. We have to wear plain clothes to avoid attention. Arriving at the location at 10 o'clock in the morning, we will join the PW squad there. Kim Hae-mo and Kim Dong-ah shook hands. I am Deputy Manager Kim Hae-mo from the Beta team of the Special Immortal Force. He introduced himself. Kim Dong-ah replied politely. I am Operation Leader Kim Dong-ah. Kim Dong-ah said softly. You guys are used to these things, right? Once everything is ready, get to your designated positions. Mr. Kim will take this bus. The PW team leader and I will stay in the airport security room to monitor the situation and communicate with you. Gwang-ik and Mi-ho will watch Gate 5. Gwang-ik reported into his earpiece. Beta 3, clear. Dong Ki-nam will track the target at the travel agency counter, and we have already made preparations inside the airport. Dong Ki-nam announced to the other end. Beta 1, don't get in my way. Beta 0 confirmed. Gwang-ik listened to the notification in his earpiece, feeling annoyed. Is this guy for real? Meanwhile, Yu Mi-ho seemed to notice something. 2 strangers were slowly approaching. She whispered, 2 tall people are heading in this direction. The PW team even requested bodyguards? From the Excuracy subsidiary, Gwang-ik thought deeply. Beneath those normal clothes, they have some seriously muscular physiques. He is a shapeshifter, a man said as he introduced himself. I'm from the actual bodyguard team. Sorry I'm a bit late. They are part of this operation, so we have to be careful. Flashback. Mr. Kim, I have a question. Gwang-ik raised his hand to look at Haemo. Gwang-ik asked, why is Kinam the one at the agency counter? Kinam seemed a bit uncomfortable and asked back, Kinam? Gwang-ik hesitated. Well, Kinam said seriously, don't go around saying my name so casually. Mr. Kim, I hope you speak to me with some respect too. Kim Haemo offered a conciliatory smile, quickly trying to smooth things over. Of course, because an immortal with a special psychic ability was recommended, that is why Mr. Dong will be the one at the counter. In his heart, he gently chided him. Mr. Kim, why are you so naive? Yu Mi-ho said indifferently, it's a waste of resources to have 4 immortals on this case. Kinam added, actually, there's only 1 immortal and 3 empty heads. Kim Haemo worried. Are you guys trying to pick a fight? Kim Haemo continued to instruct. Next, while tracking our target, we also have to help airport security coordinate the airport. Kinam seemed impatient. Are you done yet? Yes. Hearing the answer, Kinam got up and left. Then I'm leaving. As the operation commander, you need to be firmer. Only then will it be useful for the operation. Yu Mi-ho reminded him coldly. Kim Haemo laughed helplessly. Okay. Yu Mi-ho also stood up to leave. If you're done, I'm leaving too. See you tomorrow. The room fell silent after the two left. The atmosphere felt less heavy. Gwang-ik complained irritably. Dong Ki-nam is such a jerk, isn't he? He's only on the same level as me. And Yu Mi-ho too. There's just no talking to them. Yu Mi-ho sighed in frustration, blaming herself. It's my fault, having only half the blood of an immortal. Haemo reassured him. But at least we still have you. You're actually strong. Gwang-ik worried. A naive deputy manager and 2 mad dogs. Is this going to be okay? The next day, a voice called out. Hey, can I have your number? Yu Mi-ho bluntly refused. I'm already married. The man who intended to flirt with her laughed loudly. Come on, you're lying, right? Don't be like that. He suddenly froze when he heard a loud call from afar. Honey, is something wrong? Gwang-ik appeared. He looked at the guy who had been flirting with Yu Mi-ho. Who is this guy? The stranger quickly walked away. Sorry, Yu Mi-ho whispered. You're overdoing it. Gwang-ik adjusted his hat. I'm the type of person who gives my all in everything. He looked in one direction, deep in thought, but he quietly observed the people walking around carefully. I don't see anyone suspicious. Suddenly, a voice rang in their ears. Beta 1 has spotted the target. The other side said, light blue shirt, blue jeans, man, about 30 years old. Command here. Confirming identity. Man, about 30 years old. Everyone replied in unison, confirmed. Gwang-ik had confirmed the target in front of him. What is this? He was stunned. He couldn't distinguish any difference at all. Yu Mi-ho said, I don't understand why Ki-nam is given such special treatment. I wonder the same thing. The only difference between us and him is just half-blood versus pure blood. That difference is really sensitive. On his side, Ki-nam was quietly watching with sunglasses on. It's just a slight sting. It's not that sensitive. But the psychic ability of pure blood is truly very special. Ki-nam's eyes lit up, showing intense focus. For them, even water can be distinguished, and even stones can be distinguished. They can feel every single difference. The earpiece continued to transmit notifications. Bodyguard team confirms they are preparing to approach the target. Possibility is 80%. The PW team will move in to subdue the target. We will just observe. Gwang-ik hesitated, feeling sensitive. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he suddenly remembered his father's words. His father's image appeared, saying, Son, being highly sensitive is synonymous with having immense, immortal power. People like that often have rotten personalities, so I'm glad you aren't like that. Back then, his father looked relieved, but there was also a hint of disappointment. He went quiet, his face darkening with sadness. The difference between mixed bloods and pure bloods was evident in their orientation. The rate at which they learn skills is fundamentally different, but I have that speed too. His eyes suddenly lit up. I used to think everything would be fine. He hesitated, wondering if he should try. Suddenly, he called out to the target. Excuse me for a second. The security team was busy shouting to the crowd. Back away! This is an emergency! Everyone, please cooperate with us. A buzz of chatter erupted. What's going on? Are they filming something? Wait, are those real guns? Who are those people? Gwang-ik bowed his head in thought, then suddenly looked up, bewildered as he encountered something. A rushed voice came through. Bataba, are you sure? Is there only one target? Everyone who heard that froze in surprise. A voice rang in Gwang-ik's ear. Bataba, are you sure there is only one target? The others also paused for a beat, looking confused by someone's sudden appearance. An imposing man with a gun appeared. In the radio, the voice continued. Before he could finish listening, the gunman had already pulled the trigger. Seeing that, the members scrambled to escape. But the gunfire didn't stop, ringing out continuously. Not giving in, the organization fought back, blocking them. Gwang-ik also quickly ran for his life, muttering, "Damn it." Suddenly, he panicked, his eyes widening as he looked behind her. Behind Hin, a dark shadow holding a dagger lunged forward. It was Li Gangmo. He attacked her fiercely, shouting, "You dirty half-breed!" Not letting him attack, she quickly retaliated. He fell backward, and a report came through his ear. Beta 1, all enemies are psychics. As he listened, he thought about how he'd sensed so many people already. He emphasized, "I can feel them even more clearly now." But more and more were appearing all around him. He couldn't even count them. How many are there? Do I really have to take them all down by myself? Scanning his surroundings, he assessed the situation, but they were already scattering. Damn it. 2 days before the mission, he was reviewing the new recruits' files. They were all very special. He noted that even without considering the orientation test scores, Nam was still talented because he was a special immortal carrying pure blood. Yu Miho was the same. She might be a half-breed, but she was sharp and decisive. Suddenly, he stopped at the last file, the most excellent one of all. It was Gwang-ik. He pondered further, as people had been talking about the strength contests between him and the team manager every morning. It seemed he did that to learn the manager's techniques. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong knew that and accepted it. He picked up the file to analyze further, thinking, plus, he's strong, a good fighter, and friendly too. He's just the director's type. Kim Han walked over. "Are you looking at the new recruits' files?" Kim Han added. Gwang-ik. "He's like you were when you were a rookie, isn't he?" He thought for a moment and replied, "That's right." Suddenly, his earpiece crackled. "Damn it! The scene looks chaotic." The person behind his shoulder shouted, "Deputy Manager." He replied hurriedly, "I haven't grasped the situation yet. I have to go in." While running, he said he would leave the reporting to Miho and had to check on Dong Ki Nam as well. After that, "I will." Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. He blurted out in confusion, "Who is that? I can sense him should I chase him. But the most important thing right now is to stabilize the situation." His eyes widened as if realizing something, and he shouted, "Bataba, here are your orders." Kim Hae-mo began to speak. "Go to left gate number 8 immediately. I authorize the use of force, just stabilize the situation. Beta 1, report the damage." The situation seemed tense. The assassins were already showing signs of exhaustion. Kim Hae-mo's voice continued, "Beta 2, report the situation." At that moment, Gwang-ik spoke up. "I will intervene in this situation," he replied decisively. Beta 3, understood. Returning to the battle, things didn't look good for Beta 1. The opponent kept throwing punches at them. They resisted fiercely, and the guy behind Beta 1 rushed in to attack, a blue aura of power engulfing him. The person behind them saw the situation and shouted the name, "Beta 1." He began to report the situation. 1 QW staff member and 2 security officers are injured. On the other end of the line, Miho said, "Beta 2, this is an ambush." Considering that the scattered ones were returning to attack, it seemed they wanted to split up their forces. An enemy behind tried to strike while Yu Miho was talking, but fortunately, a teammate blocked it. There are 7 of them in total. The main goal is to capture the metamorphs. Beta Z0's voice rang in Beta 1's earpiece. Beta 1, retreat and observe the situation. Prepare for the arrival of new enemies. But he replied, "Beta 1, I can still fight." The voice on the other end insisted, "Beta 1, that is an order." The enemy found it exciting, gripping his gun tightly. "You guys are dead meat. Retreating now will be very dangerous." Suddenly, someone ran over and shouted, "Listen, rookie!" A dark shadow lunged and tackled the gunman. The situation reversed. The guy was restrained. Seeing that, one of his teammates rushed over. "You bastard, you never let him speak." Su Mun-yun pulled a handgun from his waist and shot the guy on the spot. Su Mun-yun screamed, "They've been subdued!" At the parking lot, another battle was underway. Hats and glasses lay scattered. The enemy was panting heavily. From behind, Gwang-ik approached and asked, "Are you still running?" The guy replied, "Seriously, you're an immortal, right?" He retorted, "You can't tell by looking at my face?" The guy pondered, and then answered, "No clue." He listened, feeling angry, and burst out, "You bastard," the guy said arrogantly. "You're an immortal, but you're chasing me? I have another group coming to support me." He replied, "Are you crazy?" The guy added, "Hey, don't you think chasing me is a mistake?" He laughed. "What?" Before he could finish, he paused. Before his eyes, the guy began to transform, tearing his shirt apart, revealing bulging muscles and wearing a cunning smirk. "You bastard!" he roared. "I'm a pureblood with super strength." His face twisted. "You think immortals don't die? Then how about I crush your skull?" He said nothing, remaining silent as he thought. "Let's see, is there anyone nearby? I'll probably have to wait 5 to 10 minutes. The reinforcements have arrived." He let out a long sigh, a scornful smirk playing on his lips. "Guess that's enough." Outside in the hall, the wounded and the dead were scattered everywhere. Ji-hee spoke up. "Get the wounded members out of here, and don't forget to clean up the scene." Understood, Su Mun-yeon thought to herself, wondering why there were no shapeshifters around here. She looked up and thought, as expected, they're stalling for time, just like Yumi Ho said. Maybe someone has already escaped. Back to the fight between Gwang-ik and the pureblood shifter, Gwang-ik mused. The guy slammed his foot hard onto the floor as if to intimidate him, but Gwang-ik calmly asked, "You ready to give up?" The guy smirked. "Everyone says immortals can't do it, so let me crush your skull." Gwang-ik listened, his expression completely calm. The guy continued, "Let's see if that's really true." The guy threw a heavy punch at him, but Gwang-ik dodged quickly. He blocked the guy's attack with just one hand. The guy's face twisted, his eyes flashing with rage. He was absolutely stunned. "How are you doing this?" Gwang-ik said softly. "Wondering why you can't pull your hand back even though you're trying your best, you scumbag?" The guy stared at him in confusion. Then Gwang-ik gave his wrist a slight twist, making him groan in pain. Gwang-ik shoved his hand away. It was already bruised and purple. With a light push, the guy went flying. Then Gwang-ik lunged forward with blinding speed before the guy could react, letting out a grunt. He appeared right in front of him, looking cold, his eyes bright and resolute. He recalled his mentor's words. "Every skill has its own line of motion. You only need to shift the force to deflect an opponent's attack." He applied that exact principle to the guy, then swung his fist, striking him squarely on the jaw. The guy was sent flying into the air, landing with a painful thud. Gwang-ik looked cold and arrogant. "I've mastered this move 1,000 times. He stepped toward him with a mocking smile. Probably hasn't even been 3 minutes, and the support team still has a while to go. The guy scrambled to turn into a bag. Gwang-ik laughed. "What should we do with you, huh?" He moved closer to him. "Besides, shapeshifters can turn into anything they see, right?" But I heard he emphasized, "You can only mimic the appearance of steel." Gwang-ik chuckled. "And you can't actually turn into real steel, right?" Then he pulled out a lighter and held it close to the bag the guy had turned into. Terrified, the guy quickly shouted, I surrender." Gwang-ik smiled triumphantly. "You should have done that sooner. I have a few questions." The guy panicked. "Get that lighter away from me first," he added. "Even if you ask, I don't have the answers you want. It'll ruin my life." He continued, "But I can compromise." Before he could finish, Gwang-ik interrupted. "Whatever, can you turn into something smaller?" The guy stammered in confusion. Gwang-ik explained. "Like a cigarette, for example." The guy rushed to reply. "What? That's impossible. This is my limit." "Really? Then turn back into a human, now." Gwang-ik snapped. "What are you doing? Are you still not listening to me?" The guy added, "Lend me some stuff, will you?" "Huh?" The scene shifted back to the hall. Su Mun-yeon walked over. "What's going on?" Gwang-ik replied. "Oh, you guys are here?" He asked who they were. Gwang-ik replied, "Right, Beta. Permission to report the situation." He pointed and said, "This jerk tried to run away and wanted to fight, so I beat the hell out of him. And the bag he's carrying is that red-haired shapeshifter. Got it? You did good." In the distance, someone holding a bleeding arm walked over. He exclaimed, "Oh, Kinam." He said, "Everything's been taken care of." Kinam didn't say a word. Beside him was Yumi Ho, bringing back someone who was wounded. Gwang-ik leaned in close to Kinam's ear and whispered, "All thanks to me, beat it." A girl walked up from behind. "You're the one who said you defeated him?" He replied, "Yeah, just got lucky." Everyone gathered around him. He feigned modesty. "I managed it because I wasn't distracted by the excitement of finding an opponent like someone else." Everyone listened and silently judged. "So mean, he's really mean." Kinam walked over, laughing. "What a funny guy." He laughed it off. "I'm a riot." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Beta, do you know who you just defeated?" "Who?" The person suddenly froze. "Wait, I thought you knew," she explained. "The class. 3 wanted criminal, Nadopan, also known as the Nadopan. A criminal like him has a huge bounty on his head." He replied, "Class? 3 wanted criminal? That means he's at least connected to a terrorist organization or he's a serial killer himself." The person next to him explained, "He's a very powerful criminal. Taking him down is truly impressive." Everyone buzzed with excitement. Must have been a bloody battle. Thanks to his immortal power, he didn't get hurt. But nobody knew the fight ended with just one punch. Su Mun-yeon walked over, praising him, while thinking, Sending him on this mission was definitely the right choice. He walked over and said to the shapeshifter, "All right, now let's make a deal." "What kind of deal?" "We've already achieved our objective for this mission. Besides, we don't have any equipment yet." That person thought, "An immortal fighting bare-handed isn't exactly a great feat." Gwang-ik laughed, saying, "You shouldn't be so blunt about it. Yeah, let me ask you one more thing." She turned to Gwang-ik. "What rank is this agent?" He introduced, "New agent, Du Gwang-ik." A voice sounded a bit weary. "Why do you have to go around showing off your name?" Jungbong rested his chin on his hand, glaring at him. "You trying to be a star?" Gwang-ik stood at attention. "You misunderstood. It's just a habit." Kim Dong-ahungbong asked cautiously, "I thought your dream was to be a businessman." His voice faded away. Gwang-ik sank into thought about the conversation earlier. "I investigated. The criminal you caught used to be a member of the terrorist organization Prometheus." Gwang-ik guessed. "So the people who hired that shifter were..." The voice cut him off. "Prometheus." He continued to reveal, leaving Gwang-ik deep in thought. Clearly, she was holding a secret of the spiritual organization, and it seemed to be a top-secret one. Suddenly, Kim Dong-ahungbong called him back to reality. "Hey, you happy you caught the terrorist?" Gwang-ik put on a cheerful face. "Yeah, pretty happy." Kim Dong-ahungbong couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, write me a report immediately." Gwang-ik's mind was still only on the name Prometheus. According to what he knew, it was a terrorist organization and a group of mad scientists, those who wanted to grant all of humanity a special power, just like the gods who brought fire to this world. He cursed under his breath. Life really has a lot of sickos. A voice called his name. "Agent Du Gwang-ik, Bo is waiting for you behind. You need to come with me." Scene change. Gwang-ik arrived at the place he needed to be. He was quite surprised when he opened the door. Inside, Nam Jae-in was already waiting for him. His expression remained calm, but was hard to read. "Sit down." Gwang-ik entered with his familiar greeting. "New agent, Du Gwang-ik." Nam Jae-in was already waiting inside for him. His expression remained calm but unreadable. "Have a seat." Du Gwang-ik entered with his usual greeting. "New recruit, Du Gwang-ik." "May I sit?" Nam Jae-in asked, sounding puzzled. "Is that really how you introduce yourself to every police officer and shapeshifter you meet?" He replied calmly. "It was just an accident." Nam Jae-in laughed out loud. "I see. Well, everyone makes mistakes. A person without a single flaw would be pretty boring." He didn't waste any more time and cut straight to the point. "I heard you caught the terrorist. What kind of reward do you want?" Gwang-ik picked up his teacup to think, but it seemed like an act, as he had already made up his mind. He answered bluntly, "I want a promotion to assistant manager." Nam Jae-in gave a faint smile. "You're quite greedy," he said, balancing his criticism with a bit of praise. "This achievement alone isn't enough to get you that position, but it is truly astonishing considering you're still just a rookie." Gwang-ik cut him off. "Then why did you want to see me?" He set his teacup down and looked straight at Gwang-ik. "Because I'm very proud of you." Nam Jae-in asked again, "So, what is it that you like?" Gwang-ik stared blankly for a moment, then gave a very practical answer. "Money." After receiving the reward, he gave a portion of it to his mother. His mother was thrilled. "I bought some Iberico pork. Do you want to try some?" Gwang-ik smiled warmly. "Ahem, yes. Let me have a taste." He was very happy to see her so joyful. Back to work. There were still a few tasks left after the airport incident. Lee Jungbong threw his jacket over his shoulder and called out to his team. "Let's go." Now Gwang-ik understood why his senior was always so busy. They had captured 5 special class criminals within just 3 months. Gwang-ik used a pair of special shackles to keep the terrorist pinned down. He had participated in over 10 operations to stop black holes, while Lee Jungbong stood by, yawning and looking incredibly bored. As Gwang-ik focused intensely on targeting each enemy, he took a look at the man fighting alongside him and realized something. His manager was incredibly lazy. He was picking his nose and complaining, "These damn things are as swarming as an army." And Lee Jungbong hated Gwang-ik's reports too. His voice echoed through the office as he complained, "Why did you write in the report that I was picking my nose and sleeping?" Gwang-ik was unfazed. "I was just reporting the facts." These 2 leaders made everyone in the room exhausted. They were so noisy. In the blink of an eye, it was time for hand-to-hand combat practice. Their hands collided with considerable force. Lee Jungbong swung at Gwang-ik, but he quickly ducked to dodge the blow. As soon as he stood up to counterattack, he took a kick from Lee Jungbong. But Gwang-ik was no longer falling from just a few punches and kicks like before. Suddenly, Lee Jungbong stopped and turned away. "Damn it." Gwang-ik understood and gave a salute. Just like every other day. "Good work." The manager had never sparred with him for more than 10 minutes. Gwang-ik watched Lee Jungbong walk away, lost in thought. He had realized something from those 10-minute sparring sessions. His muscular back made Gwang-ik pause. He had never seen the manager's strength show any signs of bottoming out. 3 months after the airport mission, Kim Dong-ah's face darkened. She radiated a murderous aura, and every word sounded deadly. I will kill every single one of them. The other 3 members of Lee Jung-bong's team wanted to run for the hills. It was company dinner time now, and the atmosphere was lively, with people everywhere. Lee Dong-hoon explained. She's always like this whenever she gets drunk. Gwang-ik was a bit surprised. Only when she's drunk? Lee Dong-hoon clarified. She's just talking in her sleep. It's become a habit whenever she drinks. She'll wake up eventually. Just leave her be. Then, he turned to Lee Jung-bong excitedly. By the way, manager, do you think I'll have a girlfriend by next year? Lee Jung-bong sighed. I'm not a fortune teller. Lee Dong-hoon looked disappointed. Can't you say something to reassure me? The manager was more concerned about Gwang-ik, who was a new recruit. You idiot. Don't drink too much. I'll beat you if you do anything stupid. Gwang-ik stuffed his mouth with food, trying to stay composed. Alright, he thought. I'm part shapeshifter anyway. How could I possibly get drunk? He looked at the tables next to him, thinking the Immortals' dinner would be very different, but it was just a little quieter than usual for a company cafeteria. A lot of the noise was just from people getting drunk. Gwang-ik downed his glass in one go, feeling some of his tension melt away. He let out a sigh and focused his gaze on one spot. Gwang-ik stared intently at Lee Jung-bong, who was scowling at his glass, unable to stop his thoughts. He was very curious. The manager sensed his gaze and shot Gwang-ik a warning look. Be careful, you idiot. The questions were still racing through Gwang-ik's head, wondering how much he had changed. He blurted out, Manager. Gwang-ik seemed swept up in his own train of thought. Since the first time he sparred with him, he had been wanting to say this. Do you want to have a serious match with me? It seemed the alcohol made him even more eager to talk to Lee Jung-bong a serious match, without worrying about rank. Lee Dong-hoon opened his eyes wide, watching his expression. Lee Jung-bong sobered up instantly, though he still calmly swirled his glass. Are you drunk? Gwang-ik looked up. Lee Jung-bong's voice remained steady. 5 minutes later, they turned and headed to the training center. Quick and efficient, the two of them were at the meeting point. Of course, Lee Dong-hoon was there too. Lee Jung-bong's gaze became intense. Do you want to take it easy? Gwang-ik was just as fired up. No need. Lee Jung-bong closed his eyes tightly, as if gathering his internal energy. The previous sparring matches were boring, weren't they? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide with a slightly savage smile. Come on then. The sound of their collision echoed throughout the training room. Lee Dong-hoon watched closely and suddenly realized something surprising. On the training floor, Gwang-ik lunged forward, slamming his elbow hard into Lee Jung-bong's right arm. But instead of being aggressive or overly confident, his next move was to retreat. Gwang-ik had planned this. Done. His right arm is definitely broken now. I need to get into a defensive stance. Suddenly, Lee Jung-bong's voice rang in his ear, leaving him shocked. The manager had somehow raised his fist, right in front of Gwang-ik's face. Gwang-ik quickly caught it, but the surprises didn't end there. Lee Jung-bong used his other fist to attack. The move was so unexpected that Gwang-ik couldn't react in time, and his eyes widened in confusion. That's the arm I just broke. The force was so strong and sudden that Gwang-ik collapsed. The manager let his guard down. You bastard. Lee Dong-hoon stepped forward, puzzled. Manager, you just used that arm? Lee Jung-bong denied it. No. Lee Dong-hoon looked at the manager's right arm. But your arm was broken, wasn't it? Lee Jung-bong had to admit that he was the first one to do that. You're very different. Then, he glanced down at the ground. Yes, you really are very different. Even though Gwang-ik was bleeding from his nose, his face showed a sense of satisfaction. A list of new faces was presented. This is the list of new hires from the HR department. Gwang-ik's ID photo caught their attention. A voice asked, Thanks. Is this the person the CEO chose? The secretary confirmed, Yes. Kim Dong-chul pointed. Bring me his file. He flipped through the file. Shooting technique level B. Close combat ability level B. Overall combat capability rating level B. Not bad. Suddenly, the manager's tone turned dissatisfied. His immortality stat is way too low compared to his close quarters combat ability. Doesn't such a low stat make him look incompetent? The secretary added. I heard he slept through the entire orientation, yet the discrepancy in his evaluation scores left Kim Dong-chul quite surprised. Mission completion rate, C. I didn't know he could get such a high score in the 3rd security team. The secretary explained. Assistant Director Kang gave him nearly perfect marks on his final mission. The director rested his chin on his hands, pondering. Behavior, B. Responsibility, D. Teamwork, D. Work attitude, F. Decisiveness, A. He failed almost all the metrics. Another point that surprised him. What is this? Exceptional with the immortal statue? The secretary explained that the third team manager added it. Dongchul chuckled at this crazy guy. He straightened up. A madman who is great at fighting but can't control himself. All while his immortality stat is far too low. He tapped his finger on Du Gwang-ik's photo. We should just let him go. Back in the office, Du Gwang-ik was also resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He asked Lee Dong-hoon, who was standing behind him, what criteria is the immortality stat based on, anyway? Lee Dong-hoon didn't answer immediately but asked back, what have you been doing since the orientation? Du Gwang-ik wondered. Is there an error in the evaluation? Lee Dong-hoon explained. Because you didn't attend the disciplinary committee meeting even though you were marked present, the committee doesn't take you seriously, so your evaluation is basically worthless. Let me show you the other metrics. I think my responsibility and teamwork scores should have been rated higher. Lee Dong-hoon emphasized that the disciplinary committee meeting had a huge impact. He was even more surprised by his own rock-bottom scores. And this work attitude rating too. Dong-hoon replied immediately. That's because you keep clashing with the team manager. He rolled his dark-circled eyes in complaint. Imagine hearing your neighbor screaming like a pig being slaughtered every single morning for 2 months straight. Would you be happy? Du Gwang-ik had to accept it, but he was still confident. At least his decisiveness was rated highly. Looking at the end of the file, Du Gwang-ik was a bit curious. Why is there a note about whether I can hold my liquor? The assistant pointed it out. The team manager asked for it to be added. This is something you're really good at. Kim Dong-a-hung Bong clicked his tongue in delight. Our failure is a great drinker. Du Gwang-ik was speechless and cursed under his breath. That idiot. Lee Dong-hoon sat back at his desk. Du Gwang-ik still had questions. What does the red number 1 next to my name mean? Dong-hoon replied as he sat down. It means the person in charge has flagged you. Du Gwang-ik wasn't very surprised. All right, I guess that means I'll be the first one fired. Exactly. I know red is a danger sign. Suddenly, Du Gwang-ik's voice grew slightly panicked. Lee Dong-hoon patiently explained. Huh? What is it? It means if you don't perform well in the upcoming evaluation, you'll be the first to be fired. This statement completely changed Du Gwang-ik's expression. A moment later, the company speakers blared. Announcement from Warim. All recruits, gather at the underground training facility. In an instant, the new recruits crowded the room. The supervisor announced, we will now conduct a performance assessment to make the final decision regarding your appointments. In a corner of the room, a voice cheered. Oh, look who it is. The number 1 potential unemployed guy. Kim Yo-han and Bang Jian-tae approached him playfully. Du Gwang-ik, who had been huddled up, had to look up. I thought others weren't allowed to see each other's evaluations. Kim Yo-han smirked. There's always a way. Du Gwang-ik immediately understood the situation. So, confidential company information is being leaked? Kim Yo-han and Bang Jian-tae didn't really care. The two surrounded him, mocking Du Gwang-ik. Come on, you bastard, you can do it. Yeah, don't be sad, I'll treat you to a meal. He frowned. I haven't been fired yet. You jerks, the staff member in charge announced. The test will begin immediately. Please move to your assigned positions. Kim Yo-han didn't linger. I have to go. Suddenly, Du Gwang-ik called out behind him. Have you seen the movie The Sixth Sense? Bang Jian-tae didn't understand. Huh? Kim Yo-han asked. Yeah, why? Du Gwang-ik stood up and said, do you know why that movie is so good? Kim Yo-han answered randomly. Because the main character is a ghost. Du Gwang-ik disagreed. No. He threw back a confident look with a triumphant smile. Because there is a plot twist. In the control room, the door suddenly opened. The sound of footsteps made the supervisor turn his head. Nam Jae-in walked in. The supervisor wondered, Mr. Nam, why are you here? Nam Jae-in crossed his arms and looked at the screen. I was just curious. I couldn't miss something this interesting. The first person to appear was Dong Ki-nam. Nam Jae-in said with great interest, this is a match between our strongest recruits. The organization member called out the next name. Next, Dong Ki-nam. He chose Du Gwang-ik as his first opponent. Get ready. Du Gwang-ik spoke first. Little Ki-nam, do you miss me that much? Ki-nam was a bit angry. Don't act like we're close. But he persisted. Our little Ki-nam. Ki-nam cursed. What the hell is this guy? Their eyes clashed as if they were spitting fire. Both lunged to gain the upper hand. The memory flashed back. Du Gwang-ik was in a different space. A judge held a stopwatch in one hand and 5 cards in the other, sitting across from him. What is the difference between these cards? Du Gwang-ik answered immediately. The first one on the left, the third one in the second row from the top, the fifth one has a dot in the middle, and the sixth one is thicker. The judge hurried to look at the stopwatch in his hand. 3.48 seconds. This is even faster than an S rank. Back in reality, Du Gwang-ik attacked with a punch, but it seemed to miss the target. The thought flashed through his head. Hide your tracks. Dong Ki-nam also lunged forward with a punch, but he tilted his body to dodge it. During that assessment, during the push-up test, Gwang-ik had pushed incessantly. The judge was so suspicious of the measurement equipment, he asked, "Is it broken?" But someone else confirmed, "No, it's not broken." Gwang-ik's voice echoed, "More. Isn't there more?" The judge hurried to stop him. "No, he's at 12 Gs, 3 times the average capacity of a recruit." Indeed, Gwang-ik had been hiding this formidable strength. He landed an uppercut from below that Dong Ki-nam unexpectedly took head-on. He raised his elbow to counter, but Gwang-ik had already circled behind him. One punch from Gwang-ik felt like it was going to pierce through Ki-nam's internal organs. During the initial health assessment, Gwang-ik excelled in every metric: stamina, stability, reflexes, reaction speed, and flexibility. The judge also had to mutter to himself, "No way, all of these are far beyond the average evaluation scores." He wrote down notes in disbelief. S-rank anti-gravity? Can he really be rated as S-rank? Back to the match. Dong Ki-nam seems to have noticed something different. He can no longer keep up with Gwang-ik's speed. Dong Ki-nam is stunned by this superior individual. His movements, Gwang-ik whispers, "Sorry, Dong Ki-nam." In truth, he was hiding his abilities because he didn't want anyone to know he is a shifter. He thinks he could be stronger than all the immortals here if he really tried. But this is his pride. He can't hide it any longer. From now on, he will unleash his full potential. Gwang-ik attacks head-on, delivering a punch so powerful that Dong Ki-nam loses control of his own body. The examiner for that evaluation also acknowledged his skills. 2 words, loud and clear, perfect. The next day, Lee Jungbong confronts Gwang-ik. "You punched out Dong Ki-nam's front teeth and broke Yumi Ho's jaw. Are you feeling proud of yourself?" Gwang-ik rolls his eyes, dismissing his own feat. "You missed something. Bang Jian-tae is also in a coma. Yesterday, Bang Jian-tae had loudly demanded he be executed. If you want to hit Yumi Ho, you have to kill me first." The manager asks in a serious tone, after having punched out a colleague's teeth, "Are you a dentist?" Gwang-ik corrects him without a hint of guilt. "No, I'm Yu Gwang-ik." A third-class employee, Lee Jungbong, is furious. "Should I punch your front teeth out too?" Gwang-ik slips away quickly. "I'm heading home." On the way, a car driving alongside catches Gwang-ik's attention. The car flashes its lights and stops. The window rolls down. The person inside is none other than Director Kim. He wears a sinister smile. "I'm Kim Dong-chul. If you're heading home, why not catch a ride with me?" Employee Yu Gwang-ik. A moment later, the car is speeding down the road. Kim Dong-chul lights a cigarette. "There's a project I'm developing, and there's one position left." Gwang-ik is indifferent. "Really?" The director glances at him, his voice steady against the wind. "I'm hoping you'll fill that spot." This catches Gwang-ik off guard. "I'm not sure how to answer that." Kim Dong-chul reassures him. "You can keep working as usual and become a volunteer once I start the project." Gwang-ik answers swiftly. "Sure." The director flicks his cigarette, satisfied. "Good." He raises his voice to invite him. "I wonder if you like eating meat?" Then the car stops, dropping Gwang-ik off after he replies, "Yes, director." Kim Dong-chul sits in the car and quickly makes a call, his tone full of intent. "Yes, it's going very well. No, the kid is very talented and outstanding. About what I mentioned, the gift." He gives a smug smile. "I'm not sure if he understands the significance of it." Back home, Gwang-ik is enjoying the director's gift with his mother. His mother wonders why the director gave him barbecue. He doesn't answer directly, brushing it off. "I guess he's rewarding me for working hard." The time that follows seems peaceful. After the training process, Gwang-ik has become a third-class employee. He gains access to more internal network documents, and his salary increases. Gwang-ik also moves into the company building, just 5 minutes away from work. His parents help him move, but the moving is secondary. Being a nuisance is the main goal. His mother reminds him, "If you have an unexpected child, make sure the mother is beautiful." Back at the office, a colleague digs at Lee Jungbong. "Hey, don't you feel guilty toward Lee Dong-hoon? Work harder." The manager retorts, "Get lost." Gwang-ik steals a glance at Lee Dong-hoon's desk. "And our team has very little work," Lee Jungbong yawns. "I'm off to a meeting." Gwang-ik asks Kim Dong-ah during a break, "Senior, why doesn't our team have any performance records?" She replies while rolling up her sleeves, "Because we haven't done anything for them yet." Gwang-ik is confused. "But what about the times we participated in secret cases or caught special criminals?" Kim Dong-ah explains that those were just support roles and don't count. Gwang-ik is baffled. "Then why don't we do something else?" Kim Dong-ah pauses, thinking of the best way to explain. "The higher-ups don't like the team manager, so they won't assign us work." Gwang-ik is speechless. So that's how he treats everyone. Kim Dong-ah reassures him that their team can still survive even without achievements. The assistant manager takes on odd jobs from other teams and finishes them instead. Returning to the present, an employee from another team comes to ask for a favor. Lee Dong-hoon, this, he replies as if he's done it 1,000 times. Just leave it there. 2 cups of coffee are placed on the table, and Gwang-ik speaks up. Assistant manager, do you need any help? Lee Dong-hoon takes a sip of coffee and refuses. I feel guilty making you do paperwork. Gwang-ik insists. You could do better. But then, he expresses his frustration. Can our team really not continue working? Lee Dong-hoon deflects. We do work. Gwang-ik presses. Since when? Lee Dong-hoon's voice trails off. Even though his eyes are bruised, his smile is still very encouraging. When the team manager brings in a big mission, the team group chat lights up. Lee Jung-bong. The whole team is having dinner tonight. Where is Lee Dong-hoon? Kim Dong-ah is used to this. Got it. Lee Jung-bong replies. Lee Dong-hoon's house. Gwang-ik is confused. We're eating at an employee's house? A moment later, everyone descends into a basement. Gwang-ik is surprised. So this is the assistant manager's house? Lee Dong-hoon denies it. Of course not. Lee Jung-bong explains it to him. This is a meeting room outside the office, codenamed Lee Dong-hoon's house. The USB is plugged in. The projector is ready for this secret meeting. On the screen is a shimmering crystal. Lee Jung-bong stands up to lead. Pay attention, he introduces. This is a new material found in the white hole of the ashen stone. It's an object containing aura. Gwang-ik remembers. Aura is a type of energy that a powerful person emits, unlike any other ability. Lee Dong-hoon updates the information. Everyone can channel aura into the stone to change its energy. Lee Jung-bong agrees. Right. The analysis team says the ashen stone will usher in a new era of energy. Lee Dong-hoon continues. It seems not every stone has the same capacity. The manager is excited. Exactly. He switches slides. Among those found, the highest officially announced grade is AA. Lee Jung-bong flexes, the peak power of it. A D-rank stone can power a flight from Incheon to New York. The efficiency nearly doubles as the rank increases. An AA rank stone is enough to take down an S rank shifter. Gwang-ik is quite astonished by this new info. Lee Dong-hoon asks about the speculated S rank stone that was reportedly found but never disclosed. Lee Jung-bong nods slightly. Lee Dong-hoon is curious. How many are there? Lee Jung-bong isn't sure. At least 50. He is surprised that's a lot. The manager changes the slide, his expression shifting. Espers were the first to discover them. They tried to claim them for themselves, but someone in the company leaked the secret. He explains in detail that because the information leaked, the Espers asked for help from OFX. Harim's special immortal force was tasked with guarding the Acheon stones, receiving a few stones as payment for their protection. Kim Dong-ahung-bong spoke in a stern tone. It's just a matter of negotiation and diplomacy. That's all the information from the meeting I attended today, so dinner will be our only topic from now on. As he clicked the remote, he continued to brief them on the third security team. The screen displayed the Acheon stone harvesting plan, which seemed to involve Kim Dong-ahung-bong's team as well. But one detail in the plan left everyone stunned. It was a 4-person team, but 2 names were missing from the deployment list. Kim Dong-ahung-bong turned to his assistant, Lee Dong-hoon. Can we add Kim Dong-ah and Gwang-ik to the list? Lee Dong-hoon. I'll leave the thinking to you. I'll look into it further. But if we want to create a scenario where we can intervene, though it seems nothing is too difficult for these people, he said with a smug smile, then yes, it's entirely possible. Kim Dong-ahung-bong cracked open a soda can in approval, but suddenly Gwang-ik chimed in, interrupting like a clueless deer. By the way, what are we doing now? Kim Dong-ahung-bong looked annoyed. Working? Gwang-ik tried to picture it. Working? He then gave a cryptic smile. The manager was puzzled. Why are you smiling? Gwang-ik quickly denied it. It's nothing. I just thought it was pretty cool. Kim Dong-ahung-bong was frustrated. I don't know why, but watching you smile makes me uncomfortable. He raised his can firmly. Anyway, we're going to get those Acheon stones. 2 days later, in a desolate area, a chase was underway. Stop right there! The noise drew the attention of nearby guards. I said stop! Hanging on a tree was a sign that read, Restricted Area, but a blue-haired intruder was leaping wildly through the branches. Behind the intruder, other footsteps were in pursuit. Huh? A guard raised his gun at the intruder. This is a restricted area. The person chasing behind signaled to him. Move! Gwang-ik and Dong-ah charged in, fully equipped. This is the Special Immortal Action Force. The intruder ran for his life, shouting in confusion. He ran through the white wormhole. Are they crazy? Why are they chasing me all the way into the white wormhole? Gwang-ik and Dong-ah exchanged glances. Dong-ah stumbled. Where did he go? Gwang-ik asked, acting intentionally. I'm not sure. It looks like he went in there. The guards panicked and tried to stop them. Wait! 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 Hey, you guys! Gwang-ik had already touched the wormhole. The guard screamed, "Don't go in there!" But by now, nothing could stop them. Elsewhere, a beast was eating a candy, dropped it, and died on the spot without closing its eyes. A fully armed squad was scanning every corner. Left entrance, clear. Right entrance, clear. No signs of intruders. Before them were carts full of Acheon stones. Someone signaled that they had found the god-sealing stones. We'll begin moving them immediately. Everything is prepared. The drones are ready for transport. Kim Dong-a-hungbong was also assigned to oversee the stone transport. But he didn't seem focused, appearing concerned about something else. Everything is going smoothly. It seems like chasing the thief into the white wormhole was part of the plan. Kim Dong-a-hungbong secretly hoped that Lee Dong-hoon's side of the plan would succeed as well. Lee Dong-hoon had investigated thoroughly. About 1 kilometer from the white wormhole, there was a suspected thief. Chase him to the restricted area and accidentally enter the wormhole. Special forces are authorized to enter restricted areas in emergency situations. On the other side, even though the guards tried their best to stop them, "You can't be here." The two continued their plan because Lee Dong-hoon was certain that whether the guards stopped them or not, Kim Dong-a-hungbong put all his focus into praying, "You guys must get in there." After Gwang-ik and Kim Dong-a stepped through the white wormhole, hallucinations began to appear. They both began to suffer. Gwang-ik was lost in his own thoughts, feeling dizzy, like someone was grabbing his head and spinning it around, as if a heavy piece of metal was pressing on his shoulders. "I feel so nauseous." A strange face appeared blurrily before his eyes. "What is this feeling? Where am I? No, I need to focus." The face became clearer. It was a red-haired man wearing a mask that covered half his face. Gwang-ik snapped out of the hallucination. The red-haired man was Kim Dong. Ah, wait, he was real. He growled. "Who are you people?" Gwang-ik stared at him. This feeling. The red-haired man was irritated that he didn't answer. "Is he mute?" Someone behind him hurriedly reported to someone else. "Found the intruders." He analyzed the situation. They looked quite special. "Are they bodyguards from the psychic company?" Gwang-ik turned to ask for Dong-a's opinion. Senior, are you okay? What should we do now?" Seeing she didn't react, he tried calling her again. The red-haired man angrily interrupted. "You keep whispering instead of answering us." "Hey, who are you guys?" Gwang-ik quickly improvised. "We are from the Special Immortal Force. A criminal has snuck in here, so we followed him." The red-haired man was confused. "A criminal?" He insisted. "You guys are the only ones who came in here." Gwang-ik smiled inwardly because it was a lie, but he had to take control of the situation. Gwang-ik challenged him. "Are you covering up for a special criminal?" Gwang-ik announced his authority to him. "From now on, the Special Immortal Force will hold partial command over the plan to track down the special criminal." The red-haired man was furious. He flared his hands with fire to assert his dominance. "What the hell? Do you think this is your house?" Gwang-ik stood his ground, speaking as if the man had already confessed. If he reacted like that, the red-haired man threatened, "If you don't leave before I count to 3, everything." Gwang-ik didn't let him finish, immediately initiating the suppression plan for the non-compliant target. With that, he pulled the pin on a smoke bomb. The explosion made the red-haired man jump back. The supporter behind him involuntarily cried out. Dong-a, still having a bit of consciousness, reached up to cover her airway, but suddenly a hand grabbed her from behind, making her jump in alert. Gwang-ik reassured her, "It's me." The red-haired man realized he was in a blind spot and started attacking wildly. "Damn it!" While he was furiously searching, "Once I catch you." Gwang-ik had already carried Kim Dong-a to safety. On the other side, the transport was still going smoothly. The crates of Achon stones were being moved strictly between 2 rows of guards. Kim Dong-a-hungbong suddenly cursed. "Damn it." His colleague next to him asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Manager Kim Dong-a-hungbong just mumbled, "Too much dust." The memories of that meeting returned. Kim Dong-a-hungbong had arranged it. "I will officially be the one maintaining support for the main force, as well as supporting the transport of the God-sealing stones." During that small incident, Kim Dong-a and the loser U2 will swipe a few boxes of God-sealing stones. And one more thing, the light flickering on Kim Dong-a-hungbong's chest was a magic charm. It would send a signal when the carrier of the other half was within close range. A signal turning on means both have successfully infiltrated the wormhole. There is one drawback that makes me worry. The signal will be very weak if it gets wet. Suddenly, the squad leader in charge of the transport team received a signal on his wrist. He signaled that there was unusual activity in the area. Ahead, a horde of demonic soldiers stood lined up in the hazy dust, growling aggressively. Number 12. A human-orc hybrid ordered the squad to open fire. The demons lunged forward hungrily. Both sides had realized this was a resource grab. Shell casings rained down as everyone focused intensely. Elsewhere in this world, a demon fish with an eye-catching set of teeth was screaming about being hungry. This is number 22, the sandfish worm. Its eyes turned blood red as it stared at the tasty prey before it. That person was none other than Gwang-ik. The sandfish worm opened its maw wide, ready to strike. Gwang-ik gripped his small dagger and leaped forward. He skillfully slashed long gashes from the demon fish's head to its tail. It struggled, using its thorny tail to attack him. Gwang-ik managed to dodge, but couldn't avoid contact completely. He thrust hard into its tail, ripping a long line to disable it. He retreated, leaving the sandfish worm writhing in pain. Kim Dong-a was still mostly immobile, but she managed to process the information received through her eyes. She was stunned. There were too many surprises here. Usually, it takes 45 minutes to stand, walk, hear, and feel everything after entering the afterlife. Even an immortal needs to move back and forth between the two worlds dozens of times just to shake off the headache within 5 minutes. Even then, they would still need at least half an hour to be combat ready. Kim Dong-a was overwhelmed by Gwang-ik's power. She realized she had thought it would take 2 days to eliminate the psychic company's people, but he had handled it cleanly with just a smoke bomb. And now, she was witnessing too many surprises. This time, Gwang-ik was carrying the team. He was testing the skills he had just learned, against an invader he had just met for the first time. Kim Dong-a hesitated, wondering if she should intervene. She watched Gwang-ik catching his breath after finishing off the monster, feeling a bit confused inside. How many more surprises did he have up his sleeve? Gwang-ik called Kim Dong-a out of her thoughts. Senior, I'm eager to know the gap between my strength and others. How many immortals does it take to catch number 22? Kim Dong-a replied curtly. Impossible to count. Gwang-ik pouted. That's so cold. He sheathed his dagger. No matter. I can wait until the plan succeeds to get my reward. Gwang-ik then showed clear excitement and refreshment. Let's keep going. A day after entering the other world, Gwang-ik and Kim Dong-a walked together amidst the gusty wind. Gwang-ik lowered his voice. Senior, it looks like there's a small cave behind this hill. We should rest there for today. Kim Dong-a and Gwang-ik's plan was to track and wait for orders. Before that, Lee Jung-bong had looked at them sternly and said, chase down the soldiers, moving the spirit-attracting stones. Predict their route, then head to that route and wait. Whether it's big or small, an incident is bound to happen. Take that opportunity to grab the spirit-attracting stones. Soon, the sky grew dark. Both of them took shelter in a cave. Sitting around the blazing fire, Gwang-ik frowned slightly. Sometimes I think our manager is a bit insane, Kim Dong-a replied in a low voice. Not just sometimes, right? It's all the time. I knew it. Scene transition. The fourth night after entering the other world, the two were still hiding there. Gwang-ik lay in his sleeping bag, eyes wide open, thinking, they didn't show up today, either. Besides, a man and a woman in such a tiny cave like this, he felt like this burgeoning bond was unavoidable. Now he wondered why she did this work when she wasn't an immortal. He couldn't help but speak up. Senior, are you asleep yet? Immediately, Kim Dong-a's voice echoed. Gwang-ik, I want to ask you something. She turned her head to look over. Why do you do this job? Kim Dong-a didn't answer immediately but asked back, what about you? He was lost in thought for a moment. World peace. She listened in silence for a while, then said, troublemaker. But Gwang-ik didn't seem surprised at all. World peace and a troublemaker, we really are opposites. Go to sleep. Suddenly, he startled and widened his eyes. Both sat up abruptly. Kim Dong-a whispered, how many? 2. As it turned out, 2 other guys were outside scouting the area. They quickly realized, wait, there are people here. Don't move. Both sides pointed guns at each other. Drop your weapons and step toward us. Kim Dong-a slowly complied. She placed her gun on the ground, asking, who are you? They didn't answer but asked back, that's what I want to ask you. Where are you from? Are you alone? As soon as he finished speaking, Gwang-ik suddenly lunged out from the shadows. He slammed the other guy's head against the wall. The guy holding the gun watched this scene, completely stunned. Kim Dong-a seized the opportunity. She lunged forward to grab the guy's gun hand. The situation was completely flipped. Don't move. After subduing them, they began the interrogation. An automatic rifle and a radio mean there's a sniper too. What is your purpose here? Is anyone else with you? They stiffened and replied, what the hell are you talking about? We're just here to make money by killing a few intruders. Gwang-ik thought, freelancers, coming at this exact moment? No, that's impossible. This group has the same idea as us. They're here to steal the spirit-attracting stones. He frowned, remembering Lee Jung-bong's advice. Whether it's big or small, an incident is bound to happen. Just an incident? Looking at how they prepared for this, it wasn't just a simple incident. Gwang-ik lowered his voice. Senior, change of plans. Scene transition. Elsewhere, wind and dust flew everywhere, making visibility extremely blurry and narrow. Li Jungbong frowned tightly and said, "What the hell? What a surprise, Prometheus. I thought the higher-ups didn't care about the spirit-attracting stones." He smiled confidently and replied, "Seeing you makes me happy, you damn rat, and your bunch of mutants. If you obediently hand over the goods and leave, I'll be merciful and only kill half of you." Li Jungbong pursed his lips, thinking to himself, how annoying. That bastard has both the advantage of time and timing. He even brought the man-chopping executioner, No Pudu. I didn't expect someone this strong to show up. While he was lost in thought, someone else lowered their voice and replied, "I admit, the spirit-attracting stones are great, but are they really worth the executioner himself having to show up?" He took the opportunity to put his hand behind his back and signal to those behind him. Li Jungbong had to stall. "Keep him here." Then Li Jungbong also spoke up. "Really now? Our precious little baby bee must be bored lately, right?" He growled in response. "Listen here, you little brat, Li Jungbong. I'm 2 years older than you. What the hell does age matter when you're acting like a child?" "No," Pudu mocked his tone. "Seems like you don't really grasp your own situation, huh? Little Li Jungbong?" But Li Jungbong retorted bluntly, "I understand the situation perfectly. I heard our little Pooh was busy running away in the Philippines. Since when did you return to Korea? Didn't I tell you that the next time I saw you, I'd rip your head off?" They went back and forth, bickering. "Damn brat, I'm 2 years your senior. You're the brat here. Try to show some respect, since you're still brothers with a human, you little punk." No Pudu couldn't hold back his hiss. Just then, another woman's voice cut in. "Enough!" Following that, cries of pain echoed out. Li Jungbong and the others quickly turned toward the commotion. "You're all making a mistake. Do you think things would be different if a few of you escaped by hiding your presence?" Rose stood there, leading a group of people to block their path. "There's no way you're getting out of here alive. Give it up." With that, she snapped her fingers to signal her team. Li Jungbong didn't look surprised or panicked at all. He thought to himself, they already knew how many of us there were and where we were headed. Information leaked out. There must be a mole. On the other side, someone used a radio to communicate with their team. "The centipede is starting." Li Jungbong pursed his lips, weighing his options. "Do I have to use force to break through? I could run away on my own with the stones, but if I do that, less than 25% of our forces will survive. I don't like that idea." Next, a voice came over the radio. "The Malayan star has the target in sight. Middle pick dog baby, commence." Li Jungbong looked confused. The person holding the radio clearly had no clue what the other side was saying. "What are you talking about?" "Start shooting." Seconds later, a bullet from above struck him right in the leg. A sharp scream rang out. Rose watched the scene unfold, completely baffled by what was happening. "What the hell?" Li Jungbong smiled and interrupted her. "Middle pick means me, Li Jungbong. Dog baby is just some pathetic, trashy wordplay. Glad you finally got it, kid." She frowned and looked up. A sniper scope was locked directly onto her, and the ones holding the guns were none other than Kim Dong-ah and Gwang-ik. A few hours before the ambush, 2 silhouettes appeared on the cliffside. 2 snipers were scouting from afar. "Huh? Did you hear something?" The buzz-cut soldier looked at the distance and asked, "Is that the invaders? I don't see any signals." But before the bald guy could finish, he noticed something glowing above his head. "I'm sure I heard something." Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appeared and pinned the bald guy down. The other guy stared in sheer terror. "Huh?" The blade in that person's hand was incredibly sharp as it lunged forward and sliced the sniper's barrel in two, leaving him terrified. The bald guy on the ground kept screaming, Who are you? Do you not understand the situation right now?" Gwang-ik looked at them coldly. "We're the ones asking the questions here. Just answer them." In no time, both of them were tied up on the ground. He looked around, a super sniper and an immortal hybrid guard. "This is the 5th location. Should we check others?" Dong replied to him. "We've already checked every possible sniping position." "Yeah, it looks like they weren't lying. There are no snipers here." At this moment, Gwang-ik spoke into the radio to report. "The centipede is starting to aim. They seem ready." Dong slammed the bag in her hand onto the ground. "Then we should get ready too." Looking at the bag, he asked with curiosity. "Oh, that's her main weapon." She proudly took out her gun. "Hello, its name is Sea Hippo." Back in the present, the sniper on the ground groaned in pain, making Rose wary. "All our snipers have been taken out. Who is it?" Just then, a forceful voice boomed. "Immortal Special Forces, assemble in battle formation." They quickly lined up with solid shields. Suddenly, Rose turned and ran away in a panic. "Damn it!" Rose quickly responded over the radio. "Report, we're here." "Who is that?" The voice replied with amusement. 185 centimeters tall, extremely charming and cute. a man who's great at housework and reliable at work. As it turned out, the person on the other end was Gwang-ik, and he was teasing her. The great gentleman of the era was mocking her, making her furious. "You bastard." She ordered her troops to kill them all. Bullets flew straight toward Gwang-ik. Rose turned and asked, "Locate their position and send Bloodwolf there," but he didn't give them a chance to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" A shot was fired, but suddenly a man lunged forward to shield him. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. "That's your enemy, Li Jungbong." He smirked with contempt. "You're pretty busy, aren't you, big brother? Let's talk later." He gritted his teeth in rage. "You bastard, don't call me big brother." Gwang-ik immediately snapped back. "You're the bastard here." That comment made veins bulge on the man's forehead. He lunged with two sharp axes in his hands, while Gwang-ik sprayed bullets from his rifle. At that moment, Kim Dong-a announced they could move to the next point. Suddenly, a noise in the distance caught his attention. "Oh, Bloodwolf and his two goons are coming." All three of their gazes locked onto him and Dong. Suddenly, he discovered their secret. "What? They need to push us out quickly to regain the advantage in this battle?" The guy walked toward him, boasting. "Finding you is hard. You keep moving around." But they only sent 3 people, and the 2 guys behind him don't look like warriors. Seeing that Gwang-ik didn't answer, the guy grew impatient. Incidentally, Bloodwolf noticed Kim Dong-a behind him. "What's your relationship with that girl behind you?" His voice mocked him. "She's the one who had her feet on me earlier." That remark enraged him. "A brat like you, what are you implying?" Bloodwolf lunged like a hungry wolf. "How dare you?" He swung a punch at him immediately, but he dodged to the side. Suddenly, a sharp spike protruded from his elbow. Looking at that spike, he couldn't help but be surprised. Spikes growing out of his elbow? Before he could think, Bloodwolf threw another punch. Gwang-ik was forced back a few steps. His eyes and the guy's eyes locked like mortal enemies. Kim Dong-a, behind him, quickly used her gun to attack him directly. He was stunned by the monster's speed, watching where the gun was pointed and dodging just in time. That bastard Vi has fast reflexes. The Bloodwolf's punch came with incredible speed, but that was just the opening act. He saw him lunging at everyone like a madman. Suddenly, the monster's massive hand clamped onto his arm. He was completely caught off guard. "You!" The Bloodwolf growled. "You should stay out of this." He had transformed into a monster with razor-sharp teeth. "She is my target. You're just a side dish." The sight left Gwang-ik stunned. This bastard is a shifter. After transforming, his strength has increased even more. He was sent flying with a powerful blow. Kim Dong-a stood guard, keeping her gun trained on him. "Damn Prometheus, with those jagged teeth and mangy fur. I'm sure this is a hybrid shifter created in a lab." Gwang-ik regained his composure and stood up to shield her. "Get behind me. We have to fight together. You can't handle him alone," he interrupted Dong-a. She watched him, her eyes quiet as the battle continued. The Bloodwolf's advance was blocked by someone. Furious, he opened his drooling maw. "What's your name? Want something to eat?" He froze in his tracks. "You're all just food to me. I can tell from that immortal spirit." Even without asking, it's clear this bastard isn't some special type of hybrid. He has lost his mind, controlled entirely by hunger. A monster created by men. Looking at him, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. It was truly irritating. The Bloodwolf gnashed his fangs and swiped wildly, lunging toward Gwang-ik. The monster bit his arm, tearing right through his outer shirt. Suddenly, a blue light flashed before his eyes. The beast frantically shoved Gwang-ik aside. He skidded across the ground, barely holding on. "This guy is the only one sent to eliminate us. The others seem to be here just to monitor." Seeing him standing there, he couldn't help but size him up. I guess they thought this guy was strong enough. Suddenly, the monster let out a wild roar. Kim Dong-a stood by, stunned. What a crazy bloodlust. It felt as if her whole body was going numb. In her heart, she worried for Gwang-ik. Is he really going to be okay on his own? The monster's face grew more distorted and vicious by the second. He glided to the side, dodging the attack with ease. He thought to himself, "Sorry, but I've fought things like you before." A rain of bullets tore straight toward the Bloodwolf. As the rounds hit, a cold, murderous glint flashed in the monster's eyes. The gun had been knocked from his hand. The beast kept charging forward, claws outstretched. Gwang-ik wasn't particularly surprised by his incredible speed. He risked everything to rush in unarmed. The monster's body showed no signs of pain at all. Looking at the creature, his eyes were full of suspicion. This is the Bloodwolf, and he's been in a state of intense combat this whole time. A burning flame was being pumped into the monster's body. It radiated outward, healing the wounds he had inflicted. Gwang-ik quickly realized what the ability was, shaping a power that allows someone to alter the density of their own bones. I hate to admit it, but he really is a hybrid experiment. The soldiers following him were wiped out in seconds. As they were slowly taken down, leaving only the woman and him standing there, Gwang-ik mocked. Did that woman just say Vi? Sounds like the name of a toy, doesn't it? What is it? The man laughed scornfully. What? Are you worried about your friend? He replied with a casual tone. I guess so. I just hope one of you gets beaten. Sounds good. The man's face twisted with bloodlust. I don't know how many of you there are, but we've sent someone who can't be defeated, even by an entire army. The man didn't say much more, grabbing his massive axe and charging. I'm sure your friend will end up in his belly soon enough. Hearing that, Gwang-ik smirked. An entire army? Please. He shouted back, indignant. He doesn't even seem strong enough to fight us. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past him, the shaping ability used to harden his body, combined with the incredible physical strength of a shifter. The blood wolf, with murderous eyes and razor-sharp claws, attacked Gwang-ik relentlessly. Those are some dangerous skills. He didn't panic at all in the face of the assault. But I have a skill I taught myself too. Concealment. The monster's eyes glowed red, seemingly having detected his attack. He suddenly stopped and looked around at his surroundings. Gwang-ik caught him off guard with a sneak attack from behind, staring straight at him with a calm expression. The blood wolf could only lie there and scream in pain. Next, he used a diversionary tactic to split the monster's focus. The blood wolf's body was quickly shattered by those strikes. Your body is tough, he said, a scornful smirk playing on his lips. But that just means I have to keep hitting you until you crumble. The monster glared at him, seething with murderous intent. The blood wolf picked up his broken body and lunged forward like a madman. Gwang-ik's gaze remained indifferent, focusing his senses on a single living thing to predict its every movement, relying only on the creature's movements and eye tracking to counter every strike with blinding speed. Suddenly, the blood wolf felt something strange. Gwang-ik raised his arm into the air and clenched his fist. Without holding back, he drove a straight punch into the monster. Having dealt with the mad beast, he let out a weary sigh. Gwang-ik sat down beside the carcass of the blood wolf. So tired. The remaining soldiers stood there, clueless, clutching their weapons. That bastard is tired. Let's take him out. Once they said that, they rushed toward him. Seeing them, he smirked and turned to taunt them. I was worried you guys would run away. They were quickly taken down in an instant. Damn it! The last one fired at him like a rain of bullets. Gwang-ik scrambled toward the man he had just downed. His voice was calm as he tried to pacify him. Relax. I don't really like killing either. He pressed hard against the man's mask, making him moan and unable to get a word out. Get away! Kim Dong-ah didn't hesitate, planting a bullet straight into his head. She explained, that was a suicide bomber from Prometheus. You almost shot my hand too. Dong-ah spoke softly. I trust you. She turned her back, ready to leave. I'll avoid that. And this too. She left him behind. The situation had been resolved. Prometheus, let's go too. He remained silent, not saying a word. I guess I got a compliment, didn't I? Even if I'm not sure how successful the mission actually was. The team gathered quickly. Lee Jungbong recalled Pooh's words. I'll let you go this time, still as arrogant as ever, even while tucking tail to run. Just as he was about to leave, someone asked, who was that? Manager Lee Jungbong, the one who took out the Prometheus sniper. He bragged, Kim Dong-ah and Gwang-ik from my subordinate security team 3. I see. He couldn't help but ponder. After all, they did save them, and he wasn't the type to overlook an employee's outstanding performance. He made sure they would receive good evaluations. As they were walking, they were stopped. Wait, you immortals? You're still here? After the battle, Lee Jungbong rummaged through his loot box. Nobody's looking, right? Lee Dong-hoon smiled. Heading to the other world through a white hole to catch a criminal, he must have run fast, huh? Good job. HNG. Write the report tomorrow. Just go home for today. Gwang-ik frowned, wanting to reply, but deep down he thought, how could I tell him the mission failed? Lee Dong-hoon didn't pay it any mind and happily carried his things away, humming to himself. I'm heading home early today too. Gwang-ik saw this and decided not to say anything. Maybe it was better that way? Then, Gwang-ik walked with her as they left the office. Did people know that employee satisfaction rates were higher the closer they lived to work? I like living in the dormitory for that exact reason. It's only a 5-minute walk. He glanced at her. You're heading that way, right? What a coincidence. Kim Dong-ah was saying the same today. Gwang-ik asked, Today, you said? She turned her head away and said, I trusted you. After saying that, Kim Dong-ah walked straight ahead. She quickly went to her apartment. As soon as she got inside, she collapsed onto the floor. She gasped for air, her face turning pale in an instant. The side effects of the medicine at least, it's not as bad as I thought. I didn't use much the first time. Also, thanks to someone I trusted him. Why did I say that? Twice now. Kim Dong-ah felt increasingly tired. She asked herself, Am I feeling guilty? If he were just a normal immortal, would he have been fooled by a shapeshifter? She remembered Gwang-ik's question from earlier. He's definitely not normal, that's for sure. I'll probably ask him out for dinner one of these days. Scene changed to the next morning. Gwang-ik stood before a large building. He couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. What now? We finished stealing the soul crystal. The company probably kept that quiet, but I can't do the same. They saw me there. He thought seriously. I just have to keep my mouth shut about what happened in the other world. I have to come up with some kind of excuse. A moment later, the girl in charge of reviewing his paperwork spoke in a low voice. No issues here. You can go now. There were a few complaints from the association, but all things considered, what you guys did was completely reasonable. Gwang-ik didn't expect this at all. Huh? It turned out they didn't have a very intense reaction to it, just some negative comments. Why did you get promoted? Nepotism? Anyway, if you can, please give my regards to Yu Mi-ho. That wasn't the best way to get the job done, but congratulations. Well done, man. Gwang-ik read it, looking blank. Ah, Lee Dong-hoon suddenly appeared behind him. The company has decided to reward us with more soul crystals. If it weren't for you two, the mission would have failed. Hey, you had an excellent performance in the other world. The promotion is just a reward for that. Huh? Right then, another voice sounded out. Du Gwang-ik. The one who spoke was the director of the R&D security department. You led the main formation back there. He didn't beat around the bush and handed Gwang-ik a gun. Thank you. Lee Dong-hoon quickly realized. Ah, it's a slack night, he asked in a low voice. Why are you giving this to me? The director smiled and replied, because we want to send our thanks to you. After saying that, he turned and left. Lee Dong-hoon smiled brightly. This thing is worth at least $10,000, but if it's from him, I bet it's worth way more than that. Gwang-ik was stunned. His eyes widened, looking at the gun in his hand. Lee Dong-hoon continued. Hey, listen up. You and Kim Dong-a are getting promoted. Lee Jung-bong, from over there, chimed in, stinking with luck. Gwang-ik radiated an aura of pure happiness, but his mouth said, no, it was just luck. I didn't contribute much. It's all thanks to Sun B and you. But Lee Jung-bong replied bluntly, like hell it is. Do you think this is a good time to celebrate? This is exactly why I call you a stinking lucky guy. Gwang-ik whispered to Lee Dong-hoon. Is he jealous of me? But he just patted his shoulder and reminded him, write your report. He's only good at ruining my mood, Gwang-ik thought to himself. Fine, I'll write the report first. An excellent report is an honest one. Then he suddenly turned serious. He just remembered why the ambush failed. Because he and Sun B showed up at the right time, more people would have survived if everything had gone according to plan. But if that were the case, things would have taken a different turn. Gwang-ik frowned, recalling Lee Jung-bong's question. Do you think this is a good time to celebrate? What did he mean? Reviewing the entire situation, there was only one reason for that. He quickly typed into the report. Information had been leaked. There's a high chance there's a spy within the immortal forces, especially after carefully checking the situation I have on hand. Scene changed to 1 week later, at some restaurant. Lee Jung-bong gritted his teeth and shouted, the higher-ups always eat up all the money, while the subordinates work like dogs. He downed a glass of alcohol in one gulp. He went for another, but Lee Dong-hoon and Gwang-ik stopped him. It's not worth it, man, he replied. Why be so harsh? You got promoted today after all. Gwang-ik looked at Lee Dong-hoon, who was calling for 4 more plates of pork belly, and his face soured. I'm going to go bankrupt just because of this one meal. But they didn't pay any attention to him. Hey, we're out of soju. 4 more bottles over here. Lee Jung-bong's face was now flushed red from the alcohol. He muttered to himself, a mole in this damn company? Should we just go catch them? Gwang-ik asked. Why didn't you think it might be someone higher up? He widened his eyes in surprise. Holy crap, you're a genius. I never thought of that. There, write that down in a long report. I wonder what they'd say if I sent that report to them. Ah, right, we understand. But you know, that's just a minor issue for now. Minor mistakes happen sometimes, right? Or maybe that actually sounds pretty serious, but we'd save ourselves a whole lot of trouble if we just didn't have to deal with it anymore. So, let's just forget it. That's what those guys would say. You get it? Gwang-ik frowned, his whole face twisting as he thought. Then why are you only telling me this, you jerk? The night grew late, and Gwang-ik strolled out of the restaurant to head home. He recalled Kim Dong-a-hung-bong's frustrated expression. What? We just left the house. He couldn't help but think, his salary is higher than mine, right? What is he spending it on? Earlier, Lee Dong-hoon had mentioned that even terrorists have changed a lot these days. They even have their own savings companies now. What if they aren't just putting their money there? What if they're laundering money stolen from their superiors? Kim Dong-a-hung-bong, drunk, shouted. No one would need to work for the company anymore. Take a break, Gwang-ik mused, deep in thought. He pulled out his phone to call his father. Hey, nothing much. I was just calling to check in and see what you were up to. I see, his father asked with a smile. So this is the right time to ask, huh? His mother was cleaning and called out, Is that our son? Gwang-ik immediately replied, Sorry, I'll call to check in more often. So, what's up? Well, there's this bad guy that everyone knows about, but no one can touch him. What should I do? His father replied, Are you fighting with an heir to the Samsung fortune? If that's the case, we're gonna have to stay separated for a while. Gwang-ik answered, feeling a bit helpless. No, it's not like that. Are they stopping you from hitting them in the head? You could say that. Then aim for their shins. The shins? Yeah, the shins. Gwang-ik was a bit dazed. If not the head, then the shins. He hung up, saying, I'll call you back later, Dad. Hey, his mother said. Gwang-ik quickly hit the call button for Kim Dong-a-Hungbong. What is it? Where are you? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong replied, I thought you weren't coming. That bar near the house from the other day. If you show up, you're paying. Before he could finish, Gwang-ik cut him off. Manager, why do you think he's the mole? Gwang-ik rushed to the bar, thinking to himself, There's definitely a mole. Hypothesis 1. The mole could be one of the high-ranking officials outside the reach of the Anwarim team. Hypothesis 2. The mole has no connection to Prometheus. If he were loyal to Prometheus, the government would have definitely done something, even if he were a high-ranking official. Hypothesis 3. The mole only works for Prometheus. The reason he works with Prometheus without any formal ties leads to Hypothesis 4. His ultimate goal is money. Gwang-ik spoke in a low voice to Kim Dong-a-Hungbong. Like you said earlier, those high-ranking officials want to hide their money. Maybe a terrorist organization like Prometheus is holding it for them. In exchange, they turn a blind eye to their activities. Makes sense, right? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong became serious. Where are you? Before he could finish, Gwang-ik burst into the bar. If we can't hit the head, we can hit the shins. Why don't we just steal the money from that mole? Lee Dong-hoon saw him and asked, I thought you went home? What is he doing here? Tomorrow, Kim Dong-a-Hungbong smirked. We'll discuss this tomorrow. At a bank. Thank you for visiting us today. The staff inside noticed a figure dressed completely in black, head to toe. The security guard stepped forward, wondering, What the hell? When did he get in here? Who are you? Suddenly, the man pulled out a gun without a word. He didn't hesitate to shoot the guard in both legs. But suddenly, another guard appeared from behind him. The guard bared his sharp teeth and abnormal claws. Who do you think you are? The man in black easily kicked the guard hard in the face. The guard collapsed to the ground. Not stopping there, the man pulled a long gun out of his bag. He pointed it at the head of a clerk who was about to hit the alarm button under the desk. No need to push the alarm, I'll do it for you. As soon as he finished, he started firing wildly. Everyone in the bank panicked and covered their heads. Everyone, hands behind your heads and get down. No noise. If I hear any screaming or whispering, I'll blow your brains out. Just pray you stay alive, and don't move or think about anything. Scene shift. Money ends. The second largest financial group, which handles private loans and has a bank. Lee Dong-hoon said quietly. It was founded by the terrorist organization Prometheus. Including the first location, there are 3 branches in total. Let's catch them. You were planning on saying that, right? Sitting in front of him was Gwang-ik. He frowned and replied, Well, usually we would trace the source and follow the money flow with help from the Financial Services Commission. However, there's no way we'd succeed that way. Besides, we don't have much time. So, let's do this the fastest way. If we can't preemptively strike the imposter, we'll just go in hard. Both Dong-a and Kim Dong-a-Hungbong stared at him, dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, What's with those looks? It's amazing, right? I agree. Turns out you're not an idiot. Everyone started talking over each other. Gwang-ik sighed wearily. Do I look like an idiot to you seniors? Lee Dong-hoon replied nonchalantly. You should compare yourself to who you were before. Before, Gwang-ik just slept all day. Complaining, I'm the prince of an oil-producing country, and getting into fights. You idiot, he stubbornly insisted. I thought I left the impression that I was a genius to everyone already. Lee Dong-hoon said bluntly. Smart kids don't go around saying that. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong became serious, asking in a low voice. Then what's the reason? Why mention the imposter? Gwang-ik answered without hesitation. I suddenly thought of it after hearing you complain every day. Our team manager really got all his money stolen. And basically, you were robbed too. During the plan to kick the shins, when he realized the enemy's invasion, Lee Dong-hoon agreed with him. That's right. Gwang-ik looked extremely serious and said, I'm a loyal guy, so I've been thinking about it. I asked myself what I could do for a comrade whose hard work was stolen by a company. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong was angry at first, but he wasn't acting like that anymore. He quickly gave the order, Lee Dong-hoon, Write up the plan. He asked languidly. What about the permit? I'll take care of it. Dong, dig up more information. Drag those liars out into the light. Gwang-ik asked. What do I do? The center. Lee Jung-bong smiled and pointed straight at him. You could tell just by looking at him that he was the protagonist, but he was completely bewildered by his words. Cut to another location. Have you found that bastard yet? We've checked all the surveillance cameras in the area, but haven't found anything new yet. The security team is patrolling around Money N Bank to observe and gather evidence on that terrorist. He opened the safe in 5 minutes and used the camera's blind spot to escape. He must be a special species. Who on earth is that guy? The captain has an emergency. Yeah, I know. No, it's not about that. The boss of the Suya area is also... The captain's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. In the Shuya area, all the money in the bank was burned to ashes. The terrorist slowly walked out from inside. It turned out this terrorist was none other than Gwang-ik. He secretly thought to himself that he was the one who proposed this, but he really was crazy. Before that, Lee Jung-bong had told him, I bet they wouldn't imagine we'd hit 2 locations in one day. The others looked at the fire burning brightly across the area and couldn't believe it. Did you just burn all that money? Are you crazy? Gwang-ik calmly replied, I guess so. Adios. He didn't linger and dashed forward. In a flash, he ran into another area. He quickly changed into a different outfit and walked out carrying 2 bags. Outside, Dong was already waiting on a motorcycle. She took off her helmet and said, Get on. Let's go back to a while ago. Don't cause a scene. The superior, after hearing Lee Jung-bong's plan, said, I'd be beheaded if I authorized such a crazy plan. But he replied firmly, If we fail this final plan, we will all die, including me. That incident caused so many people to lose their jobs for months. The targets are Money Emp in Hapjeong, Seoul, and Gangnam. Of course, we guarantee we won't hurt the civilians. With the disappearance of the Immortal Special Forces and the Association, if we start here, others won't think much of it. We must retaliate. The leader finally gave in. Just do as you please. I have nothing to do with it. Currently, information about this bank occupation has flooded the Money N's network. 2 locations were terrorized in a single day. The perpetrator is somewhere out there. According to the Dong-el newspaper, we cannot say who the perpetrator is. Mon banks in Hapjeong and Seoul have both been terrorized. Within just 10 minutes, 2 banks were hit. The security system proves the weakness in bank defenses during this time, as crimes by special species are on the rise. Is there a solution for this? The shop newspaper reported on the incident at 2 Money Imp banks. Both locations were robbed, targeting residents in the territory. The leader, after reading these reports, couldn't stop being shocked. These crazy people, they really did it. As for Gwang-ik, after everything seemed to have gone smoothly, he said happily, Thanks for the meal. Manager Lee Jung-bong was so angry he gritted his teeth. You stupid fool, I told you to take some money with you. He heard that and laughed, saying, No, I can't become a thief. He clicked his tongue, acting as if that pile of money wasn't illicit funds. Gwang-ik noticed Dong had been bowing her head the whole time and asked, Senior, are you drunk? She heard him and muttered in reply, We punched those bastards right in the face. It felt so good. I hope one day you'll help me punch that captain in the face too. Just then, Lee Jung-bong lowered his voice to remind him, There's still one more thing, don't relax too much. The new guy, especially you. Look at that. Lee Dong-hoon laughed, nudging Gwang-ik with his hand. Now you're the new guy instead of the stinky brat. Congrats. Though I don't feel happy at all. I don't feel grateful for a congratulations like that. But anyway, now I feel like I'm part of the team. The next morning at headquarters, a colleague saw Gwang-ik's bright expression and couldn't help but ask, Did something good happen? He smiled and replied, Nothing. It's written all over your face. That's just because I washed my face. Forget it. The 2 of them stepped out of the elevator together. At this moment, there were other strangers in the office. Da Ram faced Lee Jung-bong without emotion. Do you all have anything else to say? Lee Dong-hoon frowned and spoke up. This is pointless. But she bluntly said, I'm asking manager Lee Jung-bong. Gwang-ik walked in and asked, What's going on? Da Ram saw him and said, An internal corruption investigation. Is the new guy involved in this too? Lee Jung-bong smirked and said, He's only been here 6 months. What would he know about corruption? Da Ram glanced at him. Go argue with your superiors. Then they turned and left. Dong, Lee Dong-hoon, Lee Jung-bong, and the others all followed suit. When passing by Gwang-ik, he lowered his voice to remind him, Do your job, the new guy. The higher-ups just ordered an investigation into internal corruption. Why? There are no details. Working in this field, there will be many times when we have to do dangerous and illegal things. If you dig too deep, we'll all get caught. A colleague whispered to Gwang-ik. He heard that and asked, "What if we get exposed? If you're lucky, you'll just be fired or suspended. But if you're unlucky, you'll become a criminal. And where do criminals go?" Gwang-ik thought in silence. "We agreed to become bank robbers just to catch the imposter, and now the management team and everyone are being interrogated. It can't be a coincidence." He continued to ask, "So what will happen to me?" The colleague said bluntly, "This will be the manager's last act of playing the hero. Just pretend you don't know anything, stay silent, and don't do anything but breathe." Having said that, he turned and left. Gwang-ik opened his phone, which showed a notification from the headquarters office. "What have you guys done? All for money and protecting what you've done?" He couldn't help but sigh. "Did I just do something stupid? Damn it. My plan was to catch that imposter. But in the end, I've put my colleagues in a terrible situation like this. What should I do now? Right, the research paper, I still have to rob the money and protect the main location." Cut to the interrogation room. "Do you admit that you have more than this? Even if only half of these documents are true, you'd still be facing at least 10 years in prison. If you just admit to these charges, we'll take care of the rest." Kim Dong-a-Hungbong frowned and picked up the file on the table. "We're basically walking into a fire. That's why I need your help." He handed the binoculars to Yu Miho and said, "I know you're quick-witted no matter the situation. I'm counting on you for battlefield support. I am asking about the person who requested this investigation." He narrowed his eyes and said, "Listen, Manager Lee Zhongbong, there are things here that even the CEO doesn't know about. A lot of this is just based on speculation. Am I right? Things are only going to get harder for you if you keep acting like this. You know that." But Lee Zhongbong kept that same casual look, dropping the stack of papers right onto the desk. "You weren't going to let this slide easily anyway. There's going to be a trial. Is that really what you want?" He looked startled hearing that. "When?" 2 days from now." Lee Zhongbong wore a grim expression as he thought to himself, 2 days isn't enough time, so I guess I only have that one trump card left. Cutting to another high-level office. Nam Jae-in sat with his back turned to the door, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Even if I'm easygoing and friendly, I am still the CEO. Walking in here from wherever you came from just because you wanted to chat? Isn't that a bit thoughtless?" Employee Gwang-ik asked straight to his face without a single ounce of fear. "You've been keeping an eye on me, haven't you? I don't know why, but I'm sure you have a reason. I want to prove that reason right. So please, trust me, and let me handle this one thing." Hearing that, he broke into a grin and looked right at him. "There's going to be a trial for the members of the 3rd External Security Team in 2 days. You're going to get cut from it, which means you've only got 40 hours left. And you want to rob a terrorist's bank completely on your own without any backup during all that chaos, and drag that imposter right back here? No, I didn't say that. Don't you know you at least need to pull off something like that for me to even consider this plan? But I still need at least a tiny bit of support." Nam Jae-in smiled and replied, "No support. You just said you were going to prove yourself. I've been watching you because I believe you have what I'm looking for. Listen closely. What I need is to catch that rotten apple ruining the whole bunch. Fine, I'll do it." With everything settled, Gwang-ik didn't linger around any longer and turned to leave the room. The moment he walked out, the secretary, who had stayed silent the whole time, finally spoke up. "You're so cruel." Instead of getting angry, Nam Jae-in just smirked. "What did you say?" "You know very well he won't be able to pull that off." He replied casually, "Underestimating people isn't a good habit." "What do you mean?" "Judging by his rank during the performance evaluation and everything he's pulled off so far in his plans, you can conclude he's just an ordinary ranker who still couldn't do it on his own. He still hasn't managed to break past that wall." Nam Jae-in glanced over at him sideways. "Why do you think I picked him out the very first time I met him? Is he perhaps your illegitimate child? I'd like to think you're joking, but you're always dead serious, so I know you're not." He went on, "He's really good at playing buddy-buddy with people. I almost gave him a little backup back then." The secretary didn't hesitate a second before drawing his conclusion. "He's lying." But Nam Jae-in just said, "Of course I couldn't do that given my position." Hearing that, the secretary asked, "Would it make any difference if he was good at cozying up to people?" He smiled and answered, "A massive difference, actually." Elsewhere, the second-rank employee Gwang-ik was looking for her. "You're really treating me like this when I'm a rank 2 and you're only rank B3? Hello, you still owe me for that plane accident. If you want to pay me back, get up to the rooftop right now." Gwang-ik kept firing off text messages. He shot a glance behind him. She really ought to reply to my texts. I've been running around, looking everywhere for her. Emotionless Yumiho replied, I am very busy. Make it quick. He stopped beating around the bush and asked straight out, You know about the money and the terrorist hostage rescue, right? I pulled it off. You jerk. Gwang-ik didn't let the insult get to him. He handed her a piece of paper. Here is the plan approved by the CEO. The target is the money and rescuing the main location. Fight this battle with me. Yumiho frowned and stared right into his face. Are you out of your mind? Gwang-ik kept going. You can pay off your debt to me and leave a great impression on the CEO. There is literally no better opportunity than this. Yumiho skimmed over the paper in her hand for a moment and then asked, Who's in command? Me. What about other teammates? Without a single shred of hesitation, she turned around to leave. Seeing that, he quickly grabbed her to stop her. Hold on. Also, you're the one who taught me how to look like a real robber when I hit those first 2 spots. Cutting to a certain park. It's great to see you again, old man. Donggu sat quietly on the bench, listening to the voice before replying. You said 2 places. Why are you even here? I was a little worried. You're an absolute legend when it comes to this stuff. You turned robbing into an art form when you retired, so I figured I'd do a lot better with your help. The old man glanced at Gwang-ik and let out a soft sigh. You looked at me like I was talking complete nonsense when I first told you about it. He flashed a bright grin, sat down right next to him, and said, When would I ever do that? Just this once, please. What if you refuse? Gwang-ik widened his eyes with a threatening look. If you die, you won't even be able to talk anymore, old man. Damn it, this is exactly why I never want to work with government bastards. I'm just joking, old man. We need to move on to the next step. Make up your mind already, old man. Donggu couldn't help clicking his tongue in annoyance. Fine, whatever, I'll do it. Hearing the exact answer he wanted, Gwang-ik turned incredibly friendly. I knew I could count on you, old man. After that, they looked at the Money N Bank headquarters, which had massively upgraded its security after those 2 incidents. They call it regular security, but it was obvious that it was the entire force mobilized because of the prophecy. Gwang-ik scanned the area from afar through a pair of binoculars. Donggu and Yumiho were standing right beside him, observing as well. Usually, they wouldn't have guards right from the start because they didn't want to cause any panic or alarm, but now they're everywhere. And on top of that, the security system has been cranked up to the absolute maximum level. Back in my prime, I wouldn't have been able to get past that. No, even 5 guys like me couldn't do it. Yumiho frowned and asked, Has it been like this lately? That's right. What we need to do is pick a fight and melt it down. Normal methods aren't going to work here. We just need to flip the whole table over. If the machines and the people here are working together like a precise security system, we just have to break that precision before anything even starts. That's why we need to pick a fight and melt it down. While the battle is total chaos, we'll melt through the protective wall behind the headquarters and slip right inside. An anonymous superhero is going to help with that part. Yumiho listened to him ramble on and on for a moment before asking, So where is that person? They'll show up and leave whenever they're needed. Great. Gwang-ik lowered his voice. Right from the start, the main cause was the psychic resonance stones. The Psychic Association is going to be furious over this challenge. We're definitely going to smash this prophecy to pieces, so they've got nothing left to lose. Even if you hire a veteran superhero for this gig, the plan is still a bit too simple. Simple methods are sometimes the most effective ones. It simply means we're walking straight into the fire ourselves. That's why I asked for your help. He handed the binoculars over to Yumiho and said, I know you're quick-witted no matter what kind of situation you're thrown into. She couldn't help but ask, You've been watching me? Like I have time for this. Of course, I heard it all from Kim Yo-han. Kim Yo-han. That gossip. While they talked, Donggu was busy gathering gear. Enough chatter. Let's move. He pulled out 3 masks. Put these on. What are these? They're made from a new material from W. It's light and won't fall off. Nice. Who designed this? Anyway, any objections? No. It's not bad. Gwang-ik quickly grabbed one and put it on. Alright, let's go. He changed into a tactical suit, covering himself from head to toe to hide his tracks. He thought to himself that he would run as far as he could before they caught on. The guards at the door immediately noticed his presence. An immortal. In a split second, Gwang-ik fired his gun with pinpoint accuracy. Since when? He took out 2 of them in a flash, knocking the last one back with a single kick. The others turned to look in shock. Yeah, this is the Tiger. The bastards were being guarded by private security, while BW was responsible for the surrounding area. Miho circled the map with her pen. I don't think we need to worry about civilian casualties. We'll split this into 16 zones. Try to memorize the location and name of each area. I'll give you the order for each spot. Gwang-ik replied, Got it. Yumiho stood up to turn away, but before she could speak, he interrupted. Oh wait, take these meds. You know how they work, right? She quickly downed the bottle. Sector 8 pills, also known as popcorn. They boost your physical stats, making you sharper and harder to read. Miho put on her mask and kept observing from a distance with her scope. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik moved in to create the chaos they planned. Yumiho thought to herself, Do Gwang-ik. He took down Dong Ki-nam in a blink and always aces every test. He executes plans perfectly and has an eye for detail. She couldn't help but recall the past. Was he even human? The level 3 criminal they called the Natopon. I don't want to admit it, but he's incredibly talented. As she watched, she reported in, Sector 3, you've got 256 seconds to enter. Number 5, 28 seconds to engage. Number 7, 47 seconds. Turn left into Sector 6. The goal is to create enough chaos to mask the heat signatures behind the safe. There's an immortal in that sector, so ignore him. Number 10. Be careful when approaching the shapeshifters. There are 4 in Sector 3, so stick to Sector 2. Turn right and engage. Yumiho focused, knowing she had to read the situation and predict what would happen next, feeding him every detail, just to sow chaos. Watch out behind the pillar on your left. Gwang-ik, already fighting, was startled, but quickly dodged the incoming bullets. Gwang-ik tossed a smoke grenade. A cloud of black smoke obscured the enemy's vision. He took the chance to throw his knife straight into an opponent's eye. So that crazy tiger knows how to fight. Get him! More and more security guards poured in. The sound of gunfire was non-stop. Get him! 3 scopes locked onto Gwang-ik at once, but he dodged them all with ease. The target moved into the alley ahead. Follow him. Be careful as you enter. But when they got inside, there wasn't a soul to be seen. No target. Damn it, he's using concealment. He's hiding. We don't know where he is. The guards didn't realize it, but Gwang-ik was clinging to the wall above them. He reached out and shot one of them. The others jumped at the noise. What the hell was that? Before they could react, he leaped down and finished the guy off with his knife. Just then, a shapeshifter burst out from behind. He threw a heavy punch that forced Gwang-ik to stumble back. Even so, it didn't do much. The guy's eyes went wide. How are you an immortal? Gwang-ik said in a low voice. I don't know how to thank you. Thanks for taking off your helmet. He knocked the guy out with a punch and used his body as a shield against the incoming fire. Gwang-ik braced himself and threw the guy's body at the others. Suddenly, Yumiho warned, "Watch your head." He ducked just in time. Snipers? Wave after wave of men kept coming, guns aimed right at him. That's enough. We don't know who you are, but if you keep this up, we'll blow your head off. Gwang-ik studied them. That gear must be PWAT. Wait, time's up. The guards raised their guns and looked down their sights. Die, you piece of trash. But even that couldn't stop him. Gwang-ik bolted away. Miho's voice rang out again. 2 at the right corner. Without hesitation, he pulled his gun from his back. They jumped out for an ambush. Gwang-ik dodged effortlessly. He jammed his gun into one guy's gut and pulled the trigger. The other, hiding, was shocked. Before he could process it, Gwang-ik put another bullet in him. Yumiho continued, "Go straight. Head into the parking garage on the floor next to the money building and rescue them." The remaining guards watched Gwang-ik sprinting away, wondering, who the hell is that guy? Are you sure the remote control is working? We did, but he nullified it with his own power. Is he really an immortal? How is he this strong? A few police officers raised their guns to chase him. Stop, or we'll blow both you and that vehicle to pieces. But the security guards stepped in to block them. Back off. What do you think you're doing on our turf? You can get out of here. The police were furious. We're the police, you bastards. How dare a security guard like you talk to us like that? Get out of here, all of you. The police officers were furious at this. We're the police, you jerk. How dare a security guard like you talk to us like that? The guard retorted immediately. We're arresting him because he attacked first, you idiot. Don't talk back. You guys are truly disgusting. Taking advantage of their distraction, Gwang-ik used all his strength to lift the police car parked on the side of the road, to everyone's shock. What the hell? He flipped the car over and used it as a shield against bullets. The police couldn't hold back anymore. He was holding a cannon-like gun. The guard saw it and hurriedly stopped him. Wait, that's a banana peel. But the officer didn't care. He squeezed the trigger, and instantly, a high-caliber bullet blasted toward Gwang-ik. Up at Dong Ki-nam's location, a constant rumbling echoed from the ceiling. He thought to himself, he's insane. Well, thanks to him, I suspect someone's going to find us. Just then, the man in black responsible for heating the wall shouted. Dong Ki-nam heard him and asked, "What's wrong?" There was a second wall, the back of the safe. Just melt through it. All right. He frowned, thinking, great, everything's going smoothly. The problem is, will he make it here in time? The surrounding area was filled with nothing but smoke and dust, along with a massive hole. This hurts like hell. I bet the manager is relaxing somewhere under the guise of an investigation while I'm stuck dealing with this. I'll make him pay when I get back to the barbecue place. I'm going to make him treat us to another round of barbecue. I'll max out his credit card for sure. Gwang-ik was shivering on the ground when he was mocked. This guy's a lunatic. You must have awakened a long time ago, right? Do you really think you're invincible just because you're an immortal? The masked man pondered silently. He was definitely crazy, but he was an incredible fighter. Over half his squad was already incapacitated. Looking at the hole in the wall, which was terrifying enough to show the sheer power of the blast, he shouted in anger, "The Holy Mountain is furious! That's why I'm here!" The two of them cursed under their breath. Damn it, this guy's lost his mind, but he's still cunning. Just then, the blue-haired man pulled out his phone. I have someone like that on my side too. On the phone screen, a message appeared. Assistant to the Tiger located a genius and a madman. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Two of them. Yumi-ho quickly sensed the movement behind her. A shapeshifter covered in fur lunged at her like a starving beast. She looked back, bewildered. Where did he come from? The shapeshifter kept raining punches down on her. His body hovered in midair, unleashing a sonic wave forward. Yumi-ho was sent flying several meters away. The tiger mask moved as if he could see everything from high above. He taunted her arrogantly. He definitely had someone positioned to see everything, someone who wasn't involved in the fight. There are a few large buildings in this area, but narrowing it down shouldn't be too hard. A sinister smirk curled his lips. Do you think so? Yumi-ho sat silently on the ground. She looked toward the distant rubble, wondering, why couldn't I sense him as he approached me? He definitely rushed from a blind spot. Just then, he asked, Blondie, you're a special immortal combatant, right? You'll fetch a high price. Down below, a fierce battle was raging. Gwang-ik had been run through by the blue-haired man's sword. Arg, his body trembled. I'm curious to see who's behind that mask. I can't sense him, he's masking his presence. This guy is an immortal too. The two men outside were asking each other, hey, who the hell is that guy? Who's the freak with the weird-looking ass? A sudden thought struck him. The only two high-level members of the Prometheus security team when they move, the job is basically done. A few days earlier, Gwang-ik had cheerfully asked, could I get a copy of that report? The secretary hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Sure. As he took the documents, he asked, you've heard everything, haven't you? Gwang-ik leaned back against the desk lazily. You know it all, don't you? You really knew who was leading the terrorist organization the whole time and didn't do a thing? Can you tell me? The secretary sat down to organize his paperwork. You're the type who keeps a lot of secrets, aren't you? I'm going to start a rumor that you're terrifying. At that moment, he turned to joke with the secretary. Can I call you Big Brother? No. The rejection was cold, yet the secretary kept a bright, floral smile. Can you help me with this? Just this once. The secretary replied. The CEO said no, as he was the CEO's secretary. It's not for the CEO, it's for the CEO's own benefit. The secretary listened in silence. If you can't help directly, indirect help works too. Just once, I won't get caught. But the secretary walked away coldly. Du Gwang-ik. Countless thoughts ran through the secretary's mind. He was an odd one, a rare type among those who had entered society. Next time a situation like this happened, he'd probably ask to call him Big Brother again. He was pure and as blunt as a child. But, well, he wasn't exactly wrong about anything. Would it really make a difference if he had better social skills? A slight smile touched the secretary's lips. Then, he picked up the phone. Yes, I'd like to request approval for a task. Up on the rooftop, Yumi-ho and the shapeshifter were still facing off. Her body was becoming exhausted. I've only got 5 minutes left. I thought my life was in danger just by helping Du Gwang-ik. The shapeshifter raised his arm to strike. I have a debt to pay, but this is way more than I bargained for. Suddenly, the secretary appeared, stunning the shapeshifter. I'm busy. The shapeshifter's eyes locked onto him. Sensing a threat, he lunged at the secretary. You! He charged madly. Suddenly, the shapeshifter's eyes bulged. Who are you? The secretary held a weapon in his hand. I'm someone whose identity cannot be revealed. He snapped a wire and walked forward. You don't want any news of what happened here to spread. The shapeshifter panicked. Damn it, that's a laser wire. I'll remember your face. But before he could leave, the wire wrapped tightly around him. The secretary effortlessly sliced the shapeshifter in two. I just told you, I didn't want any news of this spreading. Yumi-ho looked at him blankly. He had set a trap a second ago to bait the enemy into fleeing in the prepared direction. The secretary slowly walked over to check on her. Are you hurt? I'm fine, but I get it now. You're the CEO's assistant, aren't you? He quickly denied it. No? Isn't that right? Someone asked me to protect you. Below, Gwang-ik was still fighting tooth and nail against the blue-haired man, who was incredibly arrogant. I'm going to take that mask off. Gwang-ik moved his body slightly. The man noticed his prey moving. Suddenly, Gwang-ik's hand gripped the man's bulging muscles tightly. Right before the explosion, he had hidden a pill in his mouth. High-end, high-calorie super regeneration, officially named HCS-3. Its effect was to numb the user's pain, triple their strength, and boost regeneration. His arm gradually recovered, while the enemy was pinned down, unable to move. Gwang-ik's body erupted with power. Why can't I move my arm? How is he this strong? The blue-haired man's arms were torn clean off. The agonizing pain flooded his entire body, and he screamed in torment. Gwang-ik angrily slammed him into the ground. Hey, you green-haired pervert. The snipers outside suddenly backed away. An immortal should learn to speak more softly to another immortal. They were terrified of his power. He was an elite member of Prometheus. Are you just going to keep standing there? Who's next? Gwang-ik charged alone into the relentless rain of bullets. He was incredibly fast, leaping high into the air to fight the three snipers by himself. He had already severed the arm of one of them with a single strike. One by one, Gwang-ik took them down in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he sensed something strange behind him. Gwang-ik turned around and saw a barrage of arrows flying toward him. An arrow pierced his thigh. Staring at it, he couldn't help but be surprised. It was a weapon designed to hunt immortals. A grappling hook, the sniper in the distance had aimed straight for his leg. Even if you pull it out, you're in trouble, because you can't move anymore. Suddenly, a curse echoed out. Damn it! If you had a weapon like that, why didn't you use it sooner? My men are all down. He turned around, his voice trembling. What the hell did you just say? Do you have any idea how much a single hook costs? Gwang-ik quickly yanked the hook out and dashed away. When they arrived, they only saw the hook stained a deep red. The one holding the grappling weapon ordered, "Kill him." Did he just use brute force to pull it out? He sat down in a spot to recover his stamina and mental energy. The snipers quickly used their powers to attack him. "Freeze!" one shouted, while another raised his hand. "Fire consume him!" Gwang-ik stood in the midst of the heat and power they unleashed. Suddenly, he strained his body with all his might. The ice beneath his feet instantly shattered into pieces. Then he grabbed his sword and lunged forward. That action left them stunned. His eyes glowed blue, and he roared with intense killing intent. Scene change. Dong-ko stood all alone in front of a hole, when suddenly a voice called out from behind him. How'd it go? Gwang-ik strode in after finishing off the group. I planned that if you didn't arrive within 5 minutes, I would take my share and leave. Then he asked, looking at you, I don't need to guess how things went outside. You didn't leave a pile of bodies out there, did you? That's impressive. Nobody died. Gwang-ik walked inside quickly. A few people lost some body parts, but in this modern age, medical technology is enough to treat them. It just cost me a bit of money. Suddenly, an object in the distance caught his eye. In front of them stood a heavily fortified door, a vault. Looking at the safe, Dong-ko sighed from behind. These Prometheus people are truly rich. This safe is made of adamantium. They craft vaults from incredibly expensive metal. His fingers brushed the surface of the vault, making him feel like he should use his strength to pry it open. If I don't open it to see, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Dong-ko advised from behind, give it up. Even if you dropped an atomic bomb on it, it wouldn't break. Suddenly, he offered, do you want me to open it for you? Dong-ko set his bag down hard and stepped forward. The hardness of adamantium also makes it difficult to work with. It's not easy to build complex structures out of it. He pulled out a lockpick and gently inserted it into the keyhole. In other words, Dong-ko focused on opening the safe. The lock on this safe is much easier to open than the locker at the gym. Gwang-ik stood behind him, praising him. Man, I told you, you're the best. Yeah. The two peered inside the safe. Now let's see what they're hiding in here. Huh? Inside, there were only 2 items. A scroll. He picked up the scroll from the vault. The parchment is made from the skin of an invader, quite useful for storage since it cannot be burned or dampened. Oh, there's even He's tears. His eyes widened as he stared at the object. Too bad. I can't take it because I'll be easily detected. Should I just ignore it? He shut the vault door tightly. Let's go. I'll lock it back up before we leave. This is a treasure of humanity. I can't burn it. As the two were preparing to leave, a voice carrying a gun walked in from behind. That's enough. Hearing that voice, he immediately recognized who it was. That voice, that silhouette of Dong Ki-nam, walked in quietly. Being pure-blooded meant carrying double the responsibility. He had to grow up under the heavy expectations of his family. He was forced to climb higher on the social ladder. However, he had failed. He was a pure blood, yet his abilities were all just beginner's luck. He's just a rookie, but others know how to fly as well, right? Right. I should just ignore them. I can bounce back. I just need to try and accumulate more achievements. While lost in thought, someone walked in. Get ready to go. Dong Ki-nam, we need to provide backup. A robbery occurred at the bank headquarters. They quickly rushed there. Are you sure this is just a robbery? At this moment, they looked around to observe. He's truly insane. He must be a cold-blooded sadist. We fled the battle. We wiped away all traces to hide ourselves. Dong Ki-nam stepped forward to report. The security team suffered the most casualties. The investigation team still looks okay. You guys are just surrounding the building, not going inside? Look around. Do you see us going in? He has been thoroughly trained. You are certain he is not one of our own. We will investigate this ourselves. He was full of thoughts. This was his chance to prove himself. To prove himself, he felt a deep resolve regarding the Bank of the Century. At that moment, someone walked over and asked, "How is it? He's not here." He felt a bit disappointed. Maybe he has escaped. Let's go. The teammates quickly left. This place is used to store important things. He caused a terrorist robbery in a place like this. The people on the investigation team called him insane and a cold-blooded sadist. But what if it was all just an act? Just then, Dong Ki-nam turned and called out, "Captain, before we leave, can I check one more place?" Gwang-ik hesitated, looking at the person before him. Man, he suddenly pushed Dong Ko aside. "Run!" Dong Ki-nam aimed his gun at him. "I won't let you two escape." Without another word, he quickly pulled out his sword and threw it forcefully toward Dong Ki-nam, who was pointing his gun. The gun was knocked from his hand. He was hit by a continuous barrage of gunfire. Each bullet that hit him shattered into pieces. The bullet explodes into 8 pieces upon impact, also known as octopus rounds. He threatened, "If you don't want all your muscles and nerves to be shredded, get on your knees." Gwang-ik ran forward with all his might. Dong Ki-nam kept firing his gun, but not a single bullet touched him. Meanwhile, Miss Dung was running as fast as her age allowed. Their eyes were locked on her. Gwang-ik saw this and popped his head out, using his own body as a decoy to distract him. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, he was targeting me from the start." He hid behind a wall and let out a sigh of relief. At least Miss Dung managed to escape. He bit his arm hard to steady himself. Maybe now he only had to worry about Dong Ki-nam. His mask slipped off. Not to mention, he wouldn't have come here alone. His teammates must be lurking nearby. Gwang-ik pulled a piece of flesh with a bullet lodged in it from his arm. The Special Immortal Force was completely different from the PW or private security teams. "I have to deal with this before more people arrive." He remembered the advice he had been given. "You don't want to get shot, right? Then learn how to run and dodge bullets." Recalling those words, Gwang-ik sprinted forward, sidestepping and changing directions. While adjusting his pace, he closed in on Dong Ki-nam in the blink of an eye. With just one punch, Dong Ki-nam was sprawled on the ground. Gwang-ik ignored his insults. Looking down at Dong Ki-nam, he couldn't help but sneer. Not bad. At that moment, he had aimed for the cervical vertebrae. Even with his regenerative abilities, he would just be a heap of meat if his brain and body lost their connection. Naturally, Dong Ki-nam grimaced and stayed silent. Gwang-ik didn't waste any words, delivering a kick straight to his face. He then decisively pulled out the nail. "I dodged it, so it doesn't matter." He knocked Dong Ki-nam out and quickly left the scene. He had to go find Miss Dung. As she prepared to leave, he reminded her, "You'll have to keep a low profile for a while. See you later." He disguised himself as a delivery worker, then drove to a motel. The sun had set. In 12 hours, there would be a trace. A mechanical voice from a news report echoed through the room. The anchor, with a grim expression, reported, "Another terrorist attack has struck MNY and the boss." Gwang-ik walked over and turned off the TV. Despite being pursued by the Special Immortal Force and the Special Police, the criminal has escaped. "I met the secretary." Gwang-ik sighed as he looked at his phone screen. "I was quite confused because he acted as if nothing had happened." "How did you convince him?" "Forget it." "So, what did you find?" "Don't you understand the question? If you just hit a branch of MNY and the boss, that would be reckless. But given the current situation, it's not. You did this because of tomorrow's test for Security Team 3. Gwang-ik felt helpless inside. "She's too sharp. A board member had signed off on the wrong document." "What are you talking about?" "That's all I can say." "Fine, I don't need to know. Besides, I've already paid the debt." "Wait, she didn't actually ask." He felt a bit anxious. Now he had to handle this on his own. However, having exposed the matter, he couldn't stop questioning himself. "I can't ask anyone on the team. Should I be a witness and tell them everything? Would they even believe me?" His enemy was a board member, and he was just a level 2 employee. Gwang-ik brushed those thoughts aside. "Whatever. If I asked my father what I should do in this situation, he would definitely say, 'If you don't know the answer to something, overthinking won't help you find it. Ask those who know.'" That quote kept him lying in bed, deep in thought. Elsewhere, music blared from headphones. In the middle of a gym, a conversation was taking place. "Hello, the night is beautiful, but I don't like younger men." The guide replied, "I don't like older women either." "Then why did you call me?" "I want to ask you something." Gwang-ik. Daram panted as she replied, "We shouldn't cross the line. Let's keep our work and personal lives separate." Gwang-ik spoke up. "Could you take a look at this photo?" The scene shifted to a skyscraper. inside a room filled with people wearing stern expressions. Dong-ah sat there with her teammates, alongside Executive Director Kim Dong-chul and Guide Lee Gang-mo. Both of them were fine, but Director Mon was overseeing the test. In front of Kim Dong-a-hung-bong was an incredibly strict man. He was someone that even CEO Nam Jae-in couldn't touch. They had cuffed him, but perhaps they still viewed him as a guide. Someone spoke up. "Are you sure the commander of this mission is innocent?" The white-haired man replied awkwardly. "I don't understand how this mission was conducted. They only requested an unofficial operation." "Very well." He asked, "Agenda. Discipline the employees who aided the terrorists against MNY and the boss." "I don't know why they targeted those two places, but they planned the attack." He frowned in annoyance. "The headquarters was also attacked yesterday, but they've been here all night." Agenda stated firmly. "Yes, that's right." "Are you sure it was them?" "Yes, there was a witness." Bung Chan jumped in. "This isn't fair. I haven't had time to refute this." She turned and announced, "We will save time for after the witness responds." "Who is the witness?" "Level 2 employee Du Gwang-ik from the 3rd External Security Team." "Where is he?" "We called him earlier. However, he might be a little late because he overslept." Gwang-ik was rushing to get dressed. That statement made the hall fall into immediate silence. Kim Dong-a-hung-bong and Dong-ah also remained quiet. Nam Jae-in burst out laughing. "Director Nam, I'm sorry. He bowed his head. He was still late for the disciplinary meeting where his team's future would be decided. "You crazy bastard." Very quickly, Gwang-ik appeared. "Greetings, Level 2 employee Du Gwang-ik." Mon asked him with annoyance. "The reason for your delay? I overslept." "Figures." Standing before them, he spoke clearly. "So, I will ask. Did the 3rd External Security Team participate in the terrorist act against MNY and the boss?" Without beating around the bush, he replied, "Yes. If that's the case, there's no need to say anything more." "You crazy bastard, what the hell are you doing?" They continued to ask, "Does employee Du Gwang-ik include you?" "Yes. From this point on, Level 2 employee Du Gwang-ik will be considered guilty." "Wait. That's not it." He cut them off. "I am the one who raided the headquarters yesterday." That statement left them looking shocked. Nam Jae-in whispered to himself, "Show us the play you're hiding." Gwang-ik stood in the middle of the room and declared, "I am the one who raided the headquarters yesterday. I found some very interesting things in the safe." The group frowned. "What kind of excuse are you trying to make?" He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and said, "I can prove that this plan was carried out with reasonable cause. Do you people think MNY Bank is just an ordinary financial corporation?" Daram glanced at him. "Mr. Du Gwang-ik, regardless of how that bank operates, carrying out a terrorist attack just because of a suspicion is illegal." "True, you're right," Nam Jae-in replied with a smile. "However, according to our laws, that action is permitted in extremely exceptional situations." Chapter 8, Article 12. An extremely exceptional situation is defined as that corporation being incredibly dangerous. Du Gwang-ik laid the paper out for everyone to see. It read, "We possess the radiant aura capable of dispelling the darkness. We possess supreme authority, capable of educating those ignorant souls. The Immortal Creed, an organization of those who follow the supremacy of the immortals. They believe only the lineage of the immortals deserves to exist on this earth. You could consider this group a cult, but they're more like a terrorist organization. The photo you sent, the content on that scroll, that's their work." Earlier, Gwang-ik had already contacted Daram to discuss this. "The commandments." She spoke softly. "I don't know why, but the High Apostle of the Immortal Creed believes they must follow these commandments to prove themselves. There is a special type of ink that only reacts to the blood of an immortal. It's called holy water. The name of the High Apostle of the Immortal Creed is definitely written on this scroll in that special ink." Returning to the present, Lee Gang-mo saw this and asked, "That scroll was in Manny N's safe?" Ma Jun, sitting in the middle, spoke up as well. "Have you checked the name of the apostle written on it?" Gwang-ik immediately replied, "Yes, the name written on it is Wait." Kim Dong-chul pointed at himself and said, "I'll check it myself." Daram then took the paper and handed it to him. Kim Dong-chul turned his head to look toward Ma Jun. "Ah, damn it. Does anyone have a knife?" "I do, thank you." But in just a split second, Ma Jun used the knife to slash hard at Kim Dong-chul's neck. After that, he pulled the knife out and threw it toward Gang-mo. He didn't stop there. He also raised his leg and kicked Gang-mo hard in the face. Daram rushed forward. She braced her hands on the table and kicked high toward Ma Jun. He smirked and reached his hand into his coat pocket. Daram saw this and furrowed her brows. "Another knife?" Before she could react, he quickly kicked her hard in the stomach. Gwang-ik hurriedly ran over to catch her. Manager Ma Jun took the opportunity to run toward the room's window. He was trying to escape through the window. Just as Gwang-ik prepared to act, a figure flashed in front. Kim Dong-a-hung-bong appeared behind him in a heartbeat. Ma Jun immediately turned around, but all he saw was a flash of white. Taking advantage of the opening, Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong lightly kicked his shin. As soon as he turned, he kicked him in the other leg. Ma Jun fell to the floor. He said, "If not now, I can wait for you." Both the secretary and Kim Dong-ah surrounded him. The leader hurriedly ran out to support Kim Dong-chul. "Are you okay, sir?" The names. He looked down at the paper in shock. By now, it was stained with blood. The names had appeared. Kim Dong-ah-hung-suk, Du In-ho, Ma Jun, Kim Jong-gun, Kang Hwang. He gritted his teeth and said, "I lost to a lowly employee. I'll remember you." Ma Jun looked straight at Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik wasn't afraid at all, and nonchalantly replied, "Go ahead and remember me, but I already have a lover." After Ma Jun was apprehended, Da Ram smiled faintly and said to him, "I was so worried when you were late. Did you arrive late to prepare for a counterattack like this?" "No, I just overslept." "All right, you did a great job." Nam Jae-in walked out slowly from inside. As he passed Gwang-ik, he glanced at him. "Du Gwang-ik. Interesting day today. See you later." The secretary whispered, a reminder. "Do not disclose this incident within the next 48 hours. The third security team is requested to cooperate." Understood. Only Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong, Lee Dong-hoon, Gwang-ik, and Dong-ah remained in the room. They all smiled and praised him. "Great job. Our Du Gwang-ik is top tier, you little punk." Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong stepped forward to face Gwang-ik. Both just stood there silently staring at each other. "You should go take a shower." He was completely dumbfounded by his words. But this time, Dong-ah and Lee Dong-hoon spoke up to defend him. "Manager, Gwang-ik really did save us this time. I didn't even believe he would succeed." Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong frowned and walked away first. "Yeah, I can't even imagine what my escape would have looked like if I had chosen to jump out the window." "Well done." Gwang-ik nonchalantly pointed at him. "Who the heck are you? Why do you have the same face as our team manager? Are you wearing a mask?" Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong gritted his teeth in anger. He glared at him and cursed. "Damn it, you little dog. It's been a while since I beat you, so are you asking for a thrashing? It's just because you can't beat me, that's all. Let's go." The impersonation event concluded. "My team received orders to seal the news, so we got 2 days off." Announcement. Title: Resignation. Director Ma Jun has resigned due to health reasons. The truth about Director Ma Jun was kept hidden. It was implied that the third security team was involved in Director Ma Jun's resignation, but no one could investigate the details of the incident. Our peaceful life returned. Sitting in the office, Gwang-ik thought boredly, so boring. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed continuously. Hearing the noise, he glanced over, then couldn't help but feel surprised. The others all looked over in unison. Gwang-ik was yanked up from his chair. He smirked and asked, "Did you change your hairstylist?" "It's you." Kinam gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. "You're the one who made me like this. It's you. You're the one who caused me to end up in this state." Gwang-ik maintained his indifferent attitude. "What?" Kinam grabbed his collar. "You're the dog who kicked my head back then." He was a bit bewildered upon hearing that. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting, my friend?" He furrowed his brows tightly. "If you keep acting deaf and dumb like that, I'll tell everyone." I don't know what you're talking about. You dog." Both glared at each other. Then without another word, they raised their fists. Right at this moment, Lee Dong-hoon jumped in just in time to stop them. "Hold on, you two young friends. Colleagues shouldn't fight at work even if they have a disagreement. Besides, we need to talk." Although Dong Ki-nam was still frowning, he wasn't as impulsive as before. "Fine." Gwang-ik followed his back with his eyes. He loudly provoked him. "I was about to send your front teeth flying too." Hearing this, Ki-nam turned his head back sharply. "You." But Lee Dong-hoon immediately smiled to mediate. "Calm down. He's always been sharp-tongued. There are plenty of times I've wanted to punch him too. Just ignore him." Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong sat on the side, observing without saying a word. It's true that he said he had met Dong Ki-nam at the Money N Bank before. Perhaps that's how it happened. "Hey, seriously, you're going to get him to hate you. Unless were you doing that on purpose?" Before he could finish, Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong saw his mocking expression and understood. Damn it. Changing the scene, good thing he won't go around spreading rumors to everyone. It was late afternoon. Gwang-ik and Kim Dong-ah walked home together as usual. He said in a low voice, "I was honestly thinking about punching his teeth out and tying him up. But then, when the assistant director asked to talk, he just stayed dead silent. No matter how much I tried to provoke him, he just ignored me. I wonder what the manager told him." We're here." He waved goodbye. "I'm heading out." Just then, Kim Dong-ah called out softly, "Du Gwang-ik? Yeah? Do you want to stop by for some ramen?" Note: slang alert. Asking someone over for ramen is a subtle invitation to Netflix and chill. Later, at Kim Dong-ah's place, while she was busy in the kitchen, Du Gwang-ik sat dazed at the dining table, looking like a total fool. He thought, What is this situation? She just asked if I wanted ramen? Or wait, knowing her personality, she probably doesn't even know what that phrase implies, right? But regardless, she invited me into her private home. Man, I'm nervous. It's my first time at a girl's place. Hin's image suddenly popped into his head. Is my place a pigsty instead of a girl's home? Well, not exactly, but this young lady was an exception. He felt increasingly tense. Does she like me? Could that be it? What do I do? While he was spiraling, Kim Dong-ah finished cooking the 2 bowls of ramen and brought them over. What are you thinking about? The 2 of them quickly finished their ramen. Thanks for the meal. Gwang-ik stared down at his empty bowl, confused. Nothing had happened. It was no different than grabbing lunch at a cafe near work. Just then, Kim Dong-ah said softly, I have something to tell you. He widened his eyes, staring at her. Could it be? Come into my room for a second. Immediately, his brain felt like it was going to explode. Wait, we can't do this. Gwang-ik forced himself to say, although you're a great senior, you're just not my type. Kim Dong-ah didn't seem to care at all and said, cut the crap and get in here. Yes, ma'am. She quickly opened her bedroom door. Inside was a board plastered with photos of different people. He followed behind, unable to help but wonder. What is this room? What is all this? These are the people known to be current members of Prometheus. They might come after you because of what you've done. Remember to be careful, especially with these 3. Gwang-ik asked who they were. She didn't answer right away but told him if he ever ran into them, he should just run away. Why? He suddenly noticed a small family photo of Kim Dong-ah placed on a shelf. She immediately reached over and turned it face down. Then she added, it's not just those 3. You need to be wary of all the rest of them. Got it? Gwang-ik frowned slightly. Senior? Before he could say anything else, she cut him off and told him to get out. Yes. Before he left, she called out in a low voice, Gwang-ik, you must destroy Prometheus. He heard her and smiled, answering with a firm tone. All right, I promise. He thought to himself, that room, it's her whole world. The final boundary that cannot be touched. I can feel it. Does she have a grudge? Is her goal revenge? Not that it's any of my business. Anyway, Prometheus is a criminal organization, an enemy that needs to be wiped out. As her junior, I should help as much as I can. Just as Gwang-ik reached out to enter the password for his home, his hand suddenly froze. The lock had already been opened. Someone was inside. He couldn't help but remember Kim Dong-ah's warning earlier. They might come after you because of what you've done. Gwang-ik slowly pressed the numbers to open the door. He scanned his home cautiously. To his surprise, Dong Ki-nam was standing inside, staring at him blankly. Both of their faces looked exhausted, as if they were looking at some kind of vermin. Without a word, they lunged at each other. They both threw punches at the same time. The employee housing was mostly double rooms. When he first rented this place, it was because a roommate was supposed to move in within the next month. But who knew it would be our dear Dong Ki-nam? And the result of that punch was predictable. Dong Ki-nam was sprawled on the floor. Gwang-ik calmly leaned back in his chair and spoke as if he were looking at a piece of trash. He even let out a weary, cynical sigh. Scene change. At the same time, Lee Jung-bong was effortlessly using his gun to wipe out the monsters emerging from the portal, each bullet landing precisely in the center of their heads. Damn it, I only got called here because I happened to be nearby. Does this make any sense? I finished my own work, and I'm a team leader, for crying out loud. The others nearby offered awkward smiles. We're really sorry. The location of the black hole shifted suddenly, and you're just so reliable. Clearing it out, closing the portal thanks to you, everything went super smoothly. You guys didn't need me, you know? Who knows when 2 parallel gates might suddenly pop up? Lee Jung-bong asked in a low voice. How many times have parallel gates appeared before? Twice in Seoul. Counting all of Korea, there have been 8. Just one gate is already a weird phenomenon. And if they keep appearing like this, that means a new name has been assigned, right? Lee Jung-bong frowned and turned away. Forget it. I'm out of here. I'm putting this on your team's tab. All right. Sleep well. Pack your stuff. We need to contact the cleanup crew. As he walked away, he thought, a new name. If this is really happening, who knows how many more lives will be lost this time. Dong Ki-nam raised his fist and screamed, I'm going to kill you. Gwang-ik didn't give him a chance to touch him, quickly retaliating. He used his arm to tighten his grip on the guy's neck. Before long, Dong Ki-nam passed out, and Gwang-ik leaned him against the chair. At this moment, someone walked up to him and asked, what were you 2 doing first thing this morning? He's trying to get close to you. What's going on this time? He recalled the guy's actions. Nothing. Last night, I just fought him because he tried to punch me. You 2 seem pretty close. Suddenly, someone else noticed and asked, is Dong Ki-nam here? Don't wake the baby up. You maniacs! Stop bullying him. Gwang-ik looked on. completely confused. Bullying? I'm treasuring him. No one makes a better punching bag than him. They're all crazy. Lee Dong-hoon spoke with dead, lifeless eyes. I was happy to see you getting along with the team manager, but instead, you're fighting Dong Kinam, and where did he go anyway? Out on a job. He sighed internally. No wonder I didn't hear him grumbling and cursing. Just then, Gwang-ik turned on his computer. Huh? I got an email. Hello. I'm Robert Kim from the Headhunter Agency. Are you looking for a career change? I'm very impressed with the work you've done. Psychic company, better benefits, higher salary, the special immortal force is waiting for you. Assistant no. Search the brain database. Call me when there's an opportunity. I'll try to meet your needs. Who are these people? He asked Lee Dong-hoon, looking confused. These scam text messages are talented. They even breached our firewall. If there are hackers like that, we have to catch them immediately. Huh? What flag? He cursed angrily. Damn it. Those were the best ones. I just received some emails from minor companies. He had somewhat realized what he was saying. I see. Mon used to be a director, but he's gone. Of course, other companies and organizations tried their best to find out what happened, including the people at Warem who were unaware of the situation. There were also people who drew conclusions without knowing the specifics. Pretty sure they would want to look into him. After thinking it over, Gwang-ik wore a satisfied smile. At this moment, he spoke to him. Should I be kind and meet them? I'll look into this first. Huh? Suddenly, the two received a notification, a support call from the police. A breach had appeared in Kim Dong-ah and Gwang-ik's area. A space portal opened. Go to Dongdaemun Station right now. On the other side of the portal were 2 guards on duty. The team members are waiting for you too. It will be a problem if things get worse. Gwang-ik quickly got dressed and headed out. We can't use any explosives, so we have to end this quickly. As they were walking, a voice suddenly called them back. Long time no see. Dong Tran walked in front of them. Dong, is that you? She coldly walked past the elder. Still the same. It's not your business. It's so meaningless to dedicate your whole life to something unverified. Just then, he walked up to the elder. Let's focus on the job, sir. Dong Tran curiously walked back and forth, evaluating him. What a mediocre appearance for someone in the immortal force. You mean a phenomenal appearance. You don't seem very smart. Are you really that weakling Gwang-ik? Am I your type or what? Suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky, opening at a level 3C. From within the rift appeared a pile of slime that was poisonous gas. Quick, back away. The first type of number 3, decomposing slime. Gwang-ik looked at the elder. I am Dong Dong Tran. It's only been 20 years. So, you're not an elder. Sorry, I understand. The elder's eyes looked at him maliciously. Coming here to assist is worth it. Finally, I've met someone as famous as you. I'll finish this soon. Let's chat after that. From nowhere, a blazing fire appeared, hovering. The monster's poison was burned by the flames, trembling on the ground. Every bit of toxic material was incinerated by the searing heat. Dong Tran held a flamethrower and charged forward alone. Standing in front of the space portal was a highly mysterious man. That person made Gwang-ik suspicious. He could control fire as he pleased. He was ensuring the remaining slimes were eliminated. Is his costume made of special material? At this moment, he spoke up. A fire surgeon? That's what people call me. I am Fire Surgeon Kim Mangan. He also stepped forward to introduce himself. I am the sexy representative of the Special Immortal Force, so the rumors about you being weird are true. I don't want to hear that from a guy who calls himself a fire surgeon. He then unleashed his move. No more dilly-dallying. Come to my company. You're a perfect fit. Gwang-ik was suddenly perplexed. Mangan, standing on this side, was talking to him. Why do you think I came to support a sea-level breach? Mr. Mangan, how come you don't know how to behave? Why talk like that while working? He pushed up his glasses and left. My work is done. Leave the rest to the flamethrower. And I don't remember allowing you to call me Mr. Gwang-ik. Don't listen to what he says. The two of them argued back and forth. Should I roast your mouth? I think you've lived long enough. Time to head to the other side. The two exchanged murderous looks. Suddenly, they both spoke at once. For work, come to excuse. No, come to my company. Excuse. In his heart, he felt a bit conflicted. What do you want? Money. Money? Go ask which organization is the richest. Even the dog next door knows the answer. I should be happy, but it's so weird to have 2 grown men fighting over me. Kim Dong-ah stood by, indifferently. The senior didn't care at all. She kept staring at the black hole in the portal, where countless hands were reaching out. Gwang-ik was shocked by those things. A creature lunged out, flying over the guard's head. He didn't care about them arguing and quickly charged forward. The poison from the breach poured out more and more. Dong Tran called out to warn everyone. Back away! Everyone retreat quickly! Damn it! I thought today would be a fun day. Number 3. Second type. Slime strength. Number 3 type. Dual gate, overlapping breach. Predicting all types of slime, Dongtran and Mangon yelled in unison and charged. Mr. Mangon, I am not your brother. Fire from the burning sword sliced the monster in two. Gwang-ik signaled for the soldier to head this way. Thank you. Suddenly, a voice entered his ear. Number 3. Third type. Flamethrower slime. A rain of bullets fired straight at the slimes. He asked, looking confused. What's going on? You're even using expensive bullets? An overlapping black hole is also called a dual gate. It's a phenomenon that has appeared frequently lately, when a new breach appears inside an existing one. There is no way to predict it. Therefore, there is no other way, except we have to prepare more forces than necessary for every breach. No need to participate in anything. Special immortal force. You only need to handle the ones that escape, Gwang-ik asked repeatedly. Only the ones that escape? We don't need to help them? No. 3 pillars of light appeared in the sky, incinerating the toxic gas. Lapin Nuclear Fusion Microparticle Rifle. Xcuracy XQ3000. Xcuracy is the richest organization in the world. Doing that makes us look so poor. He turned to look at his teammate. Don't we have any other work? Which team will the support forces come from? Suddenly, a curse rang out. Hey you bastards, is this the place for kidnappers? Kim Dong-a Hung Bong shouted clearly. I raised it with all my heart. And you guys come to snatch people from me? Don't touch my dog. I've warned you. If you dare do that again, I'll go crazy. I am Kim Dong-a Hung Bong from the Special Immortal Force. From the front, a level 4, number 3 slime exploded and fell down. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted from above, with flashes of light and swirling dust clouds. Li Jungbong stood to one side, arms crossed over his chest with an arrogant air. Try to do better than that, would you? If you think it's about to blow, you've got to use your own body to block it, Gwang-ik sighed wearily. If you're just going to stand there and watch, why even come? He growled, intending to break the legs of those thieves. Dongtran, having caught sight of Li Jungbong, was one of them. He turned to him and barked, Hey, you're on Li Jungbong's team, aren't you? Forget about that proposal I just made. Hearing this, he could only stand there, helpless and speechless. In another corner, Dong-a was firing while speaking. This is really strange. The breach has been open for 2 hours, but it doesn't look like it's getting any smaller. On this side, the battle was also fierce, as the analysis team tracked how many slimes were left in the breach. The man, his body trembling, his nose bleeding, struggled to respond. I'm not sure, he asked, confused. What do you mean? The man broke into a cold sweat and fumbled. I can't decode it, the man said in disbelief. I've never seen this type of breach. Gwang-ik was stunned after hearing this. Team leader, what is the real reason you came all the way out here? Li Jungbong spoke seriously. When the black hole appeared at East Demon Station, dozens of black holes, both large and small, had appeared all over the country. He continued to recount. Half of them are dual gates, and this is the largest one among them. Gwang-ik still didn't understand. What does that mean? Kim Dong-a, standing nearby, explained. A dual gate is a new, abnormal phenomenon that appeared recently. She wore a serious expression and said, You know the consequences that such an anomaly can cause, right? He replied with an incredulous look. It causes mutations. A common mutation that can occur is the emergence of a new species. Just then, the surrounding space suddenly warped, and a heavy pressure bore down, making the ground shake. The more important thing now is when it will reach the other side, and the black hole itself, nothing is certain. From the center of the breach, a purple-black spatial portal began to crack. Keenam immediately keyed his radio with a frantic voice. Target location Alpha 14. Alpha 14. New species detected. I repeat, a new species has emerged. The new species has exited from breach number 3. Having said that, he turned to signal Gwang-ik, retreat. But just then, another voice came over the radio, analyzing this phenomenon. Slime type. It's a slime type. Dong Keenam glanced over and saw that he was still standing motionless, so he called out to him, his voice laced with panic. Gwang-ik. He stared ahead, lost in his own chaotic thoughts. This atmosphere, this pressure, a not-so-pleasant memory suddenly resurfaced, just like 10 years ago. Back then, Gwang-ik was still just a child, his small, trembling body standing in the middle of a dusty road, his eyes filled with panic as he looked toward the monsters advancing. Right now, that scene was repeating itself. He stood motionless, eyes wide, staring at what was appearing before him. Gwang-ik thought to himself. The loud explosion hit my eardrums. All I could see was the metal ceiling collapsing and the concrete slabs shattered, flesh and blood mixed together, and a monster I had never seen before. All I could hear was a buzzing ringing in my ears, as if I were deafened. Back then, Gwang-ik had been pinned under a rock, his body trembling. I'm so dizzy, my legs hurt so much. What time is it? Where am I? It hurts so much. I'm scared. With his weak body, blood flowing incessantly, Gwang-ik panicked. Mom, Dad, where are you? Save me. Looking at the ferocious monsters before him, he screamed in desperation. I don't want to die. Save me. Please save me. The pressure grew stronger, and Gwang-ik sobbed along with his cries for help. Desperate cries for help echoed throughout the space. Just then, a loud voice rang out, piercing through the panic-stricken delirium. You Gwang-ik! Hearing it, he immediately jolted awake. Dong-ah shouted, her voice stern. Snap out of it. He opened his eyes, looking at her with a dazed, hazy gaze. Senior? Gwang-ik asked, confused. What? What is it? But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly froze. Ahead, amid the chaotic sounds, dozens of people were fighting the monster. His pupils constricted. Yu Gwang-ik was incredibly shocked. Even though the senior told me to retreat, I'm still just standing there. I took a hit to protect an association employee. Then, immediately after, Dong-ah explained in a serious tone, the tentacles of the Namit specimen have a slight effect on the mind. I just injected you with a mixture of drugs that will allow you to have a higher resistance to mental attacks. He glanced at the needle stuck in his neck and asked, When did you get that? Before she could answer, rapid footsteps sounded behind them. Support team here, they shouted in unison. Understood, we need to take down its barrier. On the other side, another team was still fighting desperately. Mental team, support group 1, go with group 2 to burn off its tentacles. Li Jungbong gritted his teeth and roared. Watch out for those eyeballs. It's preparing to fire lasers. Kim Dong-ah spoke up. Let's retreat. Leave the rest to them. Hearing that, Gwang-ik froze. Leave it to them? His eyes swept across the battlefield ahead. Some were severely injured, forced to collapse in one spot, trembling amidst the rubble. Others had taken a direct hit from the monster and had fallen, no longer moving. He looked at the monster, with dozens of eyeballs oozing dark poison, and instinctively blurted out, They're all being overwhelmed, and we're just going to leave it to them? The monster suddenly lunged, swinging trails of dark fluid toward everyone like a living weapon of rain. Before they could react, someone nearby was hit. A miserable scream rang out, and people began to scatter. It's corrosive acid! Everyone, move! Seeing the critical situation, Gwang-ik lunged forward, but was immediately pulled back by Kim Dong-ah. Where are you going? He said seriously. If we leave, that person will die. Up ahead, the person who had just been hit by the corrosive acid was writhing on the ground, trying to crawl out of the monster's reach. She tightened her grip and growled, If you go to him, you'll die too, you Gwang-ik. Hearing this, he suddenly stopped, but then his eyes turned toward the man, his face contorted in panic, his eyes full of fear and despair. The image of his childhood self crying for help resurfaced. Regardless of everything, he pushed Kim Dong-ah's hand away and bolted straight ahead. Seeing this, she screamed in worry, Hey, you Gwang-ik. Ignoring the calls, Gwang-ik lunged forward at full speed. The monster roared, and from its twisted body, a series of tentacles shot out, aimed straight at Gwang-ik. But with quick reflexes, he managed to grab the injured person and roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, then shouted to signal, Dong Tran. Hearing this, the man who was fighting nearby suddenly turned around. That kid is truly Gwang-ik, poured all his strength into lifting the man high and throwing him toward Dong Tran. In that moment, he jumped to catch the injured person, hugging him tight, his legs landing firmly on the ground. Just then, Du Gwang-ik had his leg tightly coiled by the monster's tentacles. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. Suddenly, a scorching beam of light tore through the air. The monster's tentacles were severed and incinerated. It was Li Jungbong, standing in the middle of the battlefield, the energy cannon in his hands still smoking. Damn it! This crazy bastard is doing it again. He shouted out a command. Don't stop. Keep attacking. Keep attacking until its barrier cracks. Right now. Gwang-ik grabbed a blood bag and took off. I'll borrow this for a second, manager. The sudden action stunned Kim Dong-ah. He shouted in fury. Hey, you lunatic! Just then, a light emanated from the monster's eyes. All of its eyes simultaneously emitted blinding laser beams, sweeping across the entire battlefield. One of those beams shot straight toward an injured person lying motionless on the ground. Without a second thought, Gwang-ik lunged forward, clutching the man tightly and rolling out of the way of the lethal light. But a laser grazed him, slicing off an arm. The laser kept firing wildly in all directions, and the surroundings began to collapse. The injured man, now exhausted and eyes full of panic, looked up to see a boulder falling straight toward his head. But in that split second, at the very edge of death, Gwang-ik rushed over to shield him. He asked quickly, Can you move your arm? The man was dazed, still not understanding what was happening. Gwang-ik suggested, Use this blood bag on him, and gently place the unconscious person in his care. With his own arm slowly growing back, Gwang-ik grabbed the man by the collar, warning him, "This is going to hurt a little." Not waiting for a reaction, he struggled to hoist the man onto his shoulder. Even though his body was severely injured, Gwang-ik forced himself to stoop down and pick up the other person. Overexerting himself, he started coughing violently, spraying blood from his mouth. Seeing this, the man asked in a trembling voice, "Hey, if you help us, you'll die too. Why are you going this far?" He replied, "This is my job. I can't just quit making money, and besides, I still have to kill the invaders and save people." Having said that, his eyes suddenly sharpened and a twisted smile appeared on his face. "And obviously, to stay alive, I was born to do this." Gwang-ik lifted both of them onto his shoulders, ready to run. Suddenly, someone approached him and urged, "Put them down here." Hearing that, he laid them both on the ground. "You're really crazy." Gwang-ik looked at Meng and replied, "Of course." "Hey," he asked with a smile, "were you about to thank me?" "That's right." Suddenly someone came from behind and called out to Yu Gwang-ik. Kim Dong-ah held something in her hand and stabbed it into his chest, then looked up at him with an annoyed expression. "If you're trying to commit suicide, go do it somewhere else." His other arm began to recover as well. "I'm not planning on dying that soon." A loud roar made them both look over. "It's breaking." The monster was continuously smashing against the barrier. The barrier is reaching its limit. "Attack the cracks!" It slammed its head hard into the barrier. Its eyes widened, staring downward. It gained momentum and lunged forward at high speed. Its massive body crashed onto the floor, and its eyes darted toward the rear. It swung its arms, attacking everyone nearby, causing them to scream in terror. "Ah!" Dong Chan stared at it, grinding his teeth in worry. "Damn it! The monster is still standing there, covered in blood. What the hell is going on?" It suddenly threw its body backward, causing a powerful shockwave. Gwang-ik carried the others and ran away quickly. "Force, hold the line, bring the white phosphorus. Are we out of blood bags? Gather the injured in one spot. Hey, you immortal freak, you should wait until you're fully healed." He didn't even listen and immediately darted off. "Hey!" The blood-soaked monster stared at someone sitting below. Just as it attacked, Gwang-ik lunged and snatched the person away. Tentacles suddenly sprouted from the monster's body. His eyes widened, his pupils constricted. Gwang-ik was pierced through the stomach by a tentacle. A loud sound echoed as the tentacle snapped into two pieces. Someone came over to shield him. "You reckless brat! Did you not listen to me? Get him out of here!" "You too." Gwang-ik suddenly froze. "What? How are there suddenly 3 or 4? A series of people, all looking identical, began attacking it. Dozens of managers. A slash grazed the monster's face, followed by another. Then, another strike was unleashed. The man in black fired his gun at it and shouted loudly, "The barrier broke over here, you bastard." Mang extended both hands, using his power. "Focus your attacks on that spot." The person next to him heard that and ran toward the monster. The man Gwang-ik had helped earlier began to move slightly. He was still struggling to catch his breath. "Thank you." What is the manager doing? It feels like he's everywhere, while his real body is nowhere to be seen. Gwang-ik touched the wound on his stomach. "I can still run." His eyes flashed. "I can do this." Gwang-ik suddenly bolted, taking the other person by surprise. "Oh, hey." The monster felt something, twisting its body repeatedly to dodge the attacks. "Once the starfish attacks one of my clones, the other clones will target its weakness and force it to stay bound to that point. When that happens, I'll run. Those who have fallen, those dying, those who couldn't get away. I will bring them all back without stopping. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going." Suddenly, someone touched his body. "Stop." Everything around them was empty, leaving only clouds of white dust. "It's over." He just stood still without saying a word. Gwang-ik stood there for a long time before asking Kim Dong-a-hung-bong, "Did we win? We didn't lose." He turned his face away with a smile on his lips. "We didn't lose. I only understood what he meant later on. Humans have never been able to kill a name it. This time was no different. We couldn't kill the starfish, it just returned to where it came from. However, we did not lose." Gwang-ik sat leaning against the wall. "What's his name?" Kim Dong-a-hung-bong sat next to him and turned to ask, "Why do you want to know?" "I need to know the name of the benefactor who saved my life." "Benefactor, my foot." Dong Chan laughed brightly as he replied, "It's Yu Gwang-ik, damn it. Is he the person from the rumors?" "That's right, it's him." Cough, cough, give him my thanks. I almost died before getting to see my daughter be born. Tell him yourself. I'm not a messenger. Kim Dong-a-hung-bong turned to ask Dong Chan, "What are you looking at? If you try to take him away, I'll kill you." He sighed and said, "He's truly absurd, he's killed all the romance. This kid doesn't fit in with Spiak at all." Kim Dong-a-hung-bong fell silent. leaning his head against the wall. I didn't teach him to act like that. He just does whatever he wants. June 11th. A new species of Namet appeared in Seoul, South Korea. No one lost their life. Gwang-ik excitedly chugged half a glass of beer. He let out a refreshing sound. I'm sure you feel better now, right? He replied with a smile. It's been 4 days since I did that, so of course I'm fine. Kim Yo-han heard that and asked, So, what was it like? What? The starfish? Gwang-ik put on a serious face and said as if he meant it. I finally understood why humanity has never managed to kill a Namet until now. Honestly, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Kim Yo-han spoke in a low voice. It's clear this isn't some newly appeared Namet. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Then why is it recorded as the first battle? He immediately explained, Dimensional rifts are appearing in other areas too, but they've managed to avoid fighting there. The starfish lost. It's wandering through space because all the portals are closed. Eventually, it stumbled out of that portal before the other closers could seal it. Bang Jian-tae finally spoke up. Kim Yo-han, who had been closing the gate, glanced at him. It was obvious that was what they called it. They could seal those spatial gates whenever they pleased. Most people already knew about that. Only us rookies were out of the loop. Gwang-ik fell silent after hearing that. Once he finished, Kim Yo-han made an offer. Shall we head out now? Both of you. What about the bill? Kim Yo-han and Bang Jian-tae stood up and headed out, mumbling as they went. What was that our colleague who just got a bonus for doing absolutely nothing said? Considering the value of what we provided for you, you should feel guilty making us pay. Gwang-ik stared at them blankly. You really want a younger guy like me to cover your tab? Both of them argued with a straight face. Age doesn't matter here, we're just colleagues. In the end, he had to grit his teeth and pull out his card. Fine, I'll pay. Bunch of deadbeats. But the waitress smiled and said the gentleman over there had already paid for their table. Gwang-ik frowned and looked in the direction she pointed. Stephen Choi was smiling and nodding at him. Seeing that, Kim Yo-han asked, Who's that? Your new boyfriend? He didn't answer, instead saying with a stern face, I'm heading out. Gwang-ik then followed Stephen Choi. He lowered his voice and spoke first. You're the police officer from before, aren't you? The one who saved me when the gate opened? He kept his back turned to him and said in a low voice, Thank you for that. Gwang-ik frowned, full of suspicion. Still, it was strange. From what I remember, you were just a regular cop. How did you get into a restaurant that only serves people with awakened powers? Stephen Choi turned around slowly and said, I apologize for inviting you this way. At that same moment, the Crocodile Man and Rose emerged from the shadows. She said with a cold face, Long time no see. Hearing her voice, he furrowed his brow. That voice. You guys be careful. It's a bit chilly tonight. You might catch a cold if you keep tailing me like this. Tarantado. In Filipino, that word means bastard. Rose gritted her teeth and glared at him. I hate that jerk. The Crocodile Man reminded them coldly. Don't forget why we're here. Gwang-ik thought to himself. That guy is in the photo pinned up in the seniors' room. What should I do now? She told me if I ever saw him, I should hire him. Stephen Choi pointed at himself and said, Let me introduce myself. He didn't care about the guy. He was busy calculating he couldn't run away. Anyway, he felt quite uneasy being around that cop. My name is... Before he could finish, Gwang-ik lunged forward to attack him. But the Crocodile Man stepped in just in time to block him. He quickly pulled his hand back and retreated. The Crocodile Man frowned, realizing he had just grabbed a prosthetic hand instead of a real one. He looked him straight in the eye. Not bad. Gwang-ik furrowed his brow tightly. Honestly, I'm in a really bad mood. He had felt something for a split second, just a brief moment, but he was certain he felt it. A second longer and I would have been torn into 8 pieces and tossed to the ground. If I hadn't stepped back in time, he would have caught me. Stephen Choi let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, I'm quite surprised by you. I didn't think you'd improve this quickly. You've only been working for a year. I think I should explain the situation first. My name is Stephen Choi. I work at a headhunting firm, small, but busy. I came to meet you that time too, but things went a bit off track. If there's a talented individual and someone who wants them, my job is to bring the two together. I would like to formally introduce Gwang-ik, a level 2 agent from the Immortal Force, specifically to Prometheus. Rose couldn't help but click her tongue and say, That's enough. He smiled and asked, You know there will be a few fees even if you don't do your job effectively, right? She spoke bluntly. Money-grubbing bastard. Then Rose looked at Gwang-ik. You heard him, right? This is a real steal. Before she could finish, he cut her off. I already have a woman I like. Hearing that, she shouted angrily, Ah, it's not like I like you either. Then the problem is solved. Sincerely, goodbye. Suddenly, his entire body stiffened. Gwang-ik tensed his muscles. He thought to himself, I feel a bit of a chill. It feels like my body would be split in two if I turned away right now. Is it because of his wild bloodlust? That crocodile man was radiating intense killing intent from his whole body. He said in a low voice, "Make your decision after hearing us out." Rose also added, "I promise to give you a high position if you work with us." Gwang-ik asked casually, "Higher than you? Maybe. So, you'll give me lots of money? You won't have to be jealous of those other rich guys. What about women? I like women. You can have as many as you want. What about housing? I can't sleep unless it's a penthouse, Manhattan, Gangnam, wherever you want. What about benefits? I like having time off, and I have a lot of things to do on my days off. You'll be able to live a life you've never, ever imagined before if you take a higher position in Prometheus." The two of them bombarded him with answers. Finally, Gwang-ik replied in a low voice, "All right, I refuse." Rose frowned and looked him in the face. "Think carefully. You'll regret it. I would have thought about it more seriously if you were my type, but you're not even close." The crocodile man gave a slight reminder, trying to convince him was useless. Once that was said, all three of them turned their backs and left. "You'll regret this. This is your last chance." The dark alley was now left with only Gwang-ik. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Oh man, being too good is a curse. The scene shifts to the next morning at headquarters. His colleagues saw him and smiled in greeting. "Oh, it's the savior of Dong Demon. There you are, hero of the West Gate." Gwang-ik was bewildered hearing that. "What?" They explained. "You didn't know? Ever since that day, everyone's been calling you that." Kim Yo-han patted his shoulder and said, "Are you that surprised? Mr. Hero of the West Gate, I was dying to tell you yesterday." Gwang-ik quickly put on a look that said, "This is obvious." "Oh, you're making me blush." Lee Dong-hoon couldn't help but retort, "You know how to be shy too?" He didn't care about that and said, "Guess what happened yesterday?" "What?" I was so shocked. I never thought this would happen. In an instant, Gwang-ik's face became more serious than ever. "Prometheus invited me to work for them." Both Lee Jung-bong and Lee Dong-hoon burst out laughing. Did anyone else get an invitation from them? These bastards are just wandering around trying to recruit everyone. Lee Jung-bong smiled and walked over to Gwang-ik. "You bastard, you wretched little frog, you stupid, wretched frog, you frog in the well." He clicked his tongue and pursed his lips. "I don't know," he continued. "There's a new job. Follow me." "Right. Our little Westgate hero who got recruited by Prometheus. Are they asking you for anything else?" Gwang-ik curled his lip and asked, "Why don't we skip that part?" He turned his head to look at Kim Dong-ah. "Oh, by the way, this senior was there, the one you three sisters told me to avoid, the one in that photo hanging on the wall in her room." Immediately, all three of their faces went pale. Gwang-ik looked on, confused, as the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Kim Dong-ah asked in a low voice, "Which one of them?" He widened his eyes and replied, "Didn't you call him a crocodile or something? That muscle-bound monster, right? And you came back in one piece?" He didn't seem like he wanted to kill me. Kim Dong-ah couldn't help but grit her teeth, her eyes becoming incredibly sharp. Then the four of them left the room together. What kind of job was this? A rescue mission? Rescuing who? Someone hiding in the mountains with important information. Gwang-ik raised an eyebrow. "So it's not a rescue, it's a kidnapping, isn't it?" "His name is Park Bung-jun. He is the target for this mission. You must have heard the name Portal Closer, right? Park Bung-jun was supposed to be a supporting scientist when the Portal Closer was still in Europe." In a small room, the leader projected the subject's image. Down below were Gwang-ik, Kim Dong-ah, Lee Dong-hoon, and Lee Jung-bong. These were the people assigned to the task. Find him and bring him back. That will be the clue to the Dong GDU case. There, that's it. Get going. Gwang-ik smiled and said, "So it is a kidnapping." Kim Dong-ah hurriedly warned. "Shh." The leader frowned and shouted, "Hey Lee Jung-bong, are you even training your soldiers?" Lee Dong-hoon smiled brightly and replied, "He's trained enough to be the hero of Dongdae-moon. I'm not asking you." Lee Dong-hoon. "Yes, I'm listening. Understood. You guys need to get your team in order." "Hey, Lee Jung-bong." Lee Jung-bong covered his ears with his hands. He glared and pointed at Gwang-ik. "Hey, I'm listening too." He's definitely paying attention. The leader became even angrier at their attitude. "What is wrong with you bastards? Your superiors are trying to help you," Gwang-ik thought to himself. That coordinating committee chairman, I heard his political influence has waned. Is he ordering us to do illegal work to ensure the team doesn't have too much influence? Just then, the leader called out again, "Hey, rookie, you." He smiled brightly, showing his resolve. "Yes, chairman of the coordinating committee. I heard and saw everything. I also remember all the plans. The mission seems to be a rescue, but the goal is simply to capture the doctor alive. I understand completely." The leader was so angry now that veins were popping out on his forehead. He completely exploded. "You bastard! Have you all lost your minds? You don't care because the chairman has your back, right? Is that what your captain taught you? But Gwang-ik just softly exclaimed, "That's so cool. Chairman, do you have anger management issues?" Lee Jungbong didn't back down either. He stood up and yelled, "How is that my fault? I never taught him that. You damn dog." The leader was seething with rage. "Die, you bastards! I'll kill all of you." The others rushed over to stop him. "Oh my god, Chairman. Goodness, Captain." But Lee Jungbong was still shouting back, "Kill me? Fine. Let's fight." Gwang-ik nonchalantly said, "Captain, you should help the weak." Kim Dong-ah frowned and pulled him away. "That's enough. Is this guy crazy?" Lee Jungbong didn't say another word. He stepped forward and kicked the door open, ready to leave. The leader behind him screamed in chaos, "Hey Lee Jungbong, sit down. Who said you could stand up? Did I say the meeting was over? Hey, where are you going? You bastard, get back here." He didn't care and shouted, "Damn it, I don't want to do this." "Hey, rookie, go get your weapons." "Which ones? Isn't the regular gear fine? Go with Kim Dong-ah? Personalized ones? Are you dreaming? If you want them, buy them yourself." "Then what are they?" The two went back and forth with questions and answers. "Go see for yourself." After that, Gwang-ik went with Kim Dong-ah to get the weapons as requested. He widened his eyes and asked, "Are there weapons other than the standard and personalized ones?" She explained, "Yes, although they aren't free." They walked into the specialized weapon room together. Inside, Kang Trung-ha, the Warim engineer, saw them and smirked. "It's you, the Dongdaemun hero or whatever. Introduce yourself." Gwang-ik, slightly confused, said, "Oh, right. I'm Team 2's Do Gwang-ik. The manager, Lee Jungbong, told us to come here." "I know. Take this." Trung-ha smiled and handed him a knife. "This is a knife made of adamantium. It's the best thing you can get that isn't personalized. I made it exactly to requirements. But customers get annoyed because it consumes more stamina since they have to focus on swinging it or something." "Is that so?" Gwang-ik held the knife in his hand, thinking the balance was a bit strange. "It doesn't make much sense for frequent use. I'll have to be more creative with this." "Alright, I'll use this." Trung-ha raised an eyebrow. "You train a lot, huh? This is pretty heavy." He thought to himself. "I do train a lot, but I also have half-shifter blood." Oh, Gwang-ik suddenly noticed the gun next to her. "But what is that gun?" Trung-ha glanced over. "This? I just made it. I created it 3 years ago, but everything is made of adamantium, so it's very heavy. It's not for immortals." "Is that so?" He stepped up to try and lift the gun, all the veins in his arm bulging. Gwang-ik used his strength to lift it up high. "I think it's just fine." Trung-ha's eyes immediately lit up. "You're really strong." He responded modestly. "Just above average." "But what is the handle for?" "The handle? I put it in because people have a hard time using it. Perhaps it would be more effective as a club." Kim Dong-ah finally spoke up. "If it's all adamantium, it must be at least 300 million. Gwang-ik's eyes went wide. "What? 300 mil this?" Trung-ha whispered that money wasn't the important issue. She smirked and asked him, "Can you use it?" "It's not impossible." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Deep down, he couldn't help but think, why do her eyes keep shining like that? She smirked and asked him, "Can you handle it?" "It's not impossible." "Are you sure?" "Yes." He couldn't help but wonder, why do her eyes keep sparkling like that? Lu-ha stroked the muzzle of the gun. "The weapons I create are like my own children. Seeing them brought into this world, only for them not to shine, how do you think a mother like me would feel?" She suddenly leaned in close. Dong-ha was flustered by her actions. I don't know. Whatever, I'll give it to you." Dong-ha found that hard to believe. "Huh?" Lu-ha smiled and warned, "I won't forgive you if you just let it gather dust, you hear?" He grinned and replied, "Let it gather dust? Of course not. I'm going to take it to bed with me every night." "Ha, you're quite the funny one, aren't you? Then, would it be alright if I treated you like an older sister?" "Sure, of course. Don't forget to name my child." Back in the office, Dong-ha quickly reported everything that had happened to Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong. "That's how it went, sir. Good grief." Gwang-ik was proudly showing off the gun in his hands when he suddenly realized something. "Why are you here?" Ki-nam retorted, "None of your business." Lee Dong-hoon explained in a soft tone, "He's going to help us with this mission." "Does it have to be Ki-nam?" Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong sat in his chair and chimed in with a jab. "He's our Dong Ki-nam now." Gwang-ik thought to himself, "Are they trying to bring him here to mess with me?" He clicked his tongue and said, "Fine. He's a bit lacking in skill, but he's got heart." Ki-nam gritted his teeth. "I'm going to kill you." Just then, Kim Hae-mo frowned and interrupted. "Ahem. Since everyone is here, let's go over the plan." "All right, let's start," he asked with some hesitation. "But are you really going to let a rookie serve as support?" Kim Dong-ah-hung-bong replied nonchalantly, If you want to complain, why don't you become the team leader? Later, in the briefing room, a model of the mansion they were supposed to attack was displayed in the center, with red dots marking the enemy positions. What? Did they hire mercenaries? Yes, they've turned the mansion into a fortress. Who are they? Haemo said with a stern face. We tracked one group. They're called the Blue Twins. Lee Dong-hoon chimed in. That group is in the top 5 in the US. There are 3 of them, and the rest are all in Korea. We estimate there are about 20 people in total. Kim Dong-a-hungbong smirked, looking excited. So they've already planned our failure for us? Those bastards in charge bunch of rookies. He glanced toward Gwang-ik, who sat quietly without responding. Kim Dong-a-hungbong called out again. Hey, you jerk! Gwang-ik turned immediately, his face sullen. Yes. He pointed at Gwang-ik and Kim Haemo. You two go scout the area. Take them out before they call for reinforcements. We'll go first, sir. The others will depart tomorrow morning. You guys leave now. Gwang-ik frowned. Right now? Yeah. You got a problem with that, you brat? Haemo looked stunned as well. His eyes betrayed his exhaustion. I really don't want to do this. Still, by nightfall, both of them were at the base of the mountain where the mission was located. Gwang-ik and Heo Sumun-yong stood at the foot of the mountain looking up. Since the mansion is halfway up the mountain, we have to hike up there? Just then his phone rang. Gwang-ik rummaged through his pockets. Sorry, let me take this. What? Now? He pulled out his phone. It was his mother calling. If I don't answer this, my life is at stake. He stepped into a corner to answer. Yes, Mom? He thought to himself. I heard she's been feeling lonely lately. Seon-hee asked softly. Are you busy, son? Gwang-ik immediately flattered her. No matter how busy I am, I always have time for the most beautiful woman in Dongdaemun. If you want to compliment me, you'd better write it down. Write a lot, maybe as much as 2 Bibles put together. Gwang-ik couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. That's a bit, she continued. Can you come home this weekend? This weekend? Is there something wrong? I just feel like it, that's all. Gwang-ik thought gloomily. This is a red flag. He had spoken to his father about this earlier. Is Mom angry because Dad is always at work? Why is that my fault? His father stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's not that it's just your mother's loneliness syndrome. No, it's definitely Dad's fault. Just then, Seon-hee asked again. Can't you make it? Gwang-ik held his head and gritted his teeth. I can, Mom. I'll be there no matter what. Kim Haemo was panting heavily as he climbed. Gwang-ik looked back and asked, Are you that tired? Haemo was trembling all over, leaning on a walking stick. Just keep going. Don't talk to me. He stood in front, scanning the surroundings, then said, Assistant, I think we climbed the wrong mountain. Before them lay a dead end. They couldn't go any further. Haemo's face turned pale. Huh? But Gwang-ik said casually, I'm just kidding. Haemo collapsed, exhausted. I'm starting to understand how manager Kim Dong-a-hungbong feels. What do you mean? Nothing. Go scout the area. Understood. As the night grew darker, Gwang-ik pulled out his scope to observe the target mansion. You said there were 20 of them, including the people inside. There are way more than that. This place has more guys than a mercenary guild. That doctor must be loaded. Haemo asked in a low voice. Did you memorize the positions? I've got them all. All right, let's keep an eye on them for another 3 hours. After observing for a while, the two identified the terrain and the potential entry and exit points of the house. There was only one way in. The rest was surrounded by forest, where snipers couldn't do much. This is tough. This road is wide enough for 3 sedans. Do you see the machine guns in the back? Is there an issue with the firing angle? They're aiming at the back of the mansion. Gwang-ik frowned. The main entrance is a trap. Nobody is guarding it. Something's up. They're focused on the flanks. I bet there are snipers there too. Snipers, machine gunners, and special forces mercenaries. But their positioning is all over the place. Haemo stared at him blankly, mouth agape. Gwang-ik saw his expression and asked, What's wrong? That was just my theory. Haemo couldn't help but ask, Do you want to join the analysis team? Scene shift. The group gathered together. Haemo quickly reported the situation to Kim Dong-a-hungbong, machine gun traps and about 40 special forces soldiers. Other than that, we couldn't observe anything else. Kim Dong-a-hungbong couldn't help but praise him, as expected of our analysis team's ace. It's not me, sir. It's all thanks to Gwang-ik. Immediately, Kim Dong-a-hungbong shouted, If you weren't blind, you would have seen it too. Nothing to brag about. Gwang-ik pouted, thinking, What a two-faced jerk. Then, Kim Dong-a-hungbong glared at him. Hey, battery hen, what do you think? Me? Apart from you, is there any other hen around? Gwang-ik cursed under his breath. He was fuming, but outwardly, he kept a completely serious expression. We should launch a full-scale assault. The others fell silent. Lee Dong-hoon spoke in a weary voice. Manager, I know the terrain here. How about I come up with a plan? Kim Dong-a-hungbong didn't even think about it, refusing immediately. No need. I'll do it. Gwang-ik looked stunned, thinking, they're acting like they can't hear me. Kinam also took the opportunity to chime in. You're crazy! Gwang-ik didn't care, and continued, they definitely have preparations in place. If we're going to infiltrate or ambush them, we need to strike suddenly. More importantly, they're just a bunch of guys who have never fought together. 5 people is enough. Li Jungbong smirked and said, You're crazy. It's already 4:45 in the morning. At 6, we execute the plan. Take out the sniper, then finish off the machine gunners. We're all going in through the front gate. The assistant, Dong Kinam, quietly prepared his sniper rifle. Got it, Dong. Keep it quiet when you take out the machine gunners. Copy. A quick note. Dong used to be an Olympic gold medalist in archery. Gwang-ik stared in amazement and asked, What about me? He replied nonchalantly. You have to take responsibility for your own words. Responsibility for what? Lee Dong-hoon answered for him. You'll be going with the manager to enter from the front. He frowned deeply upon hearing that. Oh, great. Once the roles were assigned, they rushed into the attack without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, they took down 3 mercenary guards. Then, a series of other noises broke out. The guys who were still groggy were startled. What's going on? We have intruders. They watched as 2 people and Li Jungbong sprinted in their direction. Don't worry. That area is a minefield. Keep going. Are they idiots? But they kept getting closer and closer. Wait, why aren't the mines going off? Hold on. That thing. Gwang-ik and Li Jungbong both grinned ear to ear, continuing to charge forward. The mercenaries panicked and shouted, What the hell? How is nobody hitting them? Remembering what happened earlier, was this the omen? What are you talking about? Li Jungbong frowned and waved his hand. No time for that. I'll set you up right now. Gwang-ik couldn't help but suspect that he was the one acting strange. Suddenly, he sensed some kind of energy preparing to strike his face. Gwang-ik quickly dodged the purple flash. Huh? Why suddenly? It didn't stop there. Something was flying toward his back. What now? But Li Jungbong had already lifted his leg to block it in time. Gwang-ik's eyes flashed red for a fleeting moment, but he saw it. An omen he could see where the mines were placed. Back in the present, the mercenaries kept barking orders. Plant the mines. They ran forward and hit the claymore mines. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted. The survivors watched the scene, trembling uncontrollably. Is he even human? Or have I been in the mountains so long I'm seeing things? Are they ghosts or what? Get a grip. Other mercenaries quickly ran out to reinforce them. How many are there? A whole army? Nope, just 2. He set up mines just to take out 2 guys? You don't understand. They're weird. Even though they were standing pretty close to the mines, that guy is still alive, and he only has a few scratches. What kind of monster is that? Are they even real people? Li Jungbong stood in the back, completely unscathed. He smiled brightly and said, All right, let's move out. Gwang-ik gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it, he even used me as a human shield? He lowered his voice and said, Manager, they're welcoming us so warmly, we should return the favor, right? He pulled out a gun and squeezed the trigger with all his might. The moment the bullet fired, his whole body was knocked backward. Is that a rifle stock? Li Jungbong couldn't help but look bewildered. That's a full-blown cannon. It turned out the gun he received was a cannon, not a standard firearm. He frowned and cursed, You idiot. Gwang-ik didn't care and smiled, saying, I've decided. Your name will be Forder. Note, a cleanup hitter is the 4th batter in baseball, and the strongest one. Even though its destructive power was immense, none of the guys were actually hurt. Seeing that, Li Jungbong angrily shouted, Forder, my foot! He sheepishly countered, It's my first time using it. Whatever, hurry up. He said that while running toward the woods. Look where you're going, you fool. Gwang-ik scrambled to his feet and followed. Why? We're supposed to be fighting them, Li Jungbong replied casually. I was just asking for your opinion. I didn't say we were actually going to do it. Damn it, then why are we here? To gain the upper hand. What are you talking about? Just then, something suddenly zipped toward them. Luckily, with his quick reflexes, Gwang-ik dodged it. A mercenary was chasing them from behind. Around the guy were sharp, floating spears. Bastards. He stared wide-eyed and asked, He's flying while throwing spears? Is it an ability? Or remote control? Li Jungbong couldn't help but mock him. It's both. Use your brain. These new recruits these days are just, the 2 of them kept running for their lives. Manager, let me ask you one thing. Have you been swearing since you were born? Li Jungbong glanced back. Are you insane? In the dark of the night, 2 soldiers were being chased closely. Why is he following us? If we keep doing this, we're dead. What? Their eyes widened as they looked at the ground. Very quickly, a purple flash of light took them down instantly. Now, All that was left in the forest were moans. Damn it, there's a sniper too. His lips curled into a sinister smile. I told you, keep looking and you'll end up in the grave. As they ran and talked, does the plan this time have a name? What name? Do you even speak English? I do, Gwang-ik scolded. Damn that bastard. He was getting bandaged up. An invisible prison? In other words, we'll scare them so bad they won't dare to get out? Exactly. We kill anyone who tries to leave. Suddenly, Lee Jungbong kicked him in frustration. Typical Dong Kinam, why didn't you just kill them all at once? Come on, efficiency is the foundation of every plan. What a pampered brat. As soon as he finished bandaging, he dragged Gwang-ik away. Let's go now. Huh? Where? Where do you think? Infiltrating their base, obviously. Follow me. He turned back to remind him. All right, if you want to use that gun, remember to hold your posture correctly, unless you want your arm to blow off. You should have told me that sooner. The two of them walked while scouting. Be careful, scouting. Are we going into stealth mode again? Lee Jungbong grinned wickedly. This is going to be fun. In the dark night, the streetlights cast a glow from the windows. Suddenly, a sound came from the bushes. They had approached the grass. What's that? The wind? From nowhere, Lee Jungbong's terrifying face appeared abruptly. The sight alone made the sniper pass out on the spot. Huh? He whispered. Hide in the shadows and exploit the enemy's blind spots. What? He slowly approached the remaining men. Will become invisible. Meanwhile, at the sniper position, two people tied them up. The culprits are a pair. They fired and ran. Joe, of the Blue Twins mercenary team, spoke up in annoyance. They read us like a book. I wonder what these bastards look like. Ah, the Blue Twins mercenary team exclaimed. They're pros. Lee Jungbong stayed on high alert, his eyes scanning ahead. The traps at the entrance had been destroyed. 6 people were already dead, and they still hadn't taken down that damn sniper. John was losing his patience, itching for a fight. Those bastards, they're going to be begging for mercy when I get my hands on them, he spat. But AEO held him back. Wait, they can't hide forever. Lee Jungbong tossed a water bottle to Gwang-ik. Hey amateur, drink up. Drink it to awaken your senses, he urged. Awaken? You must have felt it when you attacked earlier, right? His intuition was razor sharp, as if he controlled everything. We call that awakening. He quickly opened it. That was just the basics. If you can't even handle that, don't dream of laying a finger on me. As soon as Gwang-ik swallowed it, his senses exploded. He could feel every single cell in his body. His heart was pounding uncontrollably, and he started feeling incredibly uncomfortable. His senses were sharper than ever. Veins bulged across his muscles, the same sensation as before. Lee Jungbong turned back to warn him. Stay calm. Now, follow my lead. John demanded impatiently. What the hell is going on? He had noticed the 2 snipers tied up at the tree. See that? That's terrifying. Suddenly, both of them sensed a strange aura emanating from the bushes. They immediately went on guard. Huh? What? Is something there? They used the natural cover to hide, watching for blind spots as the enemies turned. Damn it, why can't I see them? He had to take them out before they were spotted. The enemies were knocked out in an instant. Gwang-ik grinned wickedly. Hello there. He walked up to manager Lee Jungbong. He didn't seem like the shy person he was before. Should I just rush in and finish them all off? I've awakened now. Might as well take care of everyone quickly, right? But Lee Jungbong just smiled, ignoring Gwang-ik's suggestion, and delivered a heavy kick to his gut, leaving him in agony. Forget it. Such a troublesome kid, wanting to be perfect on his first try. Damn. How long does it take for the elites? At least 3 months to awaken. Yet, he was secretly pleased. This kid had succeeded on his first try. The two moved deeper into the forest. Let's go. We have to keep moving. Wait. I need to do one thing. John was seething with rage. What the hell is this? The snipers were hanging upside down from the tree. Damn it. These bastards, they aren't professionals. They're artists. AEO broke out in a cold sweat, visibly shaken. Without professional guidance, all the solo attacks failed. They're targeting our weaknesses, and they've got style. They gathered to discuss, wait, Double is captured? What? Captured? The strongest mercenaries in Korea, my foot. They should have known from the moment he ran away after being shot. They were starting to regret everything. Damn it, he said he was going to confess after getting back. I hope he didn't see anything weird. If they stayed through the night, they would all run away. Their fate would be the same as the others. Fear would be controlled by an even greater fear. AEO took charge. Stay inside. No one is allowed out. If anyone disobeys, I'll tear you to pieces myself. His words threatened them. Outside, Lee Jungbong asked nonchalantly, no one else is coming out? Yeah, they're sitting tight. Time to open the prison doors. Gwang-ik hesitated. Manager, What do you mean, open the prison doors? He didn't offer an explanation. Dong, you explain it to him. Fine. She leaned in close to his face, making him wonder if he should punch her. The invisible prison only works on the weak. And by the way, your chest is brushing against me, that's harassment. Her dismissive look made him furious. The essence of this tactic is sowing fear. We'll keep them terrified and pick them off one by one to reduce their numbers and cause internal conflict. Li Jungbong enjoyed their confusion. Inside, it felt like an exorcism. They definitely won't sleep well after what we've done. So, what do we do next? That blank question earned Gwang-ik a painful hit. What do we do? You idiot! They're already scared, so what do we do? We finish them off. He stood below and shouted, Hey guys, come on out. You bastards, we aren't ghosts. Li Jungbong asked blankly, Why aren't they coming out? You're American, try speaking English. Seeing this, he gave them the middle finger while shouting through a megaphone, Hello, you losers. The amateurs were humiliated. Finally, one of them stepped out. It was John and his cohorts. So, it was you guys. The frog-like guy muttered, I learned that from the last mission. I figured the best way to learn a new language is to learn how to swear first. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Come and get it. Enraged, he threw his gun straight at them. Damn it. Gwang-ik quickly grabbed the gun and took aim. Without another word, he fired directly inside. But they were incredibly fast. The bastard was moving so fast, sparks were flying everywhere. He was a special operative with a body like steel. John's slashing speed was blinding, cutting Gwang-ik's gun in half with a single strike. Damn it! Gwang-ik hesitated, asking, You're not Takaki anymore, you're a monster. He didn't care about his words, just kept charging forward, roaring like a lunatic. Die! His eyes were locked firmly onto the man. John's arm was sliced clean off. His body trembled, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell? Sorry, my blade is a bit sharp. Those words only made him angrier. Gwang-ik was facing a madman all by himself. He looked up. Huh? The severed arm was holding something that could explode at any second. A grenade. His panicked look made John feel incredibly amused. Die. Instead of waiting to die, he went into action. He lunged. Gwang-ik grabbed the arm carrying the grenade. It exploded in the sky, creating a spectacular scene. John was furious, veins popping on his forehead, swearing incessantly. You son of a bitch. I'll remember your face. Hearing that, he slapped him hard. What was that? With one hit, he was sprawled on the ground. The special immortals would handle the rest. Anyone want to complain? Step up. The soldiers were too terrified to move. I surrender. Me too. Ao stood by the side, ready to intervene. Stop it. If you're being paid, you should do your job. He put on his glasses, and his eyes immediately began to glow, shining a laser directly at everyone. How much am I paying you people anyway? Damn it. Laser cycle. Everyone was terrified. Don't move. Stay still. You're all in my crosshairs. His gaze darkened. Laser eyes. Huh? No wonder you're so confident. But I learned something interesting today. Double, trembling on the ground, begged, I'm just following the client's orders. Please, spare me. How should we handle him? If we've caught him, we might as well make him useful. Kim Dong-a-hung Bong turned and pointed at Gwang-ik. Double, take him down. You? Yes, you? If you can beat this kid, I'll let you go. He stood there, dazed and confused by Kim Dong-a-hung Bong's words. Huh? What does that mean? You can use whatever ability you want, but don't touch his clothes or use cheap tricks. He turned, glaring at him with murderous intent. How long do you plan to rely on luck to dodge? If you don't want to die, learn to dodge properly. Double took the command and immediately lunged. Fine. Leave it to me. Gwang-ik was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Fear washed over him. How were you supposed to fight something you couldn't see? After getting hit about 8 times, I finally understood what the manager wanted. I have to use my keen senses to feel the invisible force behind the attacks. That way, I can predict the ability user's moves and react in time. Damn it, you pest! The enemy cursed, constantly rushing in with his laser. Suddenly, an object fell right at his feet, and everything around them became obscured by smoke. Using these dirty tricks, the enemy frantically searched for him. Looking over there, Gwang-ik suddenly appeared and attacked from behind. The knife in his hand drove straight into the enemy's back. Then, he kicked him flying into the distance. The enemy was furious. I'll make you pay for that. That was it. That move had successfully sent him flying several meters away. Gwang-ik showed off after landing the hit. Pretty cool, right? What are you doing? I know I'm cool. Suddenly, his eyes widened in panic. I missed. Gwang-ik noticed a soldier in the distance. There's one more. I couldn't even sense his presence. Immortal? It's too late. I can't catch him. Dong-a was firing arrows to support the manager while the soldier fought Gwang-ik. In a flash, Gwang-ik kicked him, sending him soaring. A faint smile played on his lips. Fast, aren't you? But Gwang-ik circled around and caught him by surprise. A member of the squad watched the fight nonchalantly. I'm faster, you jerk. He successfully took the guy down, pinning his face to the dirt. I think that's it. Gwang-ik sat down to loot the body. Hey, what are you doing? Searching him. What else? His coat isn't just some ordinary fabric. Looting time. Someone appeared out of nowhere. Are you a regressor? Huh? I've just decided on the title for this story. The newbie regressor is too OP. Gwang-ik gave a thumbs up. I bet the profits will be $1 billion a year. What on earth? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong turned and walked away impatiently. Hey, you chicken-brained idiot, tie his hands. We're going inside. Great. Now I'm a chicken-brained idiot. Suddenly, Byung-run appeared, holding a gun to threaten everyone. Stay right there. Keep where I can see you, or I'll pull the trigger. Lee Dong-hoon jumped in surprise. Doctor, calm down, he shouted in fury. I told you to shut up. Taking himself hostage? That's a new one. Lee Dong-hoon waved him off. He misunderstood. We invited you here to be our consultant. Invited, yet you bring weapons? Is that the special immortal force style? Gwang-ik kept waving his hands awkwardly. Hey, don't move! Gwang-ik quickly moved in. If you don't mind, can I say a few words as the most handsome guy on the team? The doctor grimaced in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Release that hideous guy. Gwang-ik grinned and pointed at himself. If possible, can I speak as the most handsome guy? Byung-run frowned. What the hell are you saying? You ugly bastard. Gwang-ik casually said to Kinam, who was standing quietly nearby. Kinam, he's talking about you. Byung-run gritted his teeth. You! Does the special immortal force hire people to do comedy now? Gwang-ik immediately put on an innocent face. We were just trying to calm you down. Byung-run aimed the gun at himself. Get out of here. Don't ever come looking for me again. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong frowned and walked toward him. I don't know what you're hiding, but you'd better come clean. Byung-run panicked. Stay back. One more step and I'll fire. I told you not to come closer. While he was distracted, Gwang-ik lunged and easily knocked the gun out of his hand. Then, he asked with feigned innocence, Are you okay? Byung-run was red with rage. His hand was bruised from the encounter. Are you making fun of me? He thought to himself. Damn it, since when was he? Gwang-ik turned toward the wooden cabin. Let's go. But Byung-run blocked his path. No, go back. I'm begging you. Gwang-ik frowned and grabbed his arm. Just stay put. Before he could finish, his eyes widened. Inside the cabin, a girl with striking blonde hair was tied up inside an iron cage. Her mouth was gagged, so she couldn't make a sound. A girl? Gwang-ik was truly furious now. Break his bones, can I? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong looked around the house and asked, Can you handle the responsibility? Byung-run collapsed to the floor. That's my daughter. I'll follow you. Just please leave her alone. Gwang-ik was stunned. What? You two look nothing alike. Byung-run explained. She's a special test subject. Her immune system is weak. She has vitamin deficiencies. And she's mentally unstable. Those wounds look self-inflicted. As Hai approached, the girl lying still suddenly sat up and started screaming. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong looked at Byung-run. You knew she'd end up in a lab if the government found her, didn't you? She's just a child. She hasn't done anything. But at that moment, Hye pulled out a gun and aimed it at the girl. Assistant manager, unauthorized test subjects must be disposed of. No, wait. Gwang-ik was shocked that Hye would do such a thing. Are you serious? She's just a child. But Hai remained firm. If this child lives, she'll only face a life of misery as a lab rat. Death is a mercy. Gwang-ik thought. Disposed of? It sounds like he doesn't even see her as human. Is he really going to kill a teenager? He frowned. Spare her. We have to keep this quiet. This is a crime, Gwang-ik. So you follow inhumane laws too? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong suddenly whispered in his ear. Chicken brain, if you want to hide something, you have to redirect the attention to a bigger problem. Take responsibility, right? He pointed at Gwang-ik. Hai, he'll take responsibility. Just leave it. Hai frowned, disbelieving. Are you serious? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong looked away. He raised his middle finger to his forehead. I didn't mean to say anything, but Gwang-ik saw it and realized it was the team's signal, meaning cover me. Lee Dong-hoon, perfectly understanding, said, Assistant Director, do you know who's backing Gwang-ik? Who is it? Director Nam Jae-in. He's Gwang-ik's father. He said it so calmly, as if it were nothing. Both Kim Hae-mo and Ki-nam stared in shock. No way. For real? You're his son? Gwang-ik just stood there blankly, leaving it to them to figure out. Is that what he meant? Whatever. Yeah, I'm the son of Director Nam Jae-in. He thought to himself. Sorry, Dad, but for today, I've got two parents. Both Kim Dong-a-Hungbong and Lee Dong-hoon played along, spinning a secret, movie-like backstory. You think, why would the assistant director take such care of him? Gwang-ik gritted his teeth, thinking, they say you can believe anything if enough people lie about it. My teammates are incredible at making this stuff up. But Kim Hae-mo didn't put his gun away, saying, I'm still going to report this to the director. Kim Dong-a-hung-bong frowned and warned, don't get involved. Gwang-ik stepped toward the cage. Ugh, what a hassle. Who's going to take this kid? Byung, who had been quiet until now, shouted, what did you say? She's my daughter. Before he could even finish, everyone's eyes locked onto him, making him fall silent. Lee Dong-hoon smiled threateningly. If you take her with you, you'll be a corpse within 2 days. And the news will just report it as a research subject hazard. They'll probably even say we're the ones who set her loose. Dong-ah spoke up calmly. You can control her and teach her language and basic manners. You'll treat this child well, even knowing she's an experimental subject. I need a Mother Teresa type. Gwang-ik was startled. Mother Teresa? Never thought I'd hear those two words together. Why was he thinking of someone specific? He smiled and said, I know just the person. Leave the girl to me. Scene change. Gwang-ik carried her to his mother's house. She had been tranquilized, so she just lay motionless on his shoulder. I'm home. Mother Teresa Seon-hee saw them and gave a gentle, motherly smile. Explaining who the girl was, Du-hui poked his head out from inside, grinning. Who's that? Gwang-ik thought. Oh, you again? Did Mom already tell you? He could only helplessly say, it's not what you guys think. Gwang-ik darted his eyes around, thinking, Mom seems bored lately. Wouldn't having her take care of this kid be a win-win? Maybe not. I happened to save her, but while I was taking her to the police station, before he could finish, Mary woke up. She kicked him hard in the face, then leaped away, shouting loudly. Gwang-ik didn't even look annoyed after getting hit. See, Mom? She's not doing so well. Seon-hee smirked and said, Is that so? She and Du-hui glared at Mary with sharp, threatening eyes. Mary, who had been about to scream, shriveled up in fear. He thought to himself, oh, she's about to start wailing. If her dad saw this, he'd be so disappointed. Du-hui smiled and said to Seon-hee, maybe we should get her cleaned up and fed first? A while later, Mary, who had looked a complete mess, was now cleaner and tidier than ever. Now she looks more like a person, Seon-hee said while cooking. Looks like she's a half-breed. She probably awakened less than half a year ago. Du-hui gritted his teeth, annoyed. Some bastard must have abandoned this kid. Why do these jerks keep having kids and then taking no responsibility? Gwang-ik poked his head in and asked, Mom, should we tell Dad? About us being shapeshifters? She frowned slightly. You've already decided who you're living with, so why ask? You're overthinking it again. Decide for yourself before you come to me. Gwang-ik turned to look at Du-hui. Oh, right. Mom's the landlord. Are there any empty rooms? My building isn't a playground for you. After that, Seon-hee brought out a bowl of golden brown fried rice. The kid must be hungry. Mary's eyes lit up instantly. She opened her mouth wide to show her fangs. But before she could do anything, Seon-hee grabbed her hair, pulled her back, and shoved the spoon straight into her mouth. You have to eat with a spoon. She even squeezed Mary's cheeks, forcing her to chew every bite obediently. Chew slowly. Swallow. That's it. Good girl. Gwang-ik watched from the side. He thought to himself, this is exactly why I thought of Mom. She looked like she was killing her and taking care of her at the same time. Truly, a perfect mother. Meanwhile, in the leader's office, he was focused on a report, his brow furrowing slightly. They encountered countless mercenary teams. Not just Korean ones, but 3 Blue Twins' squads too. Even if they aren't top tier, those 3 teams alone must have cost hundreds of millions. And he defeated them by himself? This rookie who hasn't even been here a year? The leader was reviewing Gwang-ik's performance report. The report described him as a rare talent, with great judgment, courageous actions, and a good mindset, recommending a transfer to the security team. Good at strategy after only a few missions? Usually, talents like this show their potential right from the start, but Du Gwang-ik is the opposite. He was completely ordinary. He sighed and said, this kid has improved a lot. Beyond his talent, he's completely transformed. My influence is limited because of him, so I don't really like him, but I can't let personal feelings affect work. Du Gwang-ik is definitely someone extraordinary. Extraordinary? He looked at the sign-off on his card and laughed out loud. Dong-ah saw this and asked, you really happy? He answered proudly, a little bit. Outside, the sky was gloomy and gray. Lightning was striking repeatedly. Gwang-ik smiled and said to Kim Dong-a-hung-bong, good morning, Assistant Director. The weather's beautiful today, truly unusual. He replied with a scowl. Is this jerk losing his mind? With weather like this? He continued his sarcastic remarks. Oh, our unusual manager is swearing. You aren't saying damn it anymore. You look manliest when you're swearing, you know. Kim Dong-a-hung Bong glared at him. You probably already know what I want. Without stopping there, Gwang-ik continued to go around, bothering everyone else. Perfect timing. Yumi Ho, the employee on Kinam's team. Let's look at the evaluation report together. Yumi Ho frowned and flatly said, Get lost. Don't bother us. Who's your friend? Oh, right. Sorry about that. Gwang-ik leaned in close to Kinam. We can't be friends, can we? As for our third-class employee Kinam, he scowled. Get lost. But the guy still wrapped his arm around his shoulder, acting friendly. Scram! You've picked up the bad habits of our team manager, our kin. Right then, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Don't push your luck. A man slowly walked over to them. I've been watching you. Arrogance isn't good. Gwang-ik calmly replied. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. The man gritted his teeth and swore. Crazy bastard. Then, the man lowered his voice to scold Kinam. Why did he even bother bringing you into this world? Can't you do better than some random nobody like him? Dong Kinam bit his lip and muttered, I'm sorry. Gwang-ik looked on, feeling a bit surprised. I've never seen Dong Kinam so obedient before. He whispered to his colleague standing nearby. Who's that guy over there? His colleague replied. That's Ho Nam, the manager of the first security team. He's Dong Kinam's older brother. They even have almost the same name. Gwang-ik thought to himself, damn, that's his brother? Why is he scolding him so harshly? Poor Dong Kinam. After he'd scolded him enough, Ho Nam didn't stick around and turned to leave, calling out, Get your head in the game, you useless brat. Gwang-ik immediately ran over, patted Dong Kinam on the shoulder, and said, Cheer up, buddy. Look at you, he's so mad his veins are popping. He looked like he wanted to kill me earlier. Just then, a secretary unexpectedly approached him. Gwang-ik, from the third security team? Hearing his name, he turned around. Oh, hey, Mr. Secretary, what's up? The secretary lowered his voice. Let's go. The director is looking for his long-lost son. The scene shifted to Nam Jae-in's room. Outside, lightning flashed repeatedly, creating a dark and gloomy atmosphere. He smiled and asked, You've arrived, my son. Gwang-ik forced a smile and replied, The seed sown back then has grown into a tree, while thinking, Who is this snitch talking about? Nam Jae-in then told his son, Why don't you sit down? Tell me what happened on Thursday. He didn't stand on ceremony and sat in the chair. Well, how much do you already know? The director smiled faintly. I only know about the long-lost son and the test subject. Gwang-ik pursed his lips, thinking, he knows everything. If I can't avoid it, I might as well face it head-on. Killing her wouldn't have served any purpose, so I spared the girl's life. Oh, is that so? I suppose you don't necessarily have to kill someone just because they're a test subject. Yes, sir. Even so, I can't let you just do as you please. I need you to do a job. An important person is flying to South Korea in a few days, and I need you to be their bodyguard. Gwang-ik agreed without a moment's hesitation. Easy. Trust me, I'm his son after all. The secretary stepped forward to brief him. You also need to find out why that person is coming to Korea. Do whatever it takes to investigate, but you are not allowed to cause them any physical or mental harm. Gwang-ik slowly stood up. Leave it to me, he said, full of confidence. When that person leaves Korea, I'll make sure they're shouting about how amazing the Republic of Korea is. Suddenly, a cup of instant noodles flew straight at him. Damn it, you idiot, that's too spicy. A brat was fuming, his mouth burning from the spice. You should have told me it was spicy. You crazy, stupid Korean. You moron, you bastard fuck. What kind of psycho would actually want to eat this? The kid kept spewing insults, but Gwang-ik remained as calm as could be. You're the one who told me to buy it. Shut your mouth, you little brat. He was in a large mansion now, with plenty of people walking around, but no one paid them any mind. My name is Gwang-ik, you little fool. The person I need to protect is Khalid Boliana, a prince from a Southeast Asian superpower. The king has 35 children, and this kid is a concubine's son. He's only 10 years old, but he's a total little devil. Boliana pouted and continued his taunts. What are you looking at, you piece of trash? Gwang-ik felt incredibly angry at the constant insults, but he forced a smile and thought, they say he's fluent in 6 languages. Looks like he knows how to curse in all of them, too. An older man approached him and said, Don't be angry. He's actually being an angel today. At least he isn't throwing things around, especially the sharp or heavy ones. Gwang-ik thought to himself, if this is considered an angel, how bad is he on a normal day? I have to get close to him to figure out why he's here, but this won't be easy. Then, he changed his plan. A few days later, I had become close with the other bodyguards and learned about their abilities. Robert, the immortal brown bear. He loved showing off his strength. Quite a strange immortal, who loved to flex his biceps every time he won an arm wrestling match. If I brought him banana milk after training, he'd loosen up immediately. I made friends with him first. Joe, the Middle Eastern beauty, a special superhuman. This guy could control temperature and make any part of his body burn hot. He was very good at controlling his power. If he were a member of the association, he'd definitely be high-ranking. He had a gentle personality and liked to have fun, so I taught him how to play cards. Eva, the OCD shifter. She could change her form, and her physique was stunning. She was pretty too, but she liked to touch people. Whenever she touched me, the prince looked like he was getting jealous. We were on the same team since we both had the duty to protect the prince. But strangely, it felt like she was very wary of me. Daniel, the weirdo, another special superhuman. I still don't know his ability, but our personalities are definitely opposites. He never answers with more than one word, and he looks at me like, if I dare to crack a joke, he'll wipe me off the face of the earth. He's not a bad guy or anything, but his personality on the job reminds me of someone else. Just like that, 3 or 4 days passed. Gwang-ik showed off his cooking skills, which eventually piqued Boliana's interest. Holy crap, that's so good. 5 days passed. Every day, he paid close attention to every move the boy made. Hey idiot, bring them here. On the night before the 6th day, Boliana was lying in bed and demanded, "Sing for me so I can sleep." Gwang-ik's brow twitched, but a smile remained on his face. He thought to himself, this brat wants everything. I wish I had been born a prince too. He lowered his voice. Get comfortable. I'll sing you a song. Then, he began to sing a song in English. Before long, the boy quickly drifted off to sleep. Steady, slow breathing echoed through the quiet room. Is he asleep? Gwang-ik suddenly noticed that Boliana was tearing up in his sleep. The next day, while he was fast asleep, Daniel was screaming outside. You want to die? What is that? The yellow can. Daniel, don't stop the monkey. I'm going to rip that bastard's mouth open. Gwang-ik whispered a reminder. Eva, there's ketchup on your shirt. Eva shrieked. What? That's the worst. Suddenly, Boliana, who had been sitting, froze. The look on his face was as if he were about to face something absolutely horrifying. Eva stood up to clean her outfit. Damn it. It won't come out. Daniel turned his focus to Gwang-ik. You hate him too, right? I'm going to beat him up. Robert quickly stepped in to stop him. Daniel froze. Boliana's eyes went wide, and his whole face turned purple. What the hell is happening? Daniel roared in anger. Hey, you bastard. Get over here. But Gwang-ik stood there, indifferent, as if he didn't hear a thing. Are you playing deaf with me? Robert smiled and held him back. Come on, calm down, Daniel. Let it go. Let go of me. Robert turned to Gwang-ik. I'll leave the prince to you. On the other side, Eva was still furious about the stains on her clothes. Why won't this come off? I'm going to go change. After that, the chaotic room was left with only Gwang-ik and Boliana. The boy frowned, his face pale, and asked, What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Gwang-ik replied nonchalantly, Lost my mind? Not at all. My head is perfectly clear. I actually wanted to ask you something. A moment later, Eva walked out of the room in a skimpy outfit. She grumbled irritably, wondering where the mess came from. When Gwang-ik saw Eva, he smiled and asked, Did you wash it clean? I'll take it to the dry cleaners. Where's the prince? He said he was tired, so he went back to his room. Is that so? What about Robert and Daniel? He stood up and walked over to her. But Eva, in a split second, found herself pinned against the wall by Gwang-ik, one of his hands on her waist. Now it's just the two of us. Is there anything you'd like to say to me? She blushed at that. The atmosphere was incredibly intense, and the two grew closer and closer. Just as their lips were about to touch, Gwang-ik suddenly grabbed Eva's hair and slammed her head hard into the bookshelf behind her. He used his other hand to cover her mouth. By now, both her nose and lips were covered in red chili powder. He said with an innocent look, Sorry about that, Eva. You'll need to nurse your wounds for a while. In reality, this was super spicy pepper. For a shapeshifter, this was the worst kind of punishment. Eva trembled and screamed at the top of her lungs. At that same moment, Boliana took the chance to wrap a blanket around himself and dashed outside. Jay was woken up by the screaming. He stumbled outside, groggy. What's going on? But Gwang-ik had already swiftly piggybacked Boliana and ran off. Huh? He crashed straight through the window and jumped down from the height. Upstairs, Robert and Daniel were also drawn by the loud commotion. Huh? What is going on? When they walked out of the room, they only saw Eva standing in the middle of the living room. Eva was gritting her teeth in rage. Jay ran over and snatched the radio off Robert. He stood there, dazed. Jay used the radio to alert the other bodyguards. Everyone to the first floor, immediately. I repeat, all guards to the first floor. Emergency situation. The prince has been kidnapped. Cut to the headquarters. Kim Dong-a-hung-bong was calmly chatting with Nam Jae-in. How can you even compare them? They're already talented. Why help them? He replied, It's so they can go further and reach their next destination faster. Oh, and ever since the orientation, he has always worked for me, though he gets disciplined sometimes. But this is a vacation, and also a reward for him. This job teaches him patience, and I can also punish him for letting the test subject survive. You've dealt with the prince before too, haven't you? Kim Dong-a-Hungbong smirked slightly. Yeah, that was really tough. Just then, the door swung open, and the secretary rushed in, shouting, "Sir, there's an emergency. What is it? Gwang-ik has kidnapped the prince." Kim Dong-a-Hungbong and Nam Jae-in's faces went blank. Huh? Meanwhile, during his time at the mansion, Gwang-ik had realized the issues there. I don't know why this kid is so anxious even though he's just here for a vacation. I always see him shaking his legs and crying in his sleep. So I asked my assistant to look into it, and it turns out those four aren't bodyguards at all. Eva, a shapeshifter nicknamed the Stalker. She used to be a mercenary in England. She will chase a target to the ends of the earth, regardless of whether they are a man or a woman. Then there's Jay, a superhuman, nicknamed the Torch. He's a royal guard who loves burning people to death. Someone like him, a royal guard? Third is Robert, an immortal, nicknamed the Talker. He's also a royal guard. His specialty is throwing spears. Although he's the one who taught me how to improve my close-quarters combat. A suspicious bastard. Finally, Daniel, a superhuman, also a royal guard. He has the power to isolate space. All four of these people are loyal to only one person. Andre Landy, the most potential successor to the superhuman nation, and also this kid's older sister. After collecting the clues, I could draw the final conclusion. This kid came here to be assassinated. Before that, Gwang-ik had seriously asked Boliana, "I want to ask you one question. Do you want to live?" The boy frowned, full of caution. "What are you planning?" "I'm serious. I know why you're here. There isn't much time left. Do you want to live or not?" Boliana pursed his lips. He gathered all his courage and said, "I don't want to die." "Good. I know your wish now. Member of the Special Immortal Force, Du Gwang-ik, will carry out the mission to rescue the prince." At this moment, he was carrying Boliana through a shortcut. The boy couldn't help but ask, "How did you know all that? About the reason I'm in Korea?" Gwang-ik replied, "I guess that's the ability of a Korean operative. Just a little longer, Prince." "What do you mean?" He didn't answer, just pulled out his phone. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Kim Dong-a-Hungbong's shouting echoed from inside. "You lunatic! What the hell are you doing? The prince's safety is at risk, so why would you kidnap him? You should have reported it to the royal guards there," he calmly said, "because those people were the exact threat." Gwang-ik signaled for Boliana to hide behind that wall. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong asked, "Are you sure?" "Half sure." "What the hell?" "Half. You crazy bastard. Stop contacting us. Go hide." He raised an eyebrow and countered, "What about reinforcements?" Kim Dong-a-Hungbong roared in anger. "What reinforcements? Do you want to cause an international conflict? Do you think we can send troops to rescue a kidnapper? Fair point. If you get caught, you're dead meat. Understand?" Gwang-ik said confidently, "I won't get caught. I'm a master at playing hide-and-seek." Just as he finished speaking, commotion broke out nearby. He glanced over. Not far away, Eva was running frantically toward them. "Eva!" he asked Boliana in confusion. "Prince, did they put a tracker on you?" The boy replied in a low voice. "It's a mandatory royal requirement. Why are you only telling me now? No time for small talk." Eva quickly lunged, throwing a punch at him, but Gwang-ik agilely dodged. She gritted her teeth and spat out, "You dare lie to me?" He smirked and said, "I don't like women with obsessions." "What? You bastard!" Eva kicked hard at Gwang-ik's leg. This time, he couldn't dodge in time. Right after that, the others arrived. Stupid. When fighting a shapeshifter, you shouldn't create that much distance. Daniel cracked his knuckles and said, "I knew it. I should have killed you sooner." Jay carried a light and walked ahead. "Sorry, but you can't get rid of the tracker. If you surrender, we'll be gentle, so hand the prince over to us." Gwang-ik scoffed, exposing her lie. "If you catch me, you'll torture me immediately. Am I wrong?" Jay was startled. "How did you know?" At that moment, Eva suddenly lunged from behind. She screamed, "Are you distracted?" Gwang-ik dodged the attack and crouched down, stabbing her in the waist. Eva screamed in rage, "You bastard!" Right after that, she lunged again, swinging her hand at him. But Gwang-ik quickly brought out the shield to block it. Eva was momentarily shocked by the shield. A moment later, she was officially lying flat on the side. Even a shapeshifter would struggle to recover quickly after having their neck snapped. He pointed at his opponent and warned, "Listen closely, Robert. You can take down a shapeshifter if you exploit their blind spots from a distance." Hearing this, Robert frowned, tense. That finisher on Eva was impressive. The whole mercenary squad immediately went on high alert. The uncle's face darkened as he declared, "I admit we let our guard down, but you aren't escaping the three of us. Gwang-ik stayed calm and didn't act rashly. He first took off his jacket, then draped it over Boliana and instructed, "Don't lose this." The boy glanced at the oversized jacket on his frame and asked, "Where did this cheap piece of clothing come from?" He didn't answer, just turned around, cracked his knuckles to warm up, and said, "Now, let's go." Then Gwang-ik stomped the ground, shocking the mercenaries. He quickly scooped up Boliana and took off. The uncle shouted orders over a hail of gunfire. "He's running! Get him!" Bullets hit his back, but ricocheted off. Robert cursed bitterly. "Damn it! He's wearing body armor!" The mercenary retorted, "He's trapped anyway." The uncle ordered the pursuit. Gwang-ik grabbed Boliana and headed toward a wall. The boy panicked. "What are you doing?" "It's a wall." He clenched his fist and said calmly, "Hey kid, my mom always told me when there's no way out, clench your fist and immediately punch straight through the wall." He continued, "You have to carve your own path." Seeing that scene unfold, Robert couldn't help but be stunned. "He's insane!" The mercenary couldn't help but shout, "How is an immortal this strong?" He lifted Boliana over the wall and commanded, "Prince, run!" Just then, Robert charged with his blade. He gritted his teeth. No chance of that. Boliana felt a chill from the sharp blade lunging from behind the next second. Blood splattered everywhere. But when the boy looked up, he saw that Gwang-ik had reached out to take the hit for him, the blade still embedded in his back. The boy was stunned. "You idiot," but Gwang-ik didn't care, hoisting him up like a piglet. "Let's go." Even though he was severely wounded, his eyes remained full of determination. He said, "I will keep my promise to you." In Boliana's subconscious, thoughts flooded back along with childhood memories. Everyone wanted me dead. Ever since I was born, my father couldn't have any more children, and I became the last prince. Everyone hated me. The insult still echoed in his ears. "Do you even deserve to live? Don't let me see your face again. Why don't you just die already?" The boy remembered, not just his siblings, but everyone in the country hated or avoided him. The reason was that his mother's lineage wasn't noble, and his own powers remained a mystery. "I only lived this long thanks to my father's mercy. But the people I loved died for nothing, and their deaths left behind." Boliana remembered the hurtful insults. "It's your fault she died. It was you again, wasn't it? You useless piece of trash. Why even bother fighting him? It's all your fault. You should die too." A psychological trauma. My father was getting weaker and eventually couldn't protect me anymore. They said, "I'm giving you one chance for the sake of this country, just die." I realized they were right. If I just died, everything would end. So I took on my final mission, to have a glorious death, and headed to South Korea. Boliana remembered meeting Gwang-ik for the first time. At first, I thought he was so weird, but everything changed since I met him. Everything turned around 180 degrees the moment he took that blade for him. At that moment, Boliana thought, seeing him risk his life for me planted a seed of hope I'd never known. In that instant, the glass walls of his low self-esteem and complex shattered. I started wanting to live. I really wanted to live. The scene shifts to the two of them having escaped to the edge of a forest. Seeing Boliana squatting, exhausted, by the road, Gwang-ik asked, "Are you okay? Are you already motion sick from moving a bit?" The boy wiped his mouth, confused. "Isn't this place even worse? They'll find me with their trackers anyway." But he just answered simply, "I've already accounted for that." The boy bit his lip. A second later, Boliana said shyly, "Thank you. I trust you now." But before he could finish his sentence, Gwang-ik interrupted. "Prince, could you stay here by yourself for a while?" The boy panicked immediately. "What? Here? Are you crazy?" Gwang-ik calmly continued. "What do you think is the most important element when hunting? The wolf trap gun?" His eyes lit up, a sly grin on his face. Gwang-ik answered his own question. "It's the bait." Saying that, he quickly ran off. Boliana shouted after him, frustrated. "I must be an idiot to trust a lunatic like you." As the night deepened, standing alone in the desolate forest, the boy couldn't help but tremble in fear. Damn it. A moment later, the group appeared. "Target spotted," Robert told the others. "Simple enough. Let's get it over with. I'll go first. You guys follow." The uncle added, "Robert, you scout ahead. Daniel and I will surround them. If there's any trouble, kill the prince first." Daniel began to isolate the space. After receiving the order, he quickly raised his hand to use his power. Immediately, a circle with distorted lines appeared. Daniel warned, "I can't hold this for more than 30 minutes. Robert grinned sinisterly. "That's more than enough. With Daniel here, the target can't escape." He smirked. "Let's see where you're hiding." Through his binoculars, he quickly located Boliana. Found the prince 10 o'clock position. The other guy must be nearby too. Suddenly, a knee appeared in his field of vision. A second later, Gwang-ik drove his knee straight into his face. Robert panicked. clutching his face and shouting, "Mercenary, turn on the flashlight!" As the uncle swept the light around, he discovered his subordinates were all lying unconscious on the ground. Robert finally realized the problem. When did he get here? Was the prince just bait? He then aimed his gun toward a bush on the right, shouting, "Over there!" But the bullets only struck the trees. Robert cursed, "You little brat." He tried to calm down, thinking, "He ambushed me while I was distracted by the prince, not bad." But he forgot one important thing. Boliana was currently cowering in a corner. The boy was quickly found by Robert's men. He shouted, "Our only target is the prince!" He rushed forward, but then was suddenly grabbed by the neck from behind by a shadow. Robert was shocked. How did he get here? Was that a decoy? Just then, the mercenary rushed to help Robert, but he was thrown hard to the side, crashing into the uncle. Gwang-ik has returned. He hugs Boliana and taunts them. "Hey there, you want to go for a stroll?" At that moment, another team appeared. One of them exclaimed, "Oh, look at that." The whole group stood there, stunned, staring at the barrier the Daniel team had previously created. To think someone could isolate space on such a massive scale. Himo stroked his chin, saying, "I thought he'd try to run." Unbelievable. Kim Dong-a, standing nearby, also asked, "Should we head through there?" Just then, a voice cut in, "No need, just stay put." Suddenly, a grumpy young man stepped forward and urged them on. "We need to catch Gwang Yi-do right now. What are we waiting for?" Kim Dong-a Hungbong coldly countered, "Have you ever faced someone with space isolation abilities? How exactly do you plan to break this barrier?" He reached out to feel the barrier. "If we try to force our way through, it's going to react. If you don't know what you're doing, just stay quiet and listen. What if the kidnapper feels threatened and kills the prince? Are you going to take responsibility for that?" The bespectacled man crossed his arms and said sternly, "This choice has consequences, and we can't cover for you." Jung Bong picked his nose and replied calmly, "That's not the problem. I plan to move in once the space isolator runs out of energy. Does anyone have an objection?" The others looked at each other, hesitant. Kim Dong-a Hung Bong looked at the barrier and thought, "I told him to break the rules if he couldn't change them. But this kid just went and broke the whole game. I'm actually kind of proud." Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Boriana was sobbing with a runny nose. "You jerk, why did you leave me all alone? Don't ever do that again." Gwang Yi grabbed the kid and started running. "Are you crying?" Boriana denied it vehemently. "No, I'm not." Seeing the kid didn't want to admit it, he let it slide. Fine, Boriana said. "Answer me properly." He turned his head and asked, "What?" The kid started stuttering again. "I'm just catching my breath," Gwang Yi said while holding him and looking around. "South Korea is a country that respects manners, you know. Swearing isn't good." Boriana wondered, "Why are you taking my side? Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" Gwang Yi carried him a few steps and climbed a large tree, answering confidently, "Because I have the power to do it." Boriana was hugged tightly on the high branch, looking at him with a confused gaze. "You're crazy. Just because you have power, you're doing all this? Do you think you can beat all four of them at once?" Gwang Yi hoisted the kid up by his armpits and smirked. "Well, 4 at once is a bit tricky." Boriana was confused. "Wait, then why did you say you had the power?" He winked at the kid. "I said it's not hard to set the stage. We'll play hide and seek for a bit, and when they find us, I'll blow them away. Simple, right?" Hearing the plan, Boriana gave him a side-eye, not sure if he was a genius or a lunatic. He replied cheerfully, "Let's just say it's both." At this moment, Zhou Yi was frantically searching for them everywhere. His roaring echoed, "I'm going to kill you." Gwang Yi thought to himself, "Our little Zhou Yi is really angry now." Boriana looked up at him as he prepared to leave and warned, "Don't die." He replied, "Don't worry, just put on this coat." Saying that, he leaped from the tree. At that moment, the middle-aged man was still punching nearby trees with his flaming fists. "Come out! I'm going to kill you!" Then, just as expected, Gwang Yi appeared from above him. Zhou Yi caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye and sneered, "Gotcha." Having said that, he spun around and swung a trail of fire toward Gwang Yi, but he dodged it. He thought to himself, "He knows the terrain too well. Is this guy just pretending to be insane?" Suddenly, Zhou Yi spoke up. "Everyone has this bias that special-grade superhumans don't know close-quarters combat, or that fire types are just hot-headed. But you're not the only one with a brain here. I heard even immortals are afraid of fire." Hearing those provocations, Gwang Yi cracked his knuckles and replied, "Sorry, Zhou Yi, but I'm not just an immortal." However, he couldn't wait any longer. The man lunged forward with flaming fists. "You're all talk." Zhou Yi relentlessly attacked, but Gwang Yi dodged every blow. They went back and forth like that several times. He silently gauged. He's a better fighter than Eva, but I can still dodge him. In a split second, Gwang Yi saw his chance. "There!" He clenched his fist and lunged. But just as he was about to hit Zhou Yi, he stopped. Gwang-ik quickly lowered his body, dodging the man's treacherous hook. He thought, if that had landed, my punch would have finished him. This guy really knows how to control his power. Immediately after, he grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it straight into the man's face, leaving him disoriented. Zhou Yi, getting sand in his eyes, cursed angrily, "You dirty bastard, that's low." Following that, he lunged with a blade, stabbing it cleanly into his shoulder while he was unable to resist. The man thrashed around. Gwang-ik warned, "You really shouldn't have messed with me," but Zhou Yi stubbornly dismissed it. "These surface wounds won't work on me. I'll just pull it out and use my flames to cauterize the wound." Before he could even finish his sentence, the man froze. Then, a massive explosion erupted right on his body. In a panic, Zhou Yi was stunned. This dagger, it explodes when it hits fire? As the smoke cleared, the man struggled and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Yi's shoulder and neck were covered in blood from the severe injury. The man shakily brought his hand to the wound, shards of metal embedded in his chest and neck. Seeing where his hand touched his neck, Gwang-ik was surprised. Is he trying to use heat to stop the bleeding? But the very next second, Zhou Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the man's entire body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhou Yi had been logged out. Watching the scene before him, Gwang-ik fell into deep thought. He's dead. That was too easy. My first kill. Modern science has developed to the point where fatal wounds can be treated, but you still can't bring back the dead. Immortals train by hurting themselves. When we no longer feel pain, we become brutal. That's exactly what I am. He was stunned for a long time. So, this is what it feels like to kill someone. It's horrible. But I live in a world of superhumans. Perhaps I'll have to go through this countless times from now on. Just then, Daniel's group appeared. He nervously called out, "Zhou Yi?" Gwang-ik turned back, his face full of murderous intent, as he warned, "Don't mess with me right now. My mood is terrible, and I'm serious." Daniel was genuinely scared. He tried to explain, "You misunderstood. I was just trying to ensure the prince's safety." Before he could finish, he was struck and fell to the ground. A voice rang out, "Drop your weapons! Hands in the air!" The barrier gradually disappeared. The man in glasses pointed his gun at him from behind, warning Gwang-ik. "Second-class agent Gwang-ik, you are under arrest for the kidnapping of the Superhuman Kingdom's prince and for murder. You do not have the right to remain silent or ask for a lawyer. Come with us." He softly called to his manager. But Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong was temporarily helpless. "What? I'm just living off a paycheck here, you jerk. If you resist, we will have to use force. Even your team manager will assist, so just come with us." But Gwang-ik's face remained calm. The prince is still alive and well, after all. Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong wished he could beat some sense into him and scolded, "Stop lying." At the same time, behind him, Lee Dong-hoon and Kim Dong-ah signaled, "It means we should cooperate for now." "Fine then," he thought. "All right. I just need to verify it with the prince and it'll be over." He let the two grab his arms, saying, "Fine, take me in. I'm innocent. The prince will testify for me." But even when he was sitting in the interrogation room, there was still no sign of Boliana. Gwang-ik asked the assistant director, "Is it true what he said? That the prince is still alive, but he flew back during the night?" He wondered, "Back where?" Lee Dong-hoon replied, "Back home, of course." The kingdom of superhumans Gwang-ik kept trying to ask, "What about me then?" He replied nonchalantly, "You're going to an internal tribunal. What else?" Hearing that, Gwang-ik cursed inwardly at the kid, Boliana, who was leisurely sleeping on a private jet. "You little brat, you could have at least testified for me before leaving." The analysis team's assistant director, Choi Myung-tae, furrowed his brows in suspicion. So, he assaulted a shapeshifter, broke the neck of an immortal, and killed one of the two special-grade superhumans. The man beside him asked, "I thought you were the one arranging everything. Could Gwang-ik be that famous ghost?" He thought to himself, "The ghost is the nickname of team manager Lee Jung-bong, so he must be Thousand Face. He is the sharpest weapon the government possesses. His name and face are both mysteries. There's no way to track where Gwang-ik has been, what he's done, what exactly is he? A secret weapon forged by the director himself?" Myung-tae glanced at Dong Ki-nam and concluded that he was the rising star, not Gwang-ik. Seeing the look, Dong Ki-nam immediately put on a serious expression. "If you give me a chance, I can demonstrate my abilities too." Myung-tae couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it. That guy isn't exactly normal either. I want to know the identity of Gwang-ik's parents. But information on the special immortal forces isn't something I can just investigate whenever I please." Just then, Lee Dong-hoon suddenly spoke up. "I know a secret about employee Gwang-ik. He's a regressor. This is his second time living through life." Myung-tae quickly made a judgment in his mind. This guy wasn't normal either. Whatever. Let him do whatever he wants. I just need to eliminate him when the chance arises. That's how you climb the ladder in this industry. Sorry, kid, but you're finished. Back in the interrogation room, Gwang-ik grumbled, you guys really need to change the design. This stuff is so ugly. Lee Jung-bong, sitting across from him, said, is your head full of holes or something, you lunatic? He coolly retorted, calling me a lunatic, you shouldn't talk to people like that, you know? I'm the precious son of my family too. Lee Jung-bong felt a headache coming on like never before. Forget it. Are you planning to save everyone in the world? Is that a rhetorical question? If you don't start speaking properly, I'm going to shove this down your throat. Immediately, Gwang-ik answered clearly. Yes, that's right. Are you a superhero or something? How do you intend to save people? Even if you're an idiot, you must know. Just report the situation, and we'll let you back on the team. Why go this far? Didn't you foresee the consequences? He spoke without hesitation. I knew there would be consequences, but I didn't expect it to reach this level. But team manager, my world is something that can be touched by the eyes and the heart. Previously, I was ordered to ignore the weak and put my own survival first, but I don't want to do that. Kill Park Bung-joon's daughter just because she's a test subject? And the prince, a 10-year-old boy, does he deserve to face such a death? So, if I can protect everyone in my world, I will do it. Lee Jung-bong just stared silently into his eyes. Finally, he didn't do anything else and stood up to leave. You just want to do what you want, you jerk. Dong-ah was walking toward him, carrying a file. She noticed the smile on Lee Jung-bong's lips as he passed by. Dong-ah pointed toward the door and asked, what did you say to the team manager? Nothing much. All right then, let's go. The trial is about to start. Then, at the trial, Myung-tae loudly stated, we will now begin the trial for Level 2 employee Gwang-ik on charges of kidnapping the prince, murder, and failing to report to the company. Gwang-ik slightly furrowed his brows and interrupted, sorry to interrupt, but I did not kidnap the prince. I only took his highness to a safe place. He immediately retorted, if that were true, he would have given us a statement before leaving. Anyone would do that for their savior. Kim Dong-chul also spoke up, Gwang-ik only has the crime of murdering the guards and kidnapping the prince. His guilt is crystal clear. I don't see any reason to keep him. Myung-tae lowered his voice and questioned, Gwang-ik, what was your motive? He maintained his original attitude and replied, the prince said he wanted to live. Do you admit to killing the guards? That was just an accident that occurred while protecting the prince. Why didn't you report it to your superiors? I didn't have time. Before he could finish his sentence, the man kept firing questions. And yet, you had time to contact Assistant Director Kim Hae-mo? Yes, I had to know who the enemy was to buy time. And after that, why didn't you contact the company again? Gwang-ik inwardly gritted his teeth, thinking, if you interrupt me one more time, don't ask why you got punched. In short, Level 2 employee Gwang-ik kidnapped the prince and even killed one of the guards. The prince is the only one who can testify, and he went back to his country as soon as it was over, as if he wanted to run away. What do you all think? Myung-tae said confidently. Anyone who thinks Gwang-ik is innocent, please speak up. The whole room fell into silence. Seeing Lee Jung-bong, Lee Dong-hoon, and even Dong-ah all silent, he thought to himself, I feel like I'm being framed, but they aren't saying anything wrong. It is true I killed a guard without reporting it to the security team. The director probably can't cover this one up anymore. Myung-tae smirked and added, no one is speaking up, right? Then, as Director Kim Dong-chul said, we will dismiss him. Just then, another voice rang out, interrupting him. Excuse me, I'm a bit late. I am An Khalid Boliana, the last prince of the superhuman kingdom, Ora Thud. I am the prince's bodyguard, appointed by His Majesty. I am also a witness who cooperated with employee Gwang-ik. In today's trial, I will serve as an interpreter for His Highness. Gwang-ik looked at them, completely bewildered. Is he really a bodyguard? This is awkward. Boliana frowned and pointed at him. Are you planning to arrest him? Yes. For what crime? He kidnapped the prince and caused harm. Both Daniel and the prince chimed in simultaneously. Nonsense. Daniel pulled out a projection device. Dao Wai, the one Gwang-ik killed, was a traitor and a wanted serial killer. The two people Du assaulted were also criminals posing as guards. If not for Du, I would have been dead long ago, Boliana said loudly. And what is this? You are punishing him instead of rewarding him? Should I report this to the kingdom, you fools? Before the boy could finish, Gwang-ik smiled and said, I'll translate that part. You bastards. Lee Dong-hoon calmly countered, that's not what he said. Ah, my bad, you idiot. He's the prince's savior, so I demand you don't punish him for protecting me. If you agree, I won't say a word about what happened today. Nam Jae-in finally spoke up. He chuckled heartily. Fine. If you're willing to let this go, We'll consider it as if Du Guangyi never did a thing. Any objections? Then, the final ruling for Level 2 agent Du Guangyi is not guilty. Afterward, the three of them, Gwang-ik, Boliana, and Daniel, stepped into the elevator to leave. Your Highness, he asked with a gentle smile. May I ask why it took you so long to come testify? The boy coughed once and replied, I had some business to attend to. Boliana thought to himself. He said he did it because he could, so I guess I can survive too. I've just been acting indifferent. I need to protect myself. Earlier, the boy had threatened them. I'll ask you too, do you confess your crimes, or would you rather die, or use your own lives to protect me? The guards just trembled as they answered. I will protect you, please. Spare me. Good. You fought for me. I will reward you accordingly when we return to the kingdom. Instead of my own siblings, I've become the target for assassination. That means my very existence is a threat. I'm not the stupid kid running away from problems anymore. I will face those who share my blood and take back what belongs to me. There's work to be done, and I must return to the kingdom as soon as possible. Back to the present, Gwang-ik smiled and said, But surely you should have testified before leaving. Boliana pouted. I went through the trouble of coming all this way. You should be grateful. And from now on, you can just call me Anne. All right, Anne. Gwang-ik looked at Daniel, scratching his head. Oh, Daniel, sorry about the punch to the chin. I thought you were the most dangerous one. As the elevator door opened, a waitress was already waiting outside. There you are, Your Highness. She pulled out a set of clothes and handed them to Gwang-ik. This isn't much, but thank you. He didn't hesitate to take them. It's not cheap. Seeing the gloves in the bag, Gwang-ik said, These aren't mine. Try them on. He quickly slipped them on. They were enchanted, just like the coat. This is no ordinary item. Boliana frowned, reminding him, That's the first gift I've ever given anyone. If you lose them, I'll know. He smiled, reassuring him, Don't worry, I'll pass them down to my children. The waitress looked on, stunned. Well, I'm off. Come visit sometime. The boy gave a bright, lively smile and said, You're my first friend. Inside the room, conversation picked up. Well done. The prince gave you a family heirloom and a gold card, too. Gwang-ik looked at the gold card, surprised. You know what this is? Namjaein nodded, explaining its origin in detail. Yes, it's a special card that allows you to request assistance from their kingdom exactly one time. If necessary, they'd even send out their entire national army. How did you manage to win him over like that? Gwang-ik joked. Maybe it's because we share a tragic past. Hearing that, the older man laughed, clearly intrigued. A prince, huh? That's something. The comfortable atmosphere made Gwang-ik bolder. Since I did something pretty significant, don't I get a reward? You really are an exception, Yumiho, he promised him. After this mission, I was planning to promote you. But now, according to protocol, the mission failed, and others are objecting. Though it's a bit disappointing, at least you're safe. Is that so? That's a shame, Miho added, but I'm still considering it. Instead of quality, I'll go for quantity. He asked, What do you mean by that? Just then, Secretary B walked in with a stack of documents as he heard him reply, Complete the requirements for your promotion. Scene change. On a phone screen, a male news anchor and a guest were discussing critical issues. Recently, black holes have been appearing on Earth more frequently. Do you think this phenomenon is as dangerous as the gate outbreak? I can't say for sure yet. Besides the fact that it threatens away from the screen, a rude voice called out, Hey! A disheveled young man threw money and coins onto the counter, demanding a pack of cigarettes. When the clerk informed him the total was 6,000, he was shocked. What? Immediately, he got aggressive. What did you just say? The clerk denied it, saying he must have misheard. His temper flaring, Choshu swung his hand hard toward him. Gwang-ik leaned to the side and dodged it. Choshu froze. Did he just dodge that? But I heard him. No. He had just turned his head to the right at the exact right moment. Since when can a convenience store clerk do that? Sensing something was wrong, Choshu grabbed his cigarettes and left, muttering at the door, You bastard, go watch something interesting. A kid like you watching the news? But Gwang-ik didn't intend to let him go, provoking him. Did you pay for my phone bill? Or my electricity? Does it affect your meal whether I watch the news or not? He even waved his hand dismissively. Oh, and you should take a shower. You stink. His plan worked. He angered the man, who knocked over a row of items and shouted, You son of a bitch, do you want to die? He was about to spout more insults when, suddenly, a lollipop was shoved into his mouth. Choshu went berserk, grabbing his head and screaming at the top of his lungs. Gwang-ik just stood there calmly, covering his ears. Keep screaming and you'll lose your voice. Just then, Yu Miho appeared, closed the door, and cut in. That's enough. Why did you have to go that far? I just needed to stall for time. Gwang-ik reminded her of the mission requirements. I had to keep him here. Look, I did it, didn't I? She stepped closer, chiding him. You idiot, you could have just said the receipt printer was broken. Gwang-ik replied. What if he had walked away anyway? The two of them started arguing again. I mean, you could have used a more logical way to hold him, you fool. Cho-shu stood there, bewildered, watching them. But neither of them paid him any mind, continuing their argument. And what logic would work on him? You told me not to lay a finger on him until the arrest warrant came through. Hearing that, his heart skipped a beat. Arrest warrant? What warrant? Are these bastards cops? Yu Mi-ho was blunt. You're as bad at your job as you look, met with Gwang-ik's snappy comeback. If you're comparing me to your face, then I must have done a spectacular job. While the two were distracted, Cho-shu pulled out a knife and lunged forward, shouting, Get out of my way! But in the next second, his wrist was gently controlled by her, followed by a surprise strike to the back of his neck by Gwang-ik. Looking at him unconscious on the floor, the two discussed the reason for the capture and talked about the guy named Park Cho-soo, nicknamed the Taoist. He fakes luxury brand paintings and sells them. Where is his base? I've already found it, and I even have evidence and an arrest warrant. Gwang-ik nonchalantly walked toward the door and waved. That covers everything, right? You worked hard. Yu Mi-ho spoke up to stop him. Don't just stand there. Your shift isn't over yet. He looked confused. Mi-ho announced that the director ordered them to get to the Simni site immediately. A while later, at the Simni site, an intense battle was taking place. Yet, the people involved were busy arguing about a completely different matter while firing their weapons. I was supposed to be risking my life with Yu Mi-ho, right? Why are you my partner? Gwang-ik retorted immediately. Who knows, but I'm sure your standards are way too low. After that, the team members rushed to save the next area. Everyone was focused on the doppelgangers attacking, but their nonsensical daily conversations continued as usual. Does my face look like that? No way. I think he's even more handsome than him. Finally, the Simni black hole closed, but there was still the Yongnam black hole, where they took down a shapeshifter that had lost control. By the time he settled into the backseat of the car, Gwang-ik was completely exhausted, his face looking haggard. Team leader, I've only been back for 10 minutes. He asked about the next mission. Where are we going this time? Kim Dong-a-hung-bong maintained his cold expression. Thanks to Park Bung-run, we know the location of a few more labs. We're on our way there to see if that doctor is telling the truth. He added, of course, they claim to be developing biotechnology, but that's just a cover. They're conducting illegal experiments. Hearing this, Gwang-ik was a bit surprised and raised his voice. Illegal experiments? Lee Dong-hoon, sitting in the passenger seat, shuddered as he described the content of those experiments breeding invasive species with humans. It was horrifying. Kim Dong-ah, who was driving, added, Actually, this is a private organization, even though they tell the public it's a government-affiliated one. We don't have enough grounds to infiltrate just yet, so we have to make sure we don't leave any traces. The sound of Lee Dong-hoon's typing clicked away. Team leader, they're guarded pretty strictly. It's a 3-story building, no basement, but there are over 50 security cameras and all sorts of alarm systems. He frowned. If you were them, where would you conduct the experiments? He thought for a moment before making a judgment. I wouldn't do it in the main building. Surely many of their staff aren't involved in these illegal experiments. He pointed to a spot on the screen. Unless there's a secret passage or something, I'd choose the waste disposal room. Usually, experimental waste is very dangerous, so people avoid going there. Gwang-ik rubbed his chin, puzzled. They also need a large power source for their research. Where do they get the power without being suspicious? Kim Dong-a-hung-bong immediately grasped the key point. That's exactly the point. You just said it yourself. At that moment, Gwang-ik disguised himself as a vain, pretentious guy and opened the door to walk out. Get out of the car, honey. We're here. He had said this place had a cafe decorated with a security system theme. The person he was talking to was Dong-ah, pretending to be his girlfriend. She had changed her outfit and was pretending to be shy. How realistic. What was she thinking in her head? A drunk person would talk more naturally, but suddenly she was pulled away by him. Right, let's go in. Just then, a warning voice rang out. Stop right there, the security guard announced coldly. This isn't a cafe, get lost. Gwang-ik intentionally stalled. The staff here are so cool. You really look like a security guard. Is that a welcome guest event? Saying that, he threw his arm around Dong-ah's shoulder and laughed. I get it, now let us in. My baby is starving. Her eyes darted to his hand, radiating killing intent. Fine, forget it. Gwang-ik kept up the act. Don't be angry, honey. You're scaring me. He turned to the guards and shouted loudly. Hey, she said forget it, didn't she? They were getting annoyed. I told you, this isn't a cafe. Get lost, you lunatics. He intentionally dragged it out to give Lee Dong-hoon behind them a chance to sneak in. What? Lunatics? I'm leaving a 1-star review for this place. While they distracted the guards, Assistant Director Panda snuck inside. Seeing the plan go smoothly, Gwang-ik pretended to hug Dong-ah and leave. Honey, I guess it really isn't a cafe. Let's go. She played along. What a shame. The two guards muttered angrily. What kind of jerks are those? After settling into the car and driving away from those people, he looked at Dong-ah nervously. You don't want to be an actress, do you? She shot him a glance. Why? Seeing that, he immediately shut up. I was just asking. The car quickly parked in a quiet area where Kim Dong-ahungbong was already waiting. An illegal lab will definitely destroy all their data if any trouble occurs, so we can't hit them head on. We have to sneak in. The two got out of the car and walked toward him. 1,000 thoughts raced through Gwang-ik's mind. This plan was all arranged by the team leader. He really had to learn from him. He was so sharp and trusted his teammates completely. Surely, one day he would lead a team like that. Just as he felt a bit of admiration, Kim Dong-ahungbong showed an impatient look. Hurry up and get over here. That made him lose a point. The trouble was, his personality was just like that. He stood with his hands in his pockets, scouting the situation. How are the guys at the front? Gwang-ik was brimming with confidence. Took me 1 minute. Even though he knew things were progressing well, Kim Dong-ahungbong couldn't help his sharp tongue. He had to complain to feel satisfied. Arrogant brat. Gwang-ik placed his hand on the wall, feeling it. The wall was very thick, not regular brick. They had definitely used special materials. Suddenly, he was startled to discover he couldn't feel any vibration anymore. Assistant Panda must have succeeded. He reported back to Kim Dong-ahungbong. Team leader, the power is cut. He tapped lightly on the wall. Now, figure out a way to get through this wall. Gwang-ik innocently offered an idea. Should I set a bomb? His tone sounded helpless. Do you not understand what sneaking in means? Then, Kim Dong-ahungbong reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Here, I brought a toy for us. Of course, we have to write it in the report if we use it. That damn accounting department. The moment the item was brought out, Gwang-ik's eyes flickered. A long glowing staff appeared. He called it by name but got the syllables mixed up. Father of mine? Kim Dong-ahungbong heard him and corrected him. Not father of yours. It's called God Grants You Strength. In the pitch-black hallway, a staff member in a lab coat held a flashlight to guide the way. Suddenly, a flash of light made him freeze. Then, the thick wall collapsed. The 3 members of Jungbong's team appeared. The staff member screamed in panic. A thief! But Gwang-ik lunged forward and delivered a blow that silenced him immediately. The commotion broke out. Damn it! What's wrong with the emergency power? Where is the security manager? A commotion erupts. Damn it! What's wrong with the emergency power? And seriously, where is the security team manager? At that moment, Gwang-ik had already finished beating up that employee. Hearing the commotion, he clicked his tongue, looking quite angry. Kim Dong-ahungbong acted as if it were obvious. Wouldn't you be angry too, if you were playing ranked and the power went out? Gwang-ik turned his head, teasing. Ranked? I don't let a game get to me like that. A moment later, the 3 of them changed into white lab coats and walked down the hallway. Gwang-ik glanced at the people rushing past, thinking to himself that it was more chaotic than he'd imagined. He muttered nonsense. They must be busy with something intense. Kim Dong-ahungbong glanced at the bump on his head as a warning. Do you want another beating? He stopped talking nonsense and replied obediently, no. The 3 of them reached a large door guarded by a security guard. This was the waste storage room. The guard raised his hand to stop them. This is a restricted area. Only authorized personnel are allowed inside. Seeing his reaction, Gwang-ik guessed he must be a new recruit. Jungbong whispered, should we knock him out? Gwang-ik cut him off. Leave it to me. Just as the guard was about to say something, he suddenly felt his collar being grabbed tight. With a fierce expression, Gwang-ik tried to act tough, growling. Where's your team manager? How do you intend to handle this damn situation, huh? He then shouted right in his face. We pay you to prevent things like this from happening. Do you want to get fired? The guard was scared to the point of tears. I'm sorry, I was only hired recently. Afterward, the guard knelt on the ground, letting the 3 of them storm in like they owned the place. Get lost. I need to get some things from the storage here. Once inside, Kim Dong-ahungbong smirked. You really are a master scammer. Gwang-ik wondered, is that a compliment or an insult? Inside, the warehouse was messy and dark, so the 3 of them split up to search. Jungbong directed them. The entrance is well hidden. Sharpen your senses and find it. Understood. Gwang-ik reached out to open a door and discovered the secret work area, shouting, Found it! Kim Dong-ahungbong urged. The file will be destroyed if we isolate it, so take the whole thing. He was surprised. The whole thing? Gwang-ik asked. What if all the files get lost? Jungbong stated bluntly. Then we're all dead. Just then, the lab group discovered them. Huh? Why is it open? The three of them were immediately questioned. Who are you? Where are you from? The situation flipped, and the three had to take off their lab coats and reveal their identities. We're the security team. The young man with glasses on the other side yelled out, Huh? A security team? Then what business do you have here? If the files are lost, everyone's done for. Understand? Go get security. Gwang-ik kept a straight face. Then you should have stored them better. Hearing that, the guy got agitated. What the hell are you saying? Who is your team manager? Tell him to come meet me. Before he could finish bragging, Kim Dong-a-Hungbong slapped him hard. That'd be me, you jerk. Seeing their guy knocked out, the other two panicked, trembling as they shouted, There's an intruder! A while later, they had left the base. Looking at Gwang-ik, struggling to carry the boxes, Kim Dong-a-Hungbong said, You idiot. You didn't have to handle everything with violence, did you? Hearing that, Gwang-ik brought up what happened earlier. You were the one who used violence first. Jungbong defended himself. I only patted him lightly. Gwang-ik mimicked his voice. Yeah, right. Kim Dong-a-Hungbong frowned. What's with that attitude? Setting the box down, Gwang-ik thought about how the combination of different invading forces made this mission increasingly difficult. He looked at the file and judged, the lab researchers probably put a password on this. It's going to take some time to decrypt. In other words, we won't get anything today if we can't crack this. Afterward, Gwang-ik recounted that he continued his usual work, catching thieves and robbers with his acceleration ability, then capturing terrorists. Even though interrogations were a headache, Gwang-ik asked bluntly, Was it you? The guy denied it. No? He still insisted on his conclusion. Yes, it was you, the guy growled. I said no. Then came the monster suppression missions, or acting out a little by intentionally throwing a water cup at Kim Dong-a-Hungbong and saying, Oops, my hand slipped, before getting scolded properly. I'm going to kill you right now. Gwang-ik insisted that he had no time to rest after such missions. He drank coffee while complaining about Kim Dong-a-Hungbong. How dare he sleep while I have to go out and work like a horse? He told himself he had to report him to HR. Suddenly, someone called out to Gwang-ik. Senior manager of the first-tier analysis team, Choi Mi-nam, brushed her hair and smiled shyly. What brings you here? He immediately scrambled to scratch his head. I was just worried that Kim Yo-han would keep causing trouble like this, but inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's Choi Mi-nam, the hottest member of the analysis team. She bit her finger and tilted her head. I understand. Gwang-ik thought to himself. I've never spoken to her before. Looking at how beautiful she is, she must be a pureblood. She softly called his name. Gwang-ik. Mi-nam leaned close to his face and smiled. Do you want to go on a date with me? He still didn't understand what was going on, but she acted as if nothing happened. I'm just joking. In Gwang-ik's head, he was like, Wait, what? Mi-nam continued. I find you interesting. His cheeks were a bit red and shy, wondering, what is this flirty, ambiguous atmosphere? His mind wandered more and more. She was beautiful and very hot too. Surely she must work out very hard. Just talking for a bit and he already understood. This woman, Gwang-ik was certain, was exactly his type. He was a bit distracted, his heart beating so fast. Mi-nam turned to say goodbye. If you have time, let's meet in the break area. It would be great if we had the same hobbies. His eyes followed her. I've never experienced anything like this before. His imagination began to run wild, in which Gwang-ik bravely confessed. Manager, I love you. Why don't we have 3 kids together? Mi-nam exclaimed in surprise. Oh my. Then she took his hand, sweetly saying, No, why don't we have as many as possible? I don't care how many you want. His dream of a happy home and children was awakened by the present reality. That's enough for today. Mi-nam waved. See you later. Gwang-ik's eyes sparkled like stars as he whispered, Bye-bye, honey. A strange feeling overcame him. Gwang-ik muttered, Mom, Dad, I've found your daughter-in-law. He hugged himself, twisting and turning, lost in a beautiful dream. 3 is probably enough, right? 1 boy, 2 girls. I prefer girls more. 2 colleagues watched him from afar with disdain. Is he losing his mind? The world around Gwang-ik was now filled with pink hearts. Love had arrived like an unstoppable storm. His eyes were sparkling as if hit by Cupid's arrow, muttering to himself. She just whispered in my ear. Yumi-ho heard him and got annoyed. Shut up already. Suddenly, Johan raised a suspicion. Hey, do you realize it yet? Manager Choi Mi-nam is no ordinary woman. Yumi-ho nods in agreement. She's incredibly cold and strict. She hides her true skills behind that beauty. She guesses that if needed, she could easily find 10 guys. Gwang-ik interrupts. Are you jealous? Yumi-ho gets annoyed and snaps, drop dead. Trey Johan laughs and asks, We've been working together for 2 weeks now, but it seems like you're getting all the good stuff. Aren't you going to treat us? Wondering why, he asked, throwing out the question suddenly. Huh? You really don't know? You've been promoted to rank 1. Cut 2. Dong Ki-nam is working out in the boxing room. Words from the past echo in his head. Don't fall behind. If you have that pure bloodline, you must become the strongest. He remembers hearing that countless times as a kid, so he spent his whole life trying to prove he's worthy. But there's a portrait taped to his punching bag. He clearly holds a deep grudge against this guy. That jerk Gwang-ik, that psycho, ruined everything. Buried emotions bubble up. He'd planned to beat the guy half to death, but when it came to real combat, he couldn't even touch a single hair on the guy's head. And the most humiliating part is that Gwang-ik treats him like a toy. The photo peels off and lands at Dong Ki-nam's feet. He puts all his strength into stomping on it. I'll make you pay. A promotion to rank 2? I could do that any time. Suddenly a voice rings out. Hey, rank 3, Dong Ki-nam. He jumps at the sight of Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik asks, what are you doing here? Seeing Dong Ki-nam frozen, he raises his voice, sounding surprised. Oh, are you not even going to look at me? I'm your superior. You trying to hit your quota today? As a rank 3, Dong Ki-nam knows Gwang-ik is standing on the photo he dropped, so he doesn't dare move a muscle. Gwang-ik starts to find it strange. Giving me the cold shoulder? What's with that scrap of paper? He adds casually. By the way, I'm a rank 1 now. Dong Ki-nam is shocked. Rank 1? Gwang-ik starts acting cocky. Let's have a celebration party at my place tonight. You'll have a sister-in-law soon. The fire of rage burns in Dong Ki-nam's chest. He wants to kill him. Just then, a voice cuts in. So, both of you are here. A leader appears, coldly announcing that they have a mission tomorrow. The sound of a fidget spinner clicks repeatedly. On the desk, a nameplate reads, Executive Vice President, Kang Tuan. The male secretary stands nervously to the side, wondering. He's been doing that for half an hour since he called me in. Tuan is lost in thought, his mood at rock bottom. Because of that bastard Gwang-ik, the business management team has been struggling, and the pressure from above is immense. Is this a plot created by the CEO? You've got to be kidding me. Everything started from something so small. He mutters the name Du Gwang-ik to himself. Tuan is certain that if he can get his hands on the kid, he can turn the tables. He orders, let's get him on our side. His ambition grows as he talks about him. No matter how objectively you look at it, Gwang-ik's achievements are no joke. Plus, now that he's rank 1, he tells his subordinate to find out what the kid wants and spend time with him, but to keep it away from prying eyes. Tuan specifically warns him, don't let this reach the ears of Nam Jae-in, under any circumstances. The secretary's face turns grim, but he finally nods. Understood, sir. Elsewhere, Gwang-ik is talking with Lee Dong-hoon. He confirms. So, I'm going undercover for this mission? Lee frowns. Yeah, I know what I'm supposed to do there. They didn't even bother to explain the mission details. He remembers the absurd attitude of those guys earlier. Always bossing people around. Don't ask. Just do it. Find the info yourself. Gwang-ik is annoyed. I've never seen a summary so vague and pathetic. Lee Dong-hoon types on his computer and says, wait, since you're rank 1 now, you have access to classified info. He is surprised. Classified info for rank 1? Yeah. Lee explains. Usually, it takes people 2 years to understand all this, so it's a bit early for you. You know that not all white holes are the same, right? He nods. Yeah. Lee Dong-hoon continues. We can't just enter high-level unlimited white holes. A question arises. But we can't guard them 24/7, right? How can we guarantee no one goes in there? Gwang-ik strokes his chin, analyzing it. To completely stop people from entering a hole like that. Wait. The answer hits him. That's why we built this building, isn't it? There are several white holes, 8 floors deep beneath the building. There's a mining team on the other side. He looks at Lee Dong-hoon, guessing. So, my mission must be to protect the mining team. Lee warns him. Be careful. Getting lost would be a disaster. Remember to hold on to Dong Ki-nam and the others. Gwang-ik acts annoyed and flatly refuses. No way. Lee looks surprised. Didn't expect that. You're worried about Dong Ki-nam? But truthfully, that's not what he's thinking. No, I just don't feel comfortable. He adds, I heard his family situation isn't exactly happy. It clicks for him. So, that's why he's like that, because of how he was raised. Cut 2. The time for the mission arrives. The order sounds out. I'm going in first. Du Gwang-ik, you go in after me, and remember to keep your distance. He turns on the oxygen, adjusts his protective mask, and feels the change in his body. The pressure has changed. Gravity here must be 1.2 times that of Earth, and with all this gear on, it feels like I'm being dragged down. He glances at Dong Ki-nam, who is struggling, thinking to himself, of course, I'm saying that for Dong Ki-nam's sake. I'm still fine. Through the thick dust, 3 faint silhouettes appear. The guy steps forward and reports, we've arrived. A voice replies, good. The other person introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Dong-chul. Let's head to the shelter. Meanwhile, in the break room, 4 guards are playing cards and chatting. Did you hear? They say Gwang-ik is coming here. Oh, the savior. Gwang-ik? Someone asks. Didn't you join at the same time as him? Are you guys close? The girl with purple hair doesn't seem to care. I've talked to him, but we aren't exactly close. The person doesn't stop, digging deeper. So what do you think? Gwang-ik is coming to protect us this time. Hey, if you're scared, you might die. You finally get to see them again anyway. She lays down her final cards. Another bust. I'd rather die. While putting on mission gear, a guy kindly reminds her, you know you aren't supposed to have personal conversations while on the job, right? Her cheeks flush slightly. Yeah, I know. In the restroom, Gwang-ik suddenly voices his question. Are we here because the exploration team is short on manpower? Then why are you here? And Kim Dong-chul too? Tell me, I won't hit you. Dong Ki-nam is shaking weakly, his face pale as if he's constipated. He whispers, shut up, you psycho. Gwang-ik asks again, still can't control your senses? Want some advice? You're really bad at this. Dong Ki-nam's skin turns a shade more purple, but he can't help his curiosity. What advice? Gwang-ik smirks mockingly. Try harder. Simple, right? Seeing that his attempt to provoke him worked, he laughs with satisfaction. Suddenly, someone called out to Do Gwang-ik. The curly-haired girl spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you. From now on, I'll be part of your team. I'm a senior manager for the Kim Daeun Expedition Squad. This here is our staff member, Choi Yeonsu. Do Gwang-ik looked at her with a blank expression, feeling as if he had met her before somewhere. Suddenly, she turned away, acting shy as she spoke to Daeun. Let's go, manager. The scene shifted to a base outside the danger zone, where a voice echoed. We have an oxygen supply system here, so it should be fine. Dong Ki-nam briefly explained the situation. The 4 of us will head to our positions and watch out for the invaders. Do Gwang-ik asked Daeun with a look of surprise. Do you mine for resources every day? She smiled modestly. Probably just once or twice a week. We don't succeed every time. He started turning on his charming, buttering-up persona. It must be really tough for you, living in a place as uncomfortable as this. She replied politely. Yeah, I suppose so. Even though we're used to it, it's still pretty rough. He exclaimed again. That must be so difficult. Daeun was beaming with joy. If you're ever in trouble, just let me know, and I'll support you. Do Gwang-ik continued to pour honey into her ears. You're so kind. You must be getting a lot of attention. Daeun was thrilled, feeling both shy and delighted. Are you flirting with me? Oh my, you're quite the charmer too. Then, that universal question, common to so many others, escaped her lips. Do you have a girlfriend? He answered frankly, no. She asked again, oh, what about an ex-girlfriend? Though puzzled, he still replied, none. Suddenly, Yeonsu cut in. Do you remember me? Indeed, he was wondering the same thing. I was just about to ask, have we met before? She brought up the past. You told me to dream about Brad Pitt, remember? Do Gwang-ik thought about it. Brad Pitt, the memory suddenly rushed back. Long ago, he really had told a young girl to dream about Brad Pitt. Seeing her mature face now, he was slightly stunned. It's you? Immediately, Yeonsu switched into diplomatic mode, gushing. You remember? I'm going on a trip next month, so I know a place that's absolutely wonderful. His face went a bit blank. I see. She continued, telling the story with excitement. That place is perfect for camping. No, it's so luxurious that it should really be called glamping. She was about to say more, but a voice suddenly rang out from the paper, reminding them. The sensor behind you is blinking. Yeonsu still pressed him. Do you want to go glamping with me? Someone gave a warning. Hey, the second one is blinking too, which means the invaders have already passed the mine. Outside, the monsters were rushing in. Yeonsu said, hold on, a red alarm blared. The very next second, all the monsters stuck outside the glass began to wail in agony. On the floor, slimy residue stuck to their shoe soles. Yeonsu, her face splattered with a bit of fluid, supposedly the monster's blood, said, let's go glamping together, okay? Dong Ki-nam, speechless, looked at the two and commented, what a bizarre taste you have. He leaned back to dodge her a little. He secretly thought, lately I seem to be getting way too much attention from strange women. Do Gwang-ik drew a clear line. Sorry, let's just be friends, all right? But Yeonsu's power of love remained unaffected. Instead, she encouraged herself, it's okay, friends eventually turn into lovers. This time, he bluntly refused. No. Daeun joined in for fun, pointing to herself. What about me? Yeonsu was displeased. A senior manager? She laughed playfully. No, I'm not asking if he wants to go on a date. I just wanted to know his type. What's your type? Do Gwang-ik rubbed his chin, feeling a bit awkward. Neat, cute, but firm. Adorable, pretty, with a hot body. Hearing that list of standards, Dong Ki-nam couldn't help but scold him. Are you crazy? Have you ever looked in a mirror? Suddenly, both girls turned away, their attitudes changing completely. Got it. Let's just be friends then. What a difficult person. You're so hard to understand. What was that reaction? Diyun warned him. Do Gwang-ik, don't go telling anyone else about your standards. Yeonsu agreed. Yeah, it makes you look selfish. Those words left him questioning himself. Are my words really that bad? Meanwhile, Dong Ki-nam was suddenly hit. He touched the bump on his head and asked Diyun, how many invaders do senior managers usually deal with? She said, 2 or 3, maybe 5 at most, since this is supposed to be a safe zone. What if there are more than 20? Diyun replied. If there were that many, they wouldn't be able to get past the mine. The situation grew tense. Dong Ki-nam lifted his sniper rifle, announcing, there are 30 invaders coming. Du Gwang-ik looked pleased. So you finally know how to use it? His expression darkened. Leave me alone, you psycho. Suddenly, an axe flew in and embedded itself deep into the outer wall. Where the axe blade met the wall, it glowed hot like lava. What is that? Du Gwang-ik was shocked. Firestones? At that moment, Dong Ki-nam winced in pain, frustrated, thinking to himself, this damn world, they said 12 hours was enough to adapt to the conditions here. Could it be because I'm a pureblood? Pureblood is a title for those who not only come from a pureblood lineage, but are also from a singular pureblood branch. The characteristic of this bloodline is sensitivity far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Therefore, every time they enter an other world, their 5 senses are shocked by the conditions there. Dong Ki-nam instantly remembered his teammate's advice. You won't be able to get used to it right away, just be patient and wait. Because of that, he had fallen into a passive state, rushing to make a decision. Since he said that, I just waited and waited for 16 hours. My chaotic senses finally stabilized. I sensed something, so I immediately followed it to investigate. Even though I didn't know what kind of creature it was or what it was, I trusted my intuition. Dong Ki-nam silently surmised to himself. When walking on the ground, you step so lightly that almost no one can hear you. That's right, it's just that almost no one or nothing can walk without making a sound. In just a split second, he decisively drew his conclusion. I have detected an invading army approaching. There are at least 30 of them, Dong Ki-nam told himself. After adjusting my senses, I can finally hear them. In the distance, a large axe blade suddenly appeared, slamming into the wall. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion with terrifying power occurred. It wiped out everything in the surroundings in an instant. At the same time, at the command center base, the information screen suddenly flashed a red alarm, making the supervisor shout in shock. What's going on? Without hesitation, the young man wearing glasses quickly reported. Bases number 2 and 3 are sending emergency signals simultaneously, making the teammate standing next to him immediately panic in fear. Bases number 2 and 3? That's in the unexplored region. The group was suddenly panicked, asking, there are dozens of mines placed around there, right? Is there any abnormal weather? Before these words, the man in glasses didn't ramble, just briefly saying, nothing unusual. Hearing this, the commander standing to one side felt a wave of turmoil in his heart. He thinks to himself, there are no sandstorms or red lightning, yet they're still issuing warnings that means a massive number of invaders are heading this way. Quickly, he grips his weapon tight. He looks serious and determined. There are only 4 members at Base 2, and 2 of them are rookies. If this were a normal world, they could handle it, but no, this is an other world, and the environment here is completely different. With that thought, he immediately orders everyone to relocate. Move to Base 2, fast. Call for reinforcements and the reserve team too. The commander feels helpless for a moment and mutters to himself, everyone, try your best to hold the line. The scene shifts to Gwang-ik. He's currently struggling to hold his ground while his teammate looks on, confused. Where did you get those gloves? In response to Ki-nam, Gwang-ik vaguely replies, I'm a good kid, so Santa gave them to me. The other guy looks visibly annoyed and scolds him. You jerk! At the same time, Diyun is terrified, sitting in a corner, eyes wide as she exclaims, an axe made of firestone? For real? Yeonsu is also stunned and adds, I've never seen anything like this. Suddenly, Gwang-ik calls out from afar. You two have seen enough. He turns serious, his voice stern. Get up, grab your weapons and fight. The triple XP event is about to start. As Gwang-ik speaks, his face shows clear restlessness. Very quickly, he locks onto his targets for analysis. They can easily dodge the traps and mines I laid out. These must be the mutated variety. Their weapons are mostly just stones and crude machetes. She feels the tension rising, thinking, but we have a defensive line and special weapons. We have to hold them off while waiting for reinforcements. Just as Diyun finishes speaking, a monster on this side suddenly opens its mouth. In the blink of an eye, it lets out a deafening roar, instantly alerting all the monsters nearby. A strange axe is thrown out, and a massive explosion occurs immediately. Diyun sees this, and can't help but panic, firing her gun repeatedly. A moment later, everything around them is destroyed, leaving only a thick, white smoke. Gwang-ik asks, "Did that hit kill it?" But Dong Kinam replies coldly, "No." And indeed, in the distance, the monster is severely wounded but still breathing, kneeling on the ground. In an instant, it suddenly regrows its arm. Seeing this, Gwang-ik smiles sheepishly. "Super fast regeneration, huh?" Without hesitation, Kinam looks panicked and questions. He blocked that attack with his own body? How many of these things are there in the crowd? Not letting them talk too much, the monster suddenly bulges its eyes. In a flash, it lets out a loud roar, once again triggering all the monsters around them. Out of options, Yeonsu grabs 2 grenades, helpless and grumbling. Today really sucks. At the same time, the monsters are swarming in like ants, but unfortunately for them, the grenades explode just in time, shattering everything around them as rocks and debris fly everywhere. The group is caught off guard, standing frozen like statues. Only Gwang-ik stays alert. He manages to create a shield to block the debris, saving the group from death at the last second. Standing to the side, Yeonsu is stunned and praises him. "You're wearing magical equipment from head to toe. Are you that rich?" This makes Gwang-ik sheepishly wave it off. "No, these are just cheap stuff." Meanwhile, the group has unfortunately fallen into a dilemma. They grumble in frustration. It's so hard to observe the situation when they keep throwing rocks like this. Suddenly, as if remembering something, a teammate grabs a camera. "Let me handle this." It's Diyun. She doesn't hesitate, carefully hiding behind a wall. Quickly, Diyun snaps the camera open with a click. Holding it in her hand, she looks focused, thinking to herself that she will check for blind spots with this camera. Instantly, a series of monsters are taken out, thanks to Diyun's confidence. She takes down a few that try to ambush them. She feels relieved and speaks up firmly. "Problem solved. I don't think there are any more monsters lying in ambush." But suddenly, a desperate shout echoes out. "Wait!" Yeonsu appears with a pale face and yells, "Look up there!" From out of nowhere, a giant monster suddenly jumps down to the ground. Facing it, Yeonsu immediately raises her gun but is stopped. "Wait, don't shoot." Gwang-ik is tense, sweat dripping down, unable to get the words out. After a long moment, he yells in horror, "Its shield can reflect bullets." Hearing this, Diyun is struck frozen for a moment. But luckily, Gwang-ik manages to step in and fire back. He glares, aiming his gun straight at the monster's head. A loud blast rings out. The monster is knocked down immediately, splattered with a strange blue liquid. Gwang-ik, completely unfazed, keeps his glare fixed on it. Standing by, Kinam says seriously, "Don't let your guard down." With a nod, Gwang-ik, still very alert, replies, "I know." Suddenly, Yeonsu injects a strange liquid into her body, causing Gwang-ik to stare in confusion. "What is that?" Yeonsu immediately turns serious and replies sternly, "BB-8, a drug known as Odin's Blessing. It has the ability to boost the user's physical strength. You should try it too. The invaders are gathering more forces. It looks like we can't run away." As she speaks, she quickly pulls out a bunch of strange medicine. Very soon, Gwang-ik speaks up. "I'll go take out a few. Even without me, you guys can handle yourselves, right?" Before this remark, Kinam yells, "You talk like you're so strong. I'm enough to handle this place." But Gwang-ik doesn't believe him and says coldly, "Keep a close eye on this guy, okay?" Seeing that, Diyun stands to the side and interrupts, "You two are pretty close, aren't you? Do you like boys?" This makes Gwang-ik glare at her, annoyed. "You too, huh? Try your best to survive. When I get back, I'll grant you one wish." Hearing this, Yeonsu couldn't help but wear a look of pure contentment. "A wish, huh? Don't you dare go back on your word." As she finished speaking, Yeonsu kept her eyes fixed on Du Gwang-ik's retreating back. A while later, after sprinting for a long time, Honam was panting heavily, completely exhausted. He immediately stiffened his tone and reported loudly, "First Defense Team Captain, Dong Honam has arrived at Base 2. I'm heading in." The moment he finished, Honam reached for the door. With a serious expression, he pushed it open and stepped inside. But in the next second, a horrifying scene suddenly appeared before Honam's eyes. It was unclear when it had happened, but everyone there had been severely wounded. Cutting back to half an hour ago, Du Gwang-ik was facing thousands of monsters head-on. Seeing them, he felt a momentary sense of relief, finally able to fight without having to worry about anything else. "Come and get me, you bastards." As soon as he finished, the monsters immediately raised their defensive shields, leaving Du Gwang-ik momentarily confused. "You aren't going to attack me? Fine, have it your way." He frowned and made his decision. "In that case, I'll be the one to strike." With that, Du Gwang-ik lunged forward in a blur. The monsters were beaten to a pulp, one after another. In no time, One monster was sent flying in an instant. Just seconds later, another arrogant monster suddenly bared its fangs and claws, charging at him furiously. But Gwang-ik remained calm, gripping his rifle tightly. Without a word, he delivered a crushing blow that sent the monster flying far away. Another monster seized the opportunity to rush in with a weapon, but Gwang-ik easily spotted it with his sharp reflexes. With a single kick, he sent the monster crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Gwang-ik poured all his strength into a decisive strike, forcing all the surrounding monsters to retreat. Witnessing the heavy losses before them, the monsters were terrified and backed away. Gwang-ik immediately leveled his gun and growled, "Who's next? Hurry up." The monster trembled in fear and stepped back. Gwang-ik, now losing his patience, emphasized again, "I don't have all day." The monster was so startled its whole body jerked, leaving it speechless. After a long moment, it suddenly lunged forward to fight. Looking at the three monsters surrounding him, Gwang-ik thought confidently, "So they're planning to attack me all at once, huh?" He suddenly closed his eyes and silently decided, "Then I'll try out this technique." Very quickly, Gwang-ik shifted into a fighting stance as his sensory conversion took effect. Gwang-ik was determined, fully committed to using his senses to gather all the information in his surroundings and draw a connection between all three opponents. If he could do all this within 1 second, then, in a flash, a slash was suddenly delivered. Back to reality, Gwang-ik effortlessly sliced all three monsters in half. Without a hint of hesitation, he sprang back up and scanned his surroundings for the next target. This immediately infuriated the monsters. They threw their shields aside and swarmed him all at once, leaving Gwang-ik slightly puzzled. "You're throwing your shields away?" But he quickly regained his focus, raised his gun, and gave a savage grin. "Too bad I'm not using a staff anymore. I'm using a gun now." No sooner had he finished than Gwang-ik easily took care of the two giant monsters. At this point, only one skinny monster remained, shaking uncontrollably in terror. Seeing this, Gwang-ik let out a sharp, intimidating growl. "You're next. I don't have time for this. Hurry up." This made the monster even more terrified than before. It stood there with a pale face, completely frozen. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from afar, immediately grabbing Gwang-ik's attention. Looking at the blood splattered before him, he looked visibly annoyed and shouted, "Wait a minute!" Gwang-ik turned back, radiating killing intent. He shot a glare of pure fury at the monster, warning it that if his toys were damaged, it was as good as dead. At the same time, the scene shifted. A drone was flying through the humid sky. Catching the drone in his hand, the young soldier couldn't help but wonder, "Manager, something must have happened at the base." He started reading through the lines of information displayed on the drone. "Guard station ambushed. Suspected multiple intruders." That's what it says here. Hearing this, Honam's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly remembered a conversation with his superior. Back then, Honam had made a suggestion. "Dong Ki-nam hasn't finished adapting yet. Are you sure you want him on duty right now?" Without hesitation, his colleague replied firmly and concisely, "Yeah, it'll help him adapt faster." He raised his coffee mug, looking stern and decisive. "Besides, this isn't the time to rest. The staff here have been working way too hard. They're already complaining. There was no choice." Upon hearing this, Honam could only question him loudly. "How long is a shift supposed to be? Isn't it dangerous to have it like this at every guard station? He hasn't even adapted yet." His superior looked visibly annoyed. "What is this? Why are you so worried? Are you his parent or something?" In an instant, Honam radiated killing intent and demanded, "Please give me an answer." This left the other party feeling helpless and forced to agree. "Fine, you're so difficult." Back to reality, Honam carefully checked his watch, guessing the situation at Guard Station 2, the 8:30 p.m. shift. He immediately rushed off, leaving everyone else stunned. "Manager." Noticing Honam's unusual silence, his two colleagues helplessly urged each other on. "Let's go. It looks like it's for real." One of them unexpectedly explained, "I heard that the manager in Honam cares a lot about his younger brother." A moment later, the scene shifted to a room filled with corpses. Seeing this, Honam stood frozen for a long time, leaving his colleague slightly confused. "Manager, why are you here?" Looking at the monsters lying dead across the floor, Honam was shocked and whispered to himself, "Giant goblins, it usually takes at least 5 fully equipped super soldiers to take down just one. Don't tell me these 3 killed all these giant goblins?" At the same time, from a distance, Gwang-ik suddenly appeared and called out, "Manager Honam, are you here as reinforcements?" Responding to him, Honam immediately turned away in embarrassment. "Actually, I was just about to head back." In a flash, the scene in front of him caught Gwang-ik's attention. Ki-nam, though severely wounded, was still caring enough to ask Han Daeun, "Can you stand up?" Replying to him, Daeun groaned in pain, "I'm dying." Unlike them, Du Gwang-ik couldn't help but laugh. Everyone was still alive. Two comrades quickly approached, and Dong Thon asked loudly, "Are they okay? I'm sorry. We received orders to head to guard post number 3 first." Ho Nam only looked serious, assuming the situation had been resolved. Everyone is safe now. Seeing the devastation before them, the crowd was instantly horrified, frantically asking one another, "Did a troop of shapeshifters pass through here? How could they have killed all these invaders?" A soldier, hearing this, looked visibly shaken and hesitated before speaking his mind. "I don't think the manager killed them as soon as he arrived, and I don't see any reinforcements either. What on earth happened?" To this, Yich answered with total confidence. This guy took care of it all by himself. He immediately eyed Du Gwang-ik, assuming the bloodstains on his body, the wounds, and the weapon he was holding it was obvious, wasn't it? Then, Tessin quickly stepped forward to start a conversation. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lee Tessin," he said without hesitation. Du Gwang-ik responded happily. "I'm Du Gwang-ik, a first-level employee." Hearing this, Tessin immediately interrupted. "All right, I'll hear your report later." Once he finished, Tessin shouted his orders in an instant. "We need to move the injured to get treated first. You look fine, right? Give us a hand." This made Du Gwang-ik turn pale for a moment, and he blurted out, "I'm a patient too." Lying to one side, Yeonsu suddenly showed some movement. Her whole body was aching, and she groaned incessantly, which made Du Gwang-ik worriedly ask, "Hey, are you okay?" Holding Yeonsu in his arms, Du Gwang-ik gently comforted her. "You're heavily injured. Just get some rest." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yeonsu suddenly sat up, making Du Gwang-ik jump in surprise. "What the hell are you doing?" Without hesitation, Yeonsu pursed her lips decisively. "My wish. Moi. Resting room." Kim Dong-chul thought about this objective, secretly determined. This time, at all costs, I must win against Du Gwang-ik. He took out his phone. Well, there are many ways. It seemed Du Gwang-ik had never dated anyone before. He also curiously leaned in to look at the phone. Kim Dong-chul thought about using a honey trap, wondering if his daughter would agree to it. Perhaps if he lured him with a date, but unexpectedly, he was met with a cold shoulder. "Oh, is this your son?" "He has the build of a general." Du Gwang-ik turned away calmly, failing to see him gritting his teeth while staring at him. "That bastard." He grabbed his head and slammed the table, starting an emergency meeting about the invasion. That's how the meeting began. The room started buzzing with lively discussions about the recent battle. High-level manager Kim Daeun, Dong Ki-nam, and another team of members killed a giant goblin. 3 against 1, that's impressive. These reinforcements seem different. Dong Che sent the good news. Finally, team member Du Gwang-ik had killed all the remaining invaders. A few people looked disappointed even though they already knew he was the one who wiped them out. Him alone? I knew it. Damn it, again? It was starting to look more like a shrine than a meeting room. Everyone shared the same question. How on earth do you train? Du Gwang-ik was already a genius. If they asked him, how could he answer? He had to say something. His hands flew, making everyone in the meeting room momentarily stunned. Du Gwang-ik had to casually make up a reason that sounded plausible. Training the left hand. If you master both hands, you can control any situation. They were a bit surprised, but judging by his expression, they seemed to believe it. The left hand, huh? The next day, Du Gwang-ik's casual remark had become a philosophy of life. Exploration Team 4 is starting training with their left hands. He couldn't tell them the truth, could he? Sorry, I was just saying that off the top of my head. Thinking back, he felt it wasn't exactly wrong. Mastering the basics was important after all. He looked at the barbecue bento menu board, but he couldn't use his left hand for everything. Someone stepped up and called him. He turned around. Du Gwang-ik Dong Ki-nam spoke up a bit awkwardly. Are you free? 10 minutes ago, Ki-nam had revealed he wanted to join this mission. Please let me join this exploration mission. I will prove my worth. But with his current condition, getting Honam to agree was a tough task. You've lost an arm now. How do you intend to do it? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. But Ki-nam was still determined to join. I want to join the mission. Please say yes. Honam was indifferent. Don't be stupid. He still tried his best to convince him. There is no one else more suitable for this mission than me. Honam turned his back. No, I'll handle this myself, Ki-nam stubbornly explained. You can't play the role of commander and attacker at the same time. Honam held his ground. I don't want to repeat myself. Get out. Ki-nam seemed to have reached his limit and spat out words that made Honam angry. If it stays like this, I will never meet the family's expectations for my skills. I want all of them to shut their mouths and stop slandering us. It was true, after all. He turned back, reminding him with a warning tone. Watch your mouth. There are many eyes and ears here. He pulled back his previous expression. I'm sorry. Honam had a different solution. If he insisted, he should convince this person. His direction was to have Ki-nam talk to Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik, prove to him that you are useful to the team, and have him come see me. Then I will consider it. Hearing the name Gwang-ik, his eyes widened. Dong Ki-nam spoke loudly as if he really didn't want to go down this path. Don't drag him into this. Instead, I'll convince Executive Deputy Manager Kim Dong-chul. But Ho-nam refused. He needed to convince Gwang-ik. Ho-nam forced him to follow his path. If he couldn't do it, he should just give up. I'm telling you now. Gwang-ik's teasing tone. What was that? A favor? Ki-nam was provoked to the point of trembling while holding back his emotions, while he, Gwang-ik, maintained that tone. Me? Why me? Yes, he explained. I carry the pure blood lineage. There is no one more suitable for this mission than me. He finally took it seriously. Oh, I see. But we have a manager in the squad. Do you even know how to deal with a giant goblin? His brows knit tightly. Of course. Ki-nam recalled the battle that cost him his arm. If you chop them into more than 30 pieces, you can stop their regeneration. That's what we were trained to do. Gwang-ik covered his mouth, secretly laughing. You knew that and still lost an arm? That's why I told you to try harder. Ki-nam gritted his teeth as if full of regret. I know he didn't actually know, but I have to try. To what extent? This appearance surprised Gwang-ik. What's wrong with him? He's not like his usual bratty self. I can't say it directly because I have half the blood of a shapeshifter. Gwang-ik didn't fully understand these things, but he could offer basic advice. Put in the time, invest effort, and try as hard as you can. Dong Ki-nam kept his head down as much as he could. I see. Today, he was so strange that Gwang-ik had to wonder, what was wrong with him? It was incomprehensible. Dong Ki-nam awkwardly raised his head. So, will you agree to help me? Gwang-ik clenched his fists. He turned away and called out, Raise your head. Don't look at the ground when talking to me, and don't rely on me. But it's not like there's no other way. Instead, he turned back with a sinister look. Let's negotiate. Let's sit down and talk. Ho-nam was surprised. What? Gwang-ik decided to agree. I want to bring Ki-nam along for the mission. He thought differently from Ho-nam. He might be useful. Ho-nam couldn't believe his ears. What the hell are you talking about? Ho-nam tried to explain Ki-nam's situation to him. Do you really think he can carry out a mission with just that one arm? Are you kidding me? Gwang-ik had his own reasoning. He retorted, We don't need 2 arms. What we need for this expedition is a commander, a striker, and a sniper. He turned and pinched Ki-nam's face, causing him to glance over, annoyed. Even though Ki-nam was missing an arm, he had eyes, he had hands, and he had a brain. Who could fulfill the striker role better than him? Despite Ho-nam's furious protests, Gwang-ik wouldn't change his mind. So, I'm taking him, okay? Ho-nam helplessly turned away. Suit yourselves. They all sat down together. Before starting the expedition, they had to hold a meeting. Something in the expedition team's meeting room caught his attention. Kim Yumi was casually taking a few sips from a liquor bottle. Gwang-ik wondered, is it okay to drink on the job? This person was the commander of the 4th expedition team, Kim Yumi, nicknamed the Alcoholic. Sun Sang was calm, having grown used to such things. That's just how she is. It's fine, right? The senior manager of the 4th expedition team, Lee Sun Sang, replied. Kim Yumi handed the empty bottle to Gwang-ik with a teasing expression. Want some? No? She giggled. You're really funny. Got a girlfriend? He responded nonchalantly. No. Suddenly, she delved deeper into his love life. How do you feel about women younger than you? Gwang-ik couldn't understand why he was so attractive. What the hell? Why do I seem to capture the hearts of every woman I meet? Sun Sang worriedly warned, Gwang-ik, be careful. She's a man-eating assassin, but he was the one who ended up taking the heat. Kim Yumi told Sun Sang to shut up and turned to Gwang-ik with soft, longing eyes. Gwang-ik, I'm not that kind of person, but he was having a massive headache. Why are there no normal people around? Someone's voice echoed into the room. That's enough joking around. Ho-nam walked in to remind them of the mission. This is a serious case. Kim Yumi turned serious. Understood. Let's start the briefing. A beam of blue light shone down on the room. The mission is to explore the ant nest. We will thoroughly inspect this area. There is a special invasive species, so we must try to avoid confrontation. While everyone was listening intently to the meeting, Dong Ki-nam was having trouble with his half-missing arm. Any objections? Kim Yumi draped her arm around Gwang-ik and raised her hand. No. Ho-nam looked over. Then please gather at the entrance of the shelter in 10 minutes. Then he turned to look at Ki-nam with a terrifying gaze. Ki-nam, come see me. Even though he was sweating bullets from fear, he had to obey. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the footsteps of blue monsters crept by, leaving marks on the sand, not just a few, but a whole herd coming together. The well-equipped group walked across the desert sand. Enemies at 45 degrees to the right, turn left. Kinam turned back to say something, but Gwang-ik only paid attention to that. He adapted quickly. Sun Sang took off her outer layer. There's nothing to worry about, as long as we don't provoke the red lightning. It's all thanks to the staff members, including Kinam. Gwang-ik was curious about one thing. But why haven't we encountered any invaders? Kim Yumi explained. Even the invader spawn need to avoid sandstorms and red lightning. Besides sandstorms in the desert, they also risked encountering red lightning. Red lightning was a weather phenomenon in the other world. Most living creatures would be turned to ashes by this high-temperature electrical current. Places struck by red lightning turned into volcanic rock. The lightning itself helped create new materials. Red lightning appeared far off in the sky. Even the invaders were afraid of this natural disaster, meaning they usually hid in safe places. Kim Yumi looked at him. That's why we're moving to the ant nest. Something flew out of the rock cave in the desert in large numbers. This bizarrely shaped creature was called a hell spawn. Everyone on this side observed. Sun Sang watched the situation intently. We don't know what kind of creature will appear in there. Let's just observe for now. Set up camp here, and we'll proceed with the mission as soon as we identify what kind of monster is inside. Someone was eating noodles heartily. Everyone was happily camping right in the middle of the sand. Gwang-ik could talk even with a mouthful of noodles. Oh, that's right, Kinam. I was just worried Kinam wouldn't be able to handle it. Just signal if you find it too hard, and I'll take you back. He still didn't look worried. It's fine, Gwang-ik asked again. And if the giant insect monsters appear, can you still handle one? I'll take care of the rest. This kind of talk was like a knife to his wound, which pleased him. That's right. That's the reaction I wanted to see. A voice echoed, surprising him. All right, I'll mince one up. He wondered to himself. Did he eat something? A familiar figure walked closer to him. Staff member Du Gwang-ik. Honam looked annoyed. Why don't you shut your mouth? Seeing this reaction, it wasn't hard for Gwang-ik to realize. It seems like he really wants to get physical with me. He looked stern and gave a final warning. Enough small talk. Go inside and sleep. He replied calmly. Yes, sir. By nightfall, the blue monsters arrived in a pack, leaving 5-fingered prints in the sand. They seemed clever, signaling each other not to make a sound. A flash of light shot up. A few of the blue monsters in front were sent to the afterlife. The bullet grazed in front of the monster. Bursts of light attacked them. They were definitely trying to ambush us with the reflective stones. This trap caused them to lose quite a few of their own. The survivors were still fighting the roaring fire. We learned our lesson from last time. The reflective stones can be countered with a piercing attack. Even the biggest one in the herd couldn't escape. Sorry, but you guys don't stand a chance. They had ambushed from afar. How could the monsters win? Fully equipped with the advantage of terrain secured, Honam communicated with everyone using modern equipment. The communication system helped pinpoint the enemy's location in advance. Above all, they were prepared. Sun Sang asked Honam while he was still focused. They're almost done for. Can we head back now? He thought to himself. Well, our original goal was just to scout the area. Perhaps we can go back. Then he suddenly called out Jong Kinam's name. Honam stared straight ahead. Get ready. We're going to find the special individuals, but it might be different. Or maybe not. He shut his eyes tight, blocking out all his senses to focus solely on his hearing. Everything around Honam went silent. Sure enough, by focusing only on his hearing, he sensed the location of the blue monsters. He opened his eyes wide. Found them. He identified the special OGR-class entity and ordered Sun Kang to get ready for a sniper shot. He braced for battle. Understood, sir. The beast approached. Honam shouted, Wait, it's coming! The fat beast let out a terrifying cry. Everyone was affected by the sound. It wasn't just noise. It was a scream that stirred primal fear in their subconscious, freezing their entire bodies. Du Gwang-ik stood at the front as the two monsters charged. Even so, he prepared to throw a punch. He rushed forward, sword in hand, thinking, this is nothing. It doesn't even compare to a fraction of my master's killing intent. With one slash, he grazed the monsters, then pulled out the gun he was carrying and fired at them. The monster chasing behind him opened its mouth wide. Its whole body exploded. Only lightning remained from its round belly. Du Gwang-ik turned around, stunned. An optical weapon? Wait, the one who fired that was Honam. It's Honam's gear. Honam gave the order to start the hunt for the special entity immediately. Maintaining his stance, he kept firing. 2 snipers provided cover fire, and everyone opened fire. Every bullet hit the monsters with precision. They formed up according to Honam's instructions, pinning them into position. Dong Kinam called out to the commander. Honam looked over. Just get down, his expression worried. That's not what I meant, Dong Kinam replied. More blue beasts continued to pour out of the cave. More are coming. Kim Yumi stopped. God, there are as many as ants, Sun Kang shouted. We're almost out of time. We have to retreat. The monsters swarmed out like a flood of refugees. The situation was highly unfavorable. The battlefield looked grim. Have we reached our limit? Are they trying to push us all the way back to the base? Sun Kang turned to Honam and asked, "Do you think we can stop them if we gather our forces at the base?" Honam didn't think so. "No. Many will lose their lives before we can even reach the hole." Honam's eyes widened. "They're too numerous. And if we try to retreat now, many will die. And there's that one. The massive beast at the back could call in more invaders. That was the most serious problem. Because it could control other invaders, it must have awakened such an ability." Kim Yumi shouted, "I'm out of ammo." The situation took a turn for the worse. Everyone turned pale. The blue beasts parted to let their leader through. This fat, ugly creature was their alpha. The alpha beast let out a terrifying laugh. Honam furrowed his brows, thinking, "That bastard knows we can't handle them from a distance. Is it provoking us to shoot?" He held his gun tight, repeating to himself, "I must stay calm. We are currently in a dilemma. Plus, they are still out of range for this gun." Honam knew the situation well. There were too many of them for melee combat. The monsters kept coming. He thought of every possibility to save them, but requesting reinforcements, the sandstorms and Hong Lei meant they wouldn't arrive in time. If they retreated now, the base would be completely destroyed. Sweat beaded on Honam's cheek as he fell into deep thought. "I have to kill them all right here. I must find a way to defeat them all." The beast closed its mouth and laughed loudly again. Suddenly, a bullet flew through the air, hitting it straight in the middle of its forehead. Everyone looked at Gwang-ik. He held the gun in his hand, asking innocently, "Can we retreat now?" And just like that, the 5 of them returned safely. As they walked, they discussed. The rest are just small fry once their leader is down. Invaders have emotions too, it seems. Their leader dying so fast must have shocked them. Kim Yumi looked at Gwang-ik without hesitation. "I think I'm in love with you. Come to my room tonight." Thinking that she hadn't changed, Gwang-ik refused. "I already have plans." Honam looked over and said, "A rookie with a quick brain." Gwang-ik said narcissistically, "Don't fall in love with me." He asked, "What weapon are you using?" He looked down at the red gem on his arm. "Ah, this?" Gwang-ik explained the origin of the stone. "Some researchers from the expedition team gave it to me. It seems to be a wrist-mounted weapon made from a parasitic stone." He held out his hand. A drop of blood would help change its form. The reloading method was also very different, 2 drops to reload. And when he pressed his thumb, a bullet would fire at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Honam praised him. "You possess quite an impressive weapon." Gwang-ik pointed to the golden gun hanging at Honam's hip. "What about that pistol?" Honam picked it up. "It's a combination of pure weaponry and magic, called the magic bullet. It can fire 3 types of rounds: fire, ice, and light orbs." Looking closer at the gun, he realized it was also a top-tier weapon. If the invaders come here, they'll just die. That special invader must have been taken out by this pistol. Gwang-ik guessed, "Is it a custom-made piece?" Honam revealed that without magical talent, he wouldn't be able to use it. Gwang-ik was puzzled, thinking, "Magic?" Honam looked at the gun in his hand. Neither of them noticed Dong Qinam behind them, who was furious. He thought to himself, "They say the hidden mages of the world are finally revealing themselves. But in reality, I've never seen one." Honam spoke up. "I only learned the basics to utilize the capabilities of this pistol. I'm not skilled enough to be called a mage." Gwang-ik patted his chest. "Let's be friends." Dong Qinam gritted his teeth and warned, "Hey, don't cross the line." He continued walking but didn't forget to reply to Gwang-ik. "Yeah, sure. Outside of work, it's fine." He really wanted to stop him. The manager, annoyed by Dong Qinam constantly interrupting, spoke up to admonish him. "Stop cutting into our conversation. This is our business. I have to head out early to report to the expedition team leader. You all go inside first. You've done a great job," she said cheerfully. "All right." After Sun Sang's praise, he said, "You did well too." Gwang-ik then threw an arm around his shoulder and said, "Let's go eat." Qinam looked annoyed and snapped, "Get your hand off me." "I just love that side of him. He hasn't changed at all. That's why I like him." Kim Yumi frowned as she looked at Gwang-ik. "You aren't into men, are you?" Hearing that, he quickly explained, "I like women. My dream is to become president." She looked at Gwang-ik, confused. "What does that have to do with liking women?" He looked serious. "When I become president, I'll legalize polygamy, and then I'll have 15 wives." Sun Sang found that number hard to believe. 15? Are you serious? Kim Yumi was at a loss for words. "Sometimes you sound like a total psychopath." Gwang-ik was already used to comments like that. "Well, I hear that so often now that it doesn't even hurt anymore." Honam went to the captain's office and reported the mission with a serious tone. "If it weren't for Gwang-ik, 80% of us would probably be dead out there." The blue-haired officer standing nearby guessed the situation. You mean the scout team would have failed back there? He replied. No, it's worse than that. Honam's expression was grave, and everyone at the base recalled the critical situation. It was fortunate that Gwang-ik acted just in time. It was only for a few short seconds. But if he had delayed even a few more seconds, the entire invading army would have surrounded and protected that ogre, and we wouldn't have been able to kill it with a single shot. Every move Gwang-ik made caught him by surprise. He even predicted the sandstorm would appear and act as a shield to protect us. I didn't say a word during the entire retreat, but it was as if Gwang-ik knew everything beforehand. It's hard to believe he has no actual combat experience in the other world, not to mention the fact that he's only been working with the unit for a year. Thinking back now, Honam still found it hard to believe. His quick judgment and decisive actions, he acted as if he could predict what orders I was about to give. He remembered Gwang-ik's friendly face, his immortal blood, his ability to stay one step ahead, and his incredible knack for making friends with others. That is all. The blue-haired officer smiled awkwardly. If that had happened, it would have been terrible. But fortunately, he handled it perfectly. I'm truly proud of him. He imagined his younger sister, Kim Yumi, dating Gwang-ik. If he were to date his sister, thinking of that made him feel absolutely thrilled. He's 21 now, isn't he? Or maybe 22. His priority now must be women. Who knows if we could successfully set those two up? Dong Honam's face darkened as he pondered. This rascal is too much. Before I moved him to the 4th team, I had a plan. He's too hard to control as a subordinate. That's why I intended to tame him by sending him to the 4th expedition team. It seems all my plans have fallen apart. The plan failed. I intended to protect him from Honam's anger, to build trust first. His whole body trembled as he suppressed his rage. But he didn't just do well in protecting his teammates. He also managed to put a hole in the head of a special invader during the scouting mission. If he hadn't succeeded in that shot, those things would likely have turned around and attacked him. I can't even cancel this mission. The report will reach headquarters soon enough. If the commander hears about this, my plan is ruined. After the mission, security was tightened for a few days. Many girls came looking for Gwang-ik to give him flowers and gifts. I had the chance to meet many more people during that time, and even received 2 confessions from women in the research group. The engineer who gave me the gauntlets made from the parasite also came to visit. The engineer was eager and curious about his equipment. I heard you tried using that. How did it feel? Gwang-ik listened to him and offered praise. It was amazing. This made the engineer feel absolutely delighted. Really? Really? This is the perfect stepping stone for Gwang-ik. I met a completely normal engineer, and this is also a good opportunity to get to know others. He remembered his promise to Yeonsu. He still hadn't been able to fulfill that woman's wish. The two hugged deeply. Gwang-ik asked about her health. Are you feeling better now? Yu replied, I've been dreaming of you. He wondered to himself, well, this is decent enough for now. Everything seemed to have improved. Dong Honam was no longer glaring at him. Honam was more open than before, even telling Gwang-ik to treat Kinam well. Looking at him now, he finally understood why people always said he was very protective of his younger brother. Everyone happily said goodbye to Gwang-ik. He had become the main character of the outpost invasion, the hero who killed the special invader. He waved back, and the members of the special immortal force had kept the base safe. Gwang-ik turned on his phone to see many notifications. Messages from someone with an English name kept coming in. When he finished reading the messages, he couldn't believe his eyes. Does he have multiple personality disorder? What is he messaging about? Well, I guess I'll just say I'm busy with a mission. Gwang-ik was surprised. Another message he recognized immediately was from his mother. Why didn't you answer when Mom called? Why didn't you pick up? Make sure to call back quickly. He declined to receive the call. When Gwang-ik finally called back, the person on the other end spoke up. Who is this? He answered nervously. Mom, it's your bad son calling. When his mother heard it was him, she replied, So, you're still alive. Gwang-ik explained. I'm sorry. I had to go abroad for work. So there was no signal. On her end, his mother was diligently working out. She sounded a bit angry. I see. So both father and son have gone abroad for work. I understand. He said sincerely. I have committed a great offense. I truly apologize, Mom. She was worried about Gwang-ik. So, are you hurt? Why did you go abroad anyway? He smiled awkwardly, unable to tell her the truth. Yes, I'm completely fine. It's just that my work is so overwhelming. Things will be easier later on. Gwang-ik thought to himself. Now, in the future, it won't seem strange when I go on business trips. He still hadn't met Mary again since he left her with his mother. He wanted to know about Mary, so he spoke up and asked, Mom, what about Mary? She didn't answer right away. Do you miss her? Gwang-ik had to keep his promise. Yeah, I told Mary's father that I would let him see her. His mother replied, All right, bring him over here. He is her biological father after all. He guessed that probably wasn't the case. She didn't say anything more, just instructed Gwang-ik. All right, when you're coming, just send me a message. He looked at his phone. Was he imagining it, or was his mother just angry? Well, I promised him I would let him see Mary, so I'll ask about that once my break is over. Gwang-ik was happy to finally be able to eat his fill. Afterward, he had 2 days off. Training was good, but being able to eat without having to work was even better. He did things that, it was a normal day, but for Gwang-ik, it felt like a luxury. He had been gaming for 8 hours straight, followed by a heavy weightlifting session. He had done some lifting to work out the stiffness in his body. Enjoying his free time, he checked the news. Dong Ki-nam had gone to the hospital, so he had been completely on his own for those 2 days. He had rested well before returning to work. The next day, Gwang-ik looked more refreshed than ever. Good morning, everyone. Kim Han, on the other hand, looked like a zombie who had just crawled out of a coffin, terrifying everyone. You finally arrived, he remarked. Yeah, I'm well rested now. Lee Dong-hoon came over to shake him. Oh, it's you? It's good to see you. Gwang-ik stared, noticing Lee Dong-hoon looked even more haggard than before. Why do your dark circles look even worse than usual? Kim Dong-a-hung-bong also had dark circles. You're too late, you should have come back to work sooner. Gwang-ik ignored him. He couldn't stop thinking about how even that jerk, the team manager, had dark circles. In the end, Gwang-ik was the only one who looked okay. It seemed a lot had happened while he was off healing. While he was away, a black hole anomaly had appeared. A black hole with tens of thousands of monsters pouring out of it. A black hole anomaly, he continued, is when the number of black holes increases and they start overlapping. Because of that, more invaders appear, which means we need more people to seal them. Night fell, and everyone was exhausted. Dark circles under their eyes, punctuated by heavy yawns, Warim, the special police force, the special immortal force. Even the private military company, Excurasi, had to join forces. They had to work day and night without a break. That's why the manager and his assistant looked like pandas. There was an image of Mon holding a sign with his name on it, looking grumpy, but there was another culprit behind Kim Dong-a's dark circles. On the sign, it read, 0183724. Mon, the leader of the Immortal Creed, had broken out of prison. Where a truck had its back doors open, the prison transport convoy had been ambushed, and a black hole appeared right in front of the truck carrying him. That was exactly when Mon escaped. A pair of handcuffs lay shattered, surrounded by streaks of bright red blood. Even though he had been tagged with a tracker and injected with power-suppressing drugs, he still managed to escape. He had neutralized all the tracking devices, so someone must have helped him. Dong-ah took out her gloves, preparing to track the remaining clues. Prometheus is the prime suspect. Dong-ah had to stay up all night to trace them. Back at the office, Gwang-ik greeted everyone with a smile. You've all worked hard. Lee Dong-hoon rubbed his head wearily. I was just about to ask if you enjoyed your time off, he said, then started typing furiously on his keyboard. The 4th expedition team said your performance stats would be included in our team's report, so I took a look. On the screen, a series of security data appeared. Team 3, performance report, 270 million, 202.5 million, 329.5 million, 189.6 million, 9 million. He turned to Gwang-ik. That's a whole year's worth of work for anyone else. Gwang-ik was surprised by his own performance. Really? I just did what needed to be done. But, manager? Hearing his name, Kim Dong-a-hung-bong looked over. What? Gwang-ik began to explain. Did you hear? The manager wondered. Huh? Gwang-ik started repeating the 1 year's work comment. Hearing that, the manager got so annoyed his veins began to pop. So what? Gwang-ik continued about the year's work, and Kim Dong-a-hung-bong snapped. Damn it! Over on the side, Lee Dong-hoon irritably suggested, just stop it. But Gwang-ik was still cheerfully gesturing to himself, bragging that a single employee had managed to finish a whole year's quota. Seeing him continue, the manager finally spoke up. Fine, you did well, great job. Do you want me to bow down to you or something? Gwang-ik looked at him and replied arrogantly, if that's what you want, I won't stop you. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder. He turned around to see it was Dong-ah. What is it? She handed him a piece of paper. I have a note for you. He looked at the paper in her hand. A note? From who? She replied curtly. Mon. On the paper was a photo taken of words written in blood. Gwang-ik. I remember your face. After reading it, he just thought to himself, this guy is seriously obsessed. He handed the paper back to her with a confused expression. He's got a criminal record, right? I feel like this guy must have been arrested for stalking before. While he was asking Dong-ah, a group of people nearby was gossiping heatedly. A man with an earring scowled. Yeah, that's right. A girl with short hair added, clearly irritated. He even broke out of prison. A guy with brown hair was also indignant. What a piece of trash. The girl cursed Mon, and they kept berating the guy. Dead dog. Seeing this, Gwang-ik curiously asked in a low voice, Dong, why are they reacting so negatively? She explained, those people were part of the reinforcement personnel for the guard duty the other day. Their annual performance reports are basically ruined because of this. Gwang-ik expressed his sympathy for the three of them. If it were me, I'd be furious too. Lee Dong-hoon lifted his dark-circled eyes to ask him, and are you hurt anywhere? I heard the other world was chaotic. He smiled cheerfully at him. I'm fine. Who do you think I am? He looked at him. At this rate, you'll be an assistant manager soon. Then he asked a strange question. If that's true, can I stop using honorifics with you? Lee Dong-hoon rejected him. In your dreams. Even though they were teasing, today he said something that made everyone in the office happy. Let's go have barbecue for lunch. My treat. I just got a 50 million bonus. Lee Dong-hoon looked at him, stunned. 50 million? Dongbong smirked as if teasing him. Hey, I only eat Korean beef, all right? Then he thought happily, sometimes he's actually likable. Gwang-ik was nonchalant. Of course, top quality only. Ready to go? On the road, cars were racing each other. Inside one car, Byung-eun looked at Gwang-ik. Is Mary still safe? He focused on driving. I think so. You know the rules, right? He glanced at the man and thought, I don't think he'd cause trouble. The man was wearing 35 tracking devices and a self-destruct device in case he said any forbidden words. The white car pulled neatly into the parking lot. He stepped out. Wait here, I'll go in first. The man accepted. All right. Gwang-ik walked into the cafe, carrying a bag of luxury items, and placed them on Soon's table. Hi my boy, you're here. Bags were placed on the table one after another, and a pair of shoes was unpacked and set down. Only then did she start asking, It's been a while. Why do your cheeks look so gaunt? She worriedly urged her son, Make sure to eat well. I heard your salary has been pretty good lately. He sat down and looked at his mother respectfully. Yes, I've been doing well, so I even got a bonus. With that, Gwang-ik turned and waved. Hello, Marie. She also bowed obediently. Hello, are you doing well? Marie looked up and smiled. He took a close look at her and thought, she seems much different now. There's a high chance she'll be the next valedictorian. Only then did he remember Bungjun standing outside. He was peeking through the glass door like a lizard. Turning toward him, Gwang-ik thought, I probably don't need to worry about the doctor's safety anymore. Miss Ni saw her daughter and rushed inside, running toward her. Marie! Hearing someone call her name, Marie looked in that direction as a natural reflex. Bungjun was crying, tears streaming down his face, wanting to rush over and hug his daughter. Marie walked toward him, but she pushed his hand away, which took him by surprise. Bungjun was stunned. Marie looked at him with a serious expression and asked, Who are you? Recalling when Gwang-ik called his mother, what about Marie? He had told her father that he would arrange for them to meet. His mother, at the training room, spoke casually on the phone. All right, just bring him here. Is he her biological father? He hesitated. I don't think so. She replied. Got it. Let me know when you get there. Seon-hee looked at her phone and pondered. When the boy first brought that child here, she only intended to help her live like a normal person. She planned to let the girl leave when the time came. Marie tied her hair back, practicing diligently. Watching her at such moments, she thought, she has exceeded my expectations. Seon-hee was drinking from her can when she saw Marie lifting weights with some difficulty. Is it too heavy? While continuing to lift, she replied, No. Inserting a straw into her drink, Seon-hee asked, Marie, I heard you used to have a father. Do you remember anything about him? Marie replied, No, I don't remember anyone who looks like a father. Seon-hee continued the topic. Do you want to meet your biological parents? The poor girl replied, Not really. Before my memories of the laboratory, I don't know anything, so I don't remember them much. Saying that, she brightly placed a hand on her chest. I prefer staying with you. I don't want to go back to that place. Seon-hee handed her the drink. Your father wants to see you. Marie took the drink. Biological father? Huh? Seon-hee was blunt. For the time being, no. Marie brought the drink to her mouth and asked innocently, Then why call him father? Back to the present. The four were sitting facing each other. Marie looked straight at Bungjun and started. I have something to ask. I was told you are not my biological father, meaning we aren't blood related. She continued seriously. I can't say you raised me either, because I used to live in a cupboard. The words Marie was about to say truly shocked him. Why should I call you father when you didn't give birth to or raise me? She placed her hands on the table and stood up. People call you doctor, so you must have picked me up from the lab, but just because of that, I can't call you father. Marie bowed to the man. Thank you for what you've done for me until now. Bungjun looked at the girl and was shocked speechless. He seemed completely stunned by what she had just said. After stepping outside, he cried to Gwang-ik, "Please take good care of Marie." Gwang-ik could only pat his shoulder to comfort him. "The girl has grown up very well. Why are you crying?" The secretary walked up from behind. "If she needs anything, just help her." Gwang-ik smiled. Of course. Seeing him, Gwang-ik thought, I knew the secretary had been following us the whole time. The doctor might cause trouble in various ways. Surely he isn't comfortable leaving the responsibility solely to me. He glanced at Gwang-ik. "I'll ask you one last thing. What does your mother do? How could she change that child so much?" Even though Gwang-ik had thoughts in his head, he couldn't say his mother was a shapeshifter, but he still saw her as a fitness fairy. He said seriously, "My mother transforms whenever she's in danger." The secretary was confused upon hearing the answer. "A fairy?" He was baffled. "She looks at least 40. Gwang-ik replied vaguely. "Age is just a number. It's a youthful soul." At their home, Gwang-ik was eating chicken and drinking beer with his father. "It's really nice to sit and drink with you, Dad." Yoon-ho asked, "How was work?" He was respectful. Smiling at his father, "It's fun. I faced quite a few difficulties at first, but now I'm enjoying it." Gwang-ik became serious. "You know which department I work in, right?" His father closed his eyes and raised his beer can. "The Special Immortal Force. But I don't know the specific work. Every organization has a different operating system." Gwang-ik looked at him. "Does that mean you've never participated in the Special Immortal Force?" He replied, "Yeah." Yoon-ho began to recall some things. "Son, I remember your dream jobs. In elementary school, you wanted to be a firefighter, then a police officer, then a bodyguard, then a Navy soldier." He began to analyze it for his son. "It sounds like you dreamed of something different every year, but overall, there was one point. Your goal was to fight against invaders." Then he expressed to him, "But if there's something you want and absolutely must do, I hope you at least start in a safe place." Gwang-ik listened and thought. It felt like there was a thorn in his heart. Obviously, his father would be worried. Every word his father said radiated that. Yoon-ho continued talking to him. "So, I'm curious, what have you learned?" He smiled, his cheeks already flushed from the beer. "Try attacking me. Let's see how much you've improved." Gwang-ik narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth, hesitating as he observed the surroundings, thinking about how to act next. Suddenly, he slammed the beer can onto the table, creating a loud noise. Gwang-ik quickly launched himself, using his fastest speed to attack Yoon-ho. Watching his fluid movements, his father stood still for a moment, then evaluated the situation in surprise. The kid masked all his aura, used false traces, and separated his shadow to deceive me. Gwang-ik was extremely tense at this moment, creating illusions and moving his muscles. "I'll use this way to distract him. Meanwhile, I must focus intensely." Yoon-ho was still sitting, comfortably drinking beer. As long as he reacted, he would predict the direction of movement. Before Gwang-ik could continue thinking, Yoon-ho had lightly touched his forehead, making him open his eyes wide in surprise. "Oh?" Seeing his reaction, Yoon-ho smiled gently and teased. "Are you surprised?" Gwang-ik froze, instinctively stepping back and wondering, how? Seeing that, Yoon-ho wore a smile that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like his father. "You're too focused. If you only fixate on one thing, you won't know what's happening right in front of you." Right after his father spoke, Gwang-ik felt like he had reached enlightenment. An aura radiated from him as if he were about to transcend. Entering the temple without knowing who to bow to, he realized that to feel someone's presence, you have to be able to read their thoughts. If you focus on observing a butterfly in flight, you could even count how many times it flaps its wings. But what drew his attention was the bee flying above the white butterfly. Instinctively, he remained wary of the danger it posed. He poured all his focus into the bee instead of the butterfly right in front of him. In other words, he was simultaneously erasing the butterfly's movement from his mind. That is called tracing. Yoon-ho smiled, pointed at him, and continued to explain, "You hide your own presence, deceive the enemy, project an illusion, and then reel it back in. Well done, you've improved a lot." Yoon-ho patted Gwang-ik's head, praising him. "You'll go far." Gwang-ik lowered his head, determined. Seeing this, Yoon-ho laughed. "Of course, you're my son, after all. I'm going to shower." Yoon-ho got up and left. Gwang-ik watched his father's back, silently observing. His father was gentler than usual today. Normally, he just left him to figure things out on his own. Elsewhere, surrounded by countless bags on the ground, a voice suddenly chimed in. "Joo-hee, don't you think my son's job is suspicious? Maybe he's working for politicians or something like that?" A middle-aged woman sitting in front of Joo-hee asked, looking worried. Seeing her, Joo-hee crossed his arms and retorted, "Are you bragging about him to me?" The woman remained anxious. "It's really suspicious. He brought home a shifter as a test subject." She glanced at the blonde girl diligently training nearby. Could he be involved in some illegal organization and is using that civil service job as a cover? Facing the woman's absurd question, Ju-hee shook his head with a sigh. I don't think so. A kid as talented as him wouldn't choose that path without me hearing about it. Besides, you said your husband suggested that job for him. The woman sat gloomily, holding her head. Yeah, I trust that he's a civil servant, which is why I'm worried he's making dirty money. Ju-hee was confused. What's wrong with dirty money? It's better than being… The woman grew increasingly restless. She pulled out her phone, asking hesitantly, should I ask Wang Shu? Ju-hee's eyes widened in surprise. Kang Ho-jung, your younger brother? If you ask him about this, he'll just drag you back home. The woman put her phone down, sighing as she buried her face in her hands. Her expression darkened. I don't need to worry. Gwang-ik is a good kid. I raised him myself. Just then, the young girl nearby spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. I'm done warming up. Ju-hee smiled. Then let's start. The woman also spoke up. I'll do it. From a corner, watching the woman and the girl, Ju-hee crossed his arms. She birthed him, so it's natural for her to worry. But if that kid was using his shifting powers for shady business, I would have known long ago. Better check just to be sure. Ju-hee pulled out his phone, silently running a check to put her mind at ease. Looking at the data on the screen, Ju-hee wanted to curse at the damn black holes. In the dead of night, when everything fell into silence, only a few faint flickers remained from the streetlights. Hey, long time no see. A voice broke the silence, making Hin jump and turn toward the sound. You're still as crazy as ever, aren't you? Gwang-ik teased Hin playfully. Hearing such nonsense, Hin lifted her chin, refusing to look at him, wanting nothing more than to punch him. Stop talking nonsense. Kiss me first, then say whatever you want. Gwang-ik stumbled. Whoa, are you serious right now? He struggled to find his words. I don't remember us having that kind of relationship. Kang Hee-min seemed very interested. She suggested, let's try it right now. I'm ready. Gwang-ik sighed. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts fed up. You haven't changed a bit. How did you know I was back? Did you plant a camera? Kang Hee-min acted shy. I met your parents earlier and overheard some huge news. Gwang-ik turned to look at her. His gossiping nature piqued. Parents? You're married? Man, people get into marriages so easily these days. Kang Hee-min glared at Gwang-ik with eyes like bullets. Damn this blockhead, it's your parents. After a few seconds of freezing, Gwang-ik looked at Kang Hee-min with pity. I thought you were just bad at studying, but apparently, you're dense at everything else too. The term parents-in-law only applies to your husband's family. Hin turned away, gritting her teeth in anger. He is so annoying. Suddenly, she turned back and hurriedly asked him, by the way, do you have a girlfriend? Are you dating anyone? Is anyone hitting on you at work? Gwang-ik gave her a dismissive look. I change girlfriends every day, and 2 people from other departments are hitting on me. Gwang-ik pondered. Actually, the manager invited me to dinner, but I don't like players. Even the indifferent people in the K team know who you are? Kang Hee-min wrinkled her nose at Gwang-ik. What? Are you kidding me? He sighed. I don't have a girlfriend. My standards are very high. Hearing the answer she wanted, Kang Hee-min pouted, acting sulky. Got it. That's good. Don't talk to anyone else. Gwang-ik turned to tease her with an expression that begged to be punched. What's it to you? How are your graduation exam results? I was your tutor, so I'm curious. Hitting a sore spot, Hin immediately wilted. Don't ask any more. My mom will kill me if she finds out. That's why I've been running from home for a week. Hearing this, Gwang-ik couldn't help but burst out laughing. He laughed uncontrollably. Well, health is the most important thing. Huh? Grades don't matter. Just don't tell anyone I tutored you. Kang Hee-min immediately flared up and stomped off. You jerk, you're so annoying. After she left, Gwang-ik stood still, looking up at the night sky. So peaceful. Yeah, life is still pretty good. The next morning, Gwang-ik arrived at the office right on time. Good morning. He wondered why he arrived earlier than usual, yet no one was in the room. Good morning, Gwang-ik greeted a colleague as he walked by. The colleague seemed a bit surprised. You're here early, he thought to himself. Kim Dong-ah is coming in after me. Is there something you're happy about? Gwang-ik immediately asked Lee Dong-hoon as he walked past. He didn't pay much attention, just kept playing on his phone. I hit the jackpot last night. The manager is coming too. Why are you guys here so early? Just clock in on time. Nobody's paying for overtime. Lee Jung-bong, 3 parts arrogant and 7 parts cold, carried his briefcase, trailing behind the department head who arrived last. Lee Jung-bong frowned at Gwang-ik, gritting his teeth. Then he marched toward Gwang-ik. He immediately became alert, looking up. Gwang-ik suddenly lunged toward Lee Jung-bong, throwing a fist. He frowned. It's early in the morning, you dog. Before he could finish, Gwang-ik lunged and sat on the chair next to him. There was no punch like he had imagined, so Lee Jung-bong reflexively dodged and lost his balance, falling backward. Seeing this, Lee Dong-hoon and Kim Dong-ah gasped in shock. You bastard! Lee Jung-bong screamed, furious. Gwang-ik was stunned, feeling victorious about the experiment. The rebound works. Lee Jung-bong began to grin in a twisted way. Lee Dong-hoon, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and advised Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik, run, he asked back, confused. Why? The brat Lee Jung-bong immediately jumped up and screamed. He held a knife as if he wanted to stab him. He shouted again. All right, let's go to hell together. I'll kill you and then hand in my resignation. Then Gwang-ik and Lee Jung-bong started a chaotic chase all over the office. The other colleagues shouted, Hey, it's only the first day. Another typical Monday has started just like that. A moment later, Gwang-ik continued playing this little game with his colleagues. Yumi-ho stared at him blankly, placed a hand on his forehead, and asked, What are you doing? I tried it on Kang too. Taking advantage of when Manager Kang wasn't paying attention, Gwang-ik stomped on his foot. Manager Kang angrily demanded to know what Gwang-ik was doing. He kept a look of innocence, saying it was just a slip-up. And as for Manager Kang, Gwang-ik tripped him, causing him to fall. That might have been a bit much for Giddy. Giddy crawled on the ground, angrily questioning him. Hey, did you fall for Miho too? That's why you're trying to get rid of your romantic rival, right? Gwang-ik walked away nonchalantly. No, I was busy hiding from the section chief during training, covering my tracks, and secretly reading web tools. As he was enjoying his model office life, a man suddenly appeared beside Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik, I've received permission from the CEO. You need to help out. He nodded. In his ear, Kim Dong-a-Hungbong's voice could be heard grumbling. Damn it, is Gwang-ik public property or something? Why does every department want to borrow him? Following the man into the office, Gwang-ik was immediately stunned by the sight before him. You're here, Su Moonyeon said, noticing him and greeting him. Beside Su Moonyeon was a woman, an immortal, a pureblood at that. Gwang-ik stared at the girl in front of him, surprised. Her appearance was as striking as the deputy team leader and the section chief. The man began introducing Gwang-ik to the woman. Captain Park Pil-ho, this is our best member of the 3rd security team. Gwang-ik added, Don't fall for me just by looking at my face. I've been having enough trouble with women lately. Bo immediately mocked him. No one told me a lunatic would be joining us. He thought to himself. Her personality is truly insufferable. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. Gwang-ik reached out his hand toward Park Pil-ho, but she stepped back suddenly, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. What the hell? Gwang-ik stood there stunned, but he kept his fake smile. I didn't learn this skill just to shake hands with women, but I can't just let this slide. Gwang-ik quickly used his skill and successfully shook Park Pil-ho's hand. I said it's a pleasure to meet you. Bo quickly pulled her hand back, searching for the weapon hidden on her person. Then, she swiftly sliced off Gwang-ik's clone head right before his shocked eyes. Sura's hand swiped out. Although she struck, Gwang-ik easily dodged it. His fingers curled, and finally, he launched a counterattack. Rio blocked their hands just as they were about to tear into each other. Enough! He glanced over. This is the special immortal force. Do you two really want to cause trouble? Sura returned to her normal stance. I wasn't the one who started it. Gwang-ik really wanted to speak up. Oh, so it's my fault? Despite that, Park Pil-ho turned to Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik, let's talk for a second. They went to talk privately. Park Pil-ho held her head in her hands. Are you always like this? He questioned. I didn't provoke her. Do we have to take the hit just because she's a pureblood? Park Pil-ho rubbed her chin. She knew it. But what could she do? I know it's her fault. But you can't be like that either. It didn't look like they were going to change. She still had to remind Gwang-ik. Try to act professionally. He reluctantly agreed. Fine. Then the two went back to meet Sura. Sorry, let's try this again. Bo introduced them as if they were meeting for the first time. This is Gwang-ik, and this is Jong Sura, a pureblood. The two of them approached each other like they were about to brawl. Bo sighed, holding her head. Don't fight. They stared at each other, sparks practically flying. No way. I wouldn't be much of an adult if I fought with a brat. Park Pil-ho reminded them, keep it friendly. Gwang-ik restrained himself. All right. Back to the mission. The projector emitted a blue light, and a red zone stood out. We've lost contact with a team member. They were on an infiltration mission. This is the last recorded location. Gwang-ik looked excited when he realized it was Jeju Island. Moonyeon clarified. That's right. They were sent to rescue a pureblood member who was kidnapped. From the outside, it looks like a normal company, but we suspect it's a psionic cult with the codename ALO. This would be their mission. Park Pil-ho announced the name of the mission was Rescue ALO. Everyone needed to rescue the team member as well as the pureblood member who was captured from the start. Bo looked at Moonyeon. Understood? Get ready and depart immediately. Assistant Director Moonyeon, Gwang-ik is going with you. Moonyeon stood up. Yes. Jong Sura, you stay behind. She invited Gwang-ik to leave with her. Let's go. He looked back through the glass. What's the matter? Gwang-ik knew one thing clearly. I know she's a pureblood, but she won't be doing anything here. Both the pureblood family and the government prioritized not interfering with each other. Kim Johan had told Gwang-ik about this before. Are all purebloods like that? Johan asked with a raised eyebrow. You didn't know? Didn't your father teach you? Currently, there are two pureblood clans. One is the Dong family, who are very sensitive, and the other is the Oversea family. Kim Johan had once explained that their rights are similar, and they are not interfered with by the government. They also receive special privileges. Since they have rights, they naturally have to make trade-offs. Tax exemption is one of them, and they are also free during missions. But they have one obligation, to provide immortals for the nation. Gwang-ik went to the cabinet to get a long gun. Even if he asked Kinam about his family, he wouldn't answer. That's all I know about the pureblood families, so they aren't powerful enough to just do whatever they want in the special immortal force. That's why Gwang-ik could only ask Moon-yun, assistant director, is Kinam or Honam not participating? Moon-yun was a bit surprised. You call Director Honam brother? Yes. He replied nonchalantly. He's a friend of mine. Su Moon-yun rubbed her chin. It was a bit complicated, but the Dong family officially requested this mission. It was a personal request from Jongsura. It was the first time Gwang-ik heard about this. We take personal requests? Moon-yun turned to him. You know most of the first team's missions are protecting high-ranking officials, right? Gwang-ik, being naive, didn't know this question hit a sore spot for Moon-yun. What about manager Kim Dong-ahungbong's team? Moon-yun bit her lip and looked away. You want to work with him? Well, he gets the job done, but I don't want to see his face at all. Moon-yun hated that manager to the core. That bastard, I mean, I'm not very familiar with Kim Dong-ahungbong's management team. Gwang-ik joined in badmouthing Jungbong. You can call him a bastard. Finding common ground, Su Moon-yun felt much more relaxed. You can also call it the bastard management team. This was also one of his ways of winning people over. The best way to get close to someone is to badmouth a common enemy. Jungbong looked stern. Who is your father? Nam Jae-in explained. My father is a cold-blooded pureblood. He doesn't acknowledge the bloodline. But that's not the information he needs. He didn't ask about his father. Myungdi took a sip of tea. Then who? Gwang-ik? Remembering the skills Gwang-ik had demonstrated, Kim Dong-ahungbong was certain that he had used tracking on him today. That skill had to have been taught by someone. That made Kim Dong-ahungbong even more curious. So, who is Gwang-ik's father? Nam Jae-in bluntly replied that he didn't know. He set his teacup down, admitting, even I don't know everything. The minister says he's not a spy, a terrorist, or a believer. The only thing Nam Jae-in knew about Gwang-ik was that he didn't have the details, but he was certain the kid was incredibly skilled, an immortal with hybrid blood, a genius among geniuses. A subordinate walked in. Sir, we have a problem. He looked surprised. What is it? The man held out a tablet. Please, watch this. It was a video of a man, with two masked figures behind him guarding two children. I dedicated my entire life to this government lab. I poured all my effort into this research, but now all I get in return is the label of a traitor. This man wanted a formal apology from the South Korean government. With this video, I demand the South Korean government confess its sins. Only then will I spare these two. They tried everything possible, but it was futile. They blocked the video immediately, but it had already spread everywhere. Nam Jae-in stood up, looking troubled. Kim Dong-ahungbong turned and walked out. Is that Gwang-ik's mission? Have you sent it to him yet? Nam Jae-in rubbed his head wearily. I told you, I don't know everything. Send in reinforcements. He knows what to do. Team 3 will deploy. Kim Dong-ahungbong closed the door and left. Strange. This wasn't something a rookie could handle. But why wasn't he worried? The helicopter flew over the sea. Mun insisted it was a fake. Gwang-ik didn't understand for a moment. Yeah, that's based on his analysis. According to the analysis team, 90% of what the perpetrator said was fake. Muzun held up the tablet. We couldn't identify any government scientist capable of doing this, so nothing the perpetrator said is true. Gwang-ik wondered, what's in there then? Looking at the situation, he could probably guess for himself. A scientist daring to challenge the government like this wasn't doing it for money, nor did it look like someone was trying to break him out. He had another motive. He wanted an apology from the government. He wanted to destroy the public's faith in the government. Mun felt they should treat this as an act of terrorism. Gwang-ik agreed with that assessment. Exactly. Only a terrorist organization could pull this off. It reminded him of a certain group of lunatics. Gwang-ik looked out the window. Maybe it's Prometheus. The government destroyed them, and this time they're definitely trying to get revenge by uniting anti-government organizations. Eyes and ears were already watching from below. The front was guarded by an armed squad. The place they were headed to was the Otherworld Geological Research Facility. According to surveillance, there were about 40 people. The captain started assigning roles. We'll split into 2 teams, one will stay outside, and one will infiltrate. The outer team will gather at the parking lot. Gwang-ik prepared his weapons. The infiltration team will jump from the helicopter and go through the roof. We're heading straight for the target. He suddenly looked at Sura with surprise. She couldn't even say a proper word. Don't look at me, you abnormal mongrel. This surprised him. She noticed? He had only glanced at her for a second. Deep down, Gwang-ik found it hard to believe. Her senses were sharp. How could she do that? Even Kinam couldn't do it unless he was really focused. He looked down at her lips moving. How could I not look? You look so worried. The helicopter was almost there. We're approaching the target. The door opened. All right, ropes are down. Sura, go first. Kinam looked at Gwang-ik. Aren't you going? He turned around. The rope will snap. I'll go last. Kinam, you go next. All right, I'm going. Being a shapeshifter, he was heavier than he looked. Before dropping the line, Gwang-ik gave Dong Kinam a thumbs up. I'll be back. He rappelled down. Something was glowing below. A fire was raging. Both Muzun and Sura were in hiding. While Gwang-ik was still in the air, something flew toward him, a battle axe. Luckily, Gwang-ik reacted in time and drew his sword. Sparks flew in front of his face, reminding him that the fire was burning very close to the helicopter. Damn it! Gwang-ik used the force to swing the rope, pushing a bit harder. Just as Gwang-ik was near the ground, he let go of the rope. Dong Kinam shouted from above. See you at the hospital! Gwang-ik stood on the broken wall. A gun barrel pointed at his head without a sound. The guy from the organization had quickly caught Gwang-ik's scent. You're better off dying. A shot rang out, but the person had vanished. A streak of light flashed past the guy, leaving him stunned. Gwang-ik flipped the situation and counterattacked, though his left leg was trembling. When he landed, his left tibia had already fractured. He heard a familiar tone. What's wrong with that bastard? Gwang-ik acted like he met a teammate and waved. Hey, how's everyone doing? They were 2 guys from the organization, not his team. Wait, you. Looking at his face, he resembled someone. The 2 guys raised their guns. I knew it. He's from the Special Immortal Force. Kill him. Gwang-ik immediately recognized those bastards were from Prometheus. Sura was flustered. Captain, what now? Mun had no choice but to sacrifice the hostages. If they didn't get inside within 5 minutes, they would have to abandon them. But Gwang-ik didn't want to. That's not my style. Sura was determined not to give up under any circumstances. The 2 snipers above shouted at each other. What are you doing? Shoot them! He quickly dodged behind a machine crate to avoid the gunfire. Giving up isn't in my dictionary. Sura peeked out to check the situation. That's a cliché. Gwang-ik stood up with his gun. You buy time with the captain. I'm going to rescue the hostages. Sura didn't seem to believe him. What? How? Gwang-ik raised his gun. My father loved this saying. I walk my own path, and that path is the truth. Sura couldn't stop him in time. Hey, wait! The single shot had immense destructive power. Gwang-ik didn't shoot at the 2 snipers but fired at the ground to create a blast. If there's no path to walk on, I'll just clear my own way. Sura wanted to tell Gwang-ik one thing. There's something I need to tell you before you go in there. He turned back. What is it? Among the hostages, she had a favor to ask. My daughter is there. Please bring her back to me in one piece. When the 2 snipers arrived, there was no one there, just that massive hole. What the? How is there a hole here? Suddenly, Sura flew out to attack them. Bullets rained down, but she dodged them. Kill the survivors! Su Mun-yun also stayed behind to fight with her. I can't let myself be left behind. I live up to the name of the Oracle. Su Mun-yun used a poison needle on a guy's neck. You guys aren't the only ones who know how to use poison. A whole group came out. Is ambushing your specialty, you brats? There were so many of them. The captain ordered them to surround them. It's our turn now. Gwang-ik, just hope you save the hostages quickly. Do Gwang-ik, we can't hold out long. 20 minutes at most. The hole was in the roof. Gwang-ik massaged his leg. He had taken a pill right after coming down here. Blue sparks of electricity ran along his legs. The official name for it was HCS3. It promotes rapid regeneration. It's the same type of medicine he used when he severed the blue-skinned mutant's finger. He took another type of medicine, but HCS3 would also dull his senses. So, he would take it with another pill. Gwang-ik closed his eyes. This one was called Alpha Blunt, or simply Snowflake. He would use this to offset the side effects of the HCS. He could see clearly through the floor below. The girl was on the 3rd floor. Gwang-ik took off. He leapt over the lockers without being detected. He reached the door in no time. Gwang-ik kicked it open. The group inside panicked when they saw him appear. What the? How did you get in here? Get any closer and we'll kill the hostages. You should just behave. Gwang-ik fired, precisely taking one of them down. The bald guy raised his knife, intending to strike the child. You damn lunatic. Gwang-ik didn't rush forward. He just opened fire. The bullet struck the bald man right in the head. The child trembled in fear. He walked over to the two of them and removed the hood covering their heads. Don't be afraid. I'm with the Special Immortal Force. Gwang-ik met an acquaintance. Weren't you at the same training facility as me? She reminded him. Yeah. Watch out behind you. A mutant and a gunman entered. You bastard, who are you? Gwang-ik raised his gun. Don't worry. The impact of this gun is unimaginable. I hope he wanted to be cremated after death. She pursed her lips, feeling nauseous. The little girl had already vomited right there. Gwang-ik walked over. Are you okay? The girl looked distressed. How could I be okay? He thought to himself, noting her harsh attitude. The three of them headed outside. There was a massive force on the first floor. The exit must be blocked. I bet the researchers are down there too. You should be careful. Gwang-ik guessed why she seemed to know about this place. She must have been monitoring the situation while being held captive. Gwang-ik had a plan. They wouldn't go through the first floor. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. What? Then how are we getting out? Gwang-ik raised his gun and headed up. The group up there looked like they had been bitten by zombies. Move. That one's mine. There are 3 of them. Where's the third one? I don't know where it's hiding, but I'm going to kill it myself. Su Mun-yun's arm was injured. She hid behind an air conditioner. Her opponent was an original mutant who had also received proper combat training. She couldn't hold out much longer. If they kept resisting, the whole team would get hurt. Was it time to give up? He heard, "Hostages secured." He raised his voice. What? Gwang-ik didn't make promises, but he had brought both of them back safely. Why act so surprised? I told you I'd get them out, didn't I? Yun ran over, and Sura shouted loudly. Yun, the mutant, bared his teeth. You stupid brat. The mutant's claws extended. If he interfered, that monster would be cut in two. Gwang-ik slashed with his knife. Not today. He looked over at Su Mun-yun. Let's go, Captain. All right, follow the wall, and let's go down. Sura was overjoyed. This time, she was truly grateful to Gwang-ik. I'll show my gratitude later, but thank you so much. I owe you one. Cables were lowered. He felt very awkward. Could you not do that? Just act normally. While they were climbing down, Gwang-ik wondered, how old are you? Sura carried Yun on her back as they climbed down. 28. He was curious. When did you have a kid? She replied, when I was 18. Gwang-ik looked over at Yun with surprise. You're 10 years old? Little kid, little kid. The boy looked annoyed. I have a proper name. It's Punyunun. They reached the ground. Gwang-ik went first. Then I should call you Big Sister. Sura was still carrying Yun. You can consider yourself my little brother if you want. He refused. No thanks. You're 7 years older than me. Something made Gwang-ik shudder. They turned around in horror. Damn it, it's him. A tall, bulky man approached. Busy, are you? The bald man with tattoos cracked his knuckles. Got a minute to talk? Budu let out a sinister laugh. You like being busy? I actually like talking. You know? Gwang-ik stood still before the man's threat and smiled as he replied. I know who you are. You're the lumberjack, right? The man's iron-like arms flexed, veins bulging. You little brat, you said it. He bared his teeth, revealing sharp fangs, accompanied by a powerful aura that overwhelmed everyone around him. Budu suddenly transformed into a massive blood wolf. His golden eyes were cold. He gripped a gleaming iron axe and roared, I'm the one who chops people, you bastard. The man-chopping lumberjack, Budu. He was a member of the terrorist organization Prometheus. He was a purebred werewolf. He excelled at close-quarters combat, and his special ability was his wolf howl. It was a skill that left his opponents frozen in terror, allowing him to decapitate them in the blink of an eye. This was why they called him the man-chopping lumberjack. Budu was a bit surprised when Gwang-ik stood in front of him. Trying to stop me? Listen, kid, if you don't have skills as superior as Kim Dong-ahungbong's, you'll be dead in a heartbeat. Gwang-ik smiled calmly. And what if I'm as good as him? The man snapped. Don't you dare talk big, you brat. I'll chop you into 100 pieces and feed you to the grinder. With that, he charged at him with his sharp axe. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Duck! At the same time, the blade of Budu's axe flashed with a pale blue metallic light, startling him. That light came from Park Pil-ho's side. The two of them were supporting Gwang-ik. They couldn't let the rookie die. Sorry, but I can't help much more than this. Gwang-ik closed his eyes and thought to himself. Honestly, I planned to fight him for a second and then run, because how could I possibly have a chance against someone like him? He suddenly opened his eyes, carrying an icy gaze. However, killing him was a different story. Facing Budu's rage, he didn't flinch or show fear. Now I need mobility and precise judgment to counter his finishing move. I need to open the gate of senses that the old man in charge of the team told me about earlier. Gwang-ik recalled the sense-switching hardening, which allowed one sense to control the rest. Finally, he pinpointed the location, suppressing all 5 senses to expand into a 6th sense. This would awaken his super senses. Across from him, Budu was acting very aggressively. He threw his iron axe toward him. He was still lost in thought, trying to predict his opponent's movements. An axe flew past him at lightning speed, grazing his arm and drawing blood instantly. Yet, the axe blade kept flying straight toward the person standing behind him. The gray-haired girl panicked at the sight. However, Gwang-ik arrived just in time to block that lethal blow for her. The iron axe slammed hard against his defensive shield. Ultimately, due to the intense heat and force of the impact, his shield shattered. Gwang-ik hurriedly scooped the girl up and dashed out of the blast zone. He asked her with concern, "Are you okay?" She shook her head. "This is nothing." The golden eyes of Bu, filled with malice, radiated a sense of twisted excitement. He stepped closer. "Ah, so you're the one who took an arm from my disciple. Your skills must be top tier to have managed that." Gwang-ik brushed the dust off his shoulder and smiled defiantly. "So, why don't you try taking my arm too then?" Park Pil-ho glared at him. "Why are you provoking him?" Gwang-ik replied, "It's not provocation. It's just us trying some close-quarters combat." Immediately, Bu lunged toward him. Gwang-ik slowly drew the weapon from his back. As he raised it to parry the axe, he began formulating a strategy in his head. "I need to use my shifter abilities to go head-to-head with him, but I can't use them right now." Just then, he quickly dodged Bu's attack. "I'll use his own power against him." Bu gritted his teeth and snarled, "You little brat, are you a disciple of Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong?" At that same moment, the silver-haired girl raised her gun and fired at him. Bullets flew like rain. Bu blocked them with his iron axe, sending them ricocheting away. He roared, "You don't stand a chance." Gwang-ik suddenly ambushed him from behind. "I agree. You don't stand a chance." But with the sharp instincts of a beast, his sneak attack was completely useless. Bu swung his axe to intercept the incoming blade, and with one swift strike, shattered the sword into pieces. For a moment, Gwang-ik was stunned and panicked. Bu didn't give him any time to recover. He slammed his iron axe hard into the ground. "Now you don't have a sword to use anymore, do you?" Bu glared at him, then abruptly shifted the path of his axe, launching a surprise attack. At that exact moment, a shield materialized to block the lethal blow. The ear-splitting clang of weapons resonated. Gwang-ik was sent flying back a long distance. He knelt on one leg, staring at the bloodstains on the ground, lost in thought. "If it weren't for the galaxy shield, I would have been done for." Bu's deep, gravelly voice echoed. "Is that all you've got? If that's it, I could play with you all week." He clutched his wound and stood up, his face showing no sign of fear or hesitation. "Stop talking nonsense. You'd better finish this quickly." Gwang-ik smirked and added, "Because that man, Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong, whom you fear so much, will be here in half an hour." Bu seemed provoked by his attitude and words. Rage surged within him, accompanied by a fierce, beast-like roar. Park Pil-ho panicked at the sight. Rage, a weapon that amplifies the emotions that shifters love. "This is exactly why I've been provoking him this whole time." The sound of the bell rang out, stopping everyone in their tracks. It was the ultimate weapon of the shifters, capable of instilling fear even in the invaders. Park Pil-ho and the silver-haired girl both trembled before the power of this rage. The iron axe swung rapidly, using a skill that paralyzed others with just a single sound. If the bloodlust of a beast could break the balance of a fight by inducing fear, this bell sound rendered people completely frozen. Gwang-ik smiled faintly. "I've been waiting for you to use that skill. If I can handle my mother's bloodlust, what's a little bell to me?" The cold blade of the axe swiped through the air, seemingly inches from his throat. But before it could even touch him, Gwang-ik had already nimbly dodged it. In that split second, before anyone could even track his movement, the muzzle of his gun was aimed directly at Bu. Bu was stunned, his eyes wide open, as a deafening blast followed immediately. Park Pil-ho was so shocked his jaw dropped, and the silver-haired girl looked just as bewildered. Gwang-ik sat on the ground, giving a thumbs up with the smug smile of a victor. A short while later, as the silver-haired girl was bandaging his wounds, a call echoed from afar, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "Gwang-ik." He turned his head to look at the group approaching. "You're here?" Dong-a looked at the bloody corpse and asked in surprise, "Is that Bu? Did you do this?" Someone else chimed in. "Yeah. Are you here too?" The team manager, Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong, stepped forward and asked, "Is he definitely dead?" Dong-a replied, "Yes, he's dead." He asked the silver-haired girl, "What happened?" She answered, "Bu's bell paralyzed all of us, except for Gwang-ik." Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong chuckled. "Pack your things, we're heading back. Manager Park Pil-ho, I'll need an explanation from you when we return." And just like that, we resolved everything. We even caught the member of the research team who uploaded that video. To be precise, he was a mad scientist. Apparently, in exchange for making the video, he was promised the chance to experiment on unawakened immortals. During the flight back, Gwang-ik was bombarded with questions. He insisted he wasn't a regressor. Lee Dong-hoon looked at him with a weary expression. Did some master swordsman take over your body or something? Conversely, Dong-ah smiled and said, You did well. Do you want something to eat? He thought to himself. The deputy team manager always reacts like that. And Dong-ah is just happy that I killed a core member of Prometheus. Afterward, Sura brought Union over to thank him. She held his hand with sincere gratitude. Thank you, I'll pay you back. The kid next to her was even more earnest, bowing a full 90 degrees. Thank you. Gwang-ik took note of it. Sura promised to repay him 10 times over. Inside the plane, Park Pil-ho approached and suggested, You'll help us next time too, right? You could even transfer to my team if you wanted. Gwang-ik was surprised and replied, What? You want a piece of me again this time? Even the team manager, Park Pil-ho, invited me to his team. Just like that, I became a rookie who killed a high-ranking member of Prometheus, a man who was both a first-class criminal and a terrorist. Back at the office, there was a buzz of news lately. Everyone was talking about one single topic. Hey, did you see the announcement? Gwang-ik got promoted to deputy team manager. He killed Nobudu during the last mission. That guy was a high-ranking member of Prometheus, you know. Is that even for real? There's no way he killed him on his own. He must have just gotten lucky. Nobudu isn't someone you can just accidentally kill. Ho Nam sat with one foot propped up on his desk, took a sip of coffee he'd bought from the shop, and muttered with a smile, Deputy team manager, huh? That was pretty fast. On the contrary, the young blonde-haired man was feeling very confused and anxious about this news. I only got promoted to level 2 a few days ago, team leader. Should I just give up? In the meeting room, a clear, resonant voice came from Mong Jin. He smiled and said, Greetings to all the staff of Warem. It is true that a member of the Immortal Special Task Force killed Nobudu. However, I cannot disclose who that person is. Therefore, even if you happen to know who it is, do not speak of it, he continued. Instead, please refer to this agent by the code name we have assigned to people like them. The agent's nickname is On the Other Side. Du Guangyi stormed into the office, his energy burning hot. The veins on his forehead were pulsing clearly. He didn't even care, swinging his fist right at Li Jungbong. It's you, isn't it? The other guy retaliated with a kick directed at him, replying, Why are you taking your anger out on me? The pointless scuffle played out in front of everyone, but not a soul cared. And just like that, the peaceful days of the 3rd security team had returned. Park Pil-ho stood before him and began to report. I don't think we have any other choice. He tried to stay calm despite the violent slam on the table. He lowered his head, wanting to maintain their relationship, just as Nam Jae-in appeared. He was caught off guard by the man's previous action. Yes, sir. The man's face darkened. Tae-won crushed the marbles on his desk. It's fine. You can go now, he asked cautiously. Have you given up, sir? He turned his face away. Not at all. I can't do that. There's an easier way right in front of us. You can leave now. Park Pil-ho could only reply pitifully. Yes. Once he had left, the man pulled out his phone and began to call someone. He's too talented. There's no way Nam Jae-in would ever let him go. I just need to get him out of Nam Jae-in's sphere of influence. The person on the other end picked up. It's Park Pil-ho. Kang Tuan also greeted him politely. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's Kang Tuan. The man closed his eyes tightly and asked, Ah, yes. What do you need? Tae-won stepped outside, gazing at the city police. I need a favor. Find someone for me. The person on the other end asked, Who? He replied, Assistant Director Du Guangyi. The person on the other end just let out a sigh, causing his expression to shift. We can't. We've been ordered not to get involved with him. He asked back. What? Who gave that order? Park Pil-ho glanced at the person sitting next to him before answering over the phone. My superiors, of course. Tuan began to press with questions. I mean, which superiors? Park Pil-ho countered. Do you really want to know? Seeming to sense something unusual, he became guarded. No. He stood holding the phone, but fell into a dead silence. Gritting his teeth, Tae-won looked into the distance, eyes full of bitterness. Du Guangyi. Who are you? Really? Who's backing you? Tae-won was highly annoyed. Has the Minister of Interior Security already made a move? The minister lifted his hot cup of coffee, sipping it bit by bit. That's enough, right? I kept my promise. His question made Yoon-ho pause to listen. But what's with your son? Yoon-ho calmly replied. It's nothing. He's just my son. The minister chatted lightly. I heard he killed Nobudu. How long has he been awakened? Yoon-ho calmly lifted his glass. Nearly 2 years. Both men were stunned. What? Nearly 2 years? Though he appeared calm on the outside, As a father, he was also very worried. Actually, I'm shocked too. At first, I never thought he'd do this kind of work. He knew he was an up-and-coming rookie in the Special Immortal Force, but he began to recall some things. Even the time he had severed his own arm against a pure-blood shapeshifter, and the time he stood before Pitt and took down an S-class, wanted criminal. The minister complimented Yun-ho. You raised him well. But his face only flashed with a hint of sadness, showing no sign of joy. True enough, the reason for that expression was simply the anxieties that every parent like him faces. I'm very proud, but also very worried. To say I'm not worried would be a lie, so please, don't go anywhere too dangerous. Returning home while Seon-hee was cooking, Yun-ho was still restless. Honey, we raised him well, right? She smiled at him. Of course, he's our son. Deep down, she was actually quite conflicted. I want to tell him he's a shapeshifter, but will he be able to handle it? On his side, he was also extremely distressed. She doesn't even know her son is an immortal. I want to tell her, but will she understand? But then, he tried to brush it aside and went back to helping her finish preparing the meal. No, not now. Let's do it later. Yun-ho turned back and flashed a smile. I just want him to be healthy. She looked back at her husband. Geez, he's grown up now. There will come a time when he has to leave our embrace. He laughed loudly. You're right. I worry too much about him. Kang Seon-hee felt terrible about keeping this secret alone. Du Gwang-ik felt the same way. At the company, an excited voice rang out. Good morning! Lee Dong-hoon looked at Gwang-ik and asked, something good happen? He happily replied to his colleague, I'm always happy. As if realizing something, the guy asked him, you got a bonus, didn't you? Gwang-ik was surprised. How did he figure it out so fast? Right. The reason I'm so happy is that I received a large sum of money. The World Government Association also handles international wanted criminals, and the OFX offered 6,864,000,000 won for Nobudu. However, Nobudu didn't just harm the government. Excuracy also placed a bounty because I belong to the Special Immortal Force, and since I received help, this reward will be split evenly. He turned away. I didn't do it all by myself, so you all should receive this money. Manager Park Pil-ho refused. Min Nam waved his hand, feeling uneasy. You saved my life. I'm not taking it. She also refused the money and said he was her lifesaver. Thanks to that, all the reward money belonged to him. My bank account, 421,894,000 won received. 421 million in just one night. He was rich. Gwang-ik whistled happily while holding his phone. The world was truly beautiful. His bank balance was even more beautiful. He used his phone to order fried chicken, then sent it to the company group chat. Exploration team, Gwang-ik is buying. Love you guys. You're the best. He even bought fried chicken for his colleagues. Contrasting that joy, Lee Jung-bong asked irritably, You're happy? He responded brightly. Isn't life beautiful? Lee Jung-bong said uncomfortably, trying to shock him. Beautiful, my foot. The phone rang, and Gwang-ik picked it up lightly. Yes? Hello. This is Assistant Director Gwang-ik. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just heard something terrifying. I'm sorry, who is this? At a villa, Gwang-ik and Sura were walking in together. He followed behind her, heart full of suspicion. Sura. Suddenly, she appeared and told him the head of the clan wanted to meet him. Did I bully Donkey Nam too much? She stood outside and called in. We're here. The person inside approved. Come in. The head of the clan welcomed him very warmly. Come in. You are Du Gwang-ik, right? Your immortal bloodline is fainter than I thought. He sat down on the chair respectfully. I heard the quality of the oysters today is very good, so I prepared some. The man asked, Can you drink? He replied politely. Yes, I can drink a little. As he poured the golden wine, he asked, Can you drink? Du Gwang-ik politely replied, Yes, I can drink a little. As he poured the golden wine, he chatted away. You saved Sura's daughter, right? Well done. Du Gwang-ik covered his mouth and downed the glass in one go. It was the right thing to do. The patriarch asked him, Tastes good, doesn't it? Du Gwang-ik got straight to the point. Yes, but I'm sure you didn't call me here just to drink, shall we? Why did you call me here? The man's face grew somber. Haha, you must be very curious, right? This is the first time I've called you here, and now that I've treated you to a drink, I will be direct. He spoke with a truly serious demeanor. I need you to give me a child. Du Gwang-ik asked, confused. Excuse me? But perhaps he wasn't joking. It was the truth. Tell me who you want, and I will set it up for you. If not, just donating your sperm will suffice. Only now did Du Gwang-ik start to feel that something was strange. Wait, the patriarch repeated. I am asking you to give me a child. What about Sura? He looked at him, bewildered. Are you proposing that I get married? The man explained. No, It's not like that. I only need your sperm. I know that the bloodlines of mutants cannot be passed down, but you are a special case. The man's expression turned sinister. Besides, it's good for your sex life, isn't it? If there is anything you want, I can make it happen for you. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. What do you think? Gwang-ik asked. Are you serious? The patriarch began to offer flashy things to bribe him. If you want, I can find you a position in the government, or give you enough money to buy an entire building. But Gwang-ik only gritted his teeth in contempt. What the hell is this? The man was annoyed. What? It seemed that his despicable words had angered Gwang-ik. He slammed his hand onto the banquet table. He stood up, looked the man straight in the eye, and asked loudly, Aren't you the patriarch? Do you think the women in your family are just for breeding? The bodyguard standing next to him warned, Watch your mouth. You are speaking to the patriarch. But Gwang-ik wasn't afraid and retorted directly, I am watching my mouth. Otherwise, I would have broken his head off already. With that, he turned and left, saying, I will pay for my meal so as not to violate any anti-corruption laws. Don't think about calling me here ever again. The patriarch laughed heartily, while the person next to him asked, What should we do, sir? He replied, his eyes turning cold and cruel. Leave him be. He is still young. At that age, who doesn't act like that? They are still naive, not yet tainted by society. Just leave it for now. Gwang-ik stepped out of that room with a resolute stride. Eventually, he would be swept into the whirlpool of society. The bodyguard standing outside glared at him menacingly. He will come to see us when the time is right. He said to her, Keep a close eye on him. Sura. From now on, you can try to seduce him. She listened with a heavy heart. I understand. Honam looked at Gwang-ik. That's enough. Killing everyone here won't change anything. Gwang-ik turned back and asked with a smile, What do you mean? A piece of scum looked at him and scolded. A half-breed birds of a feather flock together, huh? But before the man could do anything, Gwang-ik kicked him so hard he couldn't lift his head. The feeling of beating up a pure-blood supremacist felt great. The man screamed, Gwang-ik, stop! You're only making things worse! Having said that, Gwang-ik showed his swollen face. This is just self-defense, you know. Don't you see my face? The two of them asked. You're not going to do this to the patriarch, right? Gwang-ik replied clearly. Of course not. I'm an adult too. I know what can't be solved with violence. The two asked again to be sure. Really? Then, Honam brushed past him. Good. If you had harmed the patriarch, the security team would have intervened. Gwang-ik looked serious. This is a warning. Honam left, but muttered under his breath, What a weird bastard. Even so, Gwang-ik still heard him. I don't think you're in a position to call me that. He recalled what just happened. Even so, what that guard said earlier about birds of a feather. Are those two being used by the family? Gwang-ik started to get angry as he pondered everything. Is the patriarch the only problem? No. All special people have a bit of madness in them. Unless the world completely changes, there will certainly be more psychos like him. This damn world, I really want to fix it. Just then, at the Warren Telecommunications office, Lee Dong-hoon brushed off his hands. All the settings were complete. Someone walked over, they would be here soon. Gwang-ik was excited. That person? Who is it? Lee Dong-hoon turned around. Oh, it's just the new employee. You're about to have a subordinate. Gwang-ik seemed very expectant. Thinking of the new employee, he imagined Kim Dong-ahungbong's face. Gwang-ik thought of something no one else would dare. So, can I say DM right in front of that new employee? Lee Dong-hoon, even after working with him for a long time, couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Kim Dong-ahungbong questioned. Did you say that just to target me? Gwang-ik pushed his chair back. Not at all. Kim Dong-ahungbong felt annoyed. What a talkative guy. Lee Dong-hoon went over to Gwang-ik. We are about to welcome someone special. I heard that person is a mage. He looked up. I didn't know we were hiring mages. Lee Dong-hoon explained. That is why I said it's special. For now, that person requested to join Team 3. It seems there is someone here that they have worked with before. Their new employee was Kang Hee-min. Hello, I am Kang Hee-min. Gwang-ik was shocked. Kang Hee-min? What? Why are you here? Hee-min walked over to everyone. Are you so happy to see me that you can't even speak? Lee Dong-hoon stood in the middle, looking naive. Do you two know each other? Hee-min made it sound romantic. We have a promise for the future. Gwang-ik denied it. She's just my neighbor. Hee-min smiled and bowed to the seniors in the company. It's a pleasure to meet you all. In Gwang-ik's eyes, however, it looked different. She was really good at keeping up that fake attitude. A colleague walked up. Interesting. Is she your girlfriend? She teased. So that's why you turned down my date last time. Gwang-ik wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. That's not it. Kim Dong-ahungbong was also enjoying the gossip. She's your neighbor, and you didn't know she was being hired? Gwang-ik replied bluntly. I didn't. He kept this thought to himself. I didn't even know she was a mage. A little bit about Heemin. Kang Heemin, currently 20 years old, is my neighbor. She is a woman, and she is someone who failed all of her graduation exams. That's the Kang Heemin I've known up until yesterday, he thought. Kang Heemin explained. I didn't intend to deceive you. I was going to tell you everything after we got married. Gwang-ik felt a headache coming on. This wasn't the time for jokes. Heemin claimed she was born this way. Besides, I've known about magic since I was 8, she added. I just didn't want to attract too much attention. As she finished her story, Gwang-ik wasn't so sure. Are you sure about that? He asked. Everyone in the district knows about you. Heemin then revealed something shocking. You didn't tell me you were immortal either, she countered. Gwang-ik was stunned. How did you know about that? How, you ask? She moved closer to him. Immortals get hunted by mages, and shapeshifters get hunted by superhumans. Have you never heard that before? Gwang-ik had heard of it. Superhumans, immortals, shapeshifters, mages, she was referring to the 4 special species. A unique trait of mages is that immortals are weakened when facing them. Meanwhile, the skills possessed by superhumans make it easy for them to catch shapeshifters. In other words, they can suppress one another. But, of course, that doesn't apply to every case. Even if you have the ability to suppress someone, it doesn't mean you have a 100% chance of winning. There is no perfect form of suppression. Gwang-ik stood straight, avoiding Heemin. What does that have to do with anything? She smirked. You can't hide the fact that you're a special species from someone who practices magic, especially when you're an immortal. She turned to leave. You aren't going to be mad just because I didn't tell you that, right? Gwang-ik acted indifferent. Why would I be mad? He wondered, is there something else you don't know? Like how I'm hiding the fact that I'm a hybrid of an immortal and a shapeshifter. He pushed that thought aside. Fine. I get that you're a mage, but how did you even get hired here? Heemin winked. I'll tell you in the meeting room. Gwang-ik sighed. Fine, let's go. Heemin stood confidently before everyone. Before I introduce myself, I think I should talk about the Mages Alliance. There are currently 4 alliances for special species in the world. The Illuminati in Europe, V in Russia, Galaxy in the US, and Circle in Asia. Heemin explained, but not all mages belong to the Mages Alliance. I'm a natural-born mage, so I'm not part of the alliance. The reason I'm here is that you could call this an infiltration mission. Everyone was a bit surprised. An infiltration mission? It was exactly what Gwang-ik had expected. I knew there had to be a special reason she was here. A hand slammed onto the table. Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong spoke up. Let me simplify the problem. How did the enemy know about the escape route that Director Mon used? Someone turned to look at a spy. Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong thought the same. Exactly. There must be a spy in the company, and we have to find them. Gwang-ik asked. Why do we have to do that? Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong explained. One of the people from the Immortal Creed belongs to Team 2, so they are considered compromised. Gwang-ik was serious. The most important information is that Spy knows how to use magic, and the only person who could possibly know how to use magic and be immortal is Honam. Heemin stated her purpose for coming here. I came here to catch that spy. I just pretended to get hired to make it easier to go undercover. Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong looked out. And I see you're trying to show that mages and the government are working together, just as he thought. That's right. Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong stood up to leave. Then let's end the meeting here. She will report to us when she finds the person who can use magic, and we will interrogate them before we catch them. Lee Dong-hoon looked at Gwang-ik. Actually, since she is your subordinate, it's your job to guide her. He listened. All right. Heemin seemed to watch a lot of office romance dramas. I'm getting a little worried. If I have to work too hard, you have to bring me food so we can eat together. Gwang-ik turned away. Why would I do that? Lee Dong-hoon scratched his head. I'm glad you two are close. Heemin didn't miss any chance to flirt with Gwang-ik. Thanks, Assistant Director. We look like a good couple, don't we? He tried to pull his arm away from Heemin. We aren't close. She's just my neighbor. Even if it was just for cover, Kang Heemin had been assigned to Security Team 3, so he had to teach her some basic tasks. Gwang-ik was tired of training her. If you click here, it will be the local network, and you'll have to monitor the information here every day. Heemin turned toward him again. Assistant Director, do you have any plans today? Even though Kim Dong-ah didn't answer, Heemin was enthusiastic. If not, would you like to have dinner together? My brother is coming too. Assistant Director Jaka spoke up to remind them. Not your brother. Heemin was embarrassed. Right. Kim Dong-a-Hung-bong turned over. What about me? Heemin improvised. We can have lunch together tomorrow. Heemin stuck her tongue out to tease Gwang-ik. He frowned. You're too much. Cut it out. Everyone laughed. After that, the 3 of us had dinner together. The next day, She went to lunch with Assistant Director Panda again and gathered us for an immediate meeting. At the meeting, Gwang-ik felt very dissatisfied. A new employee calling for an emergency meeting? What kind of crazy world is this? Heemin organized the documents. All 4 of you are in the clear. Gwang-ik questioned. In the clear? Were you testing us? I was just doing my job. Sorry for not telling you. I already discussed this with the team manager. The conclusion is that none of you are the mole. Gwang-ik felt she wasn't acting like her usual self. What is this? She wasn't behaving normally. Looking at her now, he felt strange. But why is my heart beating so fast? He blushed involuntarily. Did I just admit that she's a real woman? No way. I must be going crazy. Kim Dong-a-hung-bong launched the mission. We're starting the operation now. She will track the traces of the spells, and we will find the people those traces lead to. Kim Dong-a-hung-bong named the mission. The name of this operation will be Daster, and I won't hear any complaints about the name. Gwang-ik thought to himself, I have to stop this guy from naming any more missions. So Yun stood trembling, looking inside. Jungbong turned around. What? She walked over cautiously. Hello. She gathered all her courage to introduce herself. New employee, Jo Soon. I'm here to deliver a summons. Gwang-ik was puzzled. A summons? Who is calling Kang Hee-min? The CEO wants to see her. Nam Jae-in had a headache, and deep down, he really wanted to know who it was. Who? His eyes were thoughtful. Who? He couldn't understand it. He wanted to overthrow the Warem group. Our team is the best among the special immortal forces. Looking at their actions, I'd bet they thought we'd just turn a blind eye. They're underestimating me. You should say something. I've already secretly made up my mind to use every connection I have to take out the bastard trying to take us down. Kang Hee-min walked in. Are you looking for me? She asked. Looking around the office, Kang Hee-min couldn't help but exclaim, this place is really nice. He was delighted to see her and said, it's great to meet you. Is everything going well? She began to report what she knew to him. Yes, I've narrowed it down to a few people. The rest is just reporting the magical traces to the team. After hearing this, Nam Jae-in encouraged her, I trust you. Let me know if you need any help. She agreed and asked, sure, is there anything else you need? Nam Jae-in thought to himself. She said she has a connection with Gwang-ik. If there's a chance, I have to take advantage of it. After calculating, he said, I'm the one who told you to go to Warem, so I think we should meet in person. He slowly approached and quietly called out to Assistant Director Park. The man turned around when he heard his voice. He stepped closer and asked, I didn't expect to see you here. Aren't you going back? The man looked at him, slightly stunned, and said quietly, Assistant Director Du, why are you still waving and greeting me with a smile? Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. What do you mean? I just saw you, so I said hello. It's such a coincidence meeting here. Would you like to grab dinner? The man hurriedly refused. No, thank you. I didn't think I'd be rejected so bluntly. Why not? The man immediately stated his reason for refusing. I can smell the fame on you, and that fame doesn't suit me. Hearing that, he was stunned and stammered. What? He immediately laughed and asked playfully. So, you know I'm famous? Would you like to go for a walk? The weather is so nice. The man held his hands up in front of his chest to protest, still looking bewildered as he asked why. Me? Why? Inside, he was beaming with joy. I knew it was weird. There's no reason for us to take a walk together. Outwardly, he tried to persuade him. I just want to talk, but I need to stall for time. Kang Hee-min approached from behind and interrupted. What are you doing? Let's go. That was the signal. He quickly turned back. Right. Then he quickly took down the man in glasses in the blink of an eye. The signal to take the person in front down immediately. If he's a spy, he'll have an ace up his sleeve. The man quickly collapsed to the ground. Kang Hee-min saw this and warned him with some surprise. I told you to arrest him, not kill him. He was left dumbfounded. The man was foaming at the mouth and couldn't wake up. Kang Hee-min felt something was a bit off. That's strange. Hearing her say that, he instinctively asked back, what? Kang Hee-min knelt down and started using her abilities to check. He stood behind, arms crossed, and started to judge. Did we grab the wrong person? I'm not sure. Usually, this is a case where you're a victim of magic, not the perpetrator. Hearing her say that, he seemed sure. So we got the wrong person? Do you know how much we risk? The 3 of them gradually faded from public view, but their words still remained. It's okay. I've put a spell on them so others can't see us. Most people will overlook it unless they are too sensitive. In his heart, he protested. We have an office full of sensitive people 50 meters away. After checking the situation, she concluded that the person was under a charm spell. He asked, charm? He checked his phone. There are no artifacts or intermediaries, so I think I need to recalculate the magical traces to track them. Wait, they're rechecking the info on the computer. Assistant Director, the situation is under control. He went down in one hit. What do we do? The man ordered to make him talk. I'll call you back after finding more information. He read the message sent to him. Under a charm spell. Immortals are really weak against magic, aren't they? The physical structure of an immortal, immortals usually decide things based on sight, breath, and small muscle movements. People call it intuition. However, magic works differently. Magic uses a special energy called mana as a medium. You can suddenly have fire or lightning in your hands. You can even create barriers, and that has become a problem. Immortals cannot feel mana, and when cultivating, magic doesn't affect the air around them, and there's no sign before it happens. Magic is beyond the understanding of immortals. Sensing incoming magic is impossible. Since I've seen magic countless times, if I can't hear it, is there a way to feel it, like a smell? Images of what had happened flashed through his mind. He turned to look at Kang He-min and smiled. I think I can do it. She heard this and, not understanding, asked, What? As people passed by, he seemed to feel something. It smells heavy and foul. Suddenly, something made him feel a bit different. Is this the smell of an anti-detection spell? And is this the smell of a charm spell? If I can smell all types of spells, I can solve them, right? He stood up and watched quietly. She said immortals are weak. Against magic. So what about shapeshifters? She felt the same way. They are too. How can they feel things that even immortals can't? Her eyes looked tired as she recalled the scene. So how do they do it? They just use brute force. Most magic can't pierce the bodies of shapeshifters. Information about the man appeared. Gwang-ik, there's a trace. He leaked Team 1's mission information. We can find them soon. As he listened, he answered the phone. So, can we start? No, I've contacted the internal investigation team. The captain will be here soon. Da-ram walked in carrying a folder and asked, Are you the new mage? She quickly replied, Yes, my name is Kang He-min. She heard her and asked a little, I heard you two are neighbors. Are all your neighbors that special? Gwang-ik scratched his head blankly and replied, Who knows? The man checking the person's current status reported, Captain, we need to confirm his identity before arresting him. Da-ram didn't say much and decisively said, All right, do it. Da-ram smiled at him and reminded him, Gwang-ik, the atmosphere at the company is a bit tense. You should watch yourself. He quickly struck a serious pose and affirmed decisively, Of course you too, Captain. Kang He-min from behind teased, Do you like her? He stiffened, looked at Kang He-min, and asked in surprise, What? Gwang-ik asked her seriously. She isn't a spy, is she? Kang He-min turned away, refusing to even look at him, and replied, How would I know? It'd be even harder if you didn't tell me. He couldn't help but be speechless after hearing that. Do you have anything serious to talk about? Kang He-min helplessly turned to him, wanting to ask for a favor. Forget it, just buy me some food. I want beef. He sighed in frustration. Buy it yourself. She turned around and retorted quickly. You're rich. Don't be so stingy. Gwang-ik didn't bother paying attention to her and walked away first. What kind of rookie talks to a senior with such disrespect? I'm heading out. See you tomorrow. On his way, a black cat approached him. He crouched down, reached out to touch it, and whispered softly, Hey there, little kitty. Before he could even touch it, the cat darted away. Gwang-ik hurried after it. Where are you going? A mysterious figure stood in the corner, watching silently. How unexpected. The person on the device chimed in with a soft sound. Gwang-ik quickly started a conversation. Did you decide to stay in Korea? Are you planning to marry a Korean? The girl on the other end assumed this was their final offer. He immediately rejected the idea. What's this? If you're proposing, my answer is a hard no. She got angry and snapped. Shut up. She quickly made another pitch, asking him to work with them. Work for us, and we'll meet all your demands. This is our final offer. Gwang-ik asked back, Why should I do that? If you keep walking away, you'll regret it, she said. Gwang-ik lifted his foot high, ready to stomp down, shouting, Regret this! The man holding the device begged in fear. Wait! He collapsed. The device fell and broke, and it kept repeating his name. You will regret, Gwang. It grabbed him by the collar and said, I knew we'd meet again. Are you ready for a beating? The man hurriedly begged for mercy. Wait! Stop! I have something to say. It's really important. Gwang-ik didn't back down, staring at him with a fierce gaze, and asked, What is it? Trembling under his intimidation, the man pleaded, I'll tell you everything. Just please let me go. Gwang-ik threw him to the ground. Talk. He hit the floor hard, gasping for air while clutching his neck, and explained, I'm an assassin. Don't hit me. I'm a certified assassin from the guild. Gwang-ik asked, skeptical. Is that so? Suddenly, he caught a strange scent from earlier. This smell, once the target is confirmed, he grabbed the man by the throat. The man stuttered in fear. How could it was just a coincidence? Gwang-ik threw him with all his might and pummeled him. He shrieked, There's a mission. Gwang-ik's fist stopped mid-air. A mission? The man quickly confessed. Prometheus wants to recruit you. I just took the job to deliver the message. Gwang-ik chuckled. Is that right? Suddenly, his voice dropped, and he asked, do you want to go get a drink? The man was in the bathroom, vomiting from the alcohol. He didn't seem fully sober, his eyes narrowing. He typed something on his phone, unable to stop himself from cursing. Gwang-ik, that son of a bitch. The night before, at a nearby bar, he had shared a drink with Gwang-ik. Cheers, they said. This is the first round. You have to finish it in one gulp, no excuses. He tried to refuse. I apologize. I'm not feeling well because of some mana reflux. Do I really have to drink it all in one go? Gwang-ik downed his glass and slammed it on the table. His solemn face and muscular, veins-popping arms were truly terrifying. So, are you drinking it or not? The man turned deathly pale. Fine, sure, I'll drink it. Not only did he drink it, he downed the whole thing. This pleased Gwang-ik greatly. He slammed the empty glass back on the table. After several bottles, the man was completely hammered. Gwang-ik happily ordered more. The alcohol is good today, isn't it? Give us another bottle. The man gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill him. Gwang-ik casually asked, oh, right. Why does that terrorist organization want to find me? The man turned away as if he hadn't heard, but eventually, he answered all of Gwang-ik's questions. Maybe to gauge the enemy's strength. That's their usual method. Hiring assassins like me instead of showing their own faces. Gwang-ik pointed his bottle at the man's face. Is that true? The man was startled. I'm being serious. I'm very drunk now. I can't drink anymore. Even though he was smiling, Gwang-ik was still terrifying. Is that for real? The man cursed internally. Still tipsy, he picked up his phone to text Gwang-ik. You psycho, I need to stay calm. This is just for work. I'm a professional. The same question made him angry again. Is it really? He smashed his phone. The tone was too relaxed and cheerful. At the first-floor cafeteria, Kang Hee-min walked with him. Why? Gwang-ik felt great today. Someone kept bothering me, but I took care of him yesterday. Kang Hee-min smiled gently. I feel relieved too. Having you show me around the company was one of my goals. Gwang-ik remained focused on the job. Snap out of it. I only did that so you could track the mana. Gwang-ik wanted to know her current status. So, did you find anything? Kang Hee-min didn't answer. She looked annoyed. She stared ahead. It's quite faint. There doesn't seem to be anything here. Her expression suddenly turned to terror. The situation had become serious. How did I not notice? I must have walked past them. What do you mean? Those three from earlier. Two of them were masked with magic to avoid detection, especially that girl. The mana residue on that woman is very thick. There's still one more guy. The other one, too? Minam looked back at Gwang-ik. Excuse me, Gwang-ik. He was holding a bag. He tossed the luggage at him. Gwang-ik's eyes widened. He realized what was happening. The luggage contained a bomb that blew up a corner of the sky. Gwang-ik took off his jacket to shield Kang Hee-min. In the office, Kim Dong-chul felt the tremor, and his subordinate ran in to report. Sir, we're under ambush. He smirked as if he had expected it. So they've chosen to attack openly now? Kim Dong-chul stood up abruptly and announced to the whole company, mobilize all personnel. Someone had sought out Gwang-ik's house at that moment. Meanwhile, at his door, it was Mon. Before that, a group of people in black cloaks had been deliberating. You stole the test results and even planted a mage in the company. Yes, it's only a matter of time before we're discovered, right? The information they just took from us is also very dangerous. The higher-ups want to see what everyone thinks. Now what? Do you have a plan? You aren't planning to make excuses for your consecutive failures, are you? Mon gritted his teeth, furious. The immortal creed is with Prometheus. We already made a promise. His hand gripped a knife. Our purpose is armed protest. Just you wait. Gwang-ik, I will make you cry blood. Enchantment is a type of mental magic that makes others feel drawn to you, of course, not completely. If it were that powerful, mages would have ruled the world long ago. So, what can users of this magic actually do? Some are charming, some are quite attractive, and some possess beauty that could topple kingdoms, including the pureblood senior executive, Choi Minam. Gwang-ik recalled the first time he met her. His heart had fluttered. She must have used that magic on me. One thing that kept bothering him was whether the immortals could actually use magic. Hin said she had been learning since she was 8. Honam said he cast spells using a tool. That meant even immortals could use magic through training. In other words, Choi Minam was a spy. A desperate scream rang out. Gwang-ik was still keeping his eyes closed. He was lying on the floor with blood streaming from his mouth, his once familiar voice now filled with pain. Gwang-ik, you're an immortal. Hin sobbed for him. Wake up. You can't die. Gwang-ik speaks up. He has finally found the answer, and the mystery has been unraveled. The crocodile is furious because Gwang-ik hasn't died as he wished. You not only remained unbewitched, but you also refuse the offer. He and the other two move closer. There's only one way left. You have to die. Any last words? Gwang-ik says half-jokingly. I'm not feeling well today. Can we reschedule? Rose smiles, looking like she has the upper hand. You maniac! Kang Heeman's eyes light up as she clears her throat. Are you ignoring me? The crocodile acts as if he's doing them a favor. The moment you started casting your spell, you were already dead. I'll let you go, so take your father and get out of here. But Kang Heeman refuses. I refuse. A blue vortex appears around her feet, filled with all the grudges currently existing on Earth. The crocodile attacks to kill, but a hand blocks his fist. Kang Hee-min recognizes this person, Deputy Manager Lee Dong-hoon. Everyone around starts whispering, we just need to wait a little longer until she gets exhausted. This statement leaves Rose frozen, mouth agape, eyes wide, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, footsteps echo, and bloodied, scratched feet come into view. Gwang-ik is covered in injuries, his clothes tattered, dragging a corpse as he walks out. He reveals a sharp, focused gaze looking straight ahead. At that moment, a powerful army appears, weapons in hand. Gwang-ik is on the defensive. Watching the scene unfold, Rose curses under her breath. What the hell are you? The scene cuts abruptly. Lee Dong-hoon suddenly appears, blocking the punch, leaving the other guy stunned and exclaiming, Deputy Manager of the Lie Team, Lee Dong-hoon. After that block, the crocodile leaps back a good distance. Lee Dong-hoon urges, Kang Heeman, get out of here and take him with you. I need to have a private conversation with my friend here. The crocodile's footsteps grow rapid. He starts warming up, smirking mockingly. You're still alive. Long time no see. Lee Dong-hoon doesn't flinch and replies, I don't die that easily. The crocodile keeps up that same disdainful tone. True, I'm the one who shaped you into what you are. Gwang-ik, despite being severely injured, looks up in surprise and gasps. What? You two are friends? Lee Dong-hoon brushes off the thought, denying it entirely. Friends, my foot. The crocodile marches forward, declaring boldly, we are enemies. Lee Dong-hoon retorts unexpectedly. So I guess you won't be leaving then. Gwang-ik lies flat on the floor and says, if that's the case, have a fun chat. I'm going to take a break now. Just then, the bomb's timer hits 3 seconds. Immediately after, a deafening explosion echoes through the space, destroying everything. Rapid footsteps follow as an army in red masks swarms in. The crocodile is the commander of that army, and he orders them to kill everyone. The scene shifts. Back at the office, the sound of a fist slamming onto the table echoes. In the private office, the three of them are discussing the situation. Minam is terrified, jumping up, trembling as he speaks. Has the CEO revealed his son's identity? What about his wife? The minister quickly suggests, right, call everyone nearby. We're heading to the Lie Team management. Yoon-ho has been silent until now, deep in thought. His wife is in danger. Whether she knows he is an immortal is not what matters right now. Immediately, Yoon-ho stands up abruptly. Seeing this, the minister speaks softly to console him. It will be okay, Mr. Yoon-ho. He replies coldly. Of course it will. Just then, Yoon-ho declares firmly, furthermore, if anything happens to my wife, I will destroy everything. This statement leaves the minister horrified. He stares, jaw dropped, speechless. Minam gently calls out to him, Mr. Do, but Yoon-ho's face is dark, his hand clenched in a fist, walking out straight. Anyone who isn't joining me, get out. Yoon-ho asserts firmly, I'm not going out there as the captain of the special task force. I am going out there as the husband of the woman of my life. Right now, Lee Dong-hoon and Kang Hee-min are facing a fierce army. In this desperate situation, Kang Hee-min uses her power. She puts her hand to her chest, chanting, I pray for those filled with resentment who still linger in this world. The crocodile lunges forward like a blur, shouting, No! But Kang Hee-min finishes the chant and directs it toward him. A surge of power appears, but it misses him and hits the ground instead. At that moment, Lee Dong-hoon lunges with incredible speed, locking onto the crocodile's body, forcing him to freeze. Lee Dong-hoon breaks into a sweat while struggling against the crocodile, then quickly shouts orders. Dong. Now. As soon as the words leave his lips, blinding purple beams of light pierce the crocodile's face, causing him to writhe in resistance. Rose, standing behind and witnessing everything, can't help but be amazed, eyes widening as she thinks, a sniper? Dong is on the rooftop, holding a rifle, squinting to snipe down. She reports that the target has been hit. However, the crocodile's eyes are blood red now, his mouth bared to reveal sharp, pointed teeth. He breaks into a sinister grin with his muscular physique. The crocodile is gradually gaining the advantage. He laughs as he remarks, This is fun. Then, quick as lightning, The crocodile lifts Lee Dong-hoon into the air with ease, catching him off guard. Suddenly, Lee Dong-hoon vanishes in a blink, leaving the crocodile in disbelief. Immediately after, Lee Dong-hoon counters with a powerful kick straight to the crocodile's face, while his own hands support his weight on the ground, his eyes squeezed shut. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, the crocodile is injured, his face scratched and bleeding, and he angrily commands, "Rookie, finish that spell quickly." Hearing this, Kang Hee-min quickly chants, "Please, bring enlightenment." A defensive line is gradually established. She finishes the final verse. "Protect us!" Immediately, a protective barrier envelops both her and Du Gwang-ik. Seeing this, Rose quickly orders, "Kill that sorceress first." Upon receiving the command, the army focuses all its firepower to bombard the barrier Kang Hee-min created. At this moment, Du Gwang-ik ponders, "The shield won't hold up long against these attacks. We have no way out either. This is bad." Kang Hee-min is still struggling to protect him. Du Gwang-ik sits up to look at her and thinks, "There are too many of them." Directing his gaze at the enemy still attacking relentlessly, Du Gwang-ik realizes, they are all cultivators too. Seeing Lee Dong-hoon and the crocodile fighting fiercely, Du Gwang-ik silently assesses, but at least the panda assistant is handling it well. He looks at himself and whispers, "I just need a little time to recover." Immediately, Du Gwang-ik suggests, "Can you block their vision for a moment? I only need 10 seconds. Kang Hee-min replies instantly, "You mean obscure their sight, right?" "All right." Kang Hee-min quickly implements the plan. She chants, "Mist of deception, sight confounded," and a magical orb gradually appears in her hand. Meanwhile, Du Gwang-ik holds a knife, his eyes fixed on his injured leg. Then, without a second's hesitation, he plunges the knife into his thigh, blood splattering everywhere. Kang Hee-min continues to cast the spell, vision blurred, mind clouded. Gwang-ik stared wide-eyed at what just happened. Then Kang Hee-min's magic orb shot forward, splitting into two smaller orbs as it flew. Immediately, the area clouded over as a hazy mist obscured everything. The enemies were thrown into confusion, frozen in place, with their jaws dropped. Seeing this, Rose quickly urged them, "What are you just standing there for? Do you think you came here to watch a magic show?" She screamed in anger, "Destroy that barrier." Then, the group quickly rushed forward to carry out their mission. The enemies were already standing on the barricade, sharp knives in hand, ready to smash through it. He was winding up to drive his knife through the barrier, but before he could strike, he was taken down. Not stopping there, he took a brutal punch before he could even defend himself. Gwang-ik was the one who delivered that blow. He flashed a brilliant smile and declared that the real fun was just beginning. Outside, the smoke still swirled thick, and the confused enemies spoke up. "The smoke is about to clear. Should we head in?" Rose replied. "Just wait. They're stuck in there anyway. Even that mage can't keep casting spells forever." Right then, Gwang-ik aggressively introduced himself. "Me, I'm an S." Hearing this, a swarm of the black-clad soldiers laughed mockingly and began to curse. "What the hell are you talking about, you crazy bastard?" Gwang-ik just stood still, holding an enemy's corpse and staring them down. Just then, someone suddenly gave an order. "What are you all doing? Kill him." Receiving the command, they all raised their guns and fired repeatedly. Gwang-ik skillfully dodged every bullet, and as fast as lightning, he rushed forward to attack the enemy, leaving them no time to counter. Everyone stood frozen with wide eyes and dropped jaws. Rose's face darkened as it suddenly clicked. "Oh right, I forgot NS stands for Gwang-ik, is on the offensive." He raised his fist and charged ahead, shouting firmly that non-standard was shortened to NS. Just then, layers of rock began to crack and fall. Everyone looked around in a panic. Ki-nam exclaimed in terror, "What's this? An earthquake?" Immediately after, a frantic voice suddenly rang out. "Wait for me, Ki-nam." Ki-nam turned to look at his colleague and spoke up. "Stay there. With your skills, you'll only get in the way." The colleague insisted, but Ki-nam lost his patience and declared firmly, "Don't make me say it twice. You're already helping me by just staying put." Rejected flatly, the man huffed, reached into his coat pocket, and muttered to himself, "Ah." In this case, the colleague pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Ki-nam, who was running ahead. He cursed, "Die, you piece of trash." With his keen senses, Dong Ki-nam felt something was off and turned his head back, pale-faced. The colleague fired, but with his lightning reflexes, Dong Ki-nam dodged the attack. Right after, he snatched the gun from the man's hand and fired back with a barrage of shots. Finally, the colleague collapsed to the ground, his mouth still stuttering. Immortal, forever. As soon as he finished, a blue-haired guy came running up, panting, to check on him. "Ki-nam, are you okay?" Ki-nam immediately replied, "I'm fine. Handle the cleanup." The blue-haired guy watched Ki-nam's back, lost in thought. Is that newcomer a follower of immortality? Could the special immortal force really be this loose? With a fleeting thought, he immediately picked up a baton, preparing to attack from behind. Keenam noticed something was wrong, his face twisting. Just as he was about to turn around, someone suddenly launched a kick at the blue-haired guy. The surprise attack sent him rolling across the floor. A mysterious voice boomed. "You miserable piece of trash." Honam rushed in and pummeled the blue-haired guy relentlessly. Keenam was stunned and exclaimed, "Director Honam!" Honam spoke up, judging that it's too much of a waste of time and energy on these guys. Immediately after, he announced clearly, "Everyone, focus. Warham is under attack." Hearing that, everyone was terrified and shouted in unison, "Attack!" Bo stepped in from somewhere and reported solemnly, "A terrorist group has infiltrated the first floor. The terrorists have completely seized the emergency exits and elevators, forming a blockade." Dong Kinam was very surprised at this news and exclaimed, "Terrorists? So the first floor is locked down?" Park Pil-ho immediately replied, "That's right." Right after, Honam offered a suggestion. From now on, all staff below assistant manager level will be assigned to assist in case of an emergency. Everyone else, follow me to destroy the emergency exit entrance. Park Pil-ho saw this and immediately denied it. "No, that's not necessary. We'll go to a different location, not the emergency exit." Honam was startled and exclaimed, "A different place? Where?" Bo just answered vaguely, "It's a quick and effective way to get to the first floor. However, this method will be quite exhausting." The scene shifted. Gwang-ik was bruised all over, his clothes filthy, breathing heavily. A horrific scene appeared before his eyes. Dead bodies lay motionless, scattered across the floor, weapons smashed to bits. Rose and her two teammates witnessed this, unable to hide their terror. But Rose still managed to scoff. "I can't believe you were able to take down this many people by yourself. You really are crazy." Rose tried to act calm. She let out a triggered, loud laugh. "So, what should we do next?" On this side, Kang Hee-min collapsed, exhausted, and the mist gradually dissipated. Over there, Lee Dong-hoon had also been easily defeated by the crocodile and lay motionless on the ground. Rose announced, "The game is over." She firmly proposed, "This will be the last time I tell you this. Join our side, and we'll stop everything here." Gwang-ik's expression darkened upon hearing that. He raised a friendly finger at his opponent and laughed loudly, declaring, "How many more times do I have to say it? I've already got a girl I like." That sentence provoked Rose, causing her to lose control of her temper and scream, "You insane bastard!" Suddenly, the ceiling cracked, and rock fragments fell repeatedly. Right after, a brilliant golden aura poured out, shattering the ceiling as dust flew everywhere. Everyone froze at the sight. Blue rays of light were fired in succession. The black-clad army stood still, unable to say a word. The entire army was frozen, unable to move. Rose, witnessing it alone, couldn't help but cry out in terror, What the hell is happening? If there's no other way, then I'll just make my own way." As soon as that was said, a relief team appeared, led by Honam. Honam immediately spoke up, "Why is it suddenly so quiet? You have no way to win anymore. Master, what should we do now?" Rose turned her head back and screamed in fear, "Master, where did that crocodile come from?" He grinned fiercely with a savage look in his eyes. Without a word, he began to transform into a literal crocodile. Scaly ridges protruded from its skin, and its entire body was a deep, ghastly green. A long, massive tail whipped through the air as a giant six-packed crocodile emerged, dwarfing the ordinary humans before it. Du Gwang-ik couldn't believe his eyes. He stood frozen, staring up in horror as he gasped, "What on earth is that?" The crocodile launched its first attack, slamming its tail into the ground and forcing everyone to scramble. Lee Dong-hoon trembled all over as he desperately tried to brace for the impact. He grimaced, thinking to himself, "Damn, I hate this." Memories from the past flooded back. He remembered being trapped in an iron cage in a dark, desolate place. "It's a fusion of an immortal and a shapeshifter," he thought. "Prometheus artificially forced both types of blood to circulate through my body." Back in the cage, Lee Dong-hoon's body had been bruised, battered, and utterly exhausted. However, that fusion had triggered severe side effects. "I became a monster that knew only how to fight a fighting dog." He remembered being used as a training tool for high-ranking officials, battling with an inhumane, bloodthirsty rage. He continued to reflect, "During the time I lived like that at Prometheus, I met him." Lee Jong-bong suddenly appeared and spoke up, "This guy is a hybrid." Back then, Lee Dong-hoon had stared coldly and threatened, "Get lost, or I'll kill you." "You're immortal," Lee Jong-bong had said with genuine interest. "Kill me then." He continued to press him, "But have you ever been outside?" Lee Dong-hoon stared back and replied, "That's none of your business." Lee Jong-bong didn't flinch. He looked at Lee Dong-hoon and said softly, "Hey, you crazy bastard, come with me." Stop trying to turn yourself into a mere fighting dog. Lee Dong-hoon was baffled and replied, "What the hell are you talking about? And what even is a fighting dog?" Lee Jung-bong lost his patience and demanded, "Forget it. Are you coming with me or not? If you don't, I'll kill you right here." Lee Dong-hoon hesitated for a moment before answering, "Fine." And so, he followed Captain Lee Jung-bong, secretly planning to slit his throat and escape once he had recovered. However, one day, Lee Jung-bong tossed a book onto the table and remarked, "You seem pretty bored all by yourself, don't you? Try reading this. Can you even read?" Lee Dong-hoon stared at the book on the table. "He handed me a comic book." He recalled that moment. That night, Lee Dong-hoon held the book in his hands and burst into tears. That was how he discovered comics. And from that point on, his life began to change. It was wonderful. It was a truly happy life. As his youthful memories washed over him, Lee Dong-hoon let out a long sigh and whispered to himself, "Damn, I really hate this. I can't believe I have to give up this life." In front of him, the crocodile was still tearing through everything. Lee Dong-hoon asked himself, "How long has it been?" He suddenly teared up and muttered a final resolve to himself, "Make sure you kill me, you bastard crocodile." Immediately, Lee Dong-hoon's body underwent a shocking transformation. In a blink, he shifted into a massive bear with razor-sharp teeth. He wondered why he couldn't shift into one before. Just then, more memories surged back. He remembered the moment Kim Dong-ah handed him a cup of coffee and thought silently, "Kim Dong-ah, don't come here. I don't want you to see me like this." Next, Lee Dong-hoon remembered playing games with Gwang-ik. He whispered inwardly, "Gwang-ik, if you can please come light some incense for me after I'm gone." Then he remembered the day Lee Jung-bong saved him in that prison cell. Lee Dong-hoon felt overwhelmed with emotion as he silently sent a message to his captain and everyone else. "Thank you all for everything." Lee Dong-hoon's gaze sharpened, but he suddenly cursed, "Damn it, I wanted to watch anime." Pushing his personal desires aside, Lee Dong-hoon roared and lunged at the crocodile, launching a preemptive strike. The crocodile grinned, looking genuinely amused. The clash of their powers shook the ground. The crocodile laughed. "Yeah, that's it. You should transform too, right?" The crocodile caught Lee Dong-hoon's fist and started taunting him. "But it looks like you've forgotten this." He spun, grabbing Lee Dong-hoon's body to prepare another strike, and added, "Even if you are a dog born to fight." He snapped Lee Dong-hoon's arm. "You've never beaten me once." With that, the crocodile used his strength to flip Lee Dong-hoon over. He struggled, but could only let out a few muffled roars. Quick as lightning, the crocodile used his tail to knock Lee Dong-hoon backward. He was left suspended in mid-air from the impact. His entire body was covered in blood. Wounds riddled his body, but he fought to sit up. The crocodile taunted him again. "I'm sure you can still feel the pain, right?" The crocodile laughed loudly. "You're nothing more than a lab rat." Lee Dong-hoon didn't bother to argue and lunged straight at the crocodile again. They exploded into a fierce battle, shaking the very earth. Off to the side, Gwang-ik was still nonchalantly asking, "Dong Ki-nam, do you have any food?" Dong Ki-nam was stunned and replied, "Do I look like a damn vending machine to you?" Stung by the rebuke, Gwang-ik immediately explained, "I'm serious." Dong Ki-nam turned away, handed him some food, and said, "Here." As he took the food, Gwang-ik's attitude shifted to a cheerful one. "Thanks." He shoved the food into his mouth, thinking, "The situation is worse than I thought." Gwang-ik glanced over at the battle behind him, silently assessing the two. At first, they looked evenly matched, but the struggle between the crocodile and Lee Dong-hoon was still incredibly brutal. Gwang-ik watched and realized that wasn't the case. The deputy manager Panda's attacks were too simple, focusing entirely on brute force with zero defense. Gwang-ik wondered, is he not in his right mind? Meanwhile, his teammate was fighting for his life against the enemy. Gwang-ik pondered, "Regardless, the reinforcements are here. I think it's time to act." He started sprinting and didn't forget to call out, "Dong Ki-nam, take care of her." Kang Hee-min was lying on the floor, completely exhausted. Dong Ki-nam was shocked by Gwang-ik's actions and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Gwang-ik answered honestly, "If the deputy manager Panda falls, we're finished. I have to do something to help him." Just then, Lee Dong-hoon took a barrage of kicks from the crocodile. Gwang-ik grinned brightly and said, "So I'll leave the rest to you. Don't go dying on me." Instantly, a blinding surge of light erupted, shaking the ground and cracking the earth. Gwang-ik focused on his mission, while Dong Ki-nam stood frozen in shock, eyes wide. Suddenly, a wave of zombies rose from the grave, following in a massive horde. One of them grabbed a weapon and charged. Dong Ki-nam rushed over, grabbed a gun, and signaled his teammate, "Get back!" He aimed the gun and fired straight ahead. Suddenly, blocks of ice appeared and piled up, stunning everyone. Immediately, Honam shouted orders. Everyone, take defensive formation. Hold your positions and neutralize the enemy in front of us. Suddenly, Gwang-ik spoke up. Honam, I trust you. The unexpected remark made Honam startle, and Gwang-ik immediately sprinted forward. Seeing this, Honam shouted to stop him. Do Gwang-ik, if you go that way, you'll die. Seeing Lee Dong-hoon beaten so miserably, Gwang-ik couldn't help but worry. Panda Deputy Manager, did your immortal blood weaken after transforming? He wasn't regenerating his wounds at all. This was going to be bad. The more he thought, the more he told himself he couldn't just stand by. Suddenly, Gwang-ik froze in place, panicking. Huh? What is this? I can't move. Rose just waited for that moment to taunt him. Thanks, Sleeping Beauty. She had set up a formation that trapped Gwang-ik, leaving him unable to move, only able to watch. Rose gleefully explained, because you've stepped into my control range. Gwang-ik looked down at the tangled threads beneath his feet, silently assessing. It's her skill. Is it spiritual power, or some kind of special restraint skill? Seeing him caught in the trap, Rose became even more playfully taunting. I told you you'd regret it. In this situation, Gwang-ik didn't waver and replied, Really? Too bad I only understand human language. I'm the one who killed your mother. In fact, I tore her to pieces. Do you dare open your mouth again after hearing that? Right after he finished, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and blurted out, Huh? Rose laughed loudly, confidently asserting, After dealing with Nam Jae-in, I found out the identities of your parents. Everything shifted. The scene changed to an apartment with the door left slightly ajar. Inside, shoes were scattered in a mess. Mon appeared with a gloomy expression. He was lying back on the sofa. Suddenly, he lifted his head, then walked away in a puzzling manner. He pulled back the curtain to look outside and thought, Usually, one member of the immortal faith is enough. Outside, 4 people in the lobby were discussing work. Mon watched and silently deduced. However, it's clear that Nam Yu-mi and Hong Jin will send someone here, so I came here myself to handle the mission. The space grew quiet after that thought. Mon glanced at the door, then pondered again. Finally, he suddenly burst into a cackle, thinking, Do Gwang-ik, I will make you fall into total despair. At that moment, Seon-hee returned to her apartment, Unit 907. Suddenly, her phone rang with a call from Happy, making her jump. She exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Seon-hee answered and spoke gently. Honey, I thought you were on a business trip. Happy immediately asked, Are you home yet? Seon-hee replied, I'm about to go inside. She looked down at the doorknob and thought with surprise, Why is the door open? Is it broken? Suddenly, Happy warned her, Don't go inside. Leave there and go to Kang Hee-min's mother's place. Seon-hee was confused and asked, Is something wrong? Happy panicked. I don't have time to explain. Right at that moment, Mon was sitting in the corner of the door, smirking maliciously. Happy rushed to say, Seon-hee, I'm on my way. But the sentence stopped there as Mon immediately attacked Seon-hee, leaving her frozen for a few seconds. Then, Seon-hee didn't hesitate and dodged the attack from Mon. Happy heard the commotion and asked urgently, Seon-hee, honey, what's happening? Mon couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed in horror, You dodged it? Seon-hee threw her phone to the ground and spoke in a stern voice. Who sent you? A client? Or are you a stalker? She continued, I'm pretty sure my father made all our family information top secret. How did you find me? Maun, still shaken, stammered a reply. Huh? Who are you? You're not an ordinary person. Seon-hee didn't want to argue and immediately got into a fighting stance, threatening him, Whatever. I'll just beat the crap out of you, and you'll talk yourself. Mon trembled and said, Wait, what are you talking about? Immediately, Seon-hee clenched her fist and lunged straight at him. Mon raised his knife to defend himself, yelling, Don't come near me! Saying that, they lunged at each other. Mon swung the knife, but Seon-hee punched him straight in the face. The punch distorted his face completely. Mon fell backward from the momentum and finally slammed against the wall, unconscious. The knife rolled onto the floor. Seon-hee was surprised by the sight and blurted out, Huh? He's knocked out already? She approached Mon with cold killing intent and asserted, I haven't even finished warming up yet. Just then, a helicopter reached the apartment complex. A teammate immediately reported, Captain, we've arrived. The teammate suggested, I'll drop the rope, but Yoon-ho was already preparing to jump without support equipment. Seeing this, the teammate shouted in panic, Captain! Without hesitation, Yoon-ho jumped decisively onto the apartment balcony. The glass door shattered to pieces, and Yoon-ho landed easily, storming into the building. Inside, blood was splattered all over the floor. Yoon-ho saw this and couldn't help but blame himself. Damn it, I'm too late. As the sounds became clearer, Yoon-ho gritted his teeth and let out a growl. He immediately shouted, Seon-hee. Then, he froze for 5 seconds, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had thought Seon-hee was in danger, but at that moment, she was busy pounding away at Mon, leaving him half dead. Blood was everywhere. Yoon-ho stammered in horror. Seon-hee. She immediately dropped the guy and spoke softly. Honey. Yoon-ho just stood there, staring blankly. Immediately after, Yoon-ho sprinted over and pulled Seon-hee into his arms, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank God. He was as happy as if he'd found gold, repeatedly saying, thank God. Yoon-ho's extreme reaction left Seon-hee speechless. She suddenly thought to herself, a public service employee who has to travel for business often. Seon-hee remembered Yoon-ho's gentle appearance from when they first fell in love. She continued her train of thought. Look at yourself, imbuing your sword with power again. Seon-hee was still being held so tightly by Yoon-ho that she could barely breathe. She remained confused, wondering about the smell of burnt skin on his hands. What is he? Just then, a female teammate rushed in, gun in hand, and yelled, Appa, are you okay? As soon as she finished speaking, she froze at the sight of Seon-hee and Yoon-ho in such an intimate position. The female teammate gasped in horror. Immediately after, Seon-hee flew into a rage, her face darkening, her voice turning chillingly cold. Oppa! Yoon-ho didn't even need to look back to know what was happening. He jumped, his eyes wide. Her anger had reached its breaking point. Seon-hee was still full of questions. Yoon-ho hurriedly turned back to calm her down. Wait, let me explain. I have so much I want to tell you. Seon-hee's fury erupted behind him, while Yoon-ho stepped forward, pointed right at the female teammate, and shouted, Hey, what is that Appa supposed to mean? I'm your captain. The female teammate immediately started to explain. It's just a misunderstanding. I meant my senior. Everything's been cleared up. Yoon-ho gave a light cough and lowered his voice to ask, By the way, have you already taken care of these things? Seon-hee looked at the chaotic scene in front of them and spoke softly. Oh, that before she could explain, Yoon-ho suddenly suggested, I think we need to talk. Everyone else, get out. Guard us from the outside. The female teammate asked in confusion. If we're standing outside, how are we supposed to protect you two? The blonde-haired male teammate couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Stop talking. Just come with me. Only then did Yoon-ho explain. Seon-hee, don't be shocked. But the truth is I'm an immortal. Seon-hee gasped in astonishment. What? An immortal? Yoon-ho continued to pour his heart out. I'm sorry for keeping it from you. I'm sure you don't even want to hear my excuses. He reminisced about the happy times they shared, like when they went out for ice cream together. Yoon-ho couldn't help but get emotional as he opened up. I just didn't want to lose you. He recalled the moment Seon-hee rested her head on his shoulder on the park bench. Yoon-ho continued, I love the times we spend laughing together, and just walking by your side makes me happy. He couldn't hold back his emotions and confessed honestly. A cup of tea, a meal, a simple conversation. No matter what we're doing, those moments are so precious to me, and I just can't bring myself to let them go. Yoon-ho remembered the image of Seon-hee, gently feeding him. Then he spoke again. The thing I fear the most. Yoon-ho imagined a scene where Seon-hee walked away and left him behind. He hung his head in sorrow and confessed, Is our lives slowly drifting apart? I'm truly sorry. After listening to Yoon-ho's confession, Seon-hee was moved. She stood on her tiptoes to embrace him affectionately and comforted him. There's something I need to tell you too. She caressed Yoon-ho's face, tears silently falling, and revealed, My father is being held in solitary confinement, and I am a shapeshifter. The two of them finally resolved the knots in their hearts and embraced each other tightly. Yoon-ho felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, but he was still lost in thought, wondering how much she must have suffered. He smiled tenderly at Seon-hee and said, It's okay. You won't leave me, right? Seon-hee looked at Yoon-ho with teary eyes and softly called out, Oh dear. Immediately after, she covered Yoon-ho's mouth with her hand and spoke. Before that, however, Seon-hee gave a not-so-affectionate smile and questioned, Who is that girl who called you dear? Yoon-ho quickly explained, She's just a junior. I'm telling you the truth. There's nothing going on between us. Just then, Mon woke up from his long unconsciousness. He watched the affectionate display between the man and woman with bitter resentment. Mon gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I cannot forgive this.